All righty. So here we go. Today, Robin and everybody else that's with me. Robin's the first person that raised her hand, so I'll jump to her in just a second. But today, here's the goal of today. Number one, raise awareness. Today's the last day for pre-ordering Wealth Without Cash, which is great. My main objective with Wealth Without Cash was to collaborate with Bigger Pockets and do something with them that really helped the narrative around creative finance and kind of normalized it to a point where real estate agents were less scared of it. Homeowners are more aware of it. And if they Googled something, it wasn't just my YouTube channel, it was also Bigger Pockets YouTube channel. And Bigger Pockets being as credible as they are, I'm so grateful that they were able to open up the doors of opportunity for us, let me write a book that I kind of call surface level creative finance. And some people are like, oh, well, why would I buy the book if it's surface level creative finance? Well, you would buy the book because there's a really cool video companion guide. Today is the last day to get that video companion guide with the pre-order. You would buy that book because there are some cool bonuses that we're giving away as well. I also have a very, very cool bonus I'm giving away today. I made a post about it yesterday, and that bonus has nothing to do with the book. I'm giving away a bonus today. Last November, this is not me bragging, it's me picking, like trying to build up how amazing and how credible this gift is. Last November, I was on a highfalutin private yacht, and it was Tim Tebow, NFL player, handful of other really, really high level celebrities. And they were doing a charity where people were raising money around human trafficking. Specifically more around child human trafficking. And the minimum donation was 50 grand. So think about like who is on this boat. The minimum donation is 50 grand. You couldn't have given up $1,000 or $500. You had to give $50,000. And so what ended up happening is I had a couple of my buddies come to me and goes, hey, why don't we get together? Why don't we all get together and let's donate like a big chunk of money, and we'll all get together and we'll go celebrate sometime in like May, June, or July, depending on our schedules. And there was 8 of us that donated $150,000. And among these people that are going to be on this trip, Ed Milet is one of them. He's actually the one driving the trip. He's like, let's go to this location. Let's play golf. Let's work out. Let's have great food. Let's mastermind. Let's talk about each other's businesses. Let's give each other advice, etc. And that private jet that's taking everybody out to Florida for 2 days, hotel accommodations paid for, golf paid for, food paid for, all that kind of stuff, cost me $150,000 as a donation. I'm glad that I donated for obvious reasons. But unfortunately, because of the book launch, I can't even go on my own extravaganza with my friends. And I said, I'm not going to let that seat on that plane go to waste. And so today my goal is during this 12 and a half hours to actually give that away to somebody today. And the plane leaves from either Salt Lake. It'll start in Salt Lake. And then the plane will go from Salt Lake to Dallas. So either I got to fly you to Salt Lake, you get on the plane, you'll go from Salt Lake to Dallas, then Dallas to Florida, or I got to get you on a plane to Dallas. Or if you are in Dallas, that'd be even better, because then you just jump on the private jet. The private jet will have Ed Milet and a bunch of other really cool people that you'll want to do business with, want to collaborate with, etc. And you'll get to spend 2 days out there. I can't have you take you and your wife. It's got to be you, or you and your husband's not going to work. It's just one seat on the plane. Cost me 150 grand. It'll probably cost me another couple $1,000s to get you to and from Dallas or to and from Salt Lake City. So really happy to give that away today. That is going to go to somebody who has helped somebody else do a deal. That's going to be the award. And I just want to continually encourage people that the spirit of our community, the Subto community, is all about helping each other get deals done and helping each other fill in each other's gaps.
For sure.
Okay, so we're going to do that today. The other thing that we're going to do today is I'm going to call on some multifamily properties. I want to get an 8-plex to maybe a 24-plex under contract today in Atlanta, Georgia, utilizing either seller finance, subject to, or the Morby method. So that should be a lot of fun. I will also be having my wife come on today and she's going to show you guys how to pull an expired listing list. I don't know what time she'll be available, but she'll come down sometime today. That'll be a lot of fun. And then let me show you guys the bonuses for, by the way, for the people that are on YouTube, if you are a Subto student, please come into the private Subto Facebook group and get the link to come into Zoom. We've got hundreds of people in Zoom, and I'm live streaming it to non-Subto students on YouTube just to give them a little bit of love and attention as well. And hopefully you guys learn a thing or two. So if I go to Bigger Pockets, let's see, Bigger Pockets, Wealth Without Cash, there are pre-order bonuses, okay? So wherever you buy it, you could go, I'm going to be doing another couple of golden tickets this year, okay? The golden ticket is an event that I have at our office. We bring in a couple of hundred of our students, and we actually build the business live. We call the sellers, we work contracts, we do all that stuff live. And as you can see, is the backdrop to this. This is actually me holding, this is funny that they put this photo here. I don't even think they intended to put this photo here. But this is a mobile home park that I own in Yuma, Arizona. And I was walking through that mobile home park at a meetup, showing people what it looks like, what we're doing, all that kind of stuff. So right here, field day. One lucky winner will spend a day with me out in the field, driving to properties, hanging out, learning about acquiring and analyzing properties, travel costs included. You can stay at one of my personal houses, not my guest house, but one of my houses that I own. I call them my overflow houses. We have two houses. One's like a 7-bed, 5-bath house that I just leave empty for guests. And then another one's a 2-bed, 2-bath that I leave empty for guests. And then this one, VIP package, 3 people will win a chance to not only be on set, but potentially be on the TV show with Jamil and I for season 3 of Triple Digit Flip. And then this one's really cool. This was the one that I really wanted everybody to get, that if you pre-order, this is the one you get no matter what. Everyone who orders their copy before May 2nd, that is tomorrow, so today's the last day, will receive a video companion series with 2 hours on every chapter of the book. That's average. Some chapters are like 45 minutes. Other chapters are 6, or I have one chapter on the legalities of Subto is 8 hours long. And so the link for the videos will be sent via email on May 2nd for people who have pre-ordered and uploaded their receipt. Okay, so you go here and you go pre-order, submit your receipt, you show people where you're doing it. Okay, dang it, we have 16 hours left. So if you have not pre-ordered the book, now my Subto students, they're probably like, you do more in one Zoom than that book will give. I get it, but please, a lot of you guys are supporting the cause, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I really am just trying to collaborate with Bigger Pockets at a high level so that we continually push the narrative around creative finance and make all of our jobs easier, so we can continually educate the world about what creative finance is. So thank you guys so much for supporting me. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Suchi, thank you. She says, it's in the mail, coming tomorrow. Really appreciate you guys. Okay, so those are the bonuses you get for pre-ordering the book. I'll throw this in the side chat for people in YouTube as well for the pre-order link. Thank you guys so much. So today's going to be a fun day where I'm hopefully going to work some deals. I've got a handful of deals that have been sent to me, so I'll go through those. I'll tell you why something's a deal, why something's not a deal. We might even have a couple of special guests come across. I might have Avina Jetty come in for 30 minutes. I might have a gentleman that I'm doing a storage facility. We're building a storage facility in Florida together. And I might have him come in and talk about how we found that land, why we decided it was a good deal, what's the time frame on it, how are we bringing the money together, all of those types of things. I might bring somebody from my multifamily fund on today, but I'm going to try and keep a lot of Q&A here. And really what I want in a perfect world is this whole entire day would be full of Subto community members coming on here and talking about a deal that they did to help another community member. Okay. So that would be a perfect day, but I also have an addiction to answering people's questions. And so we'll do as much of that as we possibly can. Lee Jones says, will this recording be added to the Zoom vault? Everybody, please answer that question for that handsome man, Lee Jones. Here's
Absolutely.
a better question. Pace, why wouldn't you be adding this to the Zoom vault? That'd probably be a better question. We for sure will be doing that. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate all of you guys. Got a handful of people with their, I'm sure they have deals you guys want to talk about. The person that wins the Ed Milet giveaway, that date, by the way, is May 9th through May 11th. So you've got to have those dates available. And yes, it is truly, it's not like one of these things where, you got to do a coupon thing and mail it in to get a rebate. It's like literally, I was going on this trip myself, and I spent $150,000 to go on this trip to mastermind with Ed Milet. This is something I was really looking forward to, but because of the book tour that we're going on starting tomorrow, I can't make it. So I'm not going to let that go to waste. The person that wins that today is going to be somebody that tells me a story about how they've helped another person get a deal. I care way less about my deals. I care way more about you guys helping each other get deals done. Okay. Matt Bell says, dude, you're here on May 7th. Can't believe it's less than a week. Yeah, super excited. If you guys want to know where we're going, let me go over that real quick as people kind of trickle in. We've got a couple hundred people on Zoom, good amount of people over on YouTube, but let's go to where, come on, don't be silly. Whereispace.com. If you go to whereispace.com, it sends you to a Google spreadsheet, and it will tell you exactly where I'm going. I'm going to be in Seattle, Washington tomorrow. Wow. Jumping on a plane to Seattle, Washington. I will not have my Airstream with me. I know that I've been teasing that on my Instagram, but I'm really taking the Airstream to get it wrapped. And we're going to have Subto logos on it, Gator logos on it, our community stuff. And then I'm going to have this ability for people to sign the Airstream when they come to one of our meetups, and the Airstream's there. And I will actually end up hitting the road with the Airstream right around here. Okay, June 3rd will be the first time I'm in the Airstream. All of this, everything here will be in the Airstream. Okay. So this week, Jamil is coming with me. Bobby's coming with me. Eric's coming with me. We're going to Seattle tomorrow, Los Angeles Wednesday. I'm going to be back in Tempe, Arizona. I will be doing a book signing. People here locally care way less about me. They see me a lot, so they probably get my mom to show up to this, and that's about it. The executives of our TV show are going to fly in on Thursday, and they're going to be at the book signing as well, talking about season 3. So that's going to be exciting. And so I had to fly home for that, decided to do a book event. And then that next day, we're flying up to Vegas. The next day, we will be at Prime Corporate Headquarters. And when people say, well, where? Click on the Eventbrite. Every single city has its own Eventbrite. I have students from all over the country. You guys, if you're on YouTube land and you're watching, you do not have to be a Subto student or a Gator tribe member to be able to come to the book signing. Come, everybody. You should come meet the students, come connect with them, be their private money lenders, bring them deals, etc. We'll be in Salt Lake in the morning, and then Denver in the evening. That's going to be a crazy day on Saturday. Dallas, same thing. Dallas and Houston, same day. We're doing 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., jumping on a flight, getting to Houston that night as well. And then the very next day, Atlanta, Georgia. And today on this live, I'm hoping to get a multifamily property under contract, or at least something that I can submit an LOI on. Ooh, you know who I might have come in today is I might have Bo. We're looking at a multifamily property in Texas. We might underwrite that deal together and submit an LOI today live. So that should be good. Then I'll be going to Charlotte, North Carolina, Miami, Florida, and then 2 cities I've never been. Oh, I have not added the other city. I'm just a horrible human being. So sorry, guys. This is why you review stuff. I am going to Omaha, Nebraska. I've never been here before. Eventbrite link coming. So that will be Saturday, May 13th. This will be Sunday, May 14th. Now, if you guys want to meet Jamil, Jamil will be there with me as well. Okay. And Bobby, Eric, and my wife, I'm trying to get her to come out to a couple of days. She was like, I'm bummed you're going to be gone. Can I come with you? I think she might come join me in Texas through the rest of the trip. But we do have a 1-year-old daughter, and we'll see how that goes. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing everybody. Please, Subto students, put this in the Discords and your guys' individual accountability groups, regional leaders. Please get the word out. I'd love to see everybody. I know Dallas will show up. 500-600 people will be there. It'll be great. All right, cool. So, yeah, somebody says on YouTube, on tour like a rock star. That's the goal. That is the goal. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. Guys, regardless of whether your pre-order has shown up or not, I'm actually going to be bringing this is really cool. Okay. I decided to do a custom book cover. Okay. With different content on it, different letter from the author on the back. Like right here, it's got Dean Graziosi, Brandon Turner, Jamil Damji on the back, which are really cool. 3 of my best friends. But there will be a letter from the author, a couple of different photos and stuff, custom book cover that I am bringing to sign for you. So as long as you've bought the book, and even though it hasn't shown up, I will be signing book covers for you guys and handing those book covers to you, so you guys get a custom book order from the book signing tour. And we get to take photos together, meet with each other. There's a lot of people I have not met. And I look forward to hanging out with you guys. I want to do deals on the road though. Like, I'm like, how do I pay for this trip? Think about like how much money do you think you make from printing a book? Probably not enough to cover my flights. My entire book will not make me enough money to cover all my entire flights. If you're in Central VA region, Tanisha says, I'm planning on a Habitat for Humanity build event. Watch out for details in Discord. Anyone in VA or surrounding will be coming. I will be coming to DMV area in September. Looking forward to hanging out with you guys in September. We're going to make a really, really big one. No, you don't need to bring the book. You do not need to bring the book. If you want me to sign the inside of your book, then bring your book. You don't need to bring your book. You just need to show me that you bought the book, and then I will give you a custom book cover and hand it off to you, and you will walk away with a book cover. You can replace it when you get home or add it on top of it. Okay. Either way. Robin Hurt, coming back to you. She has her hand raised. I didn't even ask her if she had a question. Do you have a question for me today? Or do you have something to tell me today?
No, actually, I didn't realize my hand was still up too. I'm sorry. I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say hi, except for anything that we here in the area need to do for you upon your arrival. Like, shall we grab Fresca? Anything we need to do for you?
No, I would keep it super low key. What I found is the more low key we make these, meaning like they're not overly fancy. We don't have graphics or balloons or any of that kind of stuff. What I find is the vibe is way better because people are really, it's all about the people that are coming rather than about me. And then I get DMs for a week saying, Pace, I met my new business partner. Pace, I got a private money lender. Pace, I got a deal from your meetup. Oh my gosh, this is great. But then when we make it about me and Jamil and people like kind of go over the top, somehow, some way, there's a subconscious thing that people are showing up to see Pace and Jamil.
Right.
And I'm like, who cares about Pace and Jamil? Like I want it to be about you guys as much as I want it to be about me meeting you guys. And it took us about 3-4 years on the road to learn that, unfortunately. But we did learn that. So thank you for that, Robin. I appreciate it.
Yeah. If anything changes, let us know, because we'll be happy to take care of whatever might be needed. And for the kids too.
I appreciate that. Robin, that deal, what was the deal that you found for me? What do you remember the address on that?
No,
Street name?
Do you mean the one where you spoke to the seller and the agent?
No. Or the one that you just got paid on.
Oh, that actually wasn't my deal. Kenny and Rico, who you know here in the Northwest, they actually had a deal, and I think neither of them are mastermind students. And they had this deal passed off to them in some way, and it was all locked up, ready to go. And they just said, hey, Robin, do you think maybe you might be able to get this in front of Pace? And, just who you know. Yeah. And they knew that I had proximity to you and some, I don't know what you want to call it, relationship, let's say. And I said, well, heck, I can try. So I think I text you first to ask you if you might have interest in a property ready to go in this area. You said reach out to Molly, which I did. And then Molly asked me for some details for those guys. I provided the details, and then it all happened. It's not really anything that I did, except for they knew who I was. They knew that I had access to you in a different way. And we just worked together to make it get in front of you.
There's so many things to learn from that right there, by the way. Like she brushes it off like it's not a big deal, but think about how cool real estate is. Real estate's this amazing thing that if you know who the buyer and the seller are, you don't have to be the person that actually had to negotiate. Did you ever have to talk to that seller?
No, I don't even have a clue who anybody is in the relationship except for you and Rico and Kenny.
And so you're a connector. So you connected two people together. You got paid $2,500 for it.
Yeah, 2,500 smack, and Kenny and Rico give me a couple $100 too. So
wow.
Yeah.
Shout out Kenny and Rico. It came from a wholesaler, a young kid, didn't know what the hell he was doing. He knew that they had like basically code violations, and the HOA was trying to foreclose on the house. And when I went live on Instagram, I was like, hey, this came from a handful of my students. He's like, actually, the lead came from me, but I had no idea what to do with it. Didn't have any equity. And that's what's so cool about this community, is that we're changing the landscape of real estate as a Subto community, that we're helping all these people that are like, I'm clueless as to what to do with this. Right.
Right.
And somebody took action, found a Subto student. Like I always tell people, they go, how do I join your mentorship? Don't. Find my students, hand the lead off to my students, let the students work the deal, work the lead, get the contract done, and then have them help find a buyer or buy the deal themselves. And so that is pretty amazing. And you sent it over to us. I said, yep, I'll take it. Boom. It's right down the street from me. I actually, this is the house I ended up selling to Asher.
Huh?
So I sold this house to Asher. It's going to be Asher's first Airbnb. He has enough money. He's going to raise money from a couple of Subto students to pay for the construction. 15-year-old kid's going to raise money. It'll be so cool. And he's got $6,000 in cash that he's saved from his Turo business. So he's paying for a portion of it, and then he's going to raise the rest of it and show people how a young kid can go and raise money. And he'll put it as an Airbnb. And so you were part of that. That'll be really cool. Thank you, Robin.
I think that Asher thing is going to be super impactful. I mean, part of my heart's desire with Subto is to teach my grandkids, and haven't got any of them on fire for that yet, but I have little ones all the way up to like 28. And I have a couple of teenage ones who I really would like to catch the vision. And so I think it's very inspiring when someone in the youth area can show some successes and help youngsters recognize that they are not excluded from the opportunity to have financial freedom or wealth in the future.
Thank you. I love that. Robin, I look forward to hanging out with you tomorrow. Super excited. This will be my first meetup in Seattle since we joined. No, you guys don't remember this because it was at the very beginning, 3 years ago. Laura and I drove all the way up the West Coast in our Airstream. This is when we first bought our Airstream, and we stayed in Seattle for 2 weeks. And my wife hung out with Creighton and his wife and bounced around and hung out with students. We didn't have enough students in Seattle at the time to even have a meetup. It was literally like 4 people. And now, we've got hundreds of people up in Tacoma and, Seattle, north of Seattle, down a little bit, even over to Spokane. Well, we might even have some people come over from Spokane, which is a couple hours drive. But, we even had a couple of people saying not from Portland, but what's the one right above Portland, the city in Washington?
There's Vancouver,
Washington. We have people from Vancouver, Washington driving up. So should be really exciting to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the support.
Forward to it. I'm actually a couple hours away. We had plans to be out of town before your book signing happened, just to use the time. So I'm a couple hours away, but I'm still coming.
Amazing. Thank you. I appreciate you. Looking forward to seeing you
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.
Robin Hurd, everybody. Amazing. It's so cool that there's an avatar to get into real estate that does not require you to call a seller, negotiate with the seller, even have to be the buyer. You can just connect two parties and make a couple $1,000. It's freaking genius. I love it. Okay, cool. Adam, what up, bro? How you doing?
No. Oh.
Where'd you go, man? You trying to ditch me?
I'm back.
There he is. Hold on. Let me get you up on the screen. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. Hey, I just wanted to, I don't really have a question because you answered more than enough this past weekend, but I just been getting
your one question about an hour. I think it was an hour and 45-minute answer. And I got a lot of DMs from the Subto students just saying that was the best question they'd heard with the best answer. So you and I together, man, tag team. It was great.
Yeah, that's what I was going to come on here and tell you is it has, like, everybody's been reaching out to me over the weekend just saying how much they appreciate that question. And it's just, deals have come this weekend so that I don't even have to worry about where they're going to come, how I'm going to fund them. So, I'm closing this month on a dry cleaning business that I'm going to do seller finance. I'm going to not use my own money. I'm going to buy the building, the business. We're closing on 2 deals next week, hopefully, that we're not going to worry about the money. It's crazy. Starting a sober living this month, not worried about the money because we got that now. So it's crazy.
Somebody told me about 10 years ago, they said, Pace, you'll never have a money problem in real estate or business. You'll always have a creativity problem. And I didn't really understand what that meant until maybe 5 years ago. It took me 5 years to truly go, hold on a second. What? How did I not understand what they were saying? So again, it's never a money problem. It's always a creativity problem. And I think that was a really good one. David says, what Zoom playback can I watch for that? Great question. David, that was Saturday's Q&A. I think I did a 5-hour Q&A on Saturday morning, and it's in the Zoom vault. And it's the general Q&A Zoom that we did on Saturday. It was really great.
I was stuck in Pace jail for 1 hour and 40 minutes, which was nice.
Like, dude, I was supposed to go to a barbecue an hour ago, dude.
No, I appreciate that. I'll be watching today, so I'll be making calls on the side. So
thank you. Me too, dude. I'm gonna actually, I should make a couple calls right now. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. How freaking cool is that? That was such a great question that he had. Such a great. I got to give it to myself. It was a great answer too. It was an hour and whatever amount of time. So let me tell you something that I'm working on, guys. I'm working on a bunch of things. One of the things I'm working on right now is I want to get some small multifamily. So let me show you how to get some small multifamily. Pretty easy. I shouldn't say easy. I should say simple. Okay. So if I go to Crexy, I really like Crexy. I actually paid for Crexy. I think it's like $3,000 a year. Don't go and pay $3,000 a year for Crexy. I'm not even using what the $3,000 is doing. But let me show you at least what I use it for. I'm going to turn my air conditioning down. Okay, so with let's go over a couple of things real quick. Here's what's challenging in the marketplace right now. Okay, what's happening is the banks are pulling money supply out of the industry. It's getting more and more challenging to get a loan. And so in order for me to go buy something, let's say a multifamily right now, I got to acquire stuff with seller finance or taking over existing payments. That's really the only strategy for me, at least. I have not wanted to do a BRRRR deal in a long, long time. I just don't like doing them. I don't like having to get multiple loans to do a BRRRR. I can't believe that people go through the agony of doing BRRRR deals that often and that it's like their main strategy. It's bonkers to me. Even when interest rates were low, it was just crazy to me. So, let's see here. We are going to be doing this on a whiteboard. I'm going to break this down for you guys for a second, kind of tell you the strategy I'm trying to focus on. Sometimes technology just doesn't want to do what you want it to do. You know what I'm saying? Every time I restart the iPad, it's like, hold on a second. Okay, well, whatever. So here's what's happening. You've got, let's say I want to go do a bank loan. Oh, you know what I could do? Let's do this. How's this sound? Can you guys hear this just fine? Give me a yes in the Zoom comments. Thank you so much. How's it sound? Does it sound okay? Last time I was using this, people were like upset about it. All right, let's check this out. Let's go to I think this is it. There we go. Cool. So here's what I'm dealing with. Okay, if I want to go, I mean, there's so many cool things that have happened in the last couple of weeks. Figuring out a different exit strategy has been really cool as well. Oh, yes, love it. Okay, so here's what I've figured out, okay, in the last few weeks. Come on, Vibe, why you got to be like this? Why is it that I have to, the Vibe's been sitting here doing all this stuff for weeks and weeks and weeks and never had an issue, and now I'm running into this issue. Let's go back to a different canvas, I guess. Come on. Man, I just got to restart everything today, huh? That's annoying. All right. It is what it is. You just got to do what you got to do. Things happen. So here's the reality, okay? The economy's changed quite a bit, and you want to go out and get a small multifamily right now. I'm excited about small multifamily for testing out a new strategy, okay? So about a year ago, I'd say multifamily started taking a little bit of a downturn, and the reason being is because debt was hard to acquire. Debt is a stupid way of saying a mortgage. It's hard for me to go get a mortgage and go to a bank and say, hey, bank, I want to buy this 8-plex right here for $1 million. And a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, they would have said, yeah, no problem. You bring $300,000 to the table, $200,000 to the table, somewhere in that range, 20 to 30%, and we'll give you a loan for $700,000. Boom. Got the $1 million. Okay. But now it's more like, hey, we don't think that property is worth $1 million anymore. We think that property is worth $850, even though the seller still wants $1 million, because the sellers are still out of their freaking mind. So you've got a lender thinks it's worth $850. The seller believes they want $1 million. Okay. Eric Hall says, I've got 2 deals, multifamily in Indiana, commercial conversion, owner financing would love to talk with you. Okay, no problem. We can talk about it. And then, so I go to a lender and I say, all right, lender, I want to get a loan for this. And they're like, okay, we'll give you $300,000. I'm like, $300,000, the seller wants $1 million. You're only going to give me $300,000. That means I got to raise $700,000. Okay, well, that's pretty simple. We already know what we need to do, right? What we need to do is we need to go after the Morby method. Okay. And so Morby method is going to dominate, has been for a lot of people. You guys see Zach Pate just did 12 units where he got paid up front. Wesley Grant is getting paid $170,000 to buy, I think, a 12 unit. He'll have to correct me on that. He's getting paid $170,000 to buy a 12 unit apartment. He's getting paid up front because of the way that the Morby method works. So I've got a couple of deals that I actually want to buy. I want to buy some deals in Atlanta. So what I would do, multifamily is kind of a funny thing, is that it's not really the same as single family. It's very different. By the way, if you want owner finance, you can go into Crexy and just type in owner finance. Look at all this stuff on owner finance. You guys want retail space with owner finance? You want a big apartment complex. Right here, $400 a week per unit, multifamily, Daytona Beach, highest and best. Okay, so if you just go there and you type in owner finance, you'll find a lot of people already on Crexy with owner finance. So when you guys run into, oh man, this building is so cool. I can't believe it's still on market. That's so crazy. You will run into agents and brokers in the single family world that are like, oh, that doesn't exist. It's like, really? Have you been on Crexy lately? Have you been on LandWatch lately? Have you been on any of these places lately to see that these are all over the place? Okay. One of my favorite places to find deals is LandWatch, because these are, it's big parcels of land. You can turn these into RV parks, etc. And if you just go, all right, I'm going to go United States, owner financing land for sale, 12,235 listings. And that's pretty powerful. But here's what's really cool is that it's not just land, it's RV parks, it's cabins, it's like full on houses. So if we go in and let's add Montana to this, you'll see this one's really cool. 22 acres on Flathead Lake. Really like that. We called this agent not too long ago, and we decided it wasn't a good deal, but we are looking for a mountain like lake house type of thing to be closer to Jerry. But you'll see houses, right, with barn dominiums, 4 acres, $1.5 million on owner financing. Think about if you were like me and you bought this as a mountain house and then you did your mastermind once a year here in Montana, went to the lake, went to Glacier National Park, had a lot of fun and connected with people. That would be really, really cool. Okay. So, LandWatch doesn't cost any money. And you can see right now, just in Montana, there's 89 listings for sale, land or otherwise, that you could buy on owner financing. Some of it's subject to, some of it's seller finance, but Crexy's really, really good for that too. So I'm going to get rid of owner finance because sometimes they don't even have it in the listing. Secondly, it's my job to negotiate and look at deals. So let's go I'll open up to Atlanta. And then I'm going to get rid of the Atlanta border here in just a second. Okay, as long as it's here, I just want to see how it kind of creates a border here. I want to get rid of that border because I will buy down here in Decatur. I really like Decatur, and I like College Park. I have property down in Stockbridge. So Crexy's not going to show me anything down here because I typed in Atlanta. Okay, so I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to get rid of the filter, and it's going to spread it all out. Cool. Now I'm going to change this up. I could go buy a Napa Auto Parts. I could go buy a whiskey business. I could buy a Title Max building. By the way, you're not buying the business, you're buying the building. Okay, this is a real estate website. And if I wanted to, we could go call sellers today on seller finance for businesses. We could do that today as well. But it's already 9:45 in Atlanta, Georgia. So it gives me time, especially 6:45 here. I can go in here and go, all right, I want multifamily. So let's go to multifamily. I do not want single family portfolios. Some people are going to go, why? Well, because I don't like single family portfolios, because you're wrestling with multiple different types of houses and it's hard to comp them. Just takes more time. Check this out. 3.3 million, 18 unit value add apartment opportunities. That means it's not renovated. You'd have to do a value add on it. This one's cool. 20 units, multifamily, $255,000 per unit. Damn, those things must be renting. They should be renting for a lot. You can just kind of get an idea. Come in here, sniff around. Been on the market 293 days. Okay, they're asking 5.1 million. A rare opportunity. Well, I don't think a rare opportunity is going to take 293 days to sell on market. Just FYI for you real estate agents, when you guys use this kind of language in your listings, a rare opportunity that's been on the market for 293 days. Does that sound like a deal? Obviously, nobody's biting at it. The reason they're not biting at it, they've even updated this in the last 3 days. They're not biting on it is because somebody needs to go to Andy or Michael and say, hey, bro, or Broseph, or Broham, would your seller be willing to carry 50% of this? Okay. Highly desirable location, just steps from downtown Oakhurst, spacious renovated units. Okay, that's actually not the one I want to look at. There's another one I want to look at. I saw, here it is right here. Check this out. This is a property built. Now I'm screwing myself because there's going to be some jackass on YouTube that's going to be like, I'll call this guy. And you probably will. And that's fine. He's going to get slammed with calls today. But check this out. 4-unit, 32-room multifamily co-living apartment building for $1 million. That's pretty awesome. So if you guys are looking at pad split, you're looking at potentially going into a property like this. Let's check out these photos. It's only 4 units, okay? But when you actually go into the building, which has been renovated, they've done the work, looks okay, typical Atlanta house. Okay, leaves everywhere, trees everywhere, grass everywhere. Welcome to Atlanta. Okay, so they came in here. They didn't do a wonderful job. By the way, clean the side of your fridge before you take photos, everybody. And then look, these are the things I noticed. They went and just bought laminate from like Lowe's or Home Depot or something, and they just threw it on there. Missing cabinet drawers. Okay, but they have crown molding. It looks good. Overall, this is a pretty good property. They actually spent the time and energy to renovate this. This would be a great co-living property. Okay, but I think what's happening is people don't catch the vision here, and they also don't realize they could buy this property for pretty inexpensive. Look how long it's been on the market, 279 days. Let's see if we can call this guy. Somebody's going to try and beat me to it and ruin my whole YouTube live. This is why I don't usually make seller calls on YouTube live, is because the people who are not students typically are not respectful, and they'll just try and go around my back. But let's try it. What's the worst that can happen, right? What would be funny is if Reginald was actually on the call.
Connecting.
Hello?
Hey, Reginald, how you doing?
Hello?
Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
Please leave your message.
Oh my gosh. You freaking Google Voice number idiots. The people that use Google Voice, you're the worst.
Connecting.
You want to sell a property? Don't use Google Voice.
Please leave your message for 40442278797.
Hey, Reginald, my name is Pace, and I'm looking at your property at 2176 Vesta Avenue. I'm currently getting into the co-living space and wanted to have a chat about potentially submitting an offer on this property. Give me a call back on this number. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, there he is. He called me on a different number. Reginald Jackson. Y'all make it so hard to do business with you.
Hello?
Hey, is this Reginald?
Yes.
Hey, sorry about the connection issues. I think we were trying to call each other at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm looking at your property, the 4-unit, 32-room multifamily deal.
Uh-huh.
Are you guys getting a lot of activity on this? It seems like co-living is kind of blowing up right now.
Yeah, it's blowing up. I get a lot of activity on it.
Yeah, it's crazy because I look at this property. I'm trying to buy property in Atlanta right now, and I see this thing. I'm like, man, this is a good opportunity, but it's on the market 280 days.
Yeah.
Why hasn't somebody gobbled that thing up? Is it a parking issue or something?
No, it's not a parking issue. It is the owner have not gotten a CO on that property.
Oh, okay. What are they waiting for to get the certificate of occupancy?
Well, that was really on him. He had people in it. He moved people in it prior to getting the CO.
Oh, damn.
The city did tag him on that, but he's continued with it, and he said I don't know if they're still trying to contact him for him to complete it, but he didn't want to complete the CO prior to closing. So
Got it.
I've had
Okay.
it sold 3 or 4 times, but that's the only holdup, really.
Okay. I'm not a stranger to certificates of occupancy. We've done a lot of new builds and stuff here in Arizona and a couple of them in Atlanta. So the biggest holdup is just the buyers don't want to mess around with the CO. That's it.
That's been it. I've been trying to be upfront with everybody, so that I can go through my opinion on it, so you can kind of get an idea of where it stands.
I would love that.
You could also kind of check on it too, because there's another property being renovated under the same circumstances. That's 124 Wadley, Wadley Street, right there, a couple doors down. They're doing the same thing, converting a unit over to 32 rooms, four units, 32 rooms, and they are in that process of getting the CO. I've been trying to keep my eye on that to see what comes out of that, see if there's anything that he needed to do. And I'm saying this to lead up to this point, from what I see, one of the major problems that could be, and that's what the other owner mentioned to me, that's a possibility that they may make him do, but I'm not sure, was to enlarge in the windows in the rooms.
Okay.
And, that could be a major thing there, because it's a solid brick building. It's an 8-inch brick building, not block, but brick. And so you have to look at that. If they require that, then that would be one of the major things.
So here's a challenge I think that your buyers are probably running into, and you tell me if I'm wrong here. It sounds like if I go to buy this property for 1.2 mil, right? I'm gonna go to my commercial lender, and my commercial lender is gonna give me, let's say, 700 grand, and then I got to bring 500 grand to the table. My commercial lender is not going to give me a loan on this without the certificate of occupancy.
Correct.
So would this seller be open to a seller carry for a year while I got the CO? And if I got your commissions paid?
He have not, but I could really bring that back up again, because you had a little bit unique twist to it. Everybody been talking about just basically just owner financing, and that was a no-no. But will he do it on a like that? I'm not sure. He might. I don't know.
Do you want me to pitch it to him, or do you want to pitch it to him?
If you could put something, give me something to write in that I can pitch to him. If we get a chance to do a 3-way, I don't have a problem with that at all.
I think a 3-way would be better. I'm actually dyslexic. I'm not really great at writing email. Okay. I'm really good at being at renovations. I'm really good at being a landlord, but I'm not great at like typing things up. So phone calls are always better for me. My suggestion would be, let's get your commission paid, get you out of the deal, because you've been working this thing for 280 days or more. And it's not going to go anywhere without that CO. And it doesn't sound like the owner is hyper motivated to go get the CO, because now he's got money coming in on the property. And he's like, well, what's the worst case scenario? If I don't sell it, I can still keep operating the property.
Correct.
But, so if I come in and I step into the deal, I get your commissions paid, I could get you out of the deal. You and I could go do 10 more deals this year.
Okay.
And then the seller and I, we work a deal where I come in, I do the work, I do the construction, I do get the CO, and then I make monthly payments to him along the way while I do that. And then I refinance him out once I get the CO.
Okay.
What are your thoughts?
Sound good. I mean, I'm good. I'm up for it. Yeah.
Let's rock and roll, brother.
All right. What's your name?
My name is Pace, like Pace Bacani sauce or Pacemaker.
Okay. That's your first name?
Yep. That's my first name. What else do you have? Do you have anything else for me to look at?
That's it right now. That co-living, I know he's kind of been working on that co-living for some time. I know he's doing some, not just conversions, but some builds right here in Atlanta. Build something, turn around, resell those.
Okay.
and like some houses, maybe turn them maybe 16 rooms or something like that, and just turn around and resell it on the market. We've been discussing that. He said he wanted to do that, and he said I think he may have, located a property that he purchased that he's looking at raising the capital to go ahead and do that. That might be a good conversation to step into as well.
I love it. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Let's make some money together.
All right. All right, Pace, what's your last name, man?
Morby, M-O-R-B-Y, Pace Morby. And this is my cell phone. You can text me on it. And if the seller says, hey, yeah, let's get on a phone call so I can verify what this guy's all about.
Okay.
You can let him know I currently own 1,800 units, both about 300 single family homes across the country and about 1,500 multifamily across the country. And we have a really big team, so we're a pretty credible buyer. We do have some cash, but I think in this situation, the best thing to do is get your commission paid, get you out of the deal, get you focusing on some new deals. Maybe start finding some deals for me, because you can just be you can be my deal finder in Atlanta.
All right, sounds good.
And then we'll get. I go in, I work all the construction that's needed on the property, get the certificate of occupancy, get it to a point where we can go get a commercial loan on the deal, and I refinance the seller out, and everybody makes money with smiles on their face.
Okay. All right.
You send me a text whenever the seller's ready to go.
All right. I got you down. I got the information you just mentioned. I put it down. Oh, email. What's your email?
My email is pacejmorby@me.com. That's PACEJMORB as in boy, Y @me.com.
Okay, Pace, PACEJMORBY at
me.com.
me.com.
Me, myself, and I. Me. Yeah.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. All right. I'll be in touch.
Thank you, brother.
All right, appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good day, Reginald.
You too. All right, bye.
See ya. It's a lot you can accomplish on an 8-minute phone call. You know what I'm saying? And think about this, okay? This is a deal sitting on market, and y'all forget that everything in real estate is about finding the bunnies. Did we find the bunnies real quick? Did we find the bunnies like real fast? Now, here's the challenge here. I know a lot about construction. I was a contractor for 10 years, so I know immediately the problem he's running into. Oh man, this is like, if you don't know what real estate's about, I just showed you what real estate's about right there. The seller has a problem. The agent doesn't know how to solve it. They've tried to sell it multiple times. I come in, boom, easy. Okay, let's see if I can get the whiteboard going so I can explain this to you guys. Okay. We're in business. Let's switch over to the whiteboard for a minute. All right, you guys can hear me fine? Give me a thumbs up or a yes if you guys can hear me fine. Cool. Oh, why you got to do this? Hold on a second. Sometimes you just got to restart stuff. Let it restart. Let's see if we can get this done. Come on. Why? Okay. Oh, sweet. All right. We're back in business here. This is great. Dude, what the freak is up with my setup today? Trying to make some moves. And we got issues all over the place. This is stupid. I restarted everything today. Welcome to technology, guys. What are you going to do about it? You know? Well, that's annoying. Super annoying. But what are you going to do? Complain? All right, give me just a second. Silly that you have to go through all this stuff, but you do have to go through it. And the problem with technology is sometimes it just doesn't want to do its job. My cameras are working fine. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch it up today. I'm not going to let anybody beat me today. I'm going to let my technology, I'm going to beat everybody today. This is going to be great. Check this out. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. If my Vibe board won't do it and my iPad won't do it, I'll bust it out a different way. Kiss my butt. I will figure it out. This will be great. All right. So here's what's happening. Okay. The seller in this situation, he goes out and he says, all right, I'm going to go, there's this 4-unit building. I'm going to go and convert this 4-unit building into a co-living. Okay. So what everybody is probably wondering, especially on YouTube land right now, is they're wondering what the hell is co-living? I have no idea what the hell is co-living. Co-living means that instead of let's say you have a 3-bed, 2-bath apartment where you could rent for one person or one family, I should say, actually, one family. What you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to get those 3 rooms. You'll end up having 3 people renting each room. So it's renting by the room is really what it is, renting by the room. Okay. Then more importantly, it is also getting rid of the dead space. Okay. So what you'll end up typically having is you'll end up having in a co-living environment, you'll end up having like a living room, a dining room, or even a garage, right? Where you can get rid of those and turn those into bedrooms. And instead of now having a 3-bed, 2-bath apartment, you now have a 5-bed or a 6-bed, okay? And you can go all the way up to, they say the sweet spot is either 6, 7, or 8. And in this situation, this guy, the owner, right? This guy right here, he turned this into an 8-bed 4-unit. Okay, so he converted the dead space. He did the renovation. Okay, and each one of these units has 2 baths. Here's the problem with him. Okay, this is the problem. Owner did not pull a permit, and it is not permitted. And when you go get a permit from the city, they give you something called a CO or a cert of OC, some people call it, or a certificate of occupancy. Okay, the city gives this to you. And what's going to happen is, let's say I, as a buyer, I come along and I go, hey, owner, I want to buy this property from you. And you're selling it for $1.2 million. And I'll tell you guys why I like this deal. I saw this actually yesterday. I just hadn't had a chance to call. So I come to him, I go, I want to buy this for 1.2. So what's my problem? My problem is I go to my lender, and let's say my lender, who on this deal would be Marcus and Millichap. That is not a name of a person. That is a name of a company. Marcus and Millichap, really big company, commercial lender. They do apartment complexes. They do RV parks. They do all sorts of stuff. Marcus and Millichap. You guys in the Subto community have had me bring my actual commercial lender on our Subto Zooms. And I say, hey, I want to buy this for $1.2 million. They go, no problem. If it's a cash deal, meaning you're going to buy it without creative finance, you need to bring $500K to the table and we will give you the other $700K. Okay. That is the way that deal would probably work. The problem is, through this process, Marcus and Millichap is going to say, give us a copy of the certificate of occupancy. Okay. So guess what's happened? The seller doesn't have a certificate of occupancy. So they've fallen out of contract multiple times. They've now been on the market for basically a year. Okay. And now this agent is like, man, this seller Here's what he found out. And if you guys have been in a construction project, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. Okay. Construction sucks. Fixing and flipping sucks. Okay. Can you make money doing it? Yes, absolutely. A lot of people make a full-time living. They make really good money. Fixing and flipping is great. Development is even better in terms of making money, but they're absolutely horrible. You don't want to be a developer. You don't want to be a fix and flipper long-term because you'll basically die at like a young age. Okay. Stress beyond belief. What's the stress? The stress is you're dealing with permits. You're dealing with delays after delays, and then delays on those delays of the delays. And then you might even call actually, most contractors should change their company name to delay contracting company. Okay. It's not just the permits are in delay, but the architect's in delay. Then the parts are delayed. Then the contractors don't show up. And then there's mismanagement of money. So whatever you're going through, it is so stressful of every single project. Okay. And so what do you think this seller has gone through after he converted a 4-plex to a 32-plex? Now, this is what I can go through in literally, like you've got Gary Shevitz in here. He's developed as well. And you guys immediately, when I'm talking to the seller, to the agent, you immediately know the pain point. And this is how good I am on the phone, is I can find the stress very, very quickly. Also, this is what I call the bunnies. This is in the book on Bigger Pockets, right? The bunnies. Where are the bunnies? I found the bunnies in less than 30 seconds, and I hit on the bunnies very, very hard, okay, in that 8-minute phone call. Okay. So this dude is stressed out, right? So he gets to the end of the project. And this also tells me a lot about this developer. Okay. It tells me a lot about him. I don't even know the name of the owner, but I can tell you that the owner is new. Okay. He's new. He did not anticipate. No smart developer would have done a development like this without a permit. And how do I know he didn't get a permit? Well, because if he got a permit and he actually went through the process, he would have had the appropriate windows. He did small, cheap windows. And I bet you also there are some of these 32 units that have 0 windows. I'm just guessing. I mean, that's a lot. Does this building, let's look at the building, okay? Let's pull up this building. You guys tell me if this looks like there's 32 windows on here, okay? Because there's 32 bedrooms in here, okay? 2 smaller windows. I can already tell you those are too small, but you've got 6, let's see on the front. Let's go back to the front. You've got, yeah, see these little windows he's got? These are probably bathrooms, I would say. But he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 windows on the front. Okay, no problem. We only need 21 more, or 20, 22 more, 23 more windows. I need 23 more windows. Nope, no windows on the side. No windows on the side, and very few windows on the back. So another 9 windows on the back. So he's got half. So this is the issue. He doesn't even have windows. Like, forget about the small, cheap windows he put in. He doesn't even have windows. Okay? You need windows to have a bedroom. It's a requirement that a permit would have required you to have. So he didn't even pull permits. So now here's the challenge. Okay? He says, crap, I just put in all this time, this energy, this work. It took 3 times longer than I expected. 3 times more money than I expected. Okay. And I'm stressed out. One man's Trash or one man's stress is another man's treasure. And so I will go after his stress and I will say, why don't you seller finance it to me? Okay, so I can go to this owner. Okay, what's the agent going to get paid on this deal? The agent's going to get paid $30,000. Basically, I could have him walk away with $30K. I could get that money from a private money lender. I could then go to this seller directly and I could say, hey, seller finance this to me for 1 to 3 years, depending on how much time it's going to take me. And I will go through, pull a permit. Okay, I'll pull a permit. I'll see the problems. Actually, here's the better way to do it. I go to the agent and I say, hey, agent, let's get a contract on this property that will allow me to go pull a permit. And I can then see all the problems. And then I could have an inspector come to the property and tell me a list of all the issues. If I feel like I can solve all these issues, then I'll follow through this contract and I'll get you $30K today. And you walk away, you go home. Okay. You go away. We don't want you here anymore. In fact, agent, you should go find more deals. That's what you should do. Go find me more deals. You can see I can turn an agent into a bird dog pretty quickly. Okay. So I then go to the seller. I don't even know that I need a Morby method up front. I would just go straight seller finance up front. And then once I go and refinance after I fix the problem and I go, all right, now I'll buy it from you at 1.2 million. Is this making sense, everybody, by the way, in Zoom? Are we making sense here? And are we okay with the old school whiteboard approach, by the way? So step one on this situation would be, let's get a contract, right? Step two, inspection. Step three, determine my risk. Step four, no deal or deal, right? Cool. Then step five would be, I would buy the agent out if I decided to move forward with it. And I would tell the agent to go find another deal. While, like, I don't want you on this deal. I want you to go away. I want you to go find more deals. And if I pay this agent with one of my private money lenders, and the agent's going to go find us more deals, which is great. I mean, you can build an entire business this way. Like, boom, done. Like, this is how easy it is to get into real estate. I know that there's a lot to learn, right? I learn every single day, but it's like one phone call just got me basically I could get my foot in the door. He just sent me a text. Let's see what that text message says. He says, text me your company name. All right. So I'm just texting him my company name, gave him a link to my website. So he's going to go to my website right now and he's going to send that. He says, hey, I just spoke to the seller. He says, text me your company name. He's going to do some research on me. Okay. So let's tell him, let's go. Yeah, he's good. He's got enough information. Cool. I don't want to, what company do you send them? Maj, what does that matter? My marketing company. What marketing company? What are you talking about? I don't own a marketing company. Okay. So the next step would be, okay, I buy the agent out. Next step would be pull permits. And step 7, work on CO. Step 8. All right. On step 8, I would then refi into a Morby method. Okay. Refi into a Morby method. Why? I would refi into a Morby method because I already know the seller's going to want some of that cash out. Okay. So what my proposed thing would be, and how do I know, how do I do a Morby method? Well, here's how I do the Morby method. I go to Marcus and Millichap, right? This is my lender. It's not a human's name. It's a company name, Marcus and Millichap. You can Google them. Okay. You go to Marcus and Millichap and I say, hey, I want to buy this property for $1.2 million. How much? Okay, I don't know how to structure the Morby method unless I know how much Marcus and Millichap is going to give me against that 1.2. So they might come in and go, hey, Pace, we'll give you $537,000 as a loan at 8% fixed. I go, awesome. Then I go to the seller and I, hey, seller, I'm going to be $663,000 short. I need you to seller carry back that portion until interest rates go down. And I would do something like a 5 to 7 year term. Okay. Something like that. And I'm into the deal then $0. Okay. And there will be some money that needs to be utilized, right? Like we're going to have to do some fixes and I would just get a private money lender, or as we talked about on Saturday, a private money partner. I'd bring somebody in and goes, hey, I want to own those 32 units with you and cash flow like crazy. I would love to do that. All right. Yeah, there you go. Adam says a pimp. So, there you go. Now, what's great about a 32 unit, okay? Here's what's great about a 32 unit. Each unit should rent for $750 per month. Okay, so this is how we determine whether it's a deal or not. Okay, $750 per month times 32. 750 times, oh, here, let me show you guys this, what I'm doing, okay? This is how you determine this. So I take 32 units, I multiply it by 750. Oops, sorry, 32 times 750. By the way, if you guys need a calculator or you guys need a spreadsheet to do this stuff, then you're overthinking it. So this property can bring in $24,000 a month if it was occupied 100%. And by the way, I've never seen a property occupied 100%. So I always go 0.9. Okay, that means that 10% of the time I'm going to have properties, vacant, people transitioning, et cetera. This is happening all the time. So that's really the money that I can bring in, $21,600. Okay, that's at 90% occupancy. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into a pad split. Okay, co-living. So I'm going to take pad split's fee off of this, which is 15%. So I'm going to go times 0.85, which is the remaining portion of 100% of this multiplied by 0.85 equals, this pad split takes 15%. That's why I did that number. That means after pad splits management, tenant screening, all that kind of stuff, this property will bring in $18,360 per month. What I want to do is I want to come in and I want to say, okay, I want to net $5K a month. That's just my goal. I want to, in order for this to be a deal for me, I want to net $5K a month. That means, okay, this is pretty simple. I don't need a spreadsheet to figure this out, just a calculator and a whiteboard. Okay. If I've got $18,360 a month that I can bring in after management, okay, I've got $18,360 per month. I want to take out my take home money. Okay. What do I want to take home? $5,000 on that property per month. And of course, over time, the rents will go up, all that kind of stuff. But that means I've got $13,360 a month to play with. Give me a yes in the comments if this makes sense. Tigger says, why 5K? I don't know, Tigger. Should I do $5,001? Should I do $6,000? This is just to get you understanding, like throw out a number because you have to reverse engineer this. Okay. Everybody else is like, oh, cap rate. Let's talk about cap rate. Dude, screw the stupid cap rate. What doesn't make sense for you to own that property? Now, remember, I'm not just getting cash flow on this, right? I'm getting appreciation. I'm getting tax benefits. I'm getting the tenants to pay down my debt. I'm getting all sorts of amazing benefits that are not included in that 5,000. The 5,000 is just what I take home every single month in my pocket. I think $5,000 is way too much money for the first year. I think it's probably like $3,000 or $4,000. I'm just kind of shooting high. Just threw out a number. For you overthinkers, by the way, that's like, oh, how much should I make? How much do you want to make? Like reverse engineer it. How much do you want to make, right? Okay, so that's where that came from, is I just kind of made that up. That's what I want. Okay, this would make sense for me to own this property if I could take home $5,000 a month in my first year. Okay. Now this means this 13,000 is I've got to be able to pay the mortgage to Marcus and Millichap. Okay, we talked about them a couple minutes ago. Somebody is just joining. Who's Marcus and Millichap? Okay. So the mortgage needs to be paid for out of that 13,000, and I also need tax and insurance, and I also need an oh shit budget, right? Something bad happened, right? So can I make all of that happen with 13,360? Well, it depends on the loan that I get with Marcus and Millichap. And so again, this is why when I went back to the steps earlier, I said, I'm going to go and ask Marcus and Millichap how much they would give me, at what rate. That would kind of figure those things out. Okay. And then whatever's left over out of that 13,000 is what I would pay the seller. And that's how I determine how much the seller gets paid. He's the last person on the totem pole. Okay. A lot of times I'll structure a Morby method deal, and the seller actually gets paid $0 for sometimes 5 years. And then I start making payments to him. Depends on the deal, right? How far can this $13,360 go every single month to make sense for everybody? Okay. I want to make sure right off the top, I'm netting $5,000. Now I've already taken out management fees. I've already taken out, vacancy, 10% vacancy. I've already taken out 15% management fee before I got to the 18,000 for people that are just joining. Okay. Thank you, Adam. He just put in marcusmillichap.com/financing. Okay. So I then take the 5,000. This makes sense. I'd be good with making 60K on this one property per year. I'd be cool with that. Now what's going to happen is you then have the leftover money to play with. Make sure you can pay your mortgage, your taxes and insurance, your oh shit budget of like bad things that could happen. And then you have some left over to pay the seller, hopefully. And if you don't, you just tell the seller, hey, I need 0 payments for 3 years. I need 0 payments for 5 years. I need 0, whatever it is. And that's how you figure that out. Does that make sense, everybody? Did we need a spreadsheet to break that down? Did we need to overthink that for 7 hours and say, give me an underwriting course and teach me how to do stuff? Or do you just kind of wing it? By the way, that was just off of a phone call offline, right? For you to, and then when people are like, how do I get started in real estate? You need to be doing this kind of stuff all the time, like practicing, looking at numbers, practicing, looking at numbers, fail. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work. So yep, there you go. The $537,000 goes to the seller as a down payment. I get that money from Marcus and Millichap. Okay. So pretty simple. Keep it simple. Nazareth says, I need to revisit this recording. Me too, man. Me too. By the way, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I've got 637 people on YouTube. I've got 300 people in my private Zoom. If you are a student over on YouTube right now, please come over to Zoom and hang out with us. We're going to do some Q&A here in just a couple of seconds. Hopefully this is helpful. Thank you. Can you call M&M live? Sure. You want me to call Jamie, Marcus and Millichap? Sure, I could do that. I could see if he wants me to come in, if he wants to come in and talk about lending situations. Hey, Carla, please, everybody, please, rule number 1 of my Zooms, do not send me private messages, please. Just send them to the whole group. Please. Okay. Thank you. Can anyone use Marcus and Millichap for a lender? I don't know. I have brought them in on our private Zooms, right? You got to go back to that Zoom and have, yes, Marcus and Millichap would love to do business with you. Maybe I should call them today. Okay. So there's a deal right there, right? Atlanta, Georgia. Let's look and see what else we got in Atlanta, Georgia. That's a deal. I could get this under contract today, and maybe I will today. All right. Let's go back to Crexy. I would love to own this deal in Atlanta. Let's get rid of Land Watch for people just tuning in. All right, so that's a good one. Here's an unpriced one, 100 income producing. It's in an opportunity zone. I like this. Has no sales price. It's been on the market 88 days. I don't really like a property that's been on the market 88 days. I don't feel like there's been enough pain and anguish. So I'm probably not going to make that. 90% occupied. There you go. See, this is typical. 90% occupied is pretty typical. 91 to 92% is like world class. You're always going to have about anywhere between 5 to 8% occupancy, even if you're like a world class operator. Okay. Just is what it is. So let's see here. Now you can always go into, let's see, it's another filter. Let's go in, we can say, see if they have days on market here. Occupancy, time period, lasting timeline, tenancy, unit measurements. Let's see. Ooh, I like that. Opportunity zone is cool. Under contract, call for others. Okay, well, I guess they don't have a on market timeline. I guess we'll just have to do what we do. Do our best. Opportunity zone means I don't have to pay tax, which is great. You do want stuff in opportunity zones. If you get a deal in an opportunity zone, you crush it. So it's the government's way of basically saying, we want to incentivize you to build here because there's not enough going on here. Now, I love Atlanta. Part of this, there's a couple of reasons why I'm looking at Atlanta today. I buy in Atlanta. I love it here. But also I'm going to be in Atlanta, and I'm trying to buy another property with one of my heroes. And I want to have something under contract before I get to town in a couple of days for the book tour. By the way, we do have a lot of people on YouTube, so I will take the time to just say hi to everybody. What's up, guys? 650 people on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. For everybody that is on Zoom, thank you guys so much. If you are a Subto student, make sure you go into the private Facebook group and get the link to come into Zoom, because I got people that are going to be asking me questions today. One thing I want to show you guys is today is the last day to pre-order the book. And by the end of the day today, we're going to be giving away something really cool. Sorry for the people who have already heard this, but I got to reiterate this every probably hour and a half today. Okay. In November last year, I donated $150,000 to a charity. It was a human trafficking with a focus on child human trafficking. Donated 150 grand, and a bunch of us got together that donated 150 grand, and we decided, hey, man, this was pretty cool. We all did this. Why don't we go spend 2 days together and mastermind with each other and talk about each other's businesses? And Ed Milet is in that group, and a handful of other really, really cool entrepreneurs that a lot of you guys will know. But Ed Milet's like, hey, let's put this trip together. I'll fly everybody out on a private jet, and I'm going to give my seat away on that jet today because I will be on the book tour for Wealth Without Cash, and I will miss it. And so I don't want to waste that trip. And so I'm going to give that trip away to somebody that talks about how they've helped somebody else do a deal. And no matter where you are in the country, you could be Justin Tumanowski, for example, up in New England. I will pay for you from New England to Dallas. And then the private jet will pick you up in Dallas. Ed Milet and a bunch of other people will be on this private jet, and they will fly you to Florida, hang out at a private resort for 2 days, play some golf with Ed Milet, work out with Ed Milet. And, there's another dozen people there as well. Chris Crone is going to be there, I believe, and some other really cool people. You will be taking my spot. Cost me $150,000. I don't want to have it go to waste. And no matter where you are in the country, I'll pick up your flight, I'll pick up your ticket, and fly you down to where the private jet is. So I hope that you are somebody that has helped somebody else get a deal, and you will get that spot today. Okay. So, and I know we have a lot of people that want to share those details, so we'll wait till a little bit later in the day. So if you guys are on YouTube or you're in here, please do me a favor, spread the word about the book tour that we are about to go on. Tomorrow, we are going to Seattle, Washington, and you guys can see all of our dates by going to whereispace.com. Okay. Forward you to this Google Drive link. I will give you the Google Drive link here in a second so you can look at it. Everybody in YouTube, I'm going to throw it in the side chat right now. Okay. Boom. It's in the side chat. And then everybody here in Zoom land, my Subto community, there you go. There's the link. So we will be in Seattle, Washington tomorrow, Jamil and myself. We will then go to LA the next day, Wednesday, Tempe on Thursday, Vegas, Salt Lake, Denver, Colorado, Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, Georgia. See, this is why I'm looking at Atlanta properties. I have a whole day to hang out in Atlanta. And the following morning, I'll be in Atlanta. And then I fly to see my boy, Chad Glover, in Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay. And Miami, Florida, then Kansas City, and then Omaha, Nebraska. We're still working on the Eventbrite. And even if you don't have your book yet, okay, you guys can go to Bigger Pockets, Wealth Without Cash, pre-order bonuses. So if you guys have not bought the book, here's what you get. All right. Come on, interwebs. If you pre-ordered the book, today is the last day. You can see in 15 hours, we shut down the pre-orders. We've already hit Wall Street Journal bestseller, by the way. So just FYI, not trying to push book orders. I don't really make money on this, but I just want to kind of get the creative finance content out there for people to help them out. The book is somewhat surface level. Okay. Just FYI, very surface level creative finance. But what I did is I put together a video companion guide that comes with the book pre-order. And everybody gets this as long as you have purchased the book before May 2nd and you have a receipt of it. Then I'm giving away, sometime this week, we're going to be giving away a field day. So you can see I take people out in the field. I show them my projects. I hang out with them. This is the photo that they put behind as the backdrop. Somebody will get to spend the day with me. Why do I say a $50,000 value? A Bigger Pockets, like, how much value is that? And I go, I think it's millions of dollars of value. Honestly, you get to spend time with somebody that's operating a business. But I get people to offer to spend a day with me for $50,000 very frequently, and I turn them down. I say, no, that's not what I do. Carolyn Briley here in Zoom land, she says, spending one day with Pace changed our entire lives. So there you go. Thank you, Carolyn. I did not pay her to say that, but maybe I did. So the $10,000 package, this one's cool. We will fly you out to be on A&E's Triple Digit Flip with Jamil and myself. Golden ticket as well. We will pick up the golden ticket for the Subto community here in the next couple of months again. And the golden ticket is where we all get together in a room and we actually call sellers, we work deals, we do all this fun stuff. And I'm going to let 10 people come to the golden ticket event, even if you're not a Subto student, to come out and do a workshop with my students in my office. So that's part of the pre-order offer. I will give you guys the link to this. I don't care if you buy it on Amazon. I don't care if you buy it on Bigger Pockets. I don't care where you buy it. But support me, please. That'd be great. There's the link for the Bigger Pockets order. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. So let's go back to this. Let's go back to Crexy. Should I keep calling agents, or do you guys want to hear from some other people who have their hands raised today? You guys like it? That was good, right? You guys like it when I call people and work deals and stuff? I just think you guys probably got bored of it. You know, all the Subto students see it so frequently. I think you guys just got bored of it. Okay, so I'm going to come back in here and we'll end up calling some multifamily stuff. I only really want to spend time with people that are already in pain, right? And that's when I offer seller finance to them. Okay, unpriced. I'm not going to waste my time on something unpriced. Okay. 8-unit multifamily opportunity. Let's see this. 45 days on market. It's too new for me. It's cute though. It's 1.25 million. I wonder, is it 8-unit? Let's make one more phone call. Let's see if I can get a no. Let's go for the no. You guys want me to go for the no today? Let's go for the no. I get so many yeses. It's like, give me a no. Give me a no. I want to know. I want people to hear me get a no.
Thank you for calling Bull Realty. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time or press 0 and you will get your call to the appropriate person for a prompt response. For a dial by name directory, press the pound key. To repeat these options, press 9.
Oh my gosh. How do you real estate agents make money? Like the phone number you give us is a freaking.
Thank you for calling Bull Realty. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time or press 0 and you will get your call to the appropriate person for a prompt response. For a dial by name directory, press the pound key. To repeat these options, press 9. Using the keys on your telephone, please spell the first name of the person, then press pound. For the letter Q, press 7. Andy Lunsberg. If this is correct, press pound. Please hold while your call is being transferred to Andy Lunsberg.
Hi, you've reached Andy Lunsberg. Please leave me a message and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Andy, my name is Pace, and I'm looking at the 8-unit multifamily you guys have in West Midtown, inquiring about the 1.25 mil, wondering if the seller would carry back a portion of that so I could go and obtain a commercial loan. Give me a call back on this phone number. Really appreciate you. Again, my name is Pace, looking to get your commissions paid, get the seller a sizable down payment, and have the seller carry back a portion of the purchase price for a time being while the interest rates settle in. Give me a call back on this phone number. Thank you so much. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Like agents, people say, oh, well, agents get hammered with spam. Well, it's kind of what you signed up for, right? It's like, man, it's like going to In-N-Out Burger and they're like, are you going to order a burger? Well, no, I'm going to order a shake. Why are you asking? Can you please can I just go into line? No, we're not going to let you in the line unless you tell us what you're going to order. Can I? Oh my gosh. Let's see here. 8 to 5 or Monday. Okay, cool. Okay, Reginald is working on the deal for me. Okay. Reginald's working on a deal. So let's jump over to some people. Tanisha's there, but she got her camera off. So I don't know if she's ready for me or not. Tanisha, you ready for me? There she is. Hi, Tanisha Epps. How you doing? By the way, everybody that's on YouTube land, you probably don't know this girl. We know her very well in the Subto community. Do me a favor and make sure you guys go over to YouTube. This is what you should do today, okay? If you're already on YouTube, open up another tab. Go to youtube.com. Go in here and type in Tanisha Epps. Look, she's already being searched a lot. Damn, this girl's killing it.
I think it's just you.
She's one of the few people I've personally subscribed to. She's just started her YouTube channel. She is specializing in midterm rentals, and she does one YouTube video per week. So give her some love. She's awesome. one of the smartest people I know, one of the most caring people I know for sure. So give her some love over there on YouTube land. Tanisha, what's up? How you doing?
I'm great. How you doing?
I'm just living in my element, calling sellers, working deals, talking about numbers and whatnot.
I know this is super exciting. It reminds me of when I was at your house when you did the 24-hour live. And I really tried hard to stay awake and I couldn't do it.
How long did
You're
you
a machine.
last?
Well, my intent was to get up when you started, and that didn't work out. Although Manif was on there most of the time. And then I came over to the house, hung out in the studio, went out did a property tour with somebody, came back and brought you an orange monster, hung out for a little while longer. And then I don't know, I think you still had 3 or 4 hours to go and I fell asleep. I asked Laura the next day, like, is he going to be asleep all day? And she said, I bet he won't. And you were not. I don't know how you do it.
I probably slept till like 10 a.m. Like I think I stopped at like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. that morning, and I slept till 10 a.m. I slept 4 hours or so, and I just went on it. It's like playing. It's like all these people that are addicted to video games. Like I had a employee about 5 years ago. She moves from out of state. She's like, yeah, I went through a divorce. We got more comfortable with each other after about a year, and she then opened up. She's like, I had a husband that was so addicted to video games. He would just stay up all night long. And I was like, I can't do this. And in my mind, I was sitting here going, wow, I think I have that same problem, but I have it with real estate. I just am like, all I want to do is help people do real estate. I want to do real estate. I'll stay up all night, all day, every day. I think I have the same addiction, but it's channeled into a different medium. So, it benefits people. It's great.
Really, it's all about where you channel that energy. Because I think we all have that same thing. I love real estate. I love talking to people, helping people. I'm going to stop calling myself an introvert now because I think I'm just over it, in most places. But if you bring me a Lego set, I have a Lego problem. So it's kind of the same thing. And so it's really cool just watching you all the time. As I texted you yesterday, I am consistently inspired by what you do. Consistently inspired.
I appreciate that. I think somebody's got to do it. And what's cool is our community is constantly doing all these other Zooms. It's like watching Kevin Cho, a little 22-year-old kid. Then you've got other people that are in their 70s just starting and inspiring people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s that are like, you got now the young people are inspired by Kevin. The people that are more experienced in life are like, I think it's too late for me. And then they see somebody that's 72 years old do their first deal. It's like, it's never too late, dude. And we're just here to inspire each other and teach each other the stuff that we did not learn in high school or college or even in our day jobs, right? So, Tanisha, what do you got for me today?
Well, I don't know if you're talking to people about people that help somebody get a deal, but that's what I raised my hand for.
Let's do it. Let's talk about it. Tell me about it.
Awesome. So kind of like Robin was talking about earlier, I don't necessarily spend a ton of time on the phone with sellers all the time. I still have my W-2. I'm running my midterm rental business. And then I do a lot, within the Subto community. So in July of 2022, I saw someone in our Facebook group post a creative deal in Fayetteville, North Carolina, which is one of the areas that I was, looking to buy properties. Which, by the way, reminded me as I was thinking about it, I actually helped a student get a deal with you in Fayetteville and negotiated their way into an event, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was great. You, that was maybe a year and a half ago or so. I bought that property. It was a duplex in Fayetteville, North Carolina. You were the one that brought the deal to me. I don't remember. You made $5,000, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just brought me another student had a deal under contract. She was trying to buy it, but then she got another deal under contract in Fayetteville. She's like, I want to keep that one. I want to sell that one, but you were the only one that had real direct access to me. So you end up bridging the gap. You made $5,000. I have no idea what's going on with that property other than I think it's cash flowing. It's sitting there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So this is a different deal.
This is a different deal.
Okay.
Yes. So student posts in the group. I tell them to reach out to me. They send me information, but it still needs a negotiation with the seller. Now, again, I don't necessarily spend a lot of time on the phone with sellers all the time, but I know who does. So I sent the information over to Alejandro Alvarez and asked him if he could give the seller a call. Well, that one went on for quite a while. It actually ended up being 2 properties instead of just 1, which was very exciting. So it went from 1 property to 2. And I believe because Alejandro kept following up on it. And that one, he ended up buying both properties on creative finance. The other student got paid. I connected Alejandro with my realtor that I use in Fayetteville, North Carolina. She's helping him find a wrap buyer for 1 property. The second property, we're waiting for the tenants to move out, and we're probably going to turn that one into a midterm rental. And then that relationship that I built with Alejandro put me into another deal with him, which was in Avondale, Arizona, which you ended up being a part of that deal.
Oh yeah.
And everybody
you guys,
said,
Alejandro called me on that deal. It was the day the house was going to either foreclosure or it was something going on where it needed to close and a private money lender backed out. And so
That's exactly what
Alejandro
happened.
calls me the day of. He sends me a text. He goes, yo, I don't want to use the wild card on anything that's not an emergency, but I have an emergency on my hands. And I'm like, oh, dude, I just told everybody I don't want any more wild cards. I'm constantly solving like wild card problems all the time. I just want to live my life. And then he told me the situation. He's like, Tanisha's involved. I was like, okay, I'll fund the money. So it was like $89,000. I funded it that day. I told Alejandro, I was like, you know, I don't normally have money in my bank account, but I do have enough money here. So I funded that. You guys got the deal done. You turned that into what?
It's turned into a midterm rental, and it's currently rented for almost $9,000 a month.
Have you done a YouTube video about that yet?
No, I need to get with Alejandro so we can do that. And the cool part is every person that's involved in the deal is in Subto. Several people got paid on that deal in Subto, including we seller finance furniture from another student, set up a Subto meetup to go and do the setup. So several people got paid in that deal, and we're running it as a midterm rental. And the person that's staying there right now, like super, super happy, loves the property. But the better part is just the relationships. So many people got paid. And, you know, I was really thinking when I saw you post this in the group yesterday, how many people have I directly helped to get a deal and how many indirectly? Because I've helped a lot of people indirectly get deals just from my work in the Subto vault, which is phenomenal.
You wouldn't even be able to believe how many people. I told you this the other day on Saturday. I was like, you have made thousands of people millions of dollars that you will never be able to count up because of how much you've helped in the Subto vault.
Yeah, the joy just in that, I really get great, a lot of intrinsic value from that, like just helping people and knowing that something that I've done has helped them move forward in their business or their life. And I feel really great about that every day. I'm very grateful for the opportunity, honestly, very grateful.
We're grateful for you. You know, what's funny is you found Subto in the weirdest possible way.
Did you stalk me on YouTube?
Well, no, you tried to join our paid Facebook group.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
You thought it was like the free Facebook group. And then one of the enrollment directors reached out to you and you were like very anti, I'm going to sign up for coaching type of thing.
I said I would never, ever, ever, ever in life, ever pay for mentorship because I thought that I could just figure it all out on YouTube. And so, yeah, I mean, the fun part about it is I already owned a couple of properties, and like some other people, like I think it was it Stephen Crawford who said he went and looked up how do you get rich? And real estate came up. I was trying to figure out how to buy more properties, not spending my own money. And then this guy, Pace, starts to stalk me on YouTube, YouTube and IG, because that's how it works. And so I jumped into your 16-hour live at that point, and I literally watched almost the entire day. So I was just so captivated by the different stories and just listening to you talk. And I'm like, man, this is everything I need. So then I heard about this Subto group. Now, I'm not a social media person, at that point at all. And so when I heard Facebook group, I just went to look for it. I clicked the button and somebody messaged me and said, yeah, this is a private group, but we can have you reach out about our program. And I'm like, no. And I said, what does a conversation hurt? And then I joined the exact same day, which was the same day that you did the live seller call for twerking and Oreos. I
Oh
will
my
never
gosh,
forget
that was
that.
such a great call. Were you
Mhm.
laughing your ass off the whole time?
I was dying. And at that point, I knew I was in the right place. And the whole time I'm just sitting here like, what is happening right now?
Yeah. Oh my God. We
I
have so
mean,
much fun, dude.
it's so much fun. And I don't know. I
Okay,
can't
so
imagine being
I derailed you,
anywhere
by
else.
the way. I derailed you.
Yeah, we're good at that.
Okay, so the the Fayetteville deal. You were talking about a chain of events that led up to that deal, or have we already talked about that deal? Because you haven't told me the student, you haven't told me the house, you haven't told me the exit strategy about the Fayetteville deal.
Yeah, so the student is her name is Liz. And so again, she sent me that deal opportunity because I reached out to her because I saw a post in the Facebook group. And it is a single family home. Well, that one in particular, they're both single family homes. And the seller, I believe he's in the military. And I don't know all the details because again, I never talked to the seller ever. Alejandro talked to the seller. He could probably tell you more details than I can about the seller.
So he's in here right now, by the way. He's talking about that midterm deal you guys are doing with a 60% cash on cash return, which is awesome. But the thing I'm hearing is like, you told yourself when you joined Subto, before you joined Subto, you're like, I'm going to figure it out all on YouTube. And then once you joined Subto and you met all the people you needed to utilize and leverage and build relationships with, it's like, oh, I got a lead from one person that didn't come from YouTube. I then didn't want to have to be the person that called the lead. So I gave that to somebody else in Subto. They turned that deal into 2 deals.
Mm-hmm.
Then that same person, Alejandro, ended up collaborating and JVing with you on this deal on the west side in Phoenix that you guys have now rented out for $9,000. You know what normal rent would be for that house in Phoenix? I would probably say $2,300 to $2,800 a month, probably for that house.
You got it.
And you've got it rented out for $9,000 a month on a midterm rental.
Yep.
Wow. What is the demographic of the person that's sitting there in that product? Why are they renting it for $9,000? Where's that $9,000 coming from?
They had a water damage issue in their house. And so their insurance company placed them there.
Man, how would you like to be the insurance company in that situation? $9,000 a month.
Good thing I have been in the insurance industry for 19 years, so I know how it works.
Wow. You think that you were like destined to become a midterm rental queen or what?
The funny thing is when we all think back to what our superpowers are in our history and things of that sort and how our W-2 can actually be a strength, because we talk about that all the time. I was a corporate traveler on a catastrophe team with an insurance company for a very long time. So I was in front of all these people that lost, their homes, their cars, their family members. Like it was really tough. And I was the person who had to help them figure out how to put it back together. So that was, one thing that kind of drove me to this. And then again, I was the person staying in corporate housing for a very long time between hotels and actual corporate rentals. And so when I really got out of that whole shiny object syndrome problem that I was having, because it was a big problem, all I did was went back to what do I already know and what do I actually care about and who do I care about? Because for me, everything is about the people. And that's really what drove me back to the same thing that I had written on a whiteboard a year before. It was crazy. It was at the top of my whiteboard and I spent all this time chasing everything else.
Wow. Wow. You've probably helped, I bet you 1,000 students have done deals because of answers they've found in the vault that you organized and you structured. At least 1,000 students have done an extra deal or 2 deals or 3 deals. Who in here has benefited from Tanisha reorganizing our vault and making sure that all the bonus Zooms and all that kind of stuff? Boom. Look at all those people. Holy smokes. That's so freaking cool.
Thank you all for the opportunity.
What are you learning about right now in midterm rentals? What are some lessons you've learned in the last couple of weeks? Problems, issues, things you didn't know, et cetera.
Yeah. Some of the big things I'm working on right now is just restructuring my negotiations with some of the companies. And the better I get at that, the more I'm able to streamline my my processes for communication with the guests and also the companies. Also, I'm learning how to charge additional fees, but I'm charging them in a way that I don't get as much pushback, which is wonderful. So I'm actually able to make more money on the same properties. Like I have one of my properties that I had somebody in for 3 months. I charged $5,000 a month on that house. Literally just from, they were with me for 3 months. So they moved out last Tuesday. And because of everything that I've really been focused on with structure and communication and building a lot of relationships and then asking questions about the best way they want me to work with them. I was able to get someone in that house within 48 hours, not 24, 48 hours for $7,200. And I changed nothing about the house. All I did was change my negotiation structure.
Wow. Wow. And you thought you could do this all on your own with no relationships and nothing else?
I thought, that's what I thought. I was so wrong. I was so wrong.
Me too. I thought me too. When I was like trying to break away from being a contractor, I'll figure this out myself. I'll figure it out myself. And in fact, like the community, what's amazing is I learned a lot of stuff from the community, like even Patrick and you, like a midterm. I'm not a midterm person. You are, right? And you're becoming, you know more about midterm than I do. So what's great is I get to essentially crowdsource everybody else's knowledge and experience. Like you go out in the world and you gain experience, knowledge, and resources and relationships that I don't have. I go do the same thing for you guys. And we're all essentially sharing resources and sharing relationships and doing deals together, which is crazy. Like Alejandro and you doing a deal that has a 60% cash on cash return, while all these other burr investors out there are like, man, I'm looking for a 12% cash on cash return. What's your interest rate on that deal, by the way? Do you know?
Maybe in the threes. I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Alejandro, what's the interest rate? I think it's a good deal. I think it was a VA loan. I think it was really, really good.
I think it's in the threes. I think.
Yeah.
I just know what the monthly payment is because I manage our expenses.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
You got
I have to manage them because
monthly payment on that?
The monthly payment on the house is like I think it's $2,600. And we have an HOA that's like $70. And then our monthly utilities overall are about less than $500 overall. And I also build in utility caps. So if we go over a certain amount, I won't have to pay it, or I just charge them for it.
That's smart.
So if anybody's doing midterm, that's
summertime. Like once it hits 120 degrees outside, that's really smart. Utility cap, very smart. Look at you. Never even thought about that. That's really smart. These are the things you have to learn on the job.
Learn on the job. That's it.
The utility cap, and the person renting there or the insurance company are like, hey, it's $500 utility cap. They're like, oh, we won't go over $500. In Arizona, your utilities go over $500 in the summertime. Your air conditioning, I had a house that was pretty inefficient. 3-bed, 2-bath house. Our electric bill is $900 a month during the summertime.
That's scary.
Like, I know.
I don't have those problems in Virginia. It's get hot, but not that bad.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, Brianka says a month. Yes, a month. My power bill at my house is probably like $2,300, $2,400 a month at my current house.
Every time I'm there's a lot of lights on too. So
yeah, we got to attract the bugs. We got to attract the mosquitoes, keep the lights on all the time. Tanisha, when am I going to see you next?
Well, I am looking at coming to the mastermind. So,
oh, that'd be cool. I'd love to have you there.
So yep, just working out my travel schedule and my dates. And
I think the soonest I have planned for sure would be probably Orlando, when we all go to Bigger Pockets and go to Orlando together.
Yeah, I'll come see you before that.
Okay.
I really want to come and hang out for like a week and just like be your mini me, and I'll just wait for you to tell me that you're annoyed and to go away.
Come hang out with me. Come do what I do with Kevin. I'm like, hey, jump in my car. Let's go hang out with these famous people. Let's go do this. Let's go buy a house. What? Lena Ashley says, when is Orlando? Okay, so everybody, all the Subto community, we are going to overtake Bigger Pockets convention this year. And the day after the Bigger Pockets convention, the Subto community is going to go to Disney World for a whole day together. We're going to do some scavenger hunt type of thing and points-based contests, team versus team type of thing. Okay. Not Opaku is like, that must be nice. It is. When you live in the United States, yes, it's pretty nice. I'm so sorry. So sorry, no. So sorry. Okay, Tanisha, you're amazing. I'm writing down your name as one of, what we're gonna do today is we're gonna take in the stories of people helping other people. And then at the end of the day, we're gonna vote who gets that spot. Does that sound fair?
Awesome. This should
Would
be
you
fun.
actually want to
This
go
is a
hang
great
and
day.
spend the day with Ed Milet?
I think that would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think you'd like it. There's 3 girls going on the trip too. They're all really awesome too. Like Jessie Lee Ward, she's going. She makes millions and millions of dollars. She's a great marketer, good person to connect with. You've got Chris Crone, and you're in a private jet with them, and then you're hanging out with them for two days. Like even if you don't want to play golf, you get to hang out with them on the golf cart and get to chat with them, talk to them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And Angie Milanazzo says, well, I want to go. Well, Angie, you're a mastermind student. You've helped a lot of people get their first deal. Come on here and talk to me about how you helped somebody get their first deal. Tanisha, you're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome, guys. So again, thank you guys for tuning in today. We're going to be hanging out for quite a while. We already called an agent. I'm working on a deal right now. Got an active negotiation going on right now. Let's see what this says. Cody's trying to buy a house on Jaeger. Okay, great. Okay. I'm working deals today. All right. So for Subto community, if you guys are in Zoom, all right, if you guys are on the YouTube channel, please don't be on the YouTube channel if you're a Subto community member. You should be over on Zoom with us. The Zoom is getting emailed out by Melissa this morning. Let's try and work some deals. These agents didn't call. The first agent we got a hold of, it was great. We're actively working on that deal. The next agent, let's see what we got here. Let's see what this one. I already called, left a message, haven't gotten a call back. Shops at Decatur, nope. 5 million for 20 units. 5 million for 20 units. Cottages, Peachtree. Okay, I think I have. Let's bump this out a little bit. Unpriced. Why do you have this unpriced? What does that mean? 26 days. They must just be taking offers. Okay, I'm not going to call on price stuff. This one is I think this one's too nice. I think this is like 6 units for 3 million. It's been on the market a while. Let's see, how many units is it? 12 units for $3 million bucks. Okay, 100% leased multifamily apartment on the West End. It's been on the market for a good amount of time, like 223 days. I wonder if I could get a Morby method on this. Let's call. Let's see if we can get a Morby method on this deal. What do you guys say? Nick. I like the days on market. Means there's some pain, some motivation. 8-3. What's the chances that this agent actually picks up their phone and wants to do business?
Nick speaking.
Hey, Nick, how you doing? My name is Pace.
Hey, Pace, how are you?
I'm good. Hey, I'm looking at property on Crexy, 647 Lawton Street in Southwest Atlanta.
Yeah.
You guys have been on the market a bit, so I'm going to throw a wild card at you.
Yeah.
Would your seller carry back a portion of this if I bring like 60, 70% as a down payment?
The answer is no. Couple of reasons. Seller doesn't have to sell it while it's been on the market.
Okay.
So the seller owns about 200-300 units in Atlanta. I've done 6 deals with them. They gave me the listing. They just, every so often they'll sell one.
Okay.
Take some equity out, put it into a new deal they're working on. So that's the reason. But It's actually under contract, just technically. For the
Oh,
last
good.
2 weeks.
That's awesome.
Above list price. So it really only, that deal only suited at 1031. So the first question when I get calls, I get 3 calls a week, every single week, about this deal. And the first thing I say is, if you plan on borrowing money, does it work? The 4.9% cap does not work to go borrow money.
Yeah, it's too
right?
low. It's too low, which is why I was asking for a portion of it to be carried back.
Yeah. So can I ask you, what are you looking for and what are you looking to do? Because there's other deals. They're not value add deals. That's all.
Okay. So I've got, we own about 1,800 units across the country. We've got a current strategy that we're utilizing, which is co-living. And so I'm trying to buy multi-family units that are between 8 units and, let's say, 40 units, somewhere in that size, maybe even smaller.
Yep.
Like 24 units would be kind of great.
Cool.
And then what we're doing is we're going to go into these units. Let's say it's a 3-bed, 2-bath, and we're going to add 2 more bedrooms by dicing up the living room and the dining room, and then turn it into co-living, or like, have you ever heard of Pad Split? Pad Split has a lot of listings in Atlanta.
Yeah, I know the company. Yes, I do. I've never done anything with them, but I know who they are. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So we're using them to fill our properties and amplify the cash flow. And the reason being is obviously the debt structures right now are horrible for investors. Yep. So I'm like, oh, how do I continue to buy, but use a different exit strategy to continue to buy? And so I'm just looking for small to medium-sized multifamily in Atlanta or surrounding areas within 45 minutes of downtown that a seller would be willing to carry back maybe 30%, and I would bring a 70% down payment, get your commissions paid, et cetera.
So none of my clients that I deal with in the in-town market would entertain. Most of them don't sell anything, quite frankly. And 2, I don't know if the product suits what you're talking about, as far as like, you know,
I don't think this one does. I think the Spanish one is probably a little bit more upscale of a property that I'm looking for. Yeah.
So there's properties that they just wouldn't. There's no point them staying in the deal for them. So if it's not I'm not talking about Lawton Street. I'm talking about other deals they own. Just anything. If they're either going to sell it or they're not going to sell it.
Makes sense.
Most of my clients have bought value add. They've got significant equity in the deal. So it's like, if they're going to sell to take the equity out
and roll it.
And roll it into their pipeline. They're not going to. They're just I mean, I've had a couple of calls, quite frankly, and a lot of them are not. I mean, we got an offer on Lawton Street for like 3.5 million. It's listed for 3 million.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
No, but no, this is the thing. The guy wanted seller finance, and it was creative and it was structured. And when the guy had been convicted for mortgage fraud 10 years ago, so like, I'm getting all these interesting. My radar goes up when someone asks if we'll sell finance, because it's just the in-town Atlanta market is not distressed in any capacity, and there's just it doesn't exist. Those distressed deals don't exist inside the perimeter of Atlanta, where someone's going to consider doing, you know, or fire sailing or anything. The market's been pretty strong.
We own about, I don't own as many as your other clients, but we have about 75 units in Atlanta have only bought on seller finance. And even like downtown.
When you say Atlanta, though, where in Atlanta?
Downtown Atlanta, right there, like 78 Maddox. If you pull up 78 Maddox, I bought that property right there in the historic district. I think it's like 5 houses from the mayor's house. I bought that 100% seller finance.
Okay.
Yeah, we buy a lot.
Good. Look, if you can find those deals, amazing.
Typically, I'm going off market is the challenge, but
of course, yeah.
But I really want to have a handful of agents that are bringing me deals, and you know, especially a listing like this, it's like you obviously have a lot of deal flow. I'd love to do business with you. Are you getting any listings that come across where the sellers probably need to renovate the property rather than this one that's just fully like it's already redone. They want a
No,
1031.
all of the deals I know of are renovated. But the kicker is for you is I can show you deals, but they're not gonna entertain staying in it if they sell them.
Got it. Okay. So you just got really wealthy clients that are like, we just want to 1031 into something bigger. It's not even about the money for them. It's just building wealth. And so there's really no motivation for them to sell it.
Yeah. There's really no motivation. And I mean, even I'm not, multifamily is not our main business. It's probably 20% of our business. But even then they kind of give me the listing because we're purely on relationship and to say thanks for bringing us deals or doing deals.
I love that.
It's not that, I'm the top multifamily broker in Atlanta. I'm not saying, but so that's how I got the Lawton listing. And the person who has it under contract is going to be a cash buyer.
Love it.
So anyway, I've got. Do you want to shoot me an email so I have your details?
Yeah, I'll shoot you my contact card via text.
But if that's the kicker that they have to stay in the deal, that for me, for my clients, I don't think works. That's all. I'm just being honest.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I always tell my agents and my sellers, I go, look, I'm not going to be your first choice, but depending on the situation, I usually pay what is that being asked. I know that's not helpful in the Meadow deal, obviously, because you've got somebody paying over asking, which is awesome. But I can always be a good back of your pocket type of buyer. I'll bring 60, 70% as a down payment. So sizable down payments, pay the commissions, get everybody paid. And then usually I just have the seller carry it for probably 3 to 5 years, depending on what's going on with rates. So if you know that you've got me in your back pocket, you run into something, I'm here. Even if you and I just do one deal a year, that'd make me happy.
Sure. Send me your details. I'll definitely keep you in mind.
You're awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Okay, see ya.
Bye.
So a couple of questions. Pao says, well, why would anyone buy this all cash? Well, because you got to remember, guys, there's so many different demographics of buyers, sellers, etc. And don't listen to what an agent says, by the way. No offense to agents. If agents know everything, then why are they servicing clients? Like, why don't you just go out and become a real estate investor yourself? And so what's interesting is, like, when I first started, I would actually give a lot of credence, meaning a lot of respect, and like, oh my gosh, you're a licensed agent. Oh my gosh. Now I respect them to the point where we all are going to do deals and make money together. But I don't really listen to what they say because I'm doing seller finance deals in Atlanta, and I'm doing multifamily seller finance deals in Atlanta. My favorite properties I own are in Atlanta, taking over mortgages, okay, and on seller finance. My favorite property, 78 Maddox in downtown Atlanta, gorgeous home, 8-bed, 5-bath house. That's my favorite property I own, even more than the house I live in. I love that house. I bought that on 100% seller finance, okay? And I bought it before the market went crazy in COVID. I bought it 2020. Yeah, but man, I've owned that 3 years. Holy crap. So I've owned that 3 years before the market went crazy. Market went crazy and I made like $300,000 or $400,000 in appreciation. Now the market's kind of settled back down in. But there's so many deals in Atlanta. So many, okay? So don't pay attention to agents that say something's possible or not possible. If they say the reason why they are still agents is because they believe it's not possible. Meanwhile, we've got units all over the country that we're buying and making deals happen. Seller finance, Morby method. And what's funny is, like, okay, Kimberly Beasley says paying over purchase price. So think about the buyer for that, right? We always got to figure out why would the buyer do that? They probably have a 1031 exchange, right? They sold another property, they sold something, and now they have cash, and they're like, I have to roll this and not pay taxes. I don't want to pay taxes, so I'm going to roll this into another property. And they're identifying a really nice property like that one on Meadow. It's already done. So it makes sense that somebody would actually pay over retail for that, because it's like, how can you lose? at the end, people always ask like, why, Pace, why do you buy properties subject to that don't have equity, Mike? Because the equity builds. I'm not buying for equity. I'm buying for cash flow and buying for tax protection, all of that kind of stuff. See, like Tiffany says this, she says, need to dump some money into something to avoid taxes, and it creates more expense for tax reductions. There you go. So somebody 1031. And if you heard actually Nick, the agent, really smart agent, I do like him. He said, yeah, this is not going to work for anybody getting financing because the cap rate's so low. You're going to have to basically just roll money in. Lewis says, Pace, I loved your tone. It was so mellow. Honestly, Pace was talking to himself on this call. I love how cool you were on this call. You guys got to mirror your seller. You got to mirror your agent. Really easy to have conversations with people when you just kind of mirror them and then make them like feel like, hey, I just want to be your friend. Just want to be your friend. I want to do deals with you. That's all this is. Like, I want to do deals with you. Now I make it look easy because I've been doing it so long. Okay. Eric Hall says, Pace, I want to talk with you. Okay, Eric, no problem. Come back and we'll talk about those deals. Eric, hold on. Let me bring you up here. Are you leaving right now? Unmute yourself, bro. You leaving right now or you got some time?
I've got some time.
All right. What do you got? To break it down for me. Let's do it.
Okay. So, I've got one which fits perfectly in the script, which was a multi-family, 21 units, 11 of them are occupied. And the seller is
give me the state. Where are we at state-wise?
Oh, actually, this is actually Indiana. So this is close to Indiana. It's only about 20 minutes right on the outskirts of Indianapolis itself. It's actually called an area called Greenfield. But the seller is really frustrated. So this is more of a lead right now, right?
Okay, no problem. So you got it. It's in Indiana. It's 11 units or 20 units? I'm sorry.
No, 21 units.
Okay, 21 units.
Yep, and 11 of them are occupied.
Okay, 11 are occupied. Ooh, that, like you just said.
Yeah.
There's some pain here. Can everybody immediately say, oh my gosh, I got pain. I got a 21 unit property. It only has 11 people in there. So I'm going to take a guess, Eric. They're currently in renovation, or maybe there's bad tenants that are pushing out the good tenants or something like that. What's going on?
Oh, this is even better. Actually, I went to the property. My wife and I, we walked it. You can't believe this is the owner had been trying to do this all himself, and he's trying to do the renovations by himself. The office was wide open, papers on the wrong side of the counter. It was a mess. So we'd have to get a management company in there to straighten things out. But pad split on the size of these rooms was kind of my first thought.
Okay.
He's asking, the seller's asking 800,000 on it. Okay. And they're saying,
so he's been doing the work himself.
Right.
So it sounds like somebody's going to, let's say somebody buys at $800,000 cash. They're also going to have obviously closing costs, but then they're going to probably have 200 to 300K in renovations to get this property actually up and going. Is that correct?
I don't think it's going to be that much. Actually, the roof looked really, really good. Because there's nobody there, I'm not quite sure how the extras are set up. We were looking for a utility room, and machines or whatever, but we couldn't spot any. But it's only about 7 minutes away from the freeway, so
nice.
It's a nice gig. But honestly, there's a new build right on the freeway, and we were going to hunt down the numbers and find out what the numbers, because competition wise, shiny object, people are going to want new first. I can imagine the wife saying, hey, we got to check out that building on the way back. So they're going to compare. So we're going to have those rents in comparison, even after renovations, probably be a little lower than a brand new building.
Okay. Got it. So it sounds like you've got a seller asking for $800,000, but you haven't gotten him to the point where he's reasonable, or have you gotten him to a point where he's reasonable and he wants to sell on seller finance, or where are you at right now with the seller?
Well, actually I'm going through my my wholesaler through on this. And so I always let my agents and sellers know that I've got to talk to the seller directly. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. I know what your concerns are. And because of my reputation and being in the industry for over 20 years, they're able to look me up and they're like, okay, that's fine. I trust you. So the trust is there. Our reputation is there. So that's not an issue with me getting directly to the seller, whether it's an agent or a wholesaler. But my wholesaler's telling me that the seller is, how can I say, the wound is open because he's had people back out again and again. So he's really looking for credibility.
So how can we provide credibility? What can we do?
Well, I think if I connect with Molly and get the credibility packet and we get that to them, I think we'll probably be able to get this.
What are you saying, to the wholesaler or to the seller themselves?
No, to the seller himself. And
how can I help with that? I don't want to give away the address, but what can I help? How can I help? How can I get involved?
Well, if I can just get hold of the credibility packet and then connect afterwards, because literally what I'll be doing was letting them know that my partner is approving each step of this. So it'll be a three-way connection as far as making sure that we modify it so that it fits specifically your needs. And that's how I look at it, is I always want to make sure that my lender, if I have your criteria already for each property in the middle of my negotiations, then I can twist or change or modify those negotiations so that it fits exactly what it is that your needs are as a lender. Does that make sense?
Yes. So here's where I think you're at with this, and tell me where I'm wrong. I think what we got to do is we got to find what's the highest and best use for this property. Okay. Now, you've already determined pad split because it's multifamily and it probably is a C area. If the seller decided it's so funny how, like, you get into real estate and you're in it long enough that you didn't tell me it's a C area, but just listening to the seller and listening that it's in Indiana, I would say this is probably like a 1970 or 1980 build. Is that right?
That's about right. But believe it or not, it's in a more so C plus B area, believe it or not.
Perfect. I believe it. There's a lot of those. So you have a C property, which is great for pad split. It's actually really good for pad split. And if you're a C area in a B area, or your C property in a B area, that's a winner. Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, what we got to figure out is you got 21 units, and let's say you keep them 21 units. What we got to figure out is what is the NOI, which is a stupid way of how much money this property can bring in after expenses.
Net operating income. Yep.
Right. And then we got to take out what the seller would want in a seller finance payment and make sure that the property still nets and cash flows. Right. Exactly. If you go the regular rental route, he's going to, get less money. It's not going to be the best. If you figure out that pad split will actually go here, I don't know. Indiana is not my market, so I don't know. But is pad split in Indiana?
The answer is yes.
Oh, sweet. So have we figured out what this would cash flow with the 21 units, turning them into pad split over time? What would it bring in monthly?
Right. And I need to get in contact because I was on the Zoom, but the young lady and the gentleman that were on the Zoom when you first introduced pad split to us.
Yeah, they're in our Facebook group, Eric. You can go in there. Her name is Mandisa, Mandisa. You can go in our Facebook group and go, hey, Mandisa, this is Eric Hall. I've got a deal I need you to look at. And she'll DM you right away and jump on it. I think that's probably step number one. But I think what you want to do is you want to go, okay, step one, you need a credible buyer, right? Okay, well, that's the great thing about having me as a mentor is I can be your credible buyer, at least in proxy. I can use my credibility to help you get that deal under contract. Happy to do that, right? Sure. Step number two is you need to get in touch with Mandisa and have her underwrite this deal as a pad split. Because if you don't know those numbers, then you don't know what you can offer because you don't know what you can make based on an offer.
To reverse, got to reverse engineer it. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I would say, I'm going to take a guess, 21 units times, depending on how big the units are, you probably can get 5
exactly.
units.
Yeah.
in each one. So you're like 105 tenants in there at, let's say 750, they say is their average. So let's do the math on this real quick. You've got, sorry, go away. 750, my gosh, 750 times 110. Holy crap. This property could, if you could bring that many people in, could bring in $82,500 in gross income if it was occupied 100%. But we all know occupancy doesn't go to 100%. So let's multiply it by 90%.
Right.
So after you discount how many people will be moving in and out and transition and how many units will be empty, this property can bring in $74,250 per month after it's renovated, furnished, etc., which means you got to get some private money lenders. Okay, so $74,250 is what it could bring in. After pad splits 15% management fee, okay, so let's take that $74,250 and let's go multiply that by 0.85, which is 85%. That means your property could bring in $63,112 a month. That's a lot of cash.
Absolutely.
Now, let's say you go, all right, I want to make 20 grand a month from this. Okay, I'm just throwing a number out.
Absolutely.
You analytical people. Okay, I'm just throwing a number out. Eric, would you be okay doing a deal like this if you could net 20 grand a month in your pocket?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that means you have $43,000 essentially to play with. Okay, so that would be for the seller finance payment. That would also be for your private money lender, their payment.
I could just JV with my PML. I mean,
yeah, you could, and you could have them be a PMP rather than a PML, and they could just be your partner.
Exactly.
Like what you're saying. And then that way you don't have that payment, okay, necessarily. And then what so you have your seller finance, you'll have your taxes, your insurance, and then you'll have your oh crap budget of, oh my gosh, the roof is bad, blah, blah, blah. And that's it. I mean,
I'm a strong believer in protective and overshooting insurance. What I mean by that is crossing your T's, dotting your I's. I believe in complete coverage. So with the roof, even flood insurance, even if it's going through FEMA, I'm a strong believer. So I would be adding in all those numbers.
Love it. Well, there you go.
Absolutely. I also want to throw at you this other one I think you're going to fall in love with. It's actually a car renovation parking building, commercial. Okay. And this thing is actually in Ohio. So it's actually approximately within a 5-mile radius of a college. And he wants to convert this 3-story commercial unit. The current seller wants to convert it and have a shared cash flow equity, monthly equity on having it converted into either apartments or condos. And I actually had one of my new JV Gator partners actually throw out a really great idea, which I think would really fly, which is instead of going through that cost effective, because I was telling him that I think the conversion for the condos, I think would be too much. It wouldn't work number wise, but turning it into a storage unit and then doing a triple N net with a triple N lease with U-Haul or one of the other storage companies, and they maintain it. All you have to do is have management on site, and then you just cash flow every single month. Then they take care of the rest.
I like that. I like the storage unit idea, probably the best.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the next step on that deal? What's going on?
Well, the seller, I want to bring that seller down on what that amount. I see a lot of flexibility there with what the seller wants as far as a down, because he wants like half down. And I'm just like, that's a no-go. That's a no-go. I'm not going to do half.
You could do a Morby method with half down. The challenge with the Morby method is you're still going to have to go to a commercial lender, right? So somebody is going to have to qualify for that loan, and then the seller can carry back the other 50%. So he says yes to seller finance is what the seller said. He said yes, but I want 50% down. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what if you said, okay, great. What does that look like? What's the next step?
Well, what I'm thinking is getting him to come down on the entry and then negotiating the monthly cash flow more so. But I know cash flow is king, especially right now. But I think that's going to make it more attractive to him, to where actually my thought process actually was having an absolute delay on any payments for maybe the first year or two. So
it would have to, because I think what's going to happen is as you're renovating and transitioning it to a U-Haul storage unit facility, there's not going to be really any cash flow. Right.
Right.
And so what you could do is you could tell him, hey, we'll give you a percentage of the cash flow, but we got to be very clear with you is that the cash flow is not really going to dominate, where there's not going to be a lot of cash flow for the couple of years while we convert and get U-Haul to come in here or another chain or whatever.
Right.
Right. So I think there's no reason why this deal wouldn't work. I mean, even at 50, even if you went and got a commercial loan, 50% down, and he seller finances the other 50%, it still should work if he does no payments on that 50% for 24 months.
For 24. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work. That would be a good time frame to get everything. Yeah.
I mean, what's the next step there? What do you need on that?
Same thing. It'd be a situation where the ability. So when it comes to the actual engineering of all of that, as far as the construction team, finding the right construction team, getting the numbers, as far as the true costs of that kind of conversion, that's going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think your next step is this. Okay, your next step is get the seller to say, yes, I'll do 50% down and then no payments for 24 months. I think that's step number one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think step number two is then go to Marcus and Millichap or another lender. Okay, Marcus and Millichap, as we've all discussed, is a commercial lender that would do loans on stuff like this, and get their terms. You need to see their terms.
Sure. And
then step three is finalize the contract based on the terms that you receive from Marcus and Millichap. You can't, this is the problem where people make, is they try and get into contract before they actually communicate with their lender on the 50% down, right?
Exactly. What I was telling you earlier, which was, I want to bring my lenders in first so that I can negotiate the terms and everything so that it fits the lender's terms.
Right. There you go. So then you finalize the contract and you get an inspection period.
Absolutely.
Let's say of 30 days, right? Something like that. And what you do during those 30 days, because you are the buyer here, or you and somebody else are going to JV on it, you then do what you just said, which is get construction estimates times 3 to 5 of them, right? And then you also start speaking with like U-Haul and other places to say, what would it look like to do a triple net lease on our building here? And then once you're through the inspection period, you need to go get a PMP, private money partner, to bring some of the transactional money that's temporary, and then also the construction money as well. Now, Marcus and Millichap will give you 50% down, and they can also refinance you after you've done the construction. Okay. So let's say you do the construction and you've got capital tied up in that construction from your private money partner. Marcus and Millichap will come back in, okay, and they'll give you a new loan and get your construction money paid back. Make sense?
Absolutely. So I'm not a complete stranger to commercial because Family Legacy has been just long-term buy and hold, right? We've done as short as 1 month, and we still have a client that we've had with us for over 40 years. I've been involved with 2 different commercial projects. One was up to 300 million. So, but that fell through. One of the partners died. It was a 5-person partnership. But I say that to say to you, because I can't pull my memory on this. So how do I commitment and get it tied up, the Ohio project in the initial beginning? So because it's more than just LOI, how do I get that commitment during that due
You get a contract with an inspection period. That's it.
Yeah.
You go, here's what we intend to do over the next 30 days. We're in contract. It lets you go to work. It lets the seller stop talking to other people and stop communicating with other people while you go to work on getting a private money partner, getting your lender lined up, getting your construction estimates, all that kind of stuff. So I think step 1 on both of them is get with Molly, get a credibility package. Here's who we are. Here's the buyer, blah, blah, blah. What do we got to do to get under contract, and get him under contract? 30-day inspection on both of them, and then start working on all the other parts.
Okay. Sounds good. Hey, I just want to do a quick shout out. Angelique, you were communicating with Angelique within the last 48 hours, and her and I have connected and working on that deal out in Florida. Looks like cross collateralization on that to make it work, because he's got the one and is allowed the seller to go ahead and do it for more than what it's worth, because he's at 760 when it's only worth 745.
I see.
So, but the other property does have equity in it. So, but we've got to be able to grab both of those. And it's just PML on that one, but it's going to be a cross collateralization so that there's that, safety net, because it's actually a medical administrator who has an idea for the overflow. And I was telling them that, the idea is great, almost like pad split, right? Initially, the idea is great, but generally as lenders, they generally want to see some kind of commitment, from the hospital. So, to make that kind of more valid, to know that there's really that connection already, that it's real, that it's live. So, yeah, we're
shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, appreciate you. Love everything you're doing. Look forward to seeing you. Got a nephew that's graduating from med school. So I'm going to miss the, I can't even remember what it was right now. We got so much going on, but going to miss that during the 7th through the 9th, because my nephew's graduating med school. But God bless everybody. Love you guys.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
You bet.
All right. Let's check my phone. Let's see if I got any agents reaching back out to me. Tony's trying to pay bills. I have no money in my bank account, so she's trying to move money into a bank account so she can pay some bills. All right. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. I've got a bunch of deals I'm working on. Just got to make sure I clear some stuff out before we keep moving on. All right. Oh. It's called Molly.
Good morning.
Hi.
What's up?
Just so you know, you have about 1,000 people watching you right now.
Oh, I know. I saw that on your calendar yesterday. Did you just randomly decide to do this, or what's up with you?
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
This is what we do. Random shit.
Random. We'll tell everybody this Wednesday, since everybody's here. Is this people who are not in sub 2 though? I feel bad telling people who are not in sub 2 what they're missing out on.
I know. I feel bad too. I've got 400 people from sub 2 in a private Zoom with me, and then I've got like 700 people on YouTube that are not sub 2.
Okay, well, those of you who are in sub 2, this Wednesday is like the transactions for dummies, where we're going to go through the steps of who does what in the transaction and how the time frames go. And so like any of you who are like, I feel lost, I don't even know what to expect, like this Wednesday's case studies. That's it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. What's up though?
Did everybody hear that? Give me a yes in the comments, y'all. So everybody says they'll be there.
Yay!
I'm calling you about the Bo deal. Do you want to have Bo and you come on here with me and we can underwrite that deal together?
Yes. What? The San Antonio one?
Yeah.
That one, right?
Yeah.
What time was what time was Bo supposed to come on?
Anytime. He doesn't even know about what I'm doing right now. You're the only one. So you would have to call me, or you'd call Bo and say, hey,
Okay.
Pace is on an all day live right now. Do you want to come in for an hour and underwrite this deal and just omit the address?
Okay, cool. Let me get the girls going for the day and then we'll jump in. I'll text you.
Okay. What time's your thing with the girls, at 9?
Yeah.
Okay. So you won't be available until 11 probably.
Maybe 10. Maybe 10.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. For those who don't know, Molly is my COO, Chief Operating Officer. She handles a lot of stuff for our companies. She's my partner in a couple of businesses as well. Everybody loves Molly. She's so great. What a great addition to our team the last year and a half. We've really brought in some amazing people. Man, she's so awesome. So PACE studies, which is our Wednesday Zoom. So let me show the students, for some of the newer students, let me show you what we got going on our calendar. Oh, by the way, guys, here's the Amazon pre-order link. If you guys don't mind, please, today's the last day to get your pre-order stuff done. So let me throw this over on YouTube as well. Boom, there you go. Today is the last day for you guys to get the bonuses. So go over to Bigger Pockets, Wealth Without Cash, and you'll see that there's a bunch of pre-order bonuses. You have like 14 hours to do that. The book's $24. To be honest with you, the book is just surface level. It's okay. It's great in a lot of ways, but really, I'd say the best part is the video companion guide that really kind of walks you through a bunch of stuff, which is great. Okay, so for the sub 2 community, a couple of you guys asked, what the heck are you talking about? Look at my calendar. Holy crap. Let's take some of this stuff off here. Okay. So you guys can see everything in green is a sub 2 Zoom. These are Zooms that we do on a weekly basis. This is the schedule for the week. So right here, what Molly's talking about is PACE studies, Wednesday, 10 a.m. Everything is in Arizona time, by the way. Everything is in Arizona time. Molly will go through transactions for dummies to show you guys how transaction coordinators work, who's involved, what do they do, all that kind of stuff. That'll happen on Wednesday. Today, you got Quijano doing sales training tonight, from 2 to 6 p.m. Quijano's so awesome. Appreciate him and love him. Love watching his journey and how he leads the sales side of things inside of Sub 2. So really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, brother. All right, let's jump on Larry Parsons. How you doing, Larry?
Hey, good afternoon.
Good to see you, brother. What do you got for me?
I just want to express a lot of gratitude first. And I wanted to thank you.
For Tanisha, right?
Huh?
For Tanisha, right?
For Tanisha, for you, for Sam, Cody, everybody. It was 1 year ago today, Gator training. And,
oh yeah, man. I remember that. Was good.
You karate chopped me for DMing you.
I did karate chop you, but you know what? I think at that time, it wasn't just you that needed to be karate chopped. It was a lot of people in the side chat that needed it too. And I think, look at you, super positive guy. You've gone through adversity. You've fought through it. You've stayed on your feet. You won't take no for an answer. And look at you now, man, shining, bright, smiling, happy guy, crushing it.
Yeah. And that's why I want to nominate Cody and Sam for your prize. They helped me with my
Ooh. All right. You want Sam? All right. Well, I know Sam's done a lot of deals with students. I know he's helped a lot of students, but he's got to tell his ass to get on here and raise his hand so I can actually go through and have him tell his story
it was
about
actually
one.
Cody Rose. He did most of the work. Sam just signed off on it.
Yeah, I know. Cody Rose is awesome. I love Cody Rose. I've got Tanisha on my list to give away the $150,000 prize. Sam Singh and Cody Rose cannot be on the list yet, Larry, until you text Cody and Sam and tell them to get their ass in here and tell me their story so that other people can be inspired to help other people.
And I got Kevin Cho helping me today. We're gonna get his first California deal in San Diego. He's gonna help me lock it up today. Hopefully. Or not, I believe in 100%. It'll be my second deal.
I love it. How good does it feel to get a deal?
Amazing. After it's
like paradigm shifting.
I've been through.
Please leave your message for.
It's like paradigm shifting where it's like, wow, this is possible. And like what I did to do this was not as hard as I thought it was. I think what happens when you get your first deal, you go, wait, that was it?
Right.
Wait, yeah, there's some steps and there's some stuff that happens, but overall it's like, just keep doing what you're doing, man. Look, now your time frame from your 0 deal to 1 deal took a long time, but now from 1 deal to 2 deals takes a much shorter amount of time.
Yeah, it was the ones coming out of escrow on May 9th, so it hasn't even been another month since we got this one hopefully started today.
I love it. How much do you make on that deal?
It's a 3-way split between me and Sam and Cody, so I'm not sure what. I haven't even asked. I don't care. I'm just happy to have it.
Okay, cool.
I'm not sure what Sam has done with it yet. So.
Oh, is Sam keeping that one or what?
Absolutely not sure, because I was just so happy to have the learning experience and to be part of it. I'm just grateful. I mean, today I'm finally at peace. I'm living with another amazing Subto student. Her name's Senari. She's one of the Lim sisters.
I love it.
I'm so grateful to be here and at peace, and just this year is gonna be amazing. The rest of it.
Yes, it is, dude. The year of Michael Jordan, 23, man.
Right?
This is your Jordan year, bro.
You remember that when we talked in Tampa about the 1-minute ad that I told you about? That was the only reason I didn't swipe up when I saw LeBron, because I seen Michael. I almost swiped up. I wouldn't even be here.
I should do more of that.
You should.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I like what Sophia says. She says, looks like, Larry, you look like a different man today. You absolutely look like you're at peace. So proud of your tenacity. Bro, we're all so proud of you. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you. Suchi. She's like, oh, Pace is skipping me? Yeah, because I'm not sure if Nestor is available. It looks like Nestor's driving. So Nestor, I'll come to you next, brother. Suchi, what's up?
Hello.
Aren't you supposed to be living in Mexico or something?
No, I bought the Mesa project. Chris started the Green Valley Assisted Living project.
Tell me about that. I know you guys bought one. Did you get it creatively? Did you buy it cash? What'd you do?
Absolutely, all creative. So I have to say, firstly, it was his patience. It was like for 2 months straight. They went through a lender, of course, like a mom and pop assisted living running for the last 25 years, didn't have the right taxes, paperwork, none of that. And then eventually they did Subto on the existing mortgage and then seller finance for the rest of it.
Okay, so you did a hybrid.
Yeah.
And this is a single family home?
Yeah.
Amazing. And is it already an existing assisted living, or are you guys going to convert it?
No, so it's already an assisted living for the last 25 years. And wow. Krish is partnering with one of his friends on it.
Okay.
So they're basically each going to cash flow, I think I don't think it's either 6 or 8,000
each.
Yeah, 6,000. I want to say 6,000 each from the get-go.
Holy crap. So, but basically what they did is they bought the property sub-2. They were trying to get a traditional mortgage on it. The traditional mortgage route didn't work.
Yeah.
So your husband was like, yo, let's just take over your existing mortgage.
Mhm.
And the seller's like, well, what about my equity? I got all this equity in here. I want my equity. And your husband's like, well, why don't we do a seller finance on your equity? Essentially doing a hybrid on the deal.
Yeah.
And because it's an existing 25-year assisted living, it's already operating for the most part. What are the first couple of things they have to do? They have to change out the operators. Do they have to change out the tenants? What do they got to change?
So they're going down there, like they're staying there Tuesday through Thursday, right? So they're going 3 days a week over there to start changing over things. It's got 8 residents right now, but it's licensed for 2 more. And so they're going to construct like two private rooms and bathrooms at like in one direction so that they can make it 10 residents. And then those 2 units will be completely their cash flow on it. And then I think the owner, it was a son, the son does admissions and the owner, she was running the place, but they basically wanted out because the son didn't want to be under the mom's control and the mom didn't want to give it to him, whatever it was, but they want to stay as managers. So these guys don't want to manage the property. They just want to, I think they've given themselves like a 2-month timeline or whatever, but they are going to have managers there and let the place run on its own.
Love it. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to take the small business mindset that the owners currently have had, which is let me touch everything, manage everything. Yeah. They've gotten sick and tired of it. They've become tired landlords, essentially, tired business owners.
Yep.
And they're like, we've been doing this for 25 years. We hate our lives.
Yep.
So your husband's coming in, take over their existing mortgage subject to seller financing the equity. So the seller will get a payment. Yep. And you guys are going from the small business mindset to actual business owner mindset, which is I'm going to delegate and own this business and not let this business own me.
Yep. And it was funny because literally last Friday or something like an aide called out or something, and they were like, obviously it's the first time, so it made them nervous, but they didn't jump in. They're like, yeah, okay, we're just gonna call the manager and let them handle it. And it went beautifully. It was practically, for them, it was new because all the aides, everybody was used to that. Somebody's gonna come. Yes. Whereas everybody lived and it went fine. So yeah, but then I think the bigger project, which will be probably phase 3 of it, is there is land at the back. And they've already spoken to zoning that they can zone it out for 1 more house, hopefully, and construct another place as an assisted living so that the overhead cost and everything is less on it.
Isn't this cool that your husband and his partner will both get $6,000 each on this deal?
Yeah.
Literally one deal could, I know you're kind of bougie, so you can retire on this one deal.
Yeah, I'm a hippie, I'm with my backpack most of the time. So I'm absolutely, he quit. And literally the month, he was following this deal while he was working, but he quit. And the same month he started this deal, and he's kind of pretty much at a break even with what he was making. So, and he doesn't have to invest as much time on it. So moving
How did
along.
you and I meet, by the way?
Okay. Because I didn't sleep all night thinking about you. That's how we met. But I met you in Idaho, and we
were backpacking. You and I were both backpacking across Idaho, and I ran into you on a trail.
I don't know about that. I don't think you, it was insane. I had actually not seen any YouTube content. When you spoke about Bird, that's what I was thinking, that, oh my God, had I not seen this, I would be burring properties for the rest of my life. And the scale of it is just, it doesn't even now you're not in any disrespect, but it's just the scale of it wouldn't make sense or whatever. but literally, you spoke on stage. I had no clue about it. So like 3 hours in the middle of the night, I'm scrolling Subto stuff. Like, what does this mean?
Were
like,
you
where
mostly
does
on my
this
YouTube
come
channel, or
from?
what were you doing?
YouTube, yeah. I was
Yeah.
seeing a lot of your YouTube stuff. Like, it was in the middle of the night, and we had the conference the very next day as well. And then I asked you, you were like coming down to San Angelo at that time for like one of your properties. And I was like, oh, can I like come along and, you know, just see the place and whatever. And you straight up like said yes. And I guess I wasn't expecting, like, you know, you're sometimes expecting like, nah, you know, some kind of excuse or whatever. But I guess I was curious enough, and I was that inspired. I honestly was that inspired to like not even overthink it. I was just like, I'm gonna do it. Like, I don't care if he says no, he says no. I'll try again in 6 months. Like, who cares? But yeah, and that's how we met.
Yeah, you DM me. I think the next couple of days, I was like, I don't remember what I said. I was like, hey, if anybody wants to come to these properties, I take my students on properties all the time. You know, let me know. And then you DM me.
Yeah.
And you go, hey, can I tag along with you to San Angelo? I was like, sure. In my mind, Suchi, I thought you lived in Texas.
Yeah.
So even for a long time, I was like, oh yeah, Suchi, that Texas girl. Because I didn't know you anything else except for Texas, right? So you meet me at the property. I think that was like, if I could have bottled up that experience that you had in San Angelo.
Oh my God.
Like standing next to the seller, I'm negotiating a 43 unit, 0 down, 4%, 50-year loan on, and you're hearing from the seller himself saying, oh, creative finance is the greatest thing. I've been doing it for 35 years. I don't want to go through agents. I'm mitigating my tax. He went through and he created 19 reasons why he was selling to us on seller finance. And Suchi got to sit there and just listen to him say it all.
And I think it went from a 0 to 100 for me, like literally that one day went from a 0 to 100. I think a lot of it, the sense of it, and just like understanding the perspective and all of that had to be done like afterwards. Like I had to sit down and break it down and like go through more stuff and be like, oh, okay, these are the pieces to it. Because I wasn't looking at commercial at that time. I wasn't in that space, right? Like I literally a year of investing between North Carolina, Texas, and Arizona, and it was just single families. It was that small, the single family, I'll buy one property at a time kind of mentality. And that day literally was like a 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah, that was fun. We had a lot of fun there. That was me and Eric. Unfortunately, I had to go, so I had to be in a different state the next day, so I didn't get to hang out with you too long.
Yeah.
But we hung out there like 2 or 3 hours. You were going to watch me jump on that roof into the pool.
I would have totally let you. I was like, I don't know what Laura thinks about this, but I think it's a cool idea. Like, this is
Eric was like,
doable.
do not do it. Do not do it. Do not do it. And Mario, the owner of the property, is like, yeah, do it. Like, do it. Anyway, so we, and then, you know, I obviously I get to see you around Arizona because you live in Arizona.
That's true for now. Yes.
So tell me about this Mesa property. What do you got going on?
The Mesa property, closed on it. And then it's the duplex at the back. And I already like literally don't even have a piece of furniture in there. And in like 2 weeks, I'm renting it out for $1,600 to like a travel nurse. So just sign that contract and stuff. But at the front, there's like a lot.
How did you find that travel nurse, or did you use like Tanisha or something like that?
So I was doing travel nurse before, so I do know like Furnish Finder, have like networking.
Okay.
I'm a physical therapist myself, so I kind of have a few recruiters and ins and out with the people that I work with. So yeah, renting that space out. But the bigger project on that deal is the lot in the front, which is basically I have to change.
This is not your primary residence? This is an investment property.
It's my primary residence.
Okay, got it. So you've got a duplex in the back.
Yep.
And you've got a lot in the front.
Yep.
What are you gonna do with the lot in the front?
I think I'm gonna change the zoning to T3N. I spoke to like Mesa Zoning and Development, change it to T3N, and then build out 4 units on it, because then at that point, the 6 units go into commercial And then if my income, like if I can, the income will be good enough with like 2 year or whatever, 1 year or 2 years of tax returns, that the property valuation can be much higher. So that's construction, but I have no clue about construction. So I'll start off wherever I start off, I guess.
I love it. Who's going to do the construction for you?
So we have family who's basically into like hotels and stuff like that. So we're trying to figure out, like, some of them are just straight up like, you acquired the property, keep acquiring more stuff, like get into construction and later. And they explained us the reasons for it and all of that. But I know that I'm not going to go into construction like by myself the first time. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to learn the way kind of, and then go from there.
Yes. Freaking love it. Suchi, you're the freaking best. What are you looking for? What do you want to buy? What do you want to get your hands on?
After this?
Yeah.
So I put in my 2-week notice.
Oh my gosh.
Just
another person quitting their job.
No, yeah, but because I literally spoke to my lender said, yeah, you're maxed out on loans. I said, okay, then I guess I have no reason to stay. And then I missed the multifamily fund, thing that you were doing, like half of it. And that really pissed me off. So it wasn't like I just came up with it. Like, I had built up to it. Like I had, I didn't say it out loud, but I had thought about it. And, yeah, it was about time. I think we can take our risks this year. So we just want to go with it.
I love it. That's so good.
Yeah.
Just full on. I'm quitting the job. I'm out. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you feel like it's basically a release from a prison sentence?
So to be very honest, I think I've lost my employee mindset for like a very long time. Almost like a year or 2 years, I guess the time I got into real estate. So to be very honest, it was the flip for me. Like the corporate would have like issues and people are like discussing. I wouldn't even bring that energy home because I was like, I have real estate to focus on. So like, this is for my loans. I'm not going to get cranky about my 6-7 hours there. Go do whatever I need to do, come back home. So I was never like drawing myself to that mindset. It was always a means to the end kind of situation for me. Yeah. So then it didn't bother me.
Once you do a couple of deals,
I was like, what?
I think once you do a couple of deals, it breaks your brain and you're like, oh my gosh, like I can do this.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
And then when you watch your husband go do the Green Valley project and then you're doing the duplex thing in the back, it's like, you just keep doing one after another. You wake up 2 years later, like, dude, we're cash flowing like $80,000 a month. Like, what the crap? This is amazing. Is your husband going to go focus on assisted living for a while and just keep duplicating that?
So I think the structure is that I'm going to focus, like, I don't have the attention. I guess I don't have the patience that he has, clearly. So he was able to follow through with the business for like two months or whatever. But I think the plan is I will acquire the properties with partners, whether I get it creatively or we have family and friends who are ready to do like the 10% down. But I'm buying properties, acquiring them with partners, the real estate, and we're leasing it to Chris and Julian. So then they're going to run their business off. So the owners don't have the stress because these guys are good. Like, I trust them. They're going to run the place right. And the owners just want passive income on it or whatever, passive returns on it.
I love that.
And tax benefits. So that'll be the plan.
You're amazing. When do you guys move into Mexico?
You never know. I might be like, oh, you know what? I need to focus. I'm going to go and live in Mexico by myself for a month, because we have come to realize that for the next few years, we might have to just do that. Like, have the mindset that, you know what? It's okay for me to like go to India, go do my thing, go to Mexico, like for a month by myself. And it's okay. It's what we got to do.
He wants to focus on building that business down there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's such a hard thing. I was telling somebody the other day, like, it's weird that the universe makes it so, like, my marriage years, my youth years, my baby making years, my professional years, all are in the same time frame.
Yeah.
It's like, why couldn't just the government just give me money? I'll have babies, make memories, travel the world, and then I'll pay for it later. And I'll be like 60 and I'll go, all right, it's time for me to have a career now. You know, like your youth. But the good thing is now you're not going to have a job. You can go and do all of these things at the same exact time.
Yep. Yep. And we'll figure it out. You know, once you don't have the job, like the flex, I don't know. I feel like we'll figure it out. It's a good busy, like it's a good blessing busy. Like I could be like sitting and playing video games. When you said about video games, I swear I'm the person who, if I could be addicted to video games, like I love that. I could like sit and do a high score all day long. But I don't think I can ever afford a video game ever in my life, no matter how rich I am, because I know the minute it comes home, like you're channeling your energy to like literally something that I don't want. I guess it's not right or wrong. It's just what I don't want.
Yeah, it's not right or wrong. It's just you're in the world right now where, like, think about that deal that you guys did in Green Valley. Like, you guys are helping, you're channeling your energy to help actually go out and help people. The sellers of that property are sitting there going, dude, we've been doing this for 25 years. F my life.
Yeah.
Will somebody come and save me from this situation and just give me passive income? You guys go in, change somebody's life, and bring in income to the point where your husband now has just about replaced his W-2 income. You're now quitting your job. It's like, okay, so helping people with their situations actually gets me what I want. Holy crap, this actually works. And that in itself becomes somewhat of a video game. You just got to keep doing it.
And I guess it's amazing because like the mom is so cute and like the son's just an asshole. And it has like literally finagled his money out of her, and she didn't even make any profits for the last 4 years. So she doesn't even know how much money her business actually makes. And it's sad. Like these guys literally on the closing table gave her 16,000 just to be like, you know what, we're going to pay off your mortgage. I mean, they obviously, you know, had a conversation to decide, but they knew they had to do that because they knew they were going to, I don't know, they just had to do that. It was just ridiculous.
Love it.
Yeah.
Well, you're amazing. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you. I'll see you in Mexico with our backpacks on, climbing, or we'll go to Machu Picchu together. That's what we'll end up doing. All right, guys. I want to do a deal. I'm going to call a couple of people, see if I can get a deal. We can break down some deals. What do you guys say? Let's do some deals.
Hello?
You have not sold me a deal in a week.
I know it's been this last week. Any deal?
Well, it's because you've been lazy, man. You're tired. Do some push-ups. Let's get to work. Come on.
I will.
Where are you going today? By the way, there's 1,000 people watching you right now. Just so you know, we got 700 people, 700 people on YouTube and 400 people on Zoom right now.
Holy moly!
What do you got? What do you got in the hopper? What are you looking at? What do you and Josh got in the pipeline?
I'm looking right now. There's really not much.
Get on it, dude. I know. Here's what I want you to do. Here's the goal for today. Okay. I'm going to be on here today until 6:30 tonight.
Okay.
I want to do a deal today.
Deal today. Okay. Got it.
A deal today. Okay.
All right.
Okay. That you got your homework. Go bring me a deal.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right. Bye.
Okay. See ya. Jared Frankham says, I bet you won't buy in Lubbock, Texas. I definitely will. I don't know, Jared. Jared, raise your hand. Do you have a deal do you have a deal there or no? Sean, do you have a deal in Pennsylvania? Who has a deal right now that you guys want to look at? Who has a deal in the side chat? Nadine says she'll buy there. Chef Joey, what's up, dog? Chef Joey, you got a deal that you want me to look at? Now, I just bought a deal. Ooh, I have a deal, but it's in Sun Lakes. Michael, let's talk about it. If you got a deal in Sun Lakes, I'll buy a deal in Sun Lakes. Let's pull this up, Michael. Nestor, I'm going to go to you first. Anybody has a deal, raise your hand. and put your hand up and we'll talk about your deal. Nestor, what's up, dog? Now you're not driving, I can call on you.
Okay. Hi first. The other thing is I have a deal. What I think is a deal, but it's an area in Orlando that is not for short terms.
Okay, so
I
Pat's
found
good.
the bonus. Well, more like the kangaroos, because the lady is in Australia. So it's listed for a bunch of money. I sent an offer last night before going to bed, and she called me really early this morning, and she said, "You hit the sweet spot, but we want 720, and you pay the closing cost, and I go with them, do double agency, and she paid me. How about that?" And I go like, "Well, I don't have no answer to that right now." She go like, "The offer is cash."
Is it a cash deal or a creative deal?
I was trying to pitch the credit deal, but she goes like, "Well, I can do the cash for 720." The property was listed in 900. Apparently she's not living there for the last 7 months or something like that. So it's vacant right now.
Okay, so here's what we've got. Let me break this down for people that don't speak Nestor. Okay. So he's got a property in Orlando area. He's got an agent involved, so he's not actually talking to the seller, it sounds like, right?
Nope.
Okay. This is a problem for me, just so you guys know. I don't love doing direct to agent, unfortunately, because the agent becomes your biggest problem. Okay. But I get it. A lot of people do it. Here's the seller. What would you rather do? Would you rather reach out to the seller directly and have a conversation? Or do you want to go through an agent who represents the seller, and then the agent is the person that blocks 90% of your offers because they don't actually understand creative finance? I prefer direct to seller. I, the investor, just want to bypass the agent. I don't go around agents. I just prefer to reach out to sellers that don't have an agent already representing them. And if I do reach out to agents, I want to make sure it's something that's been on the market for a long time. Sounds like you have done that. So the property, here's the homeowner. They're not living in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Seller is actually left to Australia, and the agent is representing them. And this has been listed for a long time, right?
160 days.
Okay, cool. 160 days. That means that there's some pain. There's some motivation. Let's say that I buy this for $720,000 today. What the F am I going to do with that property today? What am I going to do with it? How am I going to make money on it?
I'm not quite sure. That's why I'm technically calling. I tried to get some idea from Tanisha and Jason.
Okay, so Nestor, here's the cool thing. Okay, everybody starting tomorrow, everybody in Subto starting tomorrow, you will have a full-time underwriter 6 hours a day that will look at these deals for you Monday through Friday on my payroll. Okay, that starts tomorrow. So you won't have to come in and talk to me. Okay, and then you've got Munif, Shai, and Prakash on Saturdays doing it. Okay, so you will literally have, let's see, here, let me break it down for you, Nestor. There will be no reason that somebody will have to wait for pace.
I have no plan to tell this, but since I was driving, I was like, no. Well, I don't know if I should. So, it's really close to a hospital, stuff like that.
So what do you want to do with it? Tell me what you want to do with it. You said, I don't know, but now if you don't know, then why are you offering 720? Like, where does that offer come from if you don't even know what you want to do with it?
Well, the 720 was the 75 rate.
Okay, so it's 75% of the ARV is what you
because
offered.
I was watching this for a while. I didn't know some details of it. I was trying to pitch it to Munif and Mamadou later today, but I started early today driving. So this is the first time second time I actually stopped. And you already start with the Zoom. So I was like, all right, let me try luck here. So
okay, cool. Here's what I'm going to tell you right now. I don't think this is a deal, and why do I not think it's a deal? right now am doing deals. Here's where I'm shooting for. I'm trying to be at 30 to 40% of ARV right now on a cash deal. Okay. You are not even close there. You're at like 75% of the ARV. So what are you going to do? What is the exit
my idea
strategy?
was trying to pitch the Mori method to it, but I didn't know how to proceed because the agent go like, how creative you gonna go with this? I'm willing to do 720 with the cash offer. So what else you can offer me? I go like, oh.
Does the agent speak Spanish?
No.
English?
Yes, by their last name, I'm assuming she's Brazilian or something like that.
Can I talk to the agent?
I can give you her phone number.
Yeah, can you put her phone number, put it in the private chat, send it to me, message it to me directly. Let me call the agent. Let's see if we can find some bunnies, okay? I feel like we're missing some information here, Nestor. You're not giving me all the information.
This was yesterday. I spoke with her early this morning. That's it. I was actually driving. So
do you guys feel like we're missing some information?
Definitely.
Okay. Okay, I got the phone number. What's the agent's name? Chef Joey says he's got all the information for you. Chef, oh, he's talking about on a different deal. Different deal. By the way, how'd you guys like the calls so far today? Or have they been helpful? One we got a yes. Then the next one we got, hey, the seller won't do it, but I want to have a relationship with you type of call. Oh my gosh. My bookkeeper's trying to wire money all over the place and she needs me to do all the text messages. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry for this. My team doesn't know I'm on an all-day YouTube live.
The other thing is I was trying to bring co-workers of mine to be my private lender on it or partner.
But what are you going to do with it, Nestor?
I want to keep it, but I don't know if it's worth it or not.
Keep it for what?
Long-term rental.
Okay, long-term rental. Do you know what it brings in cash flow?
Similar, not quite sure. The similar properties are renting for 4,800 in the area.
Hey, Tanisha, how'd you like my objection handling today about send me something in writing? How'd you guys like that objection?
That was pretty good, actually.
That was the first time I've used it. I just made it up. Oh, that was so good. I said, Brianka's like, what was it? I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm dyslexic. I actually don't type well. I can only really speak on the phone. And the agent was like, okay.
I'm pretty bad at email.
I go, I'm not really good at email. I'm dyslexic, actually. And it's like, oh, so good. It like completely annihilated that objection today. It was so good. And then the agent is like, hey, let me know. He texts me. He's like, let me know you want to get on the phone. I know you're not good at typing things out. I was like, oh, that is so good. We're going to have a bunch of dyslexic people all over the country. Some people are like, I don't even know what dyslexia is, but I'm going to go look it up. All of a sudden, all of you guys are going to start using, I'm dyslexic. I'm sorry, I can't do that. But here's the thing. You have to have the right tone. You can't just be like, yeah, I'm dyslexic. You can't do that. Go, oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm embarrassed to tell you, but I'm actually I have a little bit of dyslexia, which means I'm not really good with typing or writing. I have to have somebody to do it for me. Okay. So sorry, but I'm great on the phone. So if you want to talk on the phone, let's keep it at that. I'm not really great at typing. I got a disability. Okay, Nestor, you got the deal. Okay. Just a touch. Sam, she's like, yeah, just a touch. Ooh, this is a cool house. Nestor, it's definitely a cool house. I can't put it on the screen because you don't have it under contract. I don't want the non-Subto students on Zoom or on YouTube to call them. That was great though. That was a good objection, and I've never used that before. In all my years of doing that, I'd never come up with an objection handler that good. It was just full on. Let's see here. I gotta get Nestor, Josh Edison. Maybe I can maybe call some sellers for y'all today. Give me some time. I gotta find Nestor's message with the phone call for the agent. Okay, there it is. What's the agent's name again?
Joe Costa.
Oh, it's a man.
No, it's a lady.
Joan is her name.
Joe.
Joe?
Joe.
What's up with okay. Let's just take a shot in the dark. How about this? Let's just screw it all up. Let's just see how bad we can screw it up.
I'm gonna be myself.
Hello?
Hi, is this Joe?
Yes?
Hi, Joe. My name is Pace. How you doing?
Good, and you?
I'm awesome. I am Nestor. I think you spoke with Nestor earlier this morning about a property, a really cool property your Australian seller is selling.
Yes. Yes.
I'm the person that brings all the money to his transaction. So I was just calling to get clarity on, because he's got an accent and I couldn't quite understand every little tidbit of the situation. So I thought I'd call and get some clarity on the house.
Not a problem. So what do you need to know?
I need to know, has he mentioned anything about having the seller, if we got your commissions paid, if the seller would do some sort of seller finance?
Yeah. Yes, he mentioned. However, we are now in the position of cash, because that's what I believe she will accept it.
Okay.
Okay. So he mentioned about 712 500.
Okay.
However, I told him that if he can come to 720, we can have the seller pay my commission, and I can represent both sides. And I, of course, will withdraw a little bit from my commission to her. And you have to pay only the closing costs, if that's something that is going to work for you guys.
What do you think an investor could do with this property? What do you think is the highest and best use for that house?
Well, the house is very well located in Laurier Park, which is the heart of Lake Nona, which is the #1 community growing in Orlando area.
Okay.
Because of Tavistock Company. It's very close to the clubhouse, to Canvas Restaurant. The house needs an upgrade internal because it's 10 years old home.
Okay.
Other than that, everything is okay. The AC in the apartment is something that has to be fixed. But with this price, I don't think the seller will be willing to do. But it's not big deal. It's just like fix it, whatever, maybe, put some cool it, or I don't know, something that has to be done there. Out of that, everything is working perfectly in the house.
Okay, cool. So
Yes, I will say that change the floor, upgrade the kitchen for white cabinets, and put some new, a little bit new landscape, and the house is done.
Okay, so you think maybe this is a better fit for like a homeowner, somebody wants to move in the house?
Oh yes. It's a very residential community with a very high, high income community, doctors and people that, However, the house is not updated, so we have difficulty. Another thing is that the apartment, everybody wants this house because the apartment, they can do the finance and rent out the apartment, and the rental will help to pay the financing, all right, the mortgage. However, the apartment has no, laundry, it has no laundry space. So if you guys can put a laundry space in the apartment, because the apartment above the garage has a full kitchen, 1 bedroom and 1 bath, and a small living room. So you can adapt it to put a laundry there, which I'm not sure how much it's going to cost, but it's not that much.
Okay.
And give some private area space for getting to the apartment. So if you do that, you can rent, everybody who buys can rent only the apartment for $1,500 to $1,800.
Awesome.
And this can definitely help to pay the mortgage.
Okay, cool. So I only invest on or lend money on investment properties. It doesn't sound like this would be a good investment property. It probably is something that a homeowner needs to move into, because I don't think this would cash flow. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't, because if you buy for $720 and if you spend $50,000, so it's going to be $770. You can, I believe that you can go to $900 easy.
So you think I could flip it?
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. You have to do some updated, because the house is not up to date. It's 10 years of kitchen, which is nice. It's ready to move in. But everybody that I have been talking with, the main major problem is the laundry in the apartment above the garage, and the floor and the kitchen, which is the cabinetries. That's all.
Okay, got it. Do you have anything else that would be a good investment property for people like myself? We don't plan on moving in the house. Do you have anything else that would be good investment?
Not at this moment, no.
How can I bother you in the future and pester you every day?
Oh, sure, definitely.
Okay,
you can call me if I have everything. I can save your number and can forward to you. But honestly, I don't work with like stressed properties, like like $150, $200 property, because I don't even go there by myself, because sometimes it's in a not even nice area. So I won't have this type of property anyway.
What about agents at your brokerage? Do you have other agents in your brokerage that focus on that? Because I could pay your commission and theirs.
No, I am the brokerage, and I don't have so many people in my brokerage.
Okay, so you're like a boutique shop.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, no problem. I'm just going to tell Nestor I'm probably not a good lender for this deal, and he'll probably have to find a different lender. I don't think it's a good investment, and flips right now, especially with interest rates are going to go up again in June. I think flipping right now is kind of a dangerous sport to play.
Okay.
But I want to do a deal with you in the future, so I'll keep your information. I'll just keep bugging you.
Perfect. Don't worry. Just, again, I don't have stressed properties. I just work with nice properties, not luxury, but not only luxury, but just nice properties. So if I have something, I will save your number, and of course I will forward to you as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. You have a great day.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, Nestor, do you know why I called that agent for you?
Yes.
Because what happens when you're newer in this business, you start going, oh my gosh, an agent is willing to sell a house to me. An agent is willing to sell a house to me. And you start thinking, oh, this is a deal. Let me break this down for you. Okay. We all know agents lie. So let me tell you the lie that she told you, the multiple lies she said. She said, this property could go up to 900,000. You could sell it for 900. Okay. Let's just say that this is true. Hi, Ingrid. Good to see you. Let's just say 900 is true. Guys, the average cost to sell a property in the United States, okay, is 10%. You think it's other than that? Come fight me. I'll beat your ass in an alleyway. This is 100% what it costs to sell a house in the United States.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm clear on that.
Okay. So what does that mean? That means if I list the property at one point as a flip, okay, it's going to cost me $90,000 to sell that property. So the reality is when you sell a property, okay, when you sell a property, the highest amount of money you're going to get for that $900,000 sale is, even if somebody gave you full price at 900, right? Let's say a buyer wants to come in and buy this property from you for 900,000. After all the people are paid, commissions, closing costs, home warranties, appraisal issue, all that stuff, you're actually only selling that property for $810,000. Okay, so let's put the purchase price in there, $720,000. Okay, let's take the $720,000 out. Okay, that's your purchase price when you bought the property. Now let's take probably about $15,000 in closing costs when you bought the property as well out of there. Let's take her BS number of $50,000 renovation. Anybody believe that a nice house just needs upgrades of $50,000 is the appropriate number? This is such a BS lie, and somebody that's in real estate should know that. You're going to spend, guys, welcome to the new economy. You're going to spend probably 75 minimum. I would say $100,000 is the appropriate number. Then, okay, on top of that, where are you going to get the $720,000? You're not going to use your own money. You're going to have a hard money lender, and that hard money lender is going to have payments, nearly $7,000 a month in hard money payments. So let's just say this is a 6-month project. Okay. That means you've got another $40,000, $50,000 in payments that you got to take out of this. Let's see. what am I going to make on this? 810. Let's bust out the calculator. Any of you guys that have Androids, just want to let you know, this is what an iPhone calculator looks like. Okay. We actually have calculators on our phones, just so you know. I don't know about you guys over there with your Androids. How you feeling about them Androids? Okay, but let's say, all right, so I already know I'm only going to get 810, okay? So $810,000. I take out my $720,000 purchase price. Okay, that leaves me 90. I take out my $15,000 that cost me to buy the property in closing costs. I take out the $100,000 renovation costs, and then I take out the miscellaneous $50,000 in hard money costs. At $720,000 purchase price, I will lose a minimum of $75,000 flipping that house. Minimum. Okay. So when people say, oh, I got a good deal, guys, did we need a spreadsheet to do this? No. I'm anti-spreadsheet because it's like, I don't want you guys learning that you have to have a spreadsheet. I'm anti-spreadsheet. You don't need a spreadsheet to break this down. Okay. So Nestor, in order for you to, buy this property, I already know.
I needed like $150,000 less, right?
Basically, yeah. So $720,000. You're going to lose 75 grand at that price. So let's take 75 grand off the price. And I would say you want to make 10% of the sales price. So I would say you got to take another 90 grand off of there for your profit. You got to buy this $165,000 less than $720,000. Does that make sense, everybody? Give me a yes that makes sense. So actually the purchase price on this thing should be like $555,000 should be the purchase price to sell it for 900 grand and make 90.
Makes sense.
Okay. This is people, they look at this and they go, oh man, that's a $345,000 cost. And the renovation's only $100,000. Okay. Yeah. But you don't realize that the cost to sell one of these houses is very expensive. Okay. So when people come to me and they go, Pace, I have a deal. Does 720 look like a deal? No, but it's a good practice for you to go through this. Okay. It's a great practice. And then on top of it, okay, there's two other lies that we have to take into consideration. Okay. Let's take a couple of things into consideration here. Number one, in 6 months from now, is that property going to be worth $900,000 if the interest rates go up one more time? No. This property, okay. Let's look up Orlando, Florida. Let me pull this up. Let me pull up Orlando, Florida, year over year prices. Okay. Okay. Okay, in this area, I'm not going to give anybody the address. In this area specifically north of Orlando, okay? I can't give you the address, but this area last year over year, 23 back to 2022 because of interest rates going up.
Well, you can give the area. I'm not getting it anymore.
I don't want people calling the agent. The problem is I have people on YouTube that I just don't trust, unfortunately. Subto students I trust, we all agree to not screw each other over. But this property, by the time you finish this in 6 months, will be worth probably $865. It's going to trend downward. Okay. That's a big deal, right? It's tough. So Nestor, this is why I always say, what are you going to do with the property? Let's say, what are you going to do with the property, or what is your buyer going to do with the property is what determines your purchase price. So, Nestor.
Yes.
On to the next one, brother.
Yeah, definitely. I have like 5 more.
I love it. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Here's what I would say too. Did anybody learn anything from this? Who learned something from this? Okay. So you learn every single day through action. This is the only way to truly learn. So I have to say congrats to my boy, Nestor. Boom, 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 boom. The fact is you actually won here because you learned something that will make it easier for you to do the next deal and the next deal and the next deal. Look at you, dude, taking action. You know, there was a point in your life, Nestor, where you're like, I just need to take action. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I get there.
And guess what? You're here, dog. You're taking action. You're learning, which means you've won. Guess what? 99% of people trying to get into real estate haven't even gotten that far. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you. I get some people on my job to lend me money too.
There you go. Cool. Thank you, Nestor. I appreciate it.
I'm going out now.
Go make some money. Kent, what's up, dog? Kept you waiting, man. You've been hanging out with me this whole time, basically. What's up, homie? How you doing?
What's up, Pace? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I always love your energy. What do you got for me today?
Hey, man, I just want to say thank you so much for doing those social media Zooms. I just got my first creative finance deal, and it was from a guest on a podcast. How freaking mind-blowing was that, right?
What the freak?
Dude, right? It wasn't from a seller. I tried calling agents, but it turned out to be a guest on my podcast. And I pitched him creative just like you taught us to. So
is it a single family home? What is it?
Single family home in Birmingham, Alabama.
I love that market. That's a great market.
Yeah, he might have 2 to 3 more for me if this transaction goes smoothly. But thank you for building this community, because transaction coordinator came from it and got a private money partner his first deal because he brought the cash to the table, also within Subto. And yeah, we're doing some good stuff there. The story with this tenant is that every single time, I think when I sent out my inspector out there, the housing authority required them, because she's an amputee, required the landlord to build a wheelchair ramp. And every single time the landlord got that notice, they sold the home because no one wanted to put in the extra cash to build that wheelchair ramp for the tenant. So luckily for my partner and I asked them, like, hey, this is the situation. There is a path to get it cash flowing. And it worked out for the seller. The seller was going to list it, but he wasn't going to get the price that he wanted. So we pitched it. And even right before he was about to sign a deal with us, he actually got a better offer. So then I learned from you, scorching the earth. I said, well, hey, I think that's a better deal because they're offering you 25% down, higher interest rate. I said, can you just let them know to make sure that, one, they'll give you a $10,000 EMD. They will say they won't assign it. And long story short, that buyer changed our offers and he came back to us. So dude, your information is gold, bro.
That's so great. I love, like, first off, so for people that don't understand the context, so about a year ago, I decided, all right, I want to do some bonus Zooms for the Subto community. I want to do a social media series. And I did, like, I don't know, 4, maybe 5 Zooms. And I was like, podcast, do this, do that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how I post on social media. Here's these things, blah, 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 blah. You end up starting your podcast, okay? And you bring a guest on. You then pitch seller finance to him. He says yes. And if this goes well, I'll sell you 2, maybe 3 more. Awesome. You're basically going to get into contract with them. And while you're negotiating with them, another investor comes along and says, I'll offer more down payment and a higher interest rate on seller finance. Sell the deal to me. Because you built great rapport with the seller, you actually had him come and communicate with you and tell you what the hell was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you then said, I'm going to scorch the earth, which is a strategy that I teach, which is say, hey, you should go take that offer as long as they do these 4 or 5 things. He takes those 4 or 5 things to that other investor. That other investor basically goes, yeah, I'm not going to do that. They probably were planning on wholesaling it.
Mm-hmm.
And they came back, the seller came back to you and said, I want to do the deal with you.
Yeah. And guess what, guys? I started a podcast on affordable housing and I didn't have a single affordable housing rental yet at that time. So like Pei said, dude, don't overthink it. Like he taught us to like, dude, create a podcast and that's how you get credibility. And then I start bringing these monsters that are in affordable housing and collaborating with other people in Subto. And dude, this is so cool, man. This is so cool. The podcast gives you so much
credit. Are you going to keep it for yourself?
I am going to keep it for myself because this is the other better part of the story. My partner, he and I were in a wedding in Asia, and he had 5 unprovoked seizures, completely out of the blue, and we're under escrow for this property. So we think this property, because of the good karma we're doing, saved his life. Because 1, he almost died 3 times. So his potassium level was an 8. So if you're above a 6, it's clinically unsurvivable, according to one of my friends who's a neurosurgeon. Then after he had a seizure, he had a CT scan and they found a white spot. And we're like, oh crap, could it be brain cancer? So then we got an MRI scan. Thankfully, like the healthcare in Indonesia is not that great. Thankfully, we had like neurosurgeon, we're texting his MRI scans back and forth, and we figured out it was just like a malformation. So in all the scenarios for what that white spot could have been, that was the best case scenario. And then he also escaped severe and acute kidney failure because of all the seizures. It releases a lot of toxins. So for us, I'm just like, dude, I don't know if we believe in good karma, but there must have been a reason where we're doing something here. We're helping someone. And dude, I was like, dude, you're so lucky, man. We just had one of my doctor friends said you could have died 3 times. So this is a hell of a story. Just like what you said, one of the reasons we buy real estate is for the story. And I thought this is an amazing story, man. Starting from a podcast, getting a deal through a guest on a podcast, having that deal, hopefully the good karma, saving his life. Wow. Like, dude,
bro,
thank you so much, man.
I'm impressed. I'm so impressed by that. That's so freaking cool. Like, you guys are basically saying, is the seller going through this stuff because he's so stressed out, or what are the things causing these seizures, or is he just going through a lot?
I think it's just stress, to be honest with you. So I think, I mean, for the seller also, he was trying to get more money for his bank, get more bang for his buck. And then he's also transitioned to student housing away from affordable housing. So it just worked out in the same situation where we're able to kind of give him the price that they want and give them the terms that they want. It's not a 0% down, 0% interest, but hey, 15% down at 2.5% interest. That's still pretty good compared to what the market is.
Pretty good. That's like 1/3 the interest rate right now.
Yeah. And it'll be at least a 10% cash on cash return. And if we can get the ceiling for what the Affordable Housing Authority will pay, it should be a 20% cash on cash return. At least the pathway is there, right? That's the ceiling. So yeah, I'm looking for more private money partners.
When do you guys close? When do you close escrow on that deal?
On Monday or Tuesday. And then if it goes smoothly, we should have a few more in that area.
Wow, dude.
This is fun. I mean, to be honest, like for everyone out there, it took me, I joined Subto in like July of last year and I didn't get a deal until just now, right? So you got to be patient. I got to keep reminding myself that this is the part where most people quit. It's like,
yeah, most people quit. I can tell you the true thing. Most people quit within the first week of starting. That's like 90% of people. They go, all right, I'm going to watch YouTube. I'm going to read a book. I'm going to go to a seminar. And then they like go back to their regular lives. They come back a year later and they go, man, I really want to get started in real estate. So then like 90% of those people then go in, like they actually make it to a month or 2 months or whatever it is. And that cycle goes on for a long time and it just dwindles and dwindles and dwindles. Dude, we are so lucky because you've got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people on YouTube trying to learn how to get into real estate. And the people who are consistent and actually just take action, like think about how cool this is. This will open up the paradigm for you. You'll get the deal done. You'll get 2 more deals done out of it. And then it opens up the floodgates where now, 1, the paradigm in your brain has now changed. 2, you have the credibility to start talking about your deals you did on your podcast. And 3, people will start bringing you opportunities, more private money lenders, all sorts of stuff. And you will have a self-belief that's like, dude, I did this.
Yeah. Dude, for the longest time, I was like, I should get Pace on a podcast. And I said, you know what? I'm going to wait till I get a deal because I wanted to put that pressure on myself. I was like, why do I deserve Pace to come onto my podcast before I do get a deal? So it worked out, man. It worked out.
Proud of you, dude. Proud of you. Birmingham, Alabama is such a great market too.
Yeah, dude. And one of the things I pitched to my seller was, hey, if you would be my seller testimonial and I can use you as my testimonial, I'll give you the chance to invest in other deals that I get where you are the testimonial. He's like, oh, I like that. I like that a lot. So,
bro, look how creative you are. This is genius.
Right? That's how I incentivize the seller to be a testimonial. And I think everyone can do this. And that was probably one of the reasons he took my offer too. That's why he was interested. One, not only he's going to make more money interest, but he's like, oh, I get a piece of your future deals if I get to be a testimonial.
Genius. Dude, you're amazing. Amazing. Is anybody inspired in here over this? Anybody inspired over Kent's story?
Go start a podcast, guys. Seriously. I think the stat is like what? One podcast. I think there's only like 50,000 podcasts that releases 1 episode a week. So you're not competing with 1 billion Instagram users.
No, you're not. And there's a lot more YouTube channels as well. So like podcasts are great. And it's a good, you know, when I told you guys about the podcast, I was like, here's the hack about a podcast. Like you get to interview and learn from other people that are your heroes.
Yes.
And it's the hack because it's like people want to talk about their story. They want to tell you things. They want to share experiences, etc. So you doing that, 1, gave you confidence. You got to learn a bunch of stuff over the last, you know, several months. And then 2, you got a freaking deal out of it.
Yeah, man. Like where else can you network with someone and ask them whatever question you want, except on a podcast? Like for all these people that are afraid to walk up to someone with like a big reputation like yourself in a meetup, get them on a podcast and they'll tell you everything you want to know.
Yeah, they do. They open up. I open up on podcasts. I'm like, damn, did I just say that? I shouldn't have said that. Kent, you're amazing, bro.
Thank you so much.
You got me inspired to go get a deal. I'm gonna go get a deal in the next 5 minutes.
Let's go. Thank you, Pace. I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, Kent. Hey guys, go follow Kent on Instagram. DM him. Invest with Kent. He's amazing. Kent, go on YouTube also and put the link to your podcast and put your podcast link in the Zoom as well, please. That'd be great. Amazing. Let me see. I think Jimmy Au has a deal for me. Let's call Jimmy Au. You know, Jimmy Au was the first student 3 years ago on day 1 of the Subto community starting 3 years ago. Jimmy was the first student that ever did a Subto deal in our community. He sent me a deal on the 3-year anniversary. And I was like, I'll buy it just because it's the 3-year anniversary deal. And he goes, dude, I already sold it. Yo, man, are you still asleep over there in San Diego?
Say again?
Are you still asleep there in San Diego or what?
No, I have to take a morning flight out. I'm in Dallas now.
Oh, nice. What do you got for me? You got a deal for me?
Not in Dallas. I'm actually here because I'm working with Kang on an RV course right now.
Amazing. What about, you have a deal in where? San Antonio?
So, we talking about this RV park or the Subto?
No, the Subto deal.
It's sold already.
What the freak, dude?
That's what I told you, dude.
I thought you sent me another one the day after.
Oh, that's the Houston one. It's in Humboldt, Texas.
Okay, that's the one I want to buy.
Okay, let's do it. What's the next steps?
Okay, you got really, when are you gonna have better service?
Oh, I'm really probably like 10 minutes.
Okay, call me back.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, I got an agent calling me. The first agent we called today, Reginald. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Reginald Jackson. Let's call him up.
Hello.
Hey, Reggie, it's Pace. How you doing?
And you?
I'm good, man. Sorry I missed your call.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can get the owner back on the line, and we can discuss it. He wasn't that interested in owner financing, but you can go ahead and go through and say what you have to say. And he's gonna come tell you where he is and see if we can come to a happy medium.
Let's do it. Thank you.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can get him in.
Okay, no problem. This is a great agent that doesn't understand how to pitch this, and he says, I'll get the seller on the phone. Let's do a three-way. This note to all the real estate agents out there, stop being a knucklehead and trying to protect everything. Three-way calls are dope. Just do it. Just get it done. Let's get the deal done. I don't know why y'all trying to block everybody from getting deals done. Let's go for the no. Okay, let's go for the no. Yes, I called directly. Guys, I called directly from my phone number because I'm a human being. I'm not trying to do some AI bullshit with like Google Voice and stuff like that. He didn't answer, Reggie?
No, he didn't. I'm gonna try to call him one more time. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, no problem. I'm available most of the day, so even if you can't get a hold of him right now, I'll keep waiting.
Okay. All right.
By the way, guys, this is an agent I called. It was the first call I made today on the live. We're just trying to work a deal. Literally just called an agent off the phone, trying to work a 32-unit multifamily on seller finance, actually on a Morby method.
Hey, Pace.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he didn't pick up.
Okay, no problem. I'm here. So you can just let me know if he calls you back. I'll try my best to answer.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, brother. Talk to you soon.
All right, bye.
Bye. See how fast I become friends with agents, by the way? Just like boom, 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 boom. Just making friends all day long. Like imagine, oh yeah, Michael, is it a lead or is it a deal? Is it a lead or a deal? We got to decipher the difference, guys. If you say I got a deal, you better have a contract. If you have a lead, if you have a deal, but it's really just a lead, then let's call it a lead so we know, right? Michael. What's up, Michael? How you doing, dog?
Hey, so I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm great. Turn your camera on so people can see you.
I cannot turn my camera on because I have three monitors and I have a laptop that's down, so I have like a different setup going on. So I apologize for that today.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I almost met you at the Wholesale Inc. Summit with Brent Daniels. We were standing around in a circle, but everybody was around you, so I didn't get a chance to meet you.
Oh, just interrupt all them knuckleheads. I'm just, you know.
I've been watching.
Oh, hey,
video.
Michael, hold on,
Yeah.
pause. I got Jimmy Al calling me. Hold on.
Okay, all right.
Jimmy Al.
Hey, Pace Morgan, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you great. What do you?
Awesome.
Who are you doing the RV park with?
Tang, you remember Tang?
Of course I.
Tang Lin?
Come on, dog. Come on. I'm gonna call Tang after this and be like, why are you doing deals with Jimmy and not with me?
I forgot. You have a memory of an elephant, right? Or is it a hippo or a pig?
Both. I'm a hog that has the memory of an elephant. That's what it is. Dude, congrats again, man. I'm just so proud of you. Like I, 3 years ago doing your first Sub2 deal. And then here we are 3 years later, I'm trying to buy another Sub2 deal with you. Look at you, man. Scaling, growing, flying around the country. Look at you.
Dude, I'm like, I never thought I'd be traveling this much. I was in Dallas last week. I was in Houston the week before. I'm also like gonna be a capital partner in one of Mike Watson's deals.
Oh, I love it, dude.
And dude, honestly, it was the stuff that you taught that wasn't creative finance that allowed me to see these other opportunities, which is crazy. I mean, like that was like the baseline, but all the other stuff you talked about, choose.
I know. I try to tell people. People go like, "What is Sub2? I'm like, dude, it's where we just talk about everything real estate, man. Like raising capital, inserting yourself into deals. What's the RV park you guys are doing?
So it's in like Bump Up, Texas. It's like 50 minutes north of us, but there's a lot of demand. It's like the Texas Insurance plant is being built out there, but there's a total of 48 pads. Right now there's 21, building out 27 more.
Nice.
And it was just them that got started on it. And I was like, hey, look, I'm connected with a fund that is looking to buy these kind of stabilized assets. And so I talked to him, and so I got that fund to be a lender as well. So if you need some money for deals, they said they would loan up to 10 million right now.
On RV parks specifically?
Well, that was just the lending part. When they're buying stabilized assets, they're looking for mobile home parks, RV parks, multifamily, and they have a specific criteria. It's pretty low. It's like 8% cash on cash, like 18% ARR, exit in 4 to 6 years.
Why don't have you made a post in Sub2 about this and told all the Sub2 students about it?
I haven't yet. No.
You should do a Zoom about it, bro.
Yeah.
Go in there and do a Zoom about it and let the students know what you got. And I bet you could partner with 15 people this month on deals.
For sure. Yeah. It's funny you say that because I got connected with like Joseph Mudd.
Yep.
Yeah. He's also doing the same thing, but
he used to live in Houston. Were you in Houston or where were you? You're in Dallas.
I'm in Dallas. Yeah.
When you lived in Dallas, Joseph Mudd lived in Houston. Then Joseph moved to Arizona, and you moved to San Diego.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and now, but anyway, so the deal in Humble, Texas. What's the deal?
Dude, let me open up my email because I got so many deals nowadays, and now I get my number confused. Did you get a chance to look at it yet or no?
I think I did. Let me go through it real fast.
Okay, so it's like 20 minutes. It's really like 15, 20 minutes east of the airport, the IAH George Bush. And let me see here. Entry is 45. When I say entry, that does not include closing costs and all that. So,
but it is your assignment fee, seller costs, arrears, all that stuff, right?
Yep, cash to seller, agent commission, and assignment fee.
Okay, if I buy the deal, will the seller give us a testimonial, or will the agent give us a testimonial, or are you not connected to them in that way?
I'm trying to think here. We could. I can reach out to the agent and have them, because I'm gonna have to. I already told them, hey, I need to meet the seller because if I'm gonna be taking over somebody's mortgage, I want to have established a relationship with them.
Okay, got it.
Yep. So yeah, and it's a nice property. I mean, it's just outdated, but it's pretty good to go in terms of like move-in ready.
Okay.
In 2016.
I'll buy it. I'm looking at it right now. I'll buy it.
Just like that.
Yeah. Come on, dog.
I love it. Why is this the first one that we're doing together?
Because you keep them and then you sell them to other people, dog.
I always include you, but I think you respond to emails.
I reply to my emails once a day typically, and the deal that you sent, I didn't look at it until the very next day, and you were like, "It's already sold."
I just know how to create demand. I guess.
I know, dude. You got that FOMO figured out. Yeah. Will you email Molly? Just have Molly at pacemorby.com, and I'll do the deal.
Okay. So is Molly is Tennant her last name?
Yeah. Molly Tennant is her last name. She's my COO.
Because I put Molly at manifestu.com, but I'm guessing that's not the right email.
No, Molly at pacemorby.com.
Okay. Hey, so let me ask you. You respond to emails once a day. How do you make sure you capitalize on opportunities and not miss out, or do you just like don't mind if you miss out?
Oh, I miss out on
Just
a lot of
curious question.
I miss out on a lot of opportunities, but I have somebody else that stays on top of my emails once I'm done for the day. But she just doesn't know how to underwrite deals. You know what I'm saying? So if it's something else besides a deal, like, hey, I'm a private money lender, I want to lend money to you, or hey, I've got whatever. The challenge is like some of these single family houses, like this one in Humble, Texas, like these ones typically go fast, right? It's like 350 Houston area, 3.5% interest rate. It's a great house. This should have sold already, right? Just kind of like, what was the deal in San Antonio, the one I almost bought from you?
Yeah.
It's like those kind of opportunities I miss out on, but the ones that are a little bit more like apartment complexes, RV parks, whatever, I don't miss out on those because they don't move as fast.
Yeah. So let me ask you, why are you still buying single family? Is it mainly for content purposes?
No, great question, bro. Great question. Why is Pace still buying single family? The reason for that is because I already have a machine that buys and manages and operates a single family portfolio. Why would I shut that down? Right.
I would have guessed that, but I was just wanted to
like think about this. Like, you know, Dairy Queen hasn't been selling food for like since their inception, right? They've always done like ice cream. So they found out that they make way more money on their hamburgers and their fries and all the other stuff. And so you're asking Dairy Queen, hey, why don't you just stop selling ice cream and only sell hamburgers? Well, they're already selling ice cream. They're already known as ice cream, right? So like, if customers are going for ice cream, now they're going to also come for multifamily. So for me, I do it all, because then that way everybody brings every opportunity to me, and I just have different teams that are doing different things.
It's like when you said you purposely hired these people so you have a pressure to make sure that they're fed and paid and compensated, and this is probably one of the ways.
Yes. And I just even gave a raise to somebody the other day just to apply pressure to myself to make that individual company make more money to justify their raise before I even made more money to pay their raise.
Dude, that's another thing you solidified in me is pressure is privilege.
Pressure is privilege, man. Blessed to be stressed.
Truth, man. Dude, I don't know. I feel like the past 3 years I've reached a level of business enlightenment.
Yeah, dude. I'm watching you. I'm watching you, dude. I love watching you. I'm proud of you. I'm proud to call you my friend. I'm proud to call you a partner on a deal. And thank you. Let's do 100 more.
Yes. But yeah, I want to provide as much value back to the community, but also, you know, if you see any reason for this fund, they said they can loan 10%. They would like to loan a lot more money. So like we told them like 500,000 would be like a no-go, but they said they can go up to 10 million and they want 12% interest only.
Would they go in second position?
That's another thing. They want to be in first. So if that means clearing out all your other lenders and them just paying cash, I think that's something they would consider.
I mean, I could get some sellers to subordinate into second position, then put them into first position.
Dude, I don't know if you heard. So you know Mike Watson, right? You've heard of him?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know what it is, but when I met Mike for the first time last weekend, he literally reminded me of you. I don't know why. Maybe because he's from Utah and maybe he's Mormon too, but I doubt that's the only thing.
Did he have magic Mormon underwear?
Dude, it's just like, I don't know, the way he was talking, it was actually mind blowing. But anyways, he talked about how if he would buy land on seller finance, he would actually make the seller a capital partner.
Yeah.
And now they essentially would just wipe out the seller and the lender would be in first position now.
Yeah, we taught that about, you don't come into the Zooms as much anymore, other than to say hi, but we taught that. I had my attorney come in and talk about having the seller subordinate into second position and the lender comes into first position, or what you can do is you bring the seller on as a partner in the deal, in your LLC.
In the LLC.
Yeah.
But it's essentially like getting an asset free. So like if it's in the wrong hands, you know, people could essentially take advantage of that.
Correct.
And screw the seller.
Yeah.
Because now it's the LLC and not the property that's collateralized.
That is correct.
So that's kind of scary, but in the right hands, that can do a lot of good damage.
Yeah. It's like having a superpower. As long as it's used for good, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, let me know. I'll do a Zoom about the fund and I want to see how I can provide you with more value. I know you're going to earn more value add. Are you buying value add multifamily or like just buying stabilized assets as well?
I have everything I've bought this last 12 months in multifamily has had an element of value add to it. I've not bought one stabilized asset.
Okay. Gotcha.
But I want to do, I just bought a storage facility, like a piece of land, and bought the land cash. Maybe the fund would help out with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're not busy, when you getting home to San Diego?
Sorry?
When are you going home to San Diego?
Yes, returning Wednesday.
Okay,
Sorry,
Wednesday.
I'm getting a rental right now.
Okay, call me on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Let's do the deal. Call me on Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay,
Love
later,
you,
bro.
man.
See ya.
Bye.
Hi. Oh, hi. Who, Jimmy? No. Oh, hi. Hello. Hi. Hi. Say hi. Say hi.
Hi.
How was the dentist? Did they fix you up? Let me see. Oh, yeah, they look better. Give me a kiss. Oh, you're going to go to dance? Daddy just bought another house. Are you surprised or are you not surprised?
I am surprised.
Is it because I suck at buying houses?
Yeah.
You say you suck at buying houses.
You suck at buying houses.
Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Mwah. Thank you. Is anybody having a good day today? Are we having fun on here today, guys? Tell my wife that I'm working hard. She thinks all I do is just play this video game called real estate all day long.
He's working hard.
Oh, you were? Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Okay, love you. Thank you, babe. Love you. I'll see you later. All right. My wife, you were hanging out on YouTube? Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking at the YouTube comments. It's hard to do both. Love you. Yeah, I'm fasting. I got a water. Thank you. Love you. All right. Molly is going to come in. We're going to underwrite a deal, multifamily deal that we're looking to buy. Okay. All right. Working deals today. Working deals today. Let's go. What if, guys, this is what's so cool about the Subto community. What if we had Zooms all day long that just inspired energy? Oh, wait, we do. It's great. I think the best Zooms that Subto does is when other Subto students do open office Zooms where basically you hang out and you just call sellers and call agents and all that kind of stuff together. Maybe we should do that at after Molly comes in. Let's all make a call. Everybody want to make a call on a multifamily deal today? I'll give you guys a little bit of a script. Ooh, Reggie Jackson's calling me back. Mr. Jackson.
Hey, man. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can emerge this in.
Okay, cool.
All right. Hey, Pace.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Judge Pace.
Hey, I'm really good. It's breaking up pretty bad though. Can you hear me okay?
I think I'm not making this. I just go ahead.
I can't hear him. This is why three-way calls suck. Sorry, guys. Three-way calls suck. No, they have an Android. They couldn't do voice. What do you call that? He does have an Android. He's a green bubble texter. Just FYI, he does have an Android. Just FYI. But that, I just tease about Androids. Androids are pretty dope. Okay, man, what a good day. We already got a deal. Here's the deal I just bought from Jimmy Au. Jimmy Au was one of our first 10 students that joined Subto 3 years ago. And a couple of things I want to point out to you guys, okay? So good property. It's 5 bed, 3 bath. So I could do it's actually 5 beds on public record. It's 5 beds. So I don't know why Zillow's off. But this is the property, 5 bed, 3 bath, 2,853 square feet. Lot you can do here. Okay, you could do a midterm rental here, which is probably what I'll end up doing. I'll do a midterm rental. It's 3.5% interest. Kind of hard to beat that, right? So I'll buy it sub 2. Man, I really would love if my whiteboard was working today. It's working. Oh my gosh, I got it working. Yay! I'm back in business, suckers. Okay, this is great. All right, so this is a sub 2 property that Jimmy Au is one of our first students that ever joined sub 2. And he has been cranking for 3 years straight. And as you could hear him say, he says, I just feel like it keeps getting better and better and better. Now he's partnering on RV parks, etc. Okay. Shelly says, Pace, somebody has to take the babies to appointments. Yeah, that is true. My wife does take care of that stuff. She's awesome. Is Pace really staying for 12 hours? Yeah, man, I've done 26-hour Zooms before. Come on, CJ, what you talking about? This is light work, bro. All right, so it's a sub 2 deal in Texas, North Houston, basically. And here's why it's a good deal. A couple of reasons why it's a great deal. Number one, it's a 3.5% interest rate. Okay. So I'm buying it sub 2. Great. Awesome. Love that. The other thing is here, I'll give you guys the address, 15131 Glazed Branch Drive in Humble, Texas. I love how people in Texas call this Humble. You know that there's an H there, right? Texans. It's called Humble. Okay. Here's what's funny. How would you tell somebody to be humble in Humble, Texas, and spell them different? Johnny says it's silent. Okay. How, so am I supposed to be humble in Humble, Texas, or am I supposed to be humble in Humble, Texas? Does that make sense? It makes no sense. How is it spelled the same? Not. It's weird. We just, normal humans will call it Humble, Texas. You weirdos over there in Texas can call it Humble. I think what it was is that the person who named it, what meant for it to be called Humble, Texas, but they were dyslexic and they said Humble, Texas. Okay. Something like that. But this is the address, 15131 Glazed Branch Drive, Humble, Texas. Yes, I said humble, not humble. It is Humble, Texas. And I'm buying that deal. I will be into it. $35,000 is my entry fee to get into that deal. Okay. So what is $35,000? Where does it come from? Well, easy. Who wants to lend that money to me? Anybody want to lend this money to me? Anybody want to be my private money partner on this deal? Okay, so there you go. I got a dozen people. They'll give Chef Joey, lend me the money, bro. Let's do something together. You be my private money on this deal. Okay, we'll get the deal done. Okay. If you got 35 grand, I actually need more than 35 grand. I need 35 grand plus closing costs, plus some renovation, furniture. So I probably need 50 grand. Chef Joe, you got 50 grand for this deal? He says he can get it. Chef Joey, how much do you have available? Maybe I'll bring in 2 private money lenders just to show people I can have 2 private money lenders on the same deal. Okay, he says he has up to $100,000. Glenn says he can wire me now. Okay, so you see how easy getting the entry fee is, especially when you're in sub 2. Hey guys, when you joined sub 2, did you realize that you basically were just going to have access to money for like the rest of your life? when I built the community, I had no real idea. But it's truly unreal. Cody's like, nope, it's unreal. Okay, cool. So I'll get the 50 grand. Chef Joey, if anybody wants to lend on this, Chef, I'd love to use part of your money. Email Molly at pacemorby.com and Molly will work it up. She'll get you, she'll work up the note and the deed of trust. Make sure you're secured. We'll get a lender's policy. Make sure you got insurance on the deal. Okay. Nadine says, sell it to me, Pace. Waiting to make my first deal in Houston for midterm rental. Nadine, you got to network more. That came from a Sub-2 student. You just missed out on it. Chef Joey says, I got a deal for selling. Oh, hey, Michael, you still here, by the way?
Yes, I am.
Sorry, bro.
It's okay.
Let me put that deal on pause. I'll come back to this. Okay. And we'll talk about your deal, Michael. Where's your deal, bro?
It's in Sun Lakes, Arizona, and if you wouldn't mind, I could actually post it in the chat.
Yeah, post it in the chat.
Okay, want to do that right now?
Diego says, when did you guys buy your first property using private money? Day one. I've never used my own money for a property. If you guys want to submit deals to me and Abraham, email deals@pacemorby.com and we will partner with you on deals if you're a Sub-2 student. Deals@pacemorby.com. That's the email. Okay. Aaron says, is Molly at pacemorby.com the right email? Yes, that is the right email. She just probably was on vacation or something. So Michael, you're in Sun Lakes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me more about it.
Yeah, it's a Sub-2 deal. It's in a 55 plus community, but they already have the 80-20 rule, so they have enough 55-year-olds. So they're accepting 40-year-olds to reside there. You can Airbnb, you can midterm, you can long-term rental. We're taking over a $419,000 mortgage. It is fully remodeled. And total entry fee on this one is going to be about $42,000, including everything. 15-year balloon for owner to exit original owner.
Okay. Interest rate?
5.25.
That would be the highest interest rate I've ever paid.
This is actually my very first deal, Pace. So it kind of sucks that I ended up getting a deal in a 55 plus community, but I guess that's how the universe works. I am actually direct to agent. So after watching a lot of your YouTube videos, I caught one of Kevin Cho's and I've been doing that. And I'm also about to lock up 2 more deals, one in El Paso, Texas, and one in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, I will not do a deal in El Paso, Texas.
Got it. Okay.
But there's a lot of community members that would.
Okay.
And I already know that I won't do this deal.
Got it.
Okay. And why? Is it that it's a bad deal? No, it's a great deal. Good balloon. Interest rates better than current interest rates. Okay. You're less than 10. You're basically 10% to get into the deal, including everything. You've already done the homework on the 55 plus community. People that are 40 can live there. You already found out it can be short-term rental or midterm rental, which is great. You've done the homework. Kudos to you. But I have a rule in Arizona that I will not look at anything that does not start with a 4 or below. And if I don't make rules and I don't create a buy box, then what good is a buy box if I keep breaking it? That make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this wouldn't be a deal for me. However, your Atlanta deal, I will buy in Atlanta. Here's where I will buy without Abraham. Abraham and I are buying nationwide with all students. And Michael, I'll get back to you just for a second.
Okay.
Okay. Chef Joey says, the rate is not bad. It's not bad. Isaac, I just covered this. I said, I like that it's less than 10% all in, right? So I'm okay with that. 10% is my goal. I want to be below 10% for my entry fee. Does that make sense, Isaac and Colleen? The issue is I get so many opportunities at 2, 3, and 4% interest that Molly and I had to make we finally just said, we won't touch a deal unless it starts with a 4% or lower. Just our buy box. Even if it's a good deal, we're not going to do it. And why is that? Because I have an abundance of opportunities. Okay. Make sense? Cool. So I will do deals in Atlanta, Arizona, and Texas by myself. Everything else nationwide I'm doing with Abraham in our program. So if you guys like, for example, you got Landon Moore who says, "Hey Pace, did you want my 3% Washington sub 2? I have to do that through my Abraham program." Everything goes through. This is my partnership with Abraham. I said, let's go nationwide. Let's do it together. Let's build a team. Yes, South Carolina, absolutely. I love South Carolina. Okay. Love South Carolina. Even Oregon. Yes. We just bought in Sacramento, California. Fort Worth, Texas. I own 70 properties in Fort Worth, Texas. I love Fort Worth, Texas. I love it. It's great. New Orleans, love it. As long as we can go to Willie Mays together. I don't know where San Marcos is, Diego. But if I don't know where San Marcos is, that means that your population sucks. It's near Austin. Do you ever exit from the deal? Not really. I'm not at that phase of my career yet. Okay, so Michael, here's what I would do. I would go to other sub 2 students and sell them the deal. Okay. I would also go to, and maybe this is a wrap for you, or it's an assignment to an end buyer. Have you put this on the MLS yet?
No, I have not. I just joined Sub 2 like a few days ago. I already posted it on there. I posted it on the free Facebook group. I had some interested
Is there an
buyers.
agent involved?
There is an agent involved. I'm actually there's a buyer that's going to be looking at this property at 12:30 today.
Okay.
So he's interested. And I've posted it on the on other Facebook groups as well. I reached out to some big time wholesalers to see if we can JV. And I'm just waiting on some responses right now. So I guess
Elena Ashley says, Mike, hit me up.
Okay, sure.
Elena, put your contact information in the side chat.
Yeah, if she wants to just, if she wants to just DM me directly with her email information, I can shoot it. I can call her afterwards.
Okay, cool. So I think if you can't sell it to a sub 2 student or to your other buyer, I think an assignment to an end buyer, and that assignment could be found on the MLS. My wife would be happy to list this property on the MLS for you, worst case scenario. Okay. But 5% is just outside of my world. I have promised my team, Molly, I promised her, she's like, hey, stop buying properties outside of our buy box. And so I have told her last week, I go, this is the last one. I promise you it's the last one that you say no to it and I say yes. I got to let her kind of run the ship. Otherwise I get caught in the business. So, there's Molly. She says, for real. Here, let's bring Molly up here. She'll yell at me. Or she won't yell at me.
What if you make mine the last one? Salt Lake, Arizona.
Yeah. And then guess what? The next person will say the same thing, and then I'll say yes to both. What's up, Molly?
What's up? Yeah, I always tell people, I actually warned people at a live event 2 weeks ago. Pace and I play good cop, bad cop on a regular basis. I'm bad cop, guys. I'm the one that says no. Unfortunately, it's got to be one of us. So it's got to be me.
Yeah. The thing is, we have a lot of opportunities we look at, both from my team, both our team, our students, even the outside world. What I did in January 1st of this year is I said I will not do a deal with a non-sub 2 student ever again, unless a non-sub 2 student is working with an existing sub 2 student. I can't do all the training all the time for like people that aren't investing in themselves and like coming into the community. So Michael's done the right thing. You've joined the community. You just don't know all the Arizona students yet. Right, Michael?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Are you going to come to the book tour on Thursday in Arizona and meet everybody?
I was just in Arizona. I don't think I can fly out again. I have a family, so
Where do you live?
I live in the suburbs of Chicago.
Bro, you gotta go to the Chicago meetups with Chester and his partners and all the people. Oh my gosh, we got such a great community in Chicago. Have you linked in with the community there yet?
I have not, no, but I would love to.
Okay, let me give you Chester's
Yeah.
phone number.
Yeah, awesome.
And Chester's in Chicago. He's like, you heard Jimmy Al, right? The gentleman that I was on the phone with prior, and I bought a deal without Molly's permission.
Yeah.
Jimmy Al was like our 15th student, and you hear him, he's just like scale, like 3 years later, dominating, owning RV parks, doing a ton of deals, all that kind of stuff. And Chester is the same guy in Chicago. He's been in Subto since the very, very beginning. Okay.
Nice.
I'm going to throw his name in the side chat. In fact, you know what would be great, Subto? Everybody should blow Chester up real fast. Everybody. Do it. Just do it.
Is this what you tell everybody to do to me on a regular basis? I swear, I kid you not, you guys. I probably got 2,000 emails in the last week.
That's what happens, Molly.
I know.
When you're cool, people want to talk to you. Hey, everybody, take down Chester's phone number. It's in the side chat. And I want you to text him and just say, Pace says, thank you for being a leader. Text him that. Say, Pace says, say my name, like Pedro, say, hey, my name is Pedro. Pace says, thank you for being a leader. Chester's so amazing. He texts me, Michael, he's been texting me, check this out, for 3 years, thank you messages. Thank you for letting me serve. Thank you for letting me serve. Thank you for letting me serve. It's been like that for 3 years. He just helps so many people do so many deals, especially in Chicago area. So link in with him, and he'll get you in with the Subto community there. Go on the to the meetups, and then you guys can go on projects together. All sorts of cool stuff.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just a quick question for you regarding El Paso. Is that like an area you're just is it like a non-growing area, or
I will buy there in the Abraham program, but I won't buy there personally myself.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
There's nowhere. Here's the thing I said with Abraham. There's nowhere that I'm going to say no to in our Abraham and Pace program. But personally, I also Josh is like Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, bro. I will personally buy in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho today. Let's go.
Heck yeah. Send it to us in Coeur d'Alene.
I'm trying to buy a horse property somewhere up north so Molly can take some vacation with her and her family. Michael, with the new implementation of our program, because we're like, how do we partner with more students in the program in all cities and all states, which is something for like the first 2.5 years of Subto I wasn't doing. And I was like, well, I kind of want to have somebody doing this with me. So Abraham, who's just an unbelievable leader, he was one of the first 100 students to join 3 years ago as well. Abraham and I put our heads together and go, let's create a deal or no deal program where we buy everywhere and we bring in the private money, we fund the deal, the student stays on as a 50% owner, and Molly and our team, our asset management team, manages the assets from a distance, and the student who brings the deal manages the physical nature of the property. And I don't know, we just started this like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I think we've got like 20, 30 properties in the pipeline already that we're just like partnering with students all over the country. So I will do it anywhere in the country if it's an Abraham program. But for me personally, I went to Abraham and I go, because I don't want to compete with the Abraham and Pace program, I'm going to pick like 2 or 3 areas that I will buy consistently just by myself. And everything else will have to go through the Abraham program. So it's Arizona. There's actually like 5 places: Arizona, Atlanta, the big 3 or 4 in Texas, which is like San Antonio, Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas. Okay. And then North Carolina, Florida. Those ones I will buy with outside of the Abraham program. Everything else I will buy all over the country. Does that make sense, everybody? Katie, is it Kate or Katie? And by the way, did everybody text Chester? Who texted Chester? Make sure you text him. Blow his phone up. He has an Android. Make it melt. Like, kill his battery. If somebody with an Android receives 30 text messages in a day, their battery's dead. So let's kill his battery. Molly, what are we gonna do?
Is Bo in here yet?
I haven't looked. Let me find Bo knows. No. Oh, his Zoom is called underwriting, I think.
It's top tier.
Oh, top tier. Okay. Nope, he's not in here yet.
Okay. He should be here any minute. So what we're going to talk about today is a multifamily deal that we're wanting to submit an LOI on, but I wanted to just run it by you before we submit that LOI. And then we're not going to talk about any specifics of anything as far as where it's located or address or anything, because there's non-Subto students here. So I don't want anybody to be shady.
Yeah, we got to be careful. Well, in Zoom, it's everybody here in Zoom is a Subto student. We got 450 people.
Oh, okay.
But I also am simultaneously streaming this on YouTube to remind people, thank you for this, Molly, remind people that today is the final day to pre-order your copy of Wealth Without Cash and get the bonuses. So go to Amazon, type in Wealth Without Cash, and pre-order today. And we're going on a book tour, by the way. So who's going to come see Jamil and I on the book tour? Subto students, Astro students, Gator Tribe, non-students all together, baby elephants, everybody. Who's coming? See you in Dallas, see you in LA. Yep, you'll be there. Okay, great. Super dope. By the way, I'm currently working a 32 unit pad split deal in Atlanta, Georgia. While you were getting the girls going, I was working and structuring a deal. And then I also bought a deal in Humboldt, Texas this morning.
Another one.
Yeah, we'll do it. What did we decide to do with that other?
Why do we not say the H?
I agree with you. But there's so many Texans in here. They're so weird, dude.
It's like the word germane.
Yeah, it's like, it's German, right?
Bobby says, don't ask why you don't say the H. I just don't understand.
Guys, for those of you who don't know who Molly Tennant is one of the greatest people we've brought on our team in several years. She's amazing. She's become like a sister to me. She's my business partner in a couple of different things. You will see her more and more and more. She is planning on training a lot of transaction coordinators how to dominate the transaction coordination space through top tier transactions. Mm-hmm. Edith says she's freaking amazing. Molly handles probably 6 or 7 girls on our team. She does a lot of high level stuff for me. Hey, did we raise that $2 million for that big deal?
I raised way more than that, but I had to shut people down. I had to turn people away. All I'm waiting for is our official agreement with the partner. Okay,
great.
Yeah.
What can we nudge him real quick while we wait for Bo? Bo, can you text him real quick? So guys, here's what Molly does. She does a lot. She's like a female pace, which actually means that she's better than me. Okay. She probably cares more than I do. She runs our transaction coordination team. She runs a lot of my personal investments. She coordinates with my multifamily fund. I've brought her in as a partner in a lot of our assets that we are acquiring. And her and I have partnered on a transaction coordination business. And we will do several other things in the future as we grow. She also serves the community at a very high level. She comes in on Wednesdays and she runs PACE studies. Who loves PACE studies, Zoom, by the way? Give me a yes. Evan says me.
They call it Molly studies. Everybody's been saying it's Molly studies.
Should we call it Molly studies? Is it better?
Well, PACE is like case studies. So that's why it makes sense, guys, to call it PACE studies. And they are his deals. So they are properties he's buying.
Well, there are deals. You're part of them too.
Yeah, that's true. Some of them.
What do you guys think? Should we switch it to Molly studies? People are like, yes, I'm a true stalker. Okay, got it. Love it. Okay, cool. So what are we doing today when Bo comes in?
Today, we're going to go over a 40-unit property that is Section 8 specific. So it has only Section 8 tenants in it. It's been not horribly mismanaged, but mismanaged to the point where it's not full. And for me, and my understanding of Section 8 is there's people on like wait lists waiting to find a place to live. And that's not just here in Arizona, that's everywhere. So there's no reason this shouldn't be fully occupied. So we got to figure out exactly what's going on when we get into our property condition reports area of it. But we just gotta, I think it has really good potential. Oh, Bo's here now.
Bo. All right. Let me introduce you guys to Bo. Oh, I keep typing in Bo. Top tier underwriting. What's up, my guy? Freaking Bo knows.
I love that ad campaign from before I was born.
Oh yeah, Bo knows. There's a lot of youngins don't know that freaking ad campaign. It was one of the most genius ad campaigns ever.
Yeah.
So Lamont Bird, hey guys, I don't know how much time Bo has, but if you guys want Bo to underwrite a couple of your deals, maybe we can have him underwrite some deals for you guys. He actually likes using spreadsheets. I don't, but I use a whiteboard and a whiteboard marker. That's basically what I do. But Bo, we've got a 40 unit deal that you have conjured up that we're going to go through and underwrite. Is that correct?
Yep. Well, I've done the underwriting, but can walk you through it. You want me to screen share?
Yeah, let's do a screen. Let me give you co-host. Let's screen share. By the way, guys, if you are in Zoom, if you are in YouTube land right now, which there's about 700 people on YouTube right now watching this, this is the kind of cool stuff we do inside of Subto every single day. And starting sometime this week, Bo is going to be available, okay, to underwrite and comp properties for Subto students 24 hours a day. Just kidding. That's not possible. Bo's like, hold on. Several hours a day. We just haven't figured out the time slots yet. I got to get on the phone with him. But starting, probably what are we thinking? Starting tomorrow?
Tomorrow works.
Okay, cool. What time works for you? Like, you want to start out with doing like 3 hours? I don't want you to get burned out and be like, all right, dude, I can't do 6 hour Zooms.
No, I need water breaks, you know.
Water? What? Case for me? See that water bottle? That's going to be the one water bottle he drinks for the next 12 hours. Just kidding. He's lucky he has Laura Morby. So Bo doesn't have Laura Morby in there coming down to shovel snacks and water to him.
I don't have a support system to make endurance Zooms work.
What do you think? Would like a 2 hour Zoom in the morning and 2 hour Zoom in the afternoon work? 3 hours? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, that works. Or we could just do it in 3 hour blocks, or I could do 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. We can kind of play it by ear and see what, how much people want, right?
I can tell you they would want it around the clock, bro. I'm telling you right now.
Okay. We can start off with 2 and 2.
Okay, so let's do Tuesday tomorrow. Okay, what time your time works for you?
I could do it 9:30 EST.
Okay, 9:30 EST. So that's 12:30 Arizona time. And then what time? Oh, no. That's 6:30 Arizona time.
Yeah,
That's dope. I love that. Yeah, baby. Okay, and then
3 p.m. EST to 5 p.m. EST, and which would be 12 AZ to 2.
Okay, that starts tomorrow. How about that? Oh, we're gonna have to start an ad campaign called Bo Knows Underwriting. Bo knows multifamily. Bo knows shit.
You might want to run that one by legal first, because I'm sure that Nike.
You know what? Bo always says this term to me, and I'm like, your corporate side of you is speaking, sir. He's like, we got to run this by legal. And I'm like, we got to call Sean St. Clair. We got to call Sean St. Clair real quick.
It's like, it sounds great, but it's like, man, I'm sure that Nike's lawyers would love, would have a field day with that,
We're gonna make a t-shirt, dude. It's gonna be great.
I'll wear it.
Says run that by legal. That's what he said.
Okay, so the 40 unit that we have right now, Carla Baker, if anybody has a deal to underwrite, we'll keep Bo on here for a little bit.
Okay.
But let's look at our 40 unit first. We've got a deal that Bo's saying, hey, I really think that we should buy this deal for ourselves. And you're going to make an argument to me of like, I looked at your email and I immediately go, somebody smart wrote me an email. And I said a Zoom's better for me. So,
okay.
No, Lewis, Bo can underwrite multifamily. He can underwrite single family, and he can underwrite everything else in between.
I mean, if someone were to bring me a self-storage deal or a, office deal, flex industrial, senior living, I could help them with that. I don't anticipate there being too many, but they're not that hard.
Okay, cool.
Can you give me screen sharing?
Yes, I gave you co-host. Did it not let you do it?
Host is just disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh, it's not just co-host. It wants me to do the multiple participant thing. All right, here you go. You got it, bro. Is anybody excited about Bo being a part of our community? I am.
Okay, so we have a 40 unit Section 8 deal in Texas. It was built in the 60s. It is mismanaged and underoccupied. Current occupancy is 82.5%. Market occupancy for a similar type product should be about 95 to 100%. So I underwrote it at 97.
Is that because it's a Section 8 and Section 8's in such high demand?
Yeah. Yeah. And, the story that I was able to get from the broker was that the owner's approving the Section 8 applicants themselves and reviewing all of the tenant applications themselves. So they're just taking an incredibly long time to turn the units and to review all this stuff. So, I've talked to several people that have quite a bit of experience in Section 8, and they're just like, this is a terribly managed property. Oh, and I say that with a caveat that, like, a lot of times brokers will just say, hey, this is a poorly managed property. And, you can wring some extra juice out of it, but this is a case of a deal where there's actually very poor management.
I love it.
It's being offered for 2.6, which is 65 a unit. We anticipate spending $6,500 in CapEx.
6,500 per unit
total.
6,500?
Sorry. Yeah, 6,500 per unit, which at 5,600 in CapEx, and then just under 1,000 for closing cost, 1,000 per unit for closing costs. Right here's the entry fee breakdown.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we've got purchase price 2.6 million. $65,000 per unit is the purchase price. Closing costs are $37,500. Cool. CapEx is $225,000 total.
Anticipated.
Well, will you explain to people what CapEx means?
It's a capital expenditure. It's think really, really heavy repairs and maintenance. A lot of times people confuse the two on an income statement, but it's like painting your walls is going to be, kind of repairs and maintenance, but replacing the cabinets will be CapEx, right? It's anything that's meant to last years and years and years.
So like a roof.
Elevator, like if you're going to, an elevator refurbishment. But if you're just replacing like a gate lock, even though that would replace, last years, that's kind of part of normal wear and tear, but it's just larger. It's a larger physical plant goods.
Okay. Got it. All right. So we've got that. You've got roof replacement. Okay. So does your $225,000 is that include? Okay. So that's including the total roof, and then deferred maintenance would be like, appliances are disgusting or something like that.
Yeah. Like deferred maintenance, this is a kind of a placeholder until we can get in and get, our property condition report, but it's basically you know, yeah, it's just like, let's say they didn't spend any money or much money in repairs over the past couple of years, it would be, you know, bringing all that to current.
Okay, got it. Now you've got legal. Why do you have legal and impactions on there?
Inspections.
Oh, sorry, I can't read it. I'm
Legal,
dyslexic.
that's-
I told a seller earlier. He was like, "Hey, send me an." This was earlier in my life. He goes, "Hey, will you send me an offer in writing?" And I go, "I'm so sorry, I'm dyslexic. Can we just work this out over the phone?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, no problem." So, but yeah, I thought that said something else. But your inspections are 15 grand. What would the legal be on something like this, Bo?
It would be so we'll submit an LOI, right? And then the purchase and sale agreement will have to be turned, you know, once or twice. And then
because you're going to go back and forth and you're going to make edits and one party's going to say, I like this, but I don't like that. Is that what you're talking about?
pretty much, yeah, for the purchase and sale agreement. And then we're probably going to need to talk to counsel, you know, outside counsel about some of the Section 8 specific stuff, you know, the licensing, all those requirements. So I just put in a placeholder of 20 grand. You know, we don't have lender legal on this one because it is seller financed, and lender legal would increase our legal bill significantly. You know, you could probably double that.
Okay. So what are the terms of the seller finance?
I've put in placeholders, but they're still TBD.
Okay. What do you, you're talking to a broker, it sounds like, right?
Yep.
And what is the broker feeling like we're leaning towards?
I think that, you know, it's like 1.75 million. They can do interest only at, you know, I think a 3.5% rate.
Okay. And then we would have a 5-year balloon, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay. So interest only. And then you would have, so our payment on an interest only loan would be $61,000 a year or $61,000 a month?
Per year.
Okay, cool. And then we would go and get a second lien, which would be, looks like that box underneath there.
Well, so they have a lien on the property, which we could potentially sub to. I don't have all the details on that. Still waiting to hear back, but I've kind of put in placeholders for that. So I've just assumed that it's because the broker said it was between, you know, 600 and 700. So I just put the more conservative case of 600, and with a 30-year AM, 3.5% interest rate with a 5-year term. But, you know, we can also accelerate this payoff to 3 years or turn it off completely.
I think we want to keep that debt in place so we don't have to go get, what do we want?
It'll just depend on what the seller wants here, Pace. It'll just depend on if they're like stuck on it getting paid off, you know?
Okay. So what would be our down payment in at least I know we've only had, you know, surface level conversations, but what would be the down payment?
300,000, right?
The entry fee is 500, but if we use some private money, we could probably reduce that to 200K.
Well, but you have to remember the entry fee includes down payment to the seller of a couple $100,000. And then also another couple $100,000 of replacing the roof and deferred maintenance stuff.
Okay. So we're saying we either raise the down payment, the 300,000, that would go in essentially third position, which is what it looks like right there.
Yeah.
So we raised $300,000 from a private money lender for the down payment. And then we could either raise the remaining $225,000 of CapEx from a private money lender, or just come to the table with cash, depending on the situation.
Yeah. I underwrote the latter. So the total entry fee is 512. Like that's what we got to come to the table with.
Okay.
But I underwrote us getting, you know, 300K in private money.
Love it. Okay, cool. So let's say that's the deal we go with. $300,000. What's the purchase price is how much? 2.9?
2.6.
Okay, 2.6.
Total
Seller
project
gets,
cost of 2.86.
love it. And the 2.86 is including all the miscellaneous fees plus the CapEx, obviously.
Yep.
Cool. Agent gets paid in that, I imagine.
They get paid from seller.
Amazing. So what would we have? What would be step one if we bought this and got under contract, and what would our finances look like?
What do you mean our finance?
Like how much would we make on the deal?
As it stands, 4.8x potentially. Like, you know, there's subject to some change, but
holy crap, the IRR is 41%.
yeah,
I know.
I mean, that's with a minimal equity check, right? And not accelerating payoffs. If we accelerate payoffs and have a larger equity check.
So for people who don't understand internal rate of return, IRR, can you explain real quick why that sounds ridiculous to us? Why Pace just said, holy crap, that's 41%.
Yeah, the best way I can explain it is that if you've got something north of 25, it's broken, right? And you need to check everything else. But my unlevered return, and as I've broken out the different tiers, you can see it's not broken. But you know, I've done, you know, some underwriting before, and it was like, oh, my IRR is a 45. Where did I mess up in the model, right? And it's just one of those things where you go, like the returns are just too high, right? It doesn't make sense.
But it's because we're taking a creative aspect here, guys. So when you change a traditional, which is probably why this property hasn't sold, right? So if somebody comes and gets debt, right, comes in and goes to a debt broker and goes and gets debt on this property, it may not look as healthy as it's going to look with this creative offer where we're keeping a seller carry in a second position at a really low interest rate compared to market value right now, or market interest rates.
You want to just show you what that would look like really quickly?
Yeah, go for it. So this is us getting 30-year debt at 5.5%, paying off the $600,000 underlying. And then what's our IRR change to? 13.71. Now that's not horrible. That's probably actually a normal internal rate.
It's not bad.
Yeah. So we're just taking things to another level, guys. So, and I'm sure some of you are here like, holy moly, this is over my head. Pace, what is going on with your screen?
I'm trying to figure out my stupid vibe board.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Sorry. Here's the thing is, like, when you're hearing things that are over your head, what you should do is type in the side chat a word you don't understand, right? Immediately acknowledge, like, oh my gosh, I don't know what that means, right? And the whole point here is that somebody's going to break your brain and put information in the side chat that you don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And just type it up. IRR means internal rate of return. Here's a layman's way of describing it. It means in single family, we don't use IRR. Okay. Because we're not smart like multifamily people are. And the multifamily people, they're like, you know what we should do? We should keep all the single family people out of multifamily by creating acronyms and words that we really don't need to, but we just want to level up the game of complexity. So let's start coming up with things like IRR, which means when you take the time value of money and you take the opportunity cost of where else that money could have gone, your internal rate of return is essentially, let's say a good internal rate of return is probably, I'd say an average, like what most multifamily operators are looking for is probably about 18% is pretty decent.
That's great. Yeah.
Okay. If you hit 12%, you're annihilating the stock market, right? And you're getting tax benefits and you're getting all sorts of other cool things. So you don't want to promise an investor that invests in your multifamily fund, hey, we're going to get you this internal rate of return, but you say, we're shooting for like a 12% to, if we throw a Hail Mary, we might get a 22% IRR, which means you're going to get 22% return back on your money. Okay. So let's say I put 100 grand into somebody's investment and I get and they hold my money for 3 years and my IRR is 22%. That means I'm getting 22% essentially for 3 years in a row. So that is pretty effing good. That means I'd probably get a check after 3 years for $166,000, somewhere between $166,000 and $180,000, depending on if that compounds. So just look at it as like the dumbest way to do it, which multifamily people would kill me if they heard me say this. It just means it's your return. Okay. I put 100 grand in. If I get a 22% IRR, that means I got $22,000 back on top of my $100,000 investment. It's a $22,000 return. Okay. It gets more
for a 1 year period.
For a 1 year period. Then when
I don't know why can't we just say cash on cash return? Like, what is the difference between IRR and cash on cash return?
The cash on cash is your cash flow from operations divided by your equity check. And it doesn't take into account the sale. So whereas IRR is the cumulative sum of all the cash flows in and out the door in the time periods that they hit.
And no, guys, he's not just making things up. He's telling you the truth.
No, I know. I'm not a multifamily person, guys. So if anybody, that's why I'm so grateful Bo's here, because I'm like, multifamily is another planet for me. And every time we go through these sheets and it's like I feel like everything's an estimated guess, right? We have projections everywhere, right?
Yeah. And some of that is like some things are known knowns and other things are like known unknowns, and we just have to drill into the known unknowns more.
Listen to what Ethan typed in for IRR. This is Googled, I'm sure. IRR is a discount rate that makes the net present value of all cash flows equal to zero in a discounted cash flow analysis. Explain that to somebody who just started in real estate yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, because you would have to start off by explaining what an NPV is.
A net present value.
Net present value. So yeah, I wouldn't start there.
And this is why it's funny when people are like, you should start in multifamily instead of single family. I'm like, guys.
Bo, how much education do you have? Let's talk about that, because you went to college for this, right?
I went to college for financial economics and then have been in the commercial real estate world ever since I graduated.
Yeah. So he was taught to do this, guys. It wasn't like he just.
I was paid.
Yeah.
Which is great. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. Here's, guys, IRR is complex because it brings in multiple variables. Okay. Cash on cash return is just, what is my cash getting me in return in terms of just my cash, right? It's not taking into consideration that when I sell the property, we're also going to get a chunk of return, right? Let's say we bought it for $1 million and we sold it for $2 million.
Yep.
Okay. Cash on cash doesn't take that into consideration. Cash on cash is just such a small little thing of, I put 100 grand into the property. It gives me 10 grand a year in income, net. So I have a 10% cash on cash returns. Very simple.
Yep.
Okay. Well, what happens when that property sells in 3 years and you get a big influx of cash? Well, now you've got your cash on cash return, and you've got, on top of that, you've got the money that was returned to you from the fact that the equity or the appreciation of the asset went up as well. And that is two of the multiple variables that are included in the IRR. The total return essentially is what we're looking at as IRR. You could you call it, Bo, also a total return for the layman's out here?
I would use net cash flow or equity multiple for total return. IRR is the sum of the cash flows, and it takes the time series into account. The longer it takes for you to get your money back, the lower the IRR is going to be, whereas the net cash flow and equity multiple aren't impacted by that.
Love it. Okay, cool. Hey, let's be honest. Everybody in the side chat, how many people still don't understand IRR? It should be 90% of people. Okay. The two things I think a lot of people have a hard time with is cap rate and IRR.
Yeah.
And guys, I'll tell you right now, it's okay that you don't know and you don't understand it. You just got to keep hearing it. You got to keep seeing examples of it. You got to have people go through it. And you're going to have one of these things where you go, oh, I got it. And then 3 weeks later, you'll see another Bo underwriting series and you'll go, oh, I didn't have it, but now I do.
Mm-hmm.
That is the required process of you learning stuff in multifamily. So step number 1, be completely confused and have things go over your head. Step number 2, get warmed up to, I think I kind of understand the area that he's shooting for. Step 3, you have an aha moment by watching the examples. And then step 4, you have the real aha moment where you go, oh my gosh, I've seen this enough times. I totally get it. Okay. So being overwhelmed is part of the process. So when we find out this has a 40+% IRR and somebody in the multifamily realm is really trying to shoot for like 12 to 20% IRR, 20% being very high end, why the hell have we not got this under contract, my guy?
You've been waiting for me. It's my fault.
That, and some of the a lot of it is a lot of the return profile is due to the structuring, and the structuring is subject to change, according to the negotiation of the PSA.
Love it. Okay, cool. So what's our next step here? Because it looks like it's a good structure. What's the downfall to this? It sounds like management might be the downfall here. Is that correct?
Management might be we need to tie up with with an experienced local manager and let them run this.
Okay.
By experience, he means experienced in Section 8 because it's a very specific application process and going through it. Yeah.
Okay, let's do some Q&A for Bo because I got some good stuff for Bo. Bo, this is where Bo's going to become like the greatest multifamily educator on planet Earth right here. Okay.
Shoot away.
Okay. This is great. Sammy Sam says, I just saw her the other day, by the way. She says, if being overwhelmed is part of the process, I'm glad because I'm right on schedule for that. Okay. Good question here. What is the formula to get IRR, Lewis says, Mr. Bo?
So it equals X IRR, and then you put the series of cash flows first, and then comma, and then do the series of dates.
Okay, love it. Can you walk us through what that actually is like on the spreadsheet? And by the way, everybody in the Zoom chat, yes, Bo will give you a copy of the spreadsheets once we start tomorrow. So tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern time for 2 hours, and then 3 p.m. Eastern time for 2 hours. Bo will be available to underwrite, look at your deals, and help you walk through these spreadsheets so you guys can understand it. Okay. Nisha Hyde says, great, I need this so badly. I think I do too. Bo, you're in Miami. What did you have for breakfast today?
Nothing.
What the heck, man?
I had a lunch. I had tacos for lunch.
Yeah, dude, you guys, Miami has bomb food. What kind of tacos do you
have? Mexican, across the street.
He means like, what was the meat in it?
Oh, al pastor.
Oh, you know what? Pace was making fun of me the other day because I was talking about a pastor, like a guy at a church, a pastor. And he's like, isn't that a type of food? Because I made like the word sounded like pastor when I said it.
I was like, isn't that like, we were actually at a taco restaurant with the owner of Pad Split. And you were like, oh man, that pastor taco was really good. I was like, no, that's you say pastor, you whitey. Holy crap.
So,
okay, so you're putting something together right now, Bo. What are you putting together?
An XIRR output. So
He's trying to dumb it down so he can explain to y'all exactly what he means. But you're projecting out the increase of rents, which gets you your return.
Actually, what I'm doing is saying, okay, we have a single, like I'm removing the deal completely and just saying, okay, we have a single check out the door of $500,000. Then we don't get any money for a couple of quarters, and then we get 10 grand a quarter back, and then we sell it for 580,000. Right? If we change any of these numbers, the IRR will change, right? If we change this to 600,000, the IRR will change. If we change the date to be a year later, the IRR will change. So IRR is really, it's a function of when the money goes out the door and comes in the door and when.
And Pace Morby doesn't listen to IRRs at all, because Pace Morby just wants to hold assets as long as possible and not sell them at any point in time.
So what are your thoughts on an asset like this? Would you, working in the high level financial world, would you look at this and go, let's stabilize it, get it producing cash, and then sell the deal so that we have a high RRR and roll that money into another deal? Or are you like me and you just go, I'm too stupid for that. I just want to hold on to everything until I die?
I would the second one, right? Because you're not focused on attaining an insanely higher IRR. You're more net equity multiple focused, and the longer you hold it, the more your equity multiple goes up. You could refi out, in a couple of years, to, put on new debt, pull some cash out, put some money in your pocket, and just let the property cash flow, right? And with this property specifically, you could probably sell it at a premium for what we're buying it for, and not sell it on a cap rate, because you could always sell the dream of potentially decontrolling the asset from Section 8 to market. So you could probably get a premium for that because of where some vintage market rate assets are trading.
Love it. Okay.
That makes
Louis Lacayo says, hey, Bo, you're invited to stay at my beautiful condo for free whenever you want, bro. It's 1010 Brickell. And here's the thing about Bo. He already lives in Brickell. Do you know where 1010 Brickell is?
I'm looking it up right now.
He's like, yo, you're my neighbor.
He's like, that's actually where I got those Mexican tacos from.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where that is. It's like 2 miles east of me. I live in a neighborhood called Little Havana on Calle Ocho.
What a cool part of the country you live in, dude.
It's great. I couldn't be happier.
It's awesome. Okay, so really good question on here. This is where most like beginner investors are thinking, Bo. They're asking this question. How many of a deal like this do I have to own in order to buy a house like Pace's? Okay, so here's the question they're really asking. My cost of living in this house is probably somewhere around 12 grand a month with my payment, my upkeep, my utilities, my pool, the water bill, all that kind of stuff. Probably 15 grand a month to live in the house that I live in now. So how much can we cash flow on this property if I raised all the capital from private money lenders to do this deal? So I'm out of pocket, no money. And my at what point could I start making $15,000 a month from this take home? Is that even a possibility? I was going to mess around with it and be like, let's figure it out.
Okay, so you want 15 grand a month, right?
Right.
Okay.
Jasper Son says, I always wondered why. So this is great. Bo's seen this a lot more than me. He's way more experienced in this than me. Jasper says, I always wondered why people would buy a value add multifamily and then sell it. Is it because they're better money making opportunities by doing so? Well, here's the number one thing, Jasper. a lot of times people are syndicating and bringing in other investors that want to see a return and they want their money rolled into the next big deal. So if you're buying a deal without investors, it changes your mindset a lot because you don't have a ticking time bomb with your investors. So for example, who in here is invested in a multifamily deal with me and Molly? Anybody, any of our investors in here? Okay, Peter. Okay, Peter, do you want me holding on to your cash for forever? Or do you want to see a big chunk of return every, let's say 3 to 5 years and then roll you into another deal? Morgan Winters.
So
Renville says, why not refinance instead of sell? You can. See, that's kind of a good strategy too, is you go build up the property, get it stabilized, do the value add. You go back to your commercial lender, let's say a Marcus and Millichap or somebody along those lines. You refinance out your investors who brought the money into the deal in the first place, and you keep them on as investors in the deal. You just restructure how much ownership they have. They get their money back plus their return, and you've refinanced and you've taken a larger chunk because this is now a time to reward yourself for being the operator. Okay. There's a lot of different ways to do the deal, but it's based on who you are, what the asset is, and who your investors are, and finally your overall goal. Are you also somebody like us that gets a lot of looks at a lot of different deals that it would actually benefit us to sell out some of our deals every 5 to 7 years to upgrade into the many, many opportunities? But what if you're somebody that sees one deal a year and you don't have something to roll into?
So the answer to the first question, how many would you need to own if you were owning it on a outright, no leverage, you could do it the first year. If you had if you had all these layers of financing, you could do it. You would need 2 to hit 12 a month, 2.5 to hit 12 a month after starting year 2.
Okay, so if we came in with our own cash, no private money investors, no private money lenders, this one asset could make me pay for my lifestyle in the house that I'm currently living in. One deal.
Well, sorry, on an unlevered basis.
Unlevered meaning I'm not borrowing money from the private money lender.
Even the seller, right? Like you have no debt on it, right?
Oh, got it.
So the NOI is projected to be 140. Divide that by 12. That's 11,600, 11,700. So, but once you include the financing costs, or at no private lender, only the 1.75 in seller financing, we would need 2 of these deals.
Got it. Okay, cool. So you need 2 deals like this to live in a big $3 million, $4 million house.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
And then I think there were a couple questions about the timing of why you would do a value add multi, or I forgot what the other questions were.
Why would you sell an asset instead of just keeping it?
Because you can get potentially more money if you sell it than if you refinanced it. If you refinance at the same basis as your sale price, you're not able to get the same cash that day. Like, let's say you had a property worth $10 million, right? And you could either sell it for 10 or refinance for 7.5, right? And that 7.5 is going to go towards paying off your existing loan. Let's call it 3. So you would net 4.5, but if you sold it for 10, you would make an extra 2.5 that day. And a lot of value add multi people are very IRR centric because that's how they communicate with their investors. So you get a higher IRR if you were to sell it than if you were to refinance it, and they only care about IRR.
Most people getting into multifamily, at least from a beginner standpoint, are syndicating or raising capital. Is that right, Bo?
I'm not entirely certain, but that tracks with a couple things I've seen.
Okay, cool. So again, you're trying to entice people, Jasper. Great question. You're trying to entice people to invest with you in your projects. And so like Bo says, it's the language that people in multifamily speak. And so if you are going for IRR, which is the language your investors understand, selling a property. Oh, cool. Thank you. Manny Jimenez put in investwithpace.com for our upcoming multifamily fund, Subto fund. If you guys want to get involved in our deals, go to investwithpace.com and you guys can sign up to get on those deals with us. We have a deal right now. I think we submitted an LOI. We are in first position for a deal in Tucson. Have you looked at that deal, Bo?
No, I've talked with Ryan a bit about it, but I haven't been involved in the process.
Okay, cool. So this is obviously a good deal. We got a seller that's willing to seller finance. There's some pain and motivation here. What is our next step?
LOI, and then negotiate PSA. And then during the inspection period, we need to get inspections because of the age and type of property. So one of the inspections that we'd be performing, or one of the things that we would do during the due diligence period, is get something called a water conservation report. So this property is old, right? And it's got old water fixtures, like the toilets are 3.5 gallon flush, whereas more modern toilets are 1.5 gallon flush. So from an ownership standpoint, we would be saving 2 gallons of flush across all the units every day of the year, right? And so we could save a considerable amount of money just from water, and the cap value of that is significant. We also need to get a property condition report to kind of see how much CapEx we're going to have, and what the condition of the property is. And I'm also recommending an environmental report, at least a phase 1, because if we were to ever get permanent financing on this, the lender would require us to get, an environmental report on this. And, we don't want there to be lead in the soil and have to have major remediation needs and it not know about it at the very beginning.
Hey, Bo, unshare your screen for a second. I got a special guest that just showed up. Hold on. Let me grab you a chair.
Hi.
Here, sit right here and say hi to everybody. Let me grab you a chair.
Okay. What's cracking? How you doing, Bo?
Pretty good, Jamil. How are you?
Wonderful. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Wow. How you doing, people? Hello. Well, hello. Nice to see everyone. Hi, Molly. Hi, Bo.
Hello.
Incredible.
Hey, hold on. Let's do something.
Yes. Oh, I'm going to be talking to you in a couple of days. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
Okay, guys, I'm going to have Jamil. I'm going to get a microphone for him. He's going to hang out for 15 minutes or so.
Yes.
And I want him to underwrite a couple of cash deals for you guys. If you guys got some cash deals, who's got a cash deal in the side chat?
Send it over. I'm going to tell you what it's worth, what to pay for it. Man, I'm excited. Pace, have you done the giveaway yet? Your giveaway?
Oh, are you giving away secrets already, Jamil?
I mean, I don't know. I just might have come here to help and be a part of that because, how you doing, everyone? Nice to see you all. Incredible to be here. Love this community. Love you all. Love you, Molly. Love you, Bo. Welcome to me. My turn. No, I want to underwrite some deals for you. Send me some house, send an address, put it in. I want to show you guys and demystify this whole process of underwriting. There we go. 395 High Street, Charleston, Indianapolis. Let's take a look.
There's a couple in here. So the next time you're ready, I'll tell you another one.
Okay, hold on. Let's look at 395 High Street. It can only be in a disclosure state because I'm doing this from my phone, okay? So no Texas, unfortunately, or any non-disclosure markets, just while I'm doing this from my phone. So, guys, I use a free app called Zillow. to run comps. I keep it very tight, going by the appraisal rules that I typically go by, which is, we're looking at houses, especially in the shifting market, that have sold within the last 3 to 6 months max. Okay. Now, again, I want to stay as close to my subject property as possible. I want to stay as close to my subject property in terms of bed bath count, size. At best, I want to go plus or minus 250 square feet. I want to be in the same type of subdivision, if not the same subdivision. So I don't want to cross any major roads, right? We want to compare apples to apples, but not just apples to apples. We want to compare apples that were grown in the same orchard, on the same tree, with the same soil, under the same conditions, right? That's comping. That's what this means, right? So 395 High Street, Charleston, Indianapolis. We got a 4-bed, 1-bath, 1504 square foot house. This sucker was built in 1950, sitting on a 0.4 acre lot. All right. Ooh, we lost. Oh, there we're back. Okay. Sitting on a 0.4 acre lot. All right. Here we go. Interesting. Indianapolis, bro. You for very little money, you could be the king of Indianapolis. So I see a 3-bed, 3-bath, 3852 square footer, but that sold way back in 21. But it kind of gives me an idea of like what is happening in this market, right? They're doing some really big additions. So, you might have an opportunity to do a value add. So I would look at highest and best use for this kind of house. I don't know that this is just look at it like it is right now and renovate it. 3-1 900 square footer sold for 155. Okay, look, given that, we know we're above 155, right? We know we're above 155, which is phenomenal, because we're about 600 square feet above that. I think that, and then this other stuff here around it is too new. So that makes me not want to move too far beyond where we're at, because our house is not new construction. It's not like a 90 or 2000 build. So that's going to put me in a sweet spot of around 165K. Now, that's my ARV. What do I got to buy this sucker for? We're all the way out in Indianapolis, right? I'm going to say you probably need to be at about 40%. So if at 165 is my ARV, 40% is where you need to buy it at. 65,000 would be my purchase price on that there, buddy. How you doing? Thanks for letting me hang out with you, bro.
I had no idea you were coming over to the house.
You had no idea I was coming.
No idea.
I came to drop you off a gift.
Oh, my Tesla key.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Where'd it come from?
Well, somebody really, really desperately wanted to get your attention today at the office. They came in and they were like stressed out. They said, hey, Pace was kind and he let my friend borrow his vehicle while he was in town, but my friend accidentally kept the key. And so this guy is like, I feel so bad. Like, I've been trying to get this key to Pace and I don't know where to go. And so I'm like, well, give it to me. I'll drive over to his house right now and drop it off. And so he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, actually, it just so happens that serendipitously right now I have a little gap. I'm going to go see my mom for lunch, but lunch isn't going to be ready till noon. So I'm just like, this is actually perfect. I'll just go over, see my boy. So then I texted Laura. I'm like, hey, what are you up to? Is Pace home? She's like, well, he's in the middle of his live. And I'm like, yeah, why don't you give me all the codes? I'm going to go in there and surprise him.
Amazing, dude.
And
That's so cool.
That's what's up.
That's so cool. So she's not even home right now.
No.
You snuck in
I snuck in your house.
This is great. And you found your way down to the dark dungeon.
Yeah,
this is great.
Of course.
Okay, so can everybody hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up or a yes.
Cheryl asked, what's the logic for 40% again? Well, Cheryl, I'm looking at the year of construction and I'm assuming that this is going to be a full gut remodel, right? That's the logic of 40%. This is just how this plays out. Now, if this house has been renovated and is in good shape, then it's maybe not a deal for us, right? We only look at, as a wholesaler, on a cash deal. This is very different from a creative finance deal where Pace would love to take something that is in good condition or even renovated condition over with terms or attached financing. He'd love that. Me, I'm a cash buyer. I'm looking for opportunity to force appreciation. That's it. And when I'm going to wholesale this, I've got to leave enough room for myself to make a little bit of money and for my buyer to come in and do a full gut remodel. So Cheryl, that's the thinking.
Love that. Okay, so you came over here to not only drop over off a key, but you actually came to potentially talk about the giveaway that we're doing.
Well, yeah, I wanted to. Well, it just so happens that I was with Pace when Pace made $150,000 donation to help fight human trafficking, and I made $150,000 donation as well. And so, not only is there one seat on this plane, private jet, and a ticket, there's actually two. Because I'm going to be with Pace on his book tour. So unfortunately, neither of us can go on this trip. So I came here today to double up and make sure that we blessed two lucky individuals who bought the book. Don't you be a jabroni and not buy that book now. Listen, I don't want to hear you. I don't even want to hear that you even entered this contest without having bought that book.
You know how they're going to win the contest?
How?
So this is what we're going to do on Wholesale Hotline tonight.
Okay.
You're going to announce the winners.
Okay.
Okay. And the winner has to have helped somebody else gotten a deal in the past.
Love it. Okay.
So what I've been doing is I've been interviewing a couple of people that have been helping other people do deals in the last year, telling their story. So maybe what you should do is send out a message on Astro. We got, let's see how many people we got on YouTube today. We got 600 people on YouTube, 400 people in Subto Zoom.
Wow.
Okay, so 400 people.
1,000 people, 1,000 eyeballs in here. What's going on, you thousandaires?
Yeah, 1,000 people hanging out with us today. It's been great. I bought a deal today. We'll put that in the portfolio. Bo is underwriting. How many units is that one, Bo?
40. And I've got a couple other that I'm working on as well.
Love it. So Bo's working on a 40-unit seller finance deal for us in what city of Texas?
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
I like your T-shirt, Bo.
Thank you. Have you ever been to Wisconsin?
I've not, but I
Isn't
really
that where
want.
your favorite wings are?
Wisconsin?
Yeah.
No.
Where's that? Michigan?
It's an airport, actually.
Yeah, in Wisconsin.
Is it Wisconsin?
Yes.
Get out of here.
Yeah, the best wings he's
Wisconsin
never had.
knows for cheese. Wisconsin's
That's
known
where
for
cheese and beer come from. But maybe the best wings too, actually. The ones, yeah, you're right. It is Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Go to the airport, Bo. What are you doing at home right now? Go to the airport and eat some chicken
He's
wings.
in Miami. He lives in Miami.
Oh, you're in
Yeah.
you're in Miami? Well, we're gonna be in Miami soon.
Yeah, we'll be in Miami next week. We'll be out at Grant Cardone. Are you going to do Grant Cardone's podcast in person at his office?
Yes, sir.
Me and you, same time?
Same day.
Yes!
Yes, April 10th.
Bo, you want to come over to Grant Cardone's office and hang out with us for a bit?
Grant Cardone said the only way you can come over is if you wear very heavy cologne.
That's gonna be a deal killer for me.
What does that have to do with anything? Is this an inside joke?
No, actually, it's an outside joke because he said his staff said no lotions, no potions, and no colognes that make motion because this is a fragrance-free office. And I was like, damn, I like to smell good.
Someone must have ruined it for
Like some musky mofo must have walked into Grant's office and they must have been like, you know what, new policy.
Yeah, we've had that. I mean, everybody's had that in their office where you're like, damn, this dude's like saturated, you know?
That's an interesting writer.
No lotions, no potions, no scents that make motions.
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to give away 2 seats today. I don't know that Molly knows this, but Molly, back in November, Jamil and I were on a private yacht. They were raising capital for human trafficking, specifically child, like sex, human trafficking, that whole world. I don't know. What's that called?
Evil.
Evil. Okay, evil. And we both donated. It was Tim Tebow's foundation. Tim Tebow was there. And there was about 12, maybe 15 people that donated a total of 150, not a total, but each $150,000. And those 12 people got together and said, man, why don't we go and hang out for a couple of days as the people that had the resources and the means to donate $150,000. Let's go hang out. Let's go. It was all an idea of Ed Milet. So Ed Milet and Chris Crone and some other really high level, at least influence type of high level people said, let's go to Florida. We'll fly everybody that donated $150,000 on a private jet from either Salt Lake or Dallas. Okay. Salt Lake or Dallas to Florida. You will be put up in a 5-star hotel.
Yep.
Play golf on a 5-star golf course.
With Ed Milet, by the way.
With Ed Milet. This whole thing is with Ed Milet and 10 or 15 other really high level people. I think there's enough people that there actually has to be 2 private jets doing this whole thing. And you'll be there for 2 days, and then you'll be brought back on the private jet back to Dallas or back to Salt Lake. So whoever wins, whoever wins is going to be able to, if you don't golf, like Ingrid says, I don't golf, I'm a horrible golfer, but you would be able to hang out in the golf cart and just pick their brain and chat with them and
hang
see how
out.
they operate.
That's a great opportunity to just network and chill out. And so, I regret not being able to go on this, but I would way rather be on a book tour with my bestie.
Thank you, brother.
Than, golfing. Honestly, last time I golfed, this happened to me. This big scar.
Look at that.
Look at that scar. The golfing is dangerous.
Gnarly.
Molly's saying, I don't buy it. That look, Molly, what did that face betrayed you?
Pace gets this look a lot from me. Like, I'm like, is that what that scar's from?
My wife and I were golfing together, and she flipped the golf cart, and I ejected from the golf cart.
Well,
and
that's
snapped
not
my arm.
golfing. That's just driving around in a golf cart.
Being abusive.
Yeah, it went snap. My arm went snap. What was really bad about it was that that happened on a Saturday, and the Wednesday before, so about 3 days before that, I had just gotten out of my boot from having broken my ankle. So I went from boot to arm cast. It was like, and then I started getting called Mr. Glass on the internet.
Put your arm right here. Show me this.
Oh,
that's from golf.
Did the bone come out? Did the bone come out?
Oh yeah, it snapped. It was nasty.
Like people thought that was a little accident.
It was nasty. And what was funny about it too was that this was like really like deep COVID, and like surgeons and all that. It was tough. Plus it was December, so I couldn't actually get my surgery for 2 weeks.
Oh no!
So I had to. They like kind of replaced me a little bit, put me in a sling, and they're like, "We're really sorry, bud, but you're gonna have to go through Christmas like this." And then Natalie and I actually ended up in Aspen for Christmas. So I'm in Aspen eating in restaurants with only my left hand, and I'm right-handed. It was really terrible, and it showed me just how much I loved my wife because I never rubbed her face in it.
You didn't?
No. But I made her wipe my butt because my right hand wouldn't work. I was like, Natalie, I'm done. Like, when a kid,
when a
kid's like, hey, I'm
done. Daddy, I'm done.
That I meet so many people who do Zooms with us now that I know they're at home with their kids. Like I'm a stay-at-home mom too. Like my kids are here with me, but they're not that young anymore. But I remember those days when you're like in the middle of a meeting and you have a 3-year-old in the other room.
It would never really be mud butt though, because I had a bidet. So it's like, it's just a dab. I'd just be like, come give me a dab. Just a little dab. I'm just kidding, guys. I dabbed with my left hand. I'm ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous. You dab hands with both. All right. So we'll be giving that away today. We've got another 5.5 hours today with me. I've been on here already 5.5 hours. So we'll do another 5.5 hours, and we'll hear some stories about people doing deals for other people. Let Astro know, like, hey, I'm going to give this away to we should give one to an Astro and one to a Subto student.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll do that.
You down for that?
I'm going to go post in the Astro group right now. Hey, listen, everybody. I love every single one of you guys, and I hope you all have a beautiful, beautiful day. If any of you guys are on path to taking action or squatting up or just even thinking about taking a leap into what is the next step to become financially free, I just want to give you guys one little bit of advice, okay? It's not what you've been doing to get to this point. That's just it. Everything that if your bank account right now, if your career right now, if your life right now is not ideal, it is a reflection of what's happening in the thought process and the emotional process of what's happening in your life. I promise you. So if you can think about what habits you've got, how those habits make you feel, and if you can address that, you can start taking action, and all of this becomes super easy, right? Like the technicals, guys, this is the fun part, but you're not going to get to where you're trying to go without making a big identity shift. So remember that you change from the inside out.
Love you, brother.
I love you too. I'll see you guys on Wholesale Hotline. Molly, phenomenal to see you. Bo, phenomenal to see you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, guy. Mwah.
Love you, brother.
I love you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for breaking into my house. All right. Let's go back to Bo Knows.
Okay, so next steps. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, next steps. What so what does submitting an LOI look like? Like who does that? Do we need a licensed real estate agent to do that, Bo?
No, we do not. We just need to circle up, write down what terms we're offering, and shoot over a proposal to them. They actually called me. The broker called me 10 minutes before I got on this. They're very eager to receive something from us.
So what do you think our LOI should be?
I think it should be for 2.6, and then with 1.75 seller financing at 3.5 interest only. And I think that we should propose that they Subto the existing loan on there to us. And we need, I think it'd be beneficial to have you on a call with them, kind of walking them through the process, because when there was one broker, he's like, it's non-assumable. And I'm like, we can structure around that. He's like, it's non-assumable, bro. Like, what do you not understand? I'm like, just wait till you get our proposal. You'll see how it goes. Right.
Love it.
And then they would accept our LOI. And then usually the seller sends over a purchase and sale agreement, but this is a mom and pop seller, so they might not have anything prepared. So it's probably going to be incumbent upon us to send them a draft PSA, and then just kick that back and forth a couple times with all the conditions and warranties and inspection periods.
Okay, I love it. Let's submit the LOI today, and what we can do is we can have Sherry. Molly, I have a new escrow officer I want to try out for Texas.
Oh, okay.
She's been doing creative finance and multifamily creative finance for over 35 years.
Sweet.
Her name is Sherry. I'd love to have her be the one that if the broker or somebody says, well, I want to talk to somebody how this actually is structured, Sherry would be so good on the phone with the broker.
Okay.
I'm happy to have a phone call with them as well, but I think having it come from a third party that's disinterested or at least separated as another stamp of approval on top of it would be super beneficial. So I'll put you in touch with Sherry.
Okay.
Let's get the LOI out today. I want to do this deal.
Okay.
Bo, what other deals you got in the pipeline, man? How can we do more deals with you and have you part of this, man?
People need to send me deals and I'll look at them, and but they need to be, seller finance deals, especially multifam. And then I'll just underwrite it and see what kind of the return profile is. I'll put my email in the chat.
Okay. Is it underwriting at Pace Morby or what is it?
I think it's Manifest You.
Okay. Molly, how do we not have anybody have a Manifest You email?
No. His is Pace Morby. It's underwriting at Pace Morby. He's just knowing what he logs in as, because that's the dominant domain.
Oh, got it. Okay. Underwriting at pacemorby.com.
He's like, I don't know. It's like, you tell me what I got.
Yeah.
Underwriting at pacemorby.com.
Now
we do three different types of deals. Okay. So we do a good amount of single family, and those are all Subto and seller finance. Do not send me a cash deal. I break out in hives when you send me a cash deal. Send those to Jamil. He said over and over, he's a cash buyer. Okay. I will go into anaphylaxis. Is that what it's called? I'm dyslexic, so I don't know.
Anaphylactic shock.
Yeah, anaphylactic shock. There you go. So we do single family. Obviously, we love single family. You guys know the deal or no deal program on Thursdays that we're doing with Abraham. Small to medium-sized multifamily, we are buying internally without our fund. Okay, so that would be like the deal that we're doing with Bo, the 40-unit deal. Okay, Bo's on our team. I talked to Molly a couple of days ago. I was like, how do we make sure Bo gets a piece of these deals and we make Bo like rich enough that he can stay in Brickell? I'm sure you are rich enough, but I'm just joking.
Yeah.
And then we've got our multifamily fund, which is a completely different buy box, a little bit larger assets that we're going for. And that would be where you guys as Subto students also get to invest in those deals. There'll be larger assets. We will syndicate capital. We will bring money together and buy those assets and go and obtain financing. So we're okay with cash deals in the larger multifamily, even some seller finance in the larger multifamily. But when it comes to like 20 units, 50 units, 100 units, 120 units, bring those to underwriting at pacemorby.com. And Luis says, I have a juicy 100 unit in Texas, Bo. Send it over. Okay. Does anybody have a multifamily deal they want us to underwrite today? Give me a yes in the comments. Carolyn, do you have one? And she says, I have one sending over. Are you sending it over to his email right now? Can we underwrite it today or no? Okay, let's do it. Bo, you got time to underwrite a deal right now?
Yep.
You're all fed and happy right now, man. You had some pastor tacos.
Al Pastor.
Molly, what do we have going on?
The pastor's first name is Al.
Al Pastor.
Al Pastor.
Pastor Al.
Yeah, we'll look at 100 units in Oklahoma.
Yes.
We'll look at basically anything over 20 units. And depending upon the specifics of the deal, it might go in the fund box and it might go in paces. It's really on a deal by deal basis of, kind of size, location, seller financing strength, all equity check size. It's, and then further down the road, I think that I'd like to push pace a little bit to get into potentially other asset classes that are being seller financed. But
what are you thinking? Not dirt, are you?
No, not dirt. But I think that small bay industrial, like let's say a 30,000 square foot warehouse that's being seller financed, or some owner user type warehouse where it's like a 22 foot clear, or small mom and pop storage facility. I don't think that triple net retail, single tenant triple net retail, is going to be a fit for us. Same with office and retail, but I think that we could potentially look at other asset classes that are other than multifamily that are being seller financed, as long as the returns are good.
I love it. I'm sold. You sold me. You don't need to push me. I'm there. Let's go. Let's buy some shit.
Yeah, I'm game.
All right. I think Carolyn's sending over an email to you right now. Carolyn, are you sending him an email right now so he can pull it up? I don't want him. Okay. She sent it. So it should be in your email, Bo. I don't want to obviously put the address out because we got, 700 people over on YouTube.
Yep. Carolyn Briley.
Yep. Carolyn Briley. She's our leader in DFW. Everybody loves Carolyn. Also, Eric says, Pace, I'm working on 292 units off market in Houston, Texas. The seller is open to creative finance. I think what would be great, like with Bo, he'll tell you, he'll say, hey, if the seller is open to creative finance at this purchase price, here's what it would take to make this work, is sometimes the best thing to do. Cause then you can go back to that seller with that specific offer, knowing that either A, we're a good buyer for it, or B, you could find a buyer based on what Bo would give you. Bo, in that situation, is that what you're doing? You look at an asset, you go, okay, hey, based on what I have, a good offer would be this.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And then other times it's a lot of it's about, okay, this is what the property's currently doing, or with the Cleveland deal. I think I'll probably put that in front of you in a couple days.
Okay.
But I'll just throw out some high levels here. It's 40 units being offered for I think 1.25, but the entry fee would need to be a minimum of 260 to clear out their kind of private money loan. They're older vintage, not great area, but it's also being offered for 35,000 a unit, right?
Love it. Okay. I'll let you take over for Carolyn's deal.
All right, let me download the email she sent. 1 second.
Okay, while you download that and kind of put it all in together, let me talk to Molly for a second. Molly, who are you talking to over there?
Nobody.
Your dog?
No, it's my husband, Matthew.
Oh, he's handsome, dude. How's his business going?
talking about right now, because I forget doing all these things when we first started our other businesses, and it's amazing how much you forget when you don't have to do stuff so often. So
Yeah. Did he name his company Pain in the Glass?
what did you say? Chippendales the other day? He
Yeah,
goes, "You take
Chippendales.
Chippendales," and then you'd have to do it with your shirt off. So I forgot to tell him about that.
He'd look good with his shirt off. I
Yeah.
definitely wouldn't. So
I'd hire him for sure. Yeah.
Chippendales or Pain in the Glass.
Pain in the glass. That's a good
Who's the typical client? Is it like, is he going to insurance companies or who's he going to primarily?
It's mainly body shops. Like that's the world we come from. So we know a lot of glass companies don't want to work with body shops because it's a lot of like removing windshields just for repairs and then putting them back. And those are like smaller ticket item things. But then they also need the recalibrations for like, you know, all those sensors in all your windows of your new cars that do everything, all of your radar, all of your, so they do that too, all the recalibrations.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Does he do anything like tinting and stuff like that?
No.
Completely different businesses. You don't typically double dip on that kind of stuff?
No, I wouldn't say with that. So like, it's really just mainly like if he's going to be working with these body shops and just regular glass, like anytime you get your glass replaced, you need to have that recalibration done. And so a lot of those places aren't mobile. You have to like go to a place to get it recalibrated.
What do you and I have working on? What do we have going on?
We have this multifamily deal that we talked about today. We have
What about the Corpus Christi deal? The Corpus Christi deal with Angie Milanazzo. How's that going?
That one. Okay, interesting. Is Angie in here?
I think so. She was earlier.
So the guy that was in it, this is real estate, guys. This is just how things go. And so Angie's been like trying to keep the drama away from us, right? Because that's just how real estate goes. And so I guess that guy moved some stuff in and then decided he didn't want to do the agreement. He had already signed the lease, everything. And so the baby elephant that they were working with actually decided she was going to partner with another operator, get off of the ownership of it with them and go into business with the asset. And she's going to rent the property from them. So it's pretty cool. It was a pretty cool creative solution to get around it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So, Angie says she's starting today.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was really, really cool. I mean, Angie, thank you so much for leaving us out of the drama. You guys figured that out and got it working and got it going. And that's exactly what we want to see in partners and deals with us. So it was the perfect way to deal with it. I'm happy to help when I can, but sometimes there's just things you got to swim through and figure out how to get through it. So I can only imagine how much that sucked when you got to that point where you were like, oh gosh, now this guy's backing out, you know?
Molly, what about the other Corpus Christi 30 unit? Are we deep in renovations on that?
Yeah. So now we got to a point where we have to involve the city because we have to do electrical and plumbing stuff. And so now it's just delayed us. Like every time you turn around with the city, it's another month.
Yeah. Okay. What about San Angelo? Did we get those bad tenants out yet or no?
Yeah. So we've evicted pretty much, I think it's pretty much everyone that needed to be evicted is out, but now we have
vacancies and need to do repairs.
Well, and we have issues with contractors over there, guys. Like it's so expensive for whatever reason. We're getting the highest quotes I've ever seen in my life for renovating an apartment.
And they're like super cookie cutter, like Home Depot cabinets, Formica, used appliances, and some laminate would be perfectly fine.
Alex, please reach out to me. I would love to talk to you.
Alex is an awesome leader, by the way. Alex, would you reach out to Molly, please?
Yeah, please. I would.
He's so dope. Alex is so dope, by the way.
San Angelo, Texas, guys. So we're in Texas. It's San Angelo, Texas. So it's just, I think it's just that it's kind of out of civilization a little bit, you know, and so everybody's just higher priced.
Okay. What about the West Palm Beach house that was vacant for a while, the one we had to take over?
That one we're getting ready to pay off completely. So I was going to talk to you about that one when you want to.
You just need me to get money.
Yeah, you know, just $187,000 to just pay it.
Okay. And then I committed to buying, going in on an storage facility yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, in Florida. Ground up construction with a great operator. And
Just ask what part of Florida.
I don't know. Brickell.
Okay, so you got this. You said when I got in here, you said a couple of things. You agreed to buy a property in Humble, Texas.
Humble, Texas.
Humble, Texas. You don't say the H. It's spelled like humble, guys, but it's pronounced humble. Humble, Texas. And that's with somebody that was in here that you looked at the deal already, or am I?
Yeah, Jimmy Al. I already looked at the deal.
Okay, Jimmy Al also sent us another one in Texas that looked like a good one.
I said yes to it, and I said yes to it too late because he didn't. So Jimmy was like one of the first 20 students in Subto 3 years ago. And he scaled, and like he only comes into a Zoom now once a month, probably. So he doesn't know you exist.
I know. And I'm like, hey, we've paused on our single family purchases because that's the conversation Pace and I had, guys. That's what we had.
Yes. I accepted Arizona and Atlanta, and I'll do some in Texas, but we're really trying to slow down in Texas. So Kyle says, I got hit with that email. Ha ha ha.
Carolyn, I'm sending a notary to Pace Morby today to sign for that class.
Yeah, they messaged me. He did message me.
Who messaged you?
Some person.
Is it Colton?
I don't know. Some random
832 number?
Yeah, 832 number.
Yeah, it's Colton. It's from the title company. He's not going to schedule the notary though. Is he trying to schedule a notary?
He says, what time will you be available today for a mobile notary to sign on 2314 Classen?
Oh, okay.
So that's the deal we bought from Carolyn Briley. Carolyn, thank you so much.
If you want to respond back to him and just say, hey, we can probably send our own notary. We could set up our own notary and he could send the docs to us. That might be better.
Okay. Nadine Hilton. This is a great question. Nadine, come on here. Let's chat. She's like, can somebody please answer the phenomenon of people buying sight unseen?
That's what Pace Morby does all day long.
Nadine, come on here.
I'm trying.
Hi, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, here's me on video. Hey, everybody, you caught me.
Oh, hold on. Let me, now you got your video on. Let's bring you up here. Damn.
Oh, God, don't do that to me, Pace.
There she is. Boom.
Don't do it. I am a physician and I work 12 hours overnight and I came home to sleep, but I've been on your Zoom and dozing in and off.
Have you learned anything today?
I have.
Okay, so here's the phenomenon of buying sight unseen. I was a contractor for 10 years. So I know just about everything that could go wrong on a single family property. And small multifamily is where I really spend more time. We get inspections like this deal that Bo brought to the table. That deal, Bo already has a full inspection happening. And then Bo also plans on flying out to the property. If you looked at the underwriting sheet he actually had travel expenses there. So in larger assets, we will definitely go out there and do the thing. But it depends. Like if I brought a deal to you, Nadine, and I said, hey, this is a great deal. I've never seen it before. Would you trust me that it's a good deal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's just experience based. When I first started, this is why I always tell people, hey, start in your own local market. By the way, Pauline Stegman says, wow, Nadine, thank you for what you do.
Thanks.
So, I tell people start in your own local market because you get to drive properties, you get to visit other people's properties, you get to learn all the things that I have in my mind. Nadine, you're a physician. So what does that mean? What do you do?
I'm an OBGYN.
Okay. So that I don't mean to be grotesque, but you touch lady parts, right?
She delivers babies.
I touch lady parts, deliver babies, do surgery, office, everything.
Okay. So do you even have to think twice before really delivering a baby, or is it now kind of second nature?
Second nature. 20 years in the game.
Yeah. You have more years in the game as a physician by a 2x margin than I do in real estate. But I bet you by your 7th or 8th year in being a physician, you're like, all right, I got this. Right. Mm-hmm. So that's where I'm at on single family stuff. Otherwise, when I was brand new, it's kind of like the first baby you delivered. You had to have somebody by your side. You had to do it multiple times.
Yeah.
So in real estate, I suggest who's your best friend in Subto?
Right now, Subto Drew. I'm in Houston.
I love Subto Drew. He's amazing.
So I've joined about about a month ago now, and I've been to some of the power hours and such, and I want to be a buyer, but I'm learning the cold calling. I'm doing the stuff thinking I need to learn all the business.
No.
Well, I keep putting things in the chats for people to send me a deal that I'm looking for. I want that Humble House, but you took it and I can't get it from you. So
let's do a deal together.
She can get it from us. You can have it, Nadine. I'm just
please, I want to get started because I have some money burned in my pocket. And if you don't get me a Subto deal, anyone, I'm going to go traditional, and I don't want to do that.
Don't do that.
I don't want to. I want to be an MTR like Tanisha.
Okay, so here's what I want you to do. What I love about you, Nadine, is you've already figured out your avatar. You go, look, I'm a physician. I love what I do. I've got income coming in. I'm a buyer. I just don't want to go traditional. I'd rather be more like what Pace is doing, where he's buying up. Most of what we do is buy and hold at this point, right?
Right.
5 years ago, it was different. It was like, let's wholesale, let's fix and flip. Now it's like 5% wholesale, 5% fix and flip, 90% buy and hold. You want to be a buy and hold investor. You want to start building that passive income. Pretty simple. You could probably buy one deal. What's your goal this year? You want to buy 5 properties, 10 properties?
I said 3 by the end of the year. I'm even open to arbitraging. I'm trying, Pace. I'm trying. I'm
gonna do 3. I'm gonna do 3 deals with you by the end of summer, dude. Are you kidding me?
Right. That's what I'm talking about. I just need to get my feet wet and proof of concept. I know it happens for everyone, but I don't have good luck. So I need it to happen for me so that I know. And I went to the power hour this past Saturday and I did some cold calls with Subto Drew and Jeremy Montoya and Jeff and the whole crew. And they just gave us a list, which is great. But I'm just like, how do you know? Say it again.
You're like, I'm a buyer. I don't want to be cold calling.
Well, no, I don't mind doing it. I don't mind learning. I'm trying to get my adult son on board so we can make a company and make this happen. But I'm like, how do you, especially in Houston where zoning is open to anything, you can have a mansion next to an abandoned building on the same block. So if you just call the addresses and you never see the house, how do you know when you get there that you can move it? Like, and I asked him, I said, don't you need to know your exit strategy before you make an offer? He was like, no, make the offer and you'll figure out the strategy. But how do you know someone's going to want it?
So Nadine, do you see Tanisha in the side chat? She says, I'll call you about midterm rental. I'm all down for Houston. She'll probably help you find some deals in Houston.
Yeah, I reached out to her on some of the other local Zooms. So I have her info, definitely.
Let's get you a deal in Houston in the next 30 days.
Let's do it, Pace. I'm ready.
What I would do is, personally, I don't want to learn how to do transaction coordination. I have learned transactions by doing so many of them, but Molly knows more about transaction coordination than I do by a long shot, right? So, and like my wife is so gangster at certain things that I'm just like, I don't want to learn how to do any of that stuff. So I would let you know that it's perfectly okay for you not to ever cold call and for you to put your foot down and go, I think it's cool that you guys are cold calling, but I want to give you guys peace and comfort to know that when you do get a deal, you already have a buyer lined up. And you should still go to the power hour and you should still listen to what they're talking about. And you should go on appointments with them and do all that stuff, but go, look, put me as your buyer in the room. And then that way you bring comfort to the people that are making the calls. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
That's how you help.
Yeah, I've done all the things, right? Like at the end of the day, when I started in Pace's world, I've done all the things from project management to I've sat on some, when the nightly dials started, I would sit on the nightly dials. I've done a couple of the calls. Like I have a seller call coming up here in 30 minutes. Okay. So you will get to a point where you feel comfortable doing all of the things because you know your role and you know what you want as a buyer. And if you know what you want as a buyer, you know how to talk to a seller or somebody else about what you want because you know what your exit in that scenario is, what your role in that scenario is. And so I feel like I know what my role is in this space, which makes me good at portraying confidently the information that I need to a seller or to a wholesaler that we're working with, or understanding the processes that they're going through. So going and watching them is great, right?
Right. Okay. I love it. I'm ready.
If I hear that you cold called ever again, I'm going to karate chop you.
I already put my buy box in the chat. I'm going to put it again. I have a cute little pink and black picture to make it easy.
Amazing. Let's do a couple of deals together.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you. Thank you for voicing up in the side chat. Appreciate you.
Very well. Thanks.
Bo, you ready for us?
Yeah.
You want to bring Carolyn up here? You can ask her some questions.
Yep.
Okay. By the way, if you are a sub-2 student and you are on YouTube, you would be a knucklehead if you were not in Zoom with us. Go into the private Facebook group, sub-2 private Facebook group, and get the Zoom link and come in here and hang out with other sub-2 students, please. I saw a couple of people in the YouTube chat saying, I'm a sub-2 student and I didn't get the link. Yes, you did. Get your ass into the Zoom and let's hang out. Hi, Carolyn. How you doing?
Hi. Thanks for pulling me up.
Of course. You
Thanks
pull
for doing
yourself
this
up
all day
as a
long.
badass leader in DFW and the whole country. We appreciate you and adore you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Carolyn, do you know
Hi.
how it's currently being run from a management standpoint? I can share my screen. I'm looking at the T12 and I don't see any payroll expenses, which kind of stands out to me. So we got insurance, we got all this stuff. I just don't see any payroll, which means that could either this management fee could be included.
Okay.
That's still too low. The management fee is too low and there's no payroll expense.
Okay. We just got this passed to us over the week. Like this just came in our inbox over the weekend. And so this kind of came at the perfect timing, but we're in contact with the person to get us more information on what's going on. So I can take note of that.
And do you know, I mean, the rents are really low. I think that the in-place rent, based on the rent roll that I'm looking at, it's 100% occupied with a rate of 682. Is it government subsidized?
I don't believe it is. No.
So just really, really low rates.
Really low rents.
And so something I would need to do here that probably wouldn't be good for this Zoom is to just take a little bit of time and dig into the market and figure out where rents could go or what rents should be. So I'd need property interior pictures. And so to kind of assess, and this rent roll didn't provide a square foot or unit type breakout. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But I'd need to see what floor plans we have and what those floor plans are kind of on the market for. So I could assess our CapEx needs and our, because, 682 seems really light. So we'd want to, see if there's a possibility to implement a value add program. If the common area is deficient or if the unit interiors are deficient relative to similar type, vintage and square foot plans in the market.
Okay.
So it's, I hate to say this, but this is not
enough info.
It's not a no and it's not a yes. We just need to dig in more.
Sure. Okay. I took my notes and I'll follow back up.
But yeah, it looks like, they're reporting net rental income, not, market rent. And then they've got a decent amount of other income. But yeah, the payroll really stuck out to me. And then I don't know how familiar you are with Tennessee taxes, but Tennessee assesses at 100% of the fair market rate, fair market ratio, or 100% of fair market. And then they do a discount for assessed value, and then they apply a millage rate to the assessed value. But I think the current taxes were on a value of 3.4 million, and you're taking it to 7 million. So you'd be doubling the taxes. However, Tennessee also has a law called fair and equitable, which means that the total county tax revenue can't grow by a certain percent. So like whenever I have had deals in Tennessee, I usually run it by someone's tax expert because they're more in tune with the local like the local going ons of the county CAD to see how much the taxes could actually move up.
Okay. We actually have a 40 unit in just outside Knoxville. So my
Knoxville, yeah, Knoxville. From memory, the last time I did a deal in Tennessee was about a year ago, and they are very particular, and they'll move everything to 100%. You can't underwrite any discount or change to the millage rate.
Okay. Okay, I'll check into all the things that you mentioned, particularly what sticks out the most is payroll. And then
management fee seems really light. So it's 9,500 paid once. Like their P&L is pretty choppy. But as a percentage of total revenue over the past 12 months, I think it's 2%. So like if payroll wasn't in here, sorry, 1.5%, which is insanely light. Like, but if this number were like 6%, you could go, okay, they're baking payroll into, into the management fee, which happens sometimes on smaller properties.
Right.
But yeah, let me just make sure I didn't miss this. Insurance, electric, water, cable, internet, trash, taxes, advertising, pest cleaning, paint, carpet, unit turns, management fee, R&M. Yeah, no payroll.
Okay. I'll ask about that. This is direct to seller, so I'm sure that's a big reason why these are missing.
Yeah.
Key details.
Because we would need to underwrite, payroll expenses, right? Mm-hmm. To the tune of $800 to $1,200 a unit. So that would while it could seem really good on the surface, we would need to change what they're paying in management fee to something more market, probably 3%, 3.5%, and then also include payroll expenses to the tune of, 76,000 plus or minus.
Okay.
Maybe
got it.
60,000 plus or minus, because we'd need it's 60 units. You'd probably have a full-time person on site and then maybe a part-time maintenance guy.
All right.
Bo, for people that don't know what they're looking at or not looking at, is there a list that you're going to go through and train people on how to read a P&L properly, or a trailing 12 to say, there's like 8 things wrong with this P&L?
Yeah.
You see them right away. When I was brand new into this, you obviously are going to see things I still don't see at my level of multifamily. Mm-hmm. But the second I started realizing that multifamily is not really real estate, it's more of a business, meaning that you've got people, you've got vendors, you've got all sorts of things that come in and out of the property, and you've got to make sure those are all line itemed out, is when I go, okay, I can't just look at the purchase price of the house. I have to look at the property. I have to look at all these individual deals. You immediately knew, dude, where's the payroll? Who's actually taking care of this?
Yeah.
What are some of the other red flags that pop up on a very typical situation with the seller?
As far as P&L,
as far as missing data or incorrect data, which I think sometimes is on purpose and other times is not on purpose.
One that's happened to me quite a bit is, so take this rent roll, for example. I've gotten quite a few rent rolls, not from this group, but just in my days of doing this, that were only for occupied units. And it would be like, okay, you've got 50 units, where are all the other units, right? Where, like, let's say it was this deal and it only showed, to here, right? And then everything below that was blanked out. I kind of go, where are the rest of the units? And that's kind of what I'm thinking here. but I saw the email. It said 76 unit deal. We've got all 76 rows here with a rent amount. There was a tenant's name. I deleted that column just for privacy purposes. But not having all the data is kind of the name of the game. We've got to make sure that the rent roll ties to what you're being told. My favorite example of this is I was working on a deal, senior living deal in Austin. The broker said it was 140 units. And then I got on the floor plans, did a tick and tie, and then counted 174 units. Well, it turns out the broker wasn't reporting the third floor because the current property operations weren't including the third floor, right? So it's little things. You have to make sure that everything kind of ties out, right? If this were only 50 rows, well, do we only have 50 units? If that's a big one. And then you have to look and see, like, for taxes, they, aside from tax adjustments, it looks like they just straight lined, and which means that they're paying on an accrual, they're accruing for their taxes. And it's possible, this wouldn't impact us at all, but it's possible that the property tax bill, this might in fact impact prorations. But if our 12-month property tax bill, if the accrual rate hasn't changed, and taxes go up every year as they reassess or whatever, or change the millage rate, then our taxes would go up, right? And if they're only accruing to $2,911 a month, then the next property tax payment that needs to be made would be likely be in excess of the funds available in that account. And we would have to have that negotiation as part of the prorations discussion with the seller.
Love that.
But and then there's other little line items like pest control. Like sometimes you'll see valet trash, which means that you leave your trash outside the door, and you wouldn't see it on a property with $680 rents, because it's more of a convenience fee. And then let's see, what else did I notice? R&M seems light, but in range with reality. Water, sewer seem a little light, but it could be individually metered. Yeah, there's just questions.
R&M is repairs and maintenance, correct?
Yep.
Here's a good question for you, Bo.
Hopefully I can answer it.
I think you can. This is more of a strategy question.
Yep.
So you'll get a lot of people that call me, and because we did not start out as a multifamily mentorship, we started out as just, hey, it's a creative finance thing. Let me teach you creative finance. And then as I've scaled, we've talked about more stuff and more stuff and more stuff and more stuff. And now it's become kind of a collection of just about anything you can learn in real estate, you learn in Subto, which is cool. But one thing that we've ran into as we've all scaled as a community is I will get people that say, hey, Pace, will you get on a phone call with me and the seller on a 30-unit multifamily? The seller is open to creative finance. And I go, okay, great. But how do we make an offer? How do we figure out the LOI if we haven't been given the information, the rent rolls, all of that kind of stuff? And the seller will then say, well, we're not going to give you more information unless we know that the terms you're offering are worth our time. Okay, well, how do I know what terms? Can I technically offer terms, Bo, to a seller without actually having information on a multifamily?
So technically you could. You would just be flying in the blind, and I would never advise that, right? Like there's an apartment building next to me. I could make a blind offer and say, hey, I'll pay you $4 million for it, right? Like, but you would never do that because it would just be absolutely insane. You would want the rent rolls, in the historical financials, at least a 12-month trailing, hopefully with 3 years of supporting documentation. And you'd need pictures for your business plan. You need to vet everything, right? Like, so technically you could do it, but nobody does do it.
Yeah. So I've got a student right now, Hemin and Pauline Stegman. They're asking me to get on a Zoom, and they're wanting me to get on the call. Now, I almost want to, just to show people. Let me call him real fast, and let's figure out what this looks like, because I really want people to understand multifamily is really, like, you got to get the data, right?
Yeah.
Bo,
So the one thing that I would say to do is say, hey, if you're concerned about, where our offer, are the privacy of your data, we'll sign a non-disclosure agreement, and then you can send everything over. Like, usually all this information is protected by NDAs, and like sellers usually, it's run through a broker sends over an NDA, you execute it, and then you get all the information. Well, if they're not willing to provide information because they're worried about, the buyer's, commitment to it, or the privacy of their data, just say, hey, look, I'll sign an NDA, and then everything that you send me is private. And then, and then we can, kind of go from there.
all right, let's call him in real fast and see what
All right,
what's
I'll
going
stop
on with this
screen
deal.
Hey, Pace, how's it going?
Hey, what up, dog?
Hey, it's all good. I'm actually on the Zoom.
I know. So tell me what's going on. How can we get this seller to give you this information so you guys can actually make an intelligent offer?
Right now, where we're at is we're actually going back and forth with the broker between.
Put your whatever Zoom or something you got. Make sure you got it on mute or something, because you got bad reverb.
There we go. I'm gonna just walk away. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, cool.
All right. So we're actually in a position right now where we're going back and forth with the broker, and the broker is stating that the seller completely doesn't want to release any additional information. This is where we are. He wants to at least see some type of LOI in place before they really begin to proceed. And they were saying that they actually were able to schedule a call with the seller.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's interesting that a broker would want to get an LOI on a property that the seller is not willing to release information about the property they want to receive an LOI on.
Right.
Yeah, sounds like a really rookie broker.
Yeah, Bo is saying it sounds like a really rookie broker that doesn't understand, like, they're getting the cart before the horse, if that makes sense.
It does, absolutely.
So it sounds it's a smaller unit. You've got a broker that's probably in over his skis a little bit. He's not going to tell you that because he's the licensed professional. I'm a realtor, type of thing. Bo, what's the harm in actually submitting an LOI and just saying, I guess you want us to send an LOI. Here's our magical terms. Let us know when we could get more information. Have you ever seen that as a strategy?
So the danger in that is, let's say you were to make an offer at, I'm just making numbers up here, right? Let's say I have an underwritten, whatever. Let's say the broker's like, I want to hear 4 million. And then you send an LOI at 4 million. Seller gets really excited and then sends over information. And then you're like, whoa, wait, best I can do is 3.1. Well, now you've set the bar so high that reality at 3.1, you can never get the seller to agree to it at that, because they heard the 4 number and got all excited. And they're like, now when you say, hey, you sent us numbers, now we have to deal in the terms of reality and not just hypotheticals. They're just going to be like, well, why'd you say 4? Right. So it's a setting expectations thing.
So I think what the issue is that they want to know that you're real, right? An LOI is like the multifamily language of at least you've taken the first step to show me that you're real, right? So why don't you ask the broker, hey, it's hard for us to submit an LOI on like numbers without numbers, right? We need your numbers as input into our equation. Is there something we can show you in terms of credibility, a proof of funds, maybe a schedule of real estate owned, maybe something along those lines that can show the seller that we're actual credible buyers, we're serious about this, but we need more information before we submit an LOI? Have you had that conversation with the broker yet?
We actually have. Went back and forth. He completely understood exactly what we were asking for. He knew that the numbers that was presented to him initially were going to be based off of the information that we saw, which is, of course, missing some crucial information. So yes, we did, and this is where we
so
ended up.
It sounds like the broker is like, yeah, my seller's crazy, and I totally get where you guys are coming from, but the seller is not going to budge.
Exactly.
Okay, so do you guys need help talking to the broker? Do you want me to call the broker, or what do you guys need help with?
Definitely I'm speaking with the broker. I think the broker was actually just trying to go ahead and connect us with the seller. He wasn't trying to be the middleman or anything in between.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's even better. Okay. Well, here's what I think is going on. A very common thing for a seller with 30 units, as Bo mentioned earlier, it's called a mom and pop investor. They're not keeping straight books. They might even be a year behind on taxes. They haven't done what they said they're going to do even to themselves, right? They're not managing the property well, and they're definitely not documenting it well. So when somebody asks for documentation, they go, that sounds like a lot of work that I don't want to really do. So how do I know these people? It's not like a regular company. If you ask me, hey, Pace, will you give me your financials on, let's say, one of our 30 units or one of our 40 units or our 256 unit or whatever it is, I could provide you financials today with one email. It sounds like this seller is mismanaging the property. They are a mom and pop investor. They don't actually have the financials. And so it's a nuisance and annoying to them that you're even asking for them. Does that make sense?
It is, yes.
How can we talk to the seller? Can I call them? Can I talk to them?
Yeah, absolutely. I can go ahead and make that connection right now. And do you want the broker's number?
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, text me the broker's number. I'll call him right now. Here, do this. Text the broker, say, hey, the financial partner in our business is going to give you a call in a couple of minutes. Is that okay?
Gotcha.
Sound good?
Yep, that works.
All right, perfect.
All right, I'll let you know. Thanks.
Bye. It's funny that like you guys think real estate is not you guys, but like the general public thinks it's all about brick, mortar, and numbers. It is managing human beings and their willingness or unwillingness to do whatever the thing is. It's like, really, you want to sell the property, but you don't want to actually give me what I need to buy it. So there's something going on here. Whenever you feel like there's a blockage, it's like, okay, there's something blocking me from getting this deal done. How do I just talk to the person that's in charge to make this deal work? So, Carolyn, you got some homework to do on that deal?
Yes, I do.
What other deals you got going on right now?
We have a lot of single families in the pipeline right now. We have a few multi that we're still getting details on, but I don't want to pass anything else. That was a question that was going to be to Bo, is like, okay, I just passed you. I have the rent roll. I have the T12, like the vital financials that you're needing, but you're seeing these missing pieces and blanks. Is that something that you're looking for us as students when we're sending these financials into you? Are we like checking off so you're not having to like fill it, like what are all these missing pieces or what?
No, it's one of those things that I think that people will get over time. Like for me to come up, like I created a list of rules for what you do when you go through the spreadsheet, but come up with a list of rules on things to look for or get a feel for every deal would be like 10 pages long, right? There's so many different decision trees, and it's like, if you see this or you see that, like, let's say the repairs and maintenance number were 3 times higher, like I would have gone, okay, repairs and maintenance is stupid high. Are they baking any CapEx into that? And it's just like one of those things that you see once you've looked at hundreds and, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of deals. And I'm going to try to accelerate that learning process for everybody. But it's just, there's no hard and fast thing. It's just like, always good to like look at the information and like, does it make sense? Right.
Okay.
And a lot of times it's not, you're not going to know that it doesn't make sense until you've seen dozens of them. Right.
Okay. Got it.
Great
means
question.
Go get more leads.
I am. We're working on it.
I know you are. Thanks for
Thank you.
selling me deals this year.
Yes, of course. We're more to come.
How much did you make on that other deal, the deal we're closing on today?
7,000, I believe.
So that's your portion or total?
That's our portion.
Oh, hello. And what are you going to do with that 7,000? Pay bills.
What'd you say?
Pay bills.
Pay bills, pay off lending, everything, all the things.
I love it. That's good.
Roll it into more, whatever we need to do.
Isn't that kind of cool that you guys don't have 9-to-5 jobs anymore and you get to just do these deals?
I know. We just hit our 2-year mark on the 27th.
So, starting in real estate.
Yeah. Starting in real estate.
So,
and you are a partner in 70 units in multifamily. Yes. You guys have a handful of a smattering of single family as well.
Yes, 5 more. We've so 75 total right now.
That's so gangster. And you've done dozens and dozens of wholesale deals as well.
Yes. We're excited.
Freaking cool. What's up with San Angelo? You guys got like a connection there that's just sending you deals there? Like, what's up?
Yeah, we do. We do have a great connection there now. So we're like, okay, Pace is buying in San Angelo. Let's give them some more San Angelo deals.
I love it.
It's an easy buyer.
Everybody that loves Carolyn, say so in the side chat. She leads our DFW crew. She's amazing. Her and her husband are unbelievable. We adore you.
On May 7th.
I know. I'm excited about that. You think we'll have like 50 people show up to that or what?
Oh, times like 6 or something like that.
That'd be cool. If we get a couple hundred people up there, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, we're getting food trucks and everything.
Where are y'all doing it?
We're doing a DFW.
No, where in DFW?
In Richardson at the drawing board. The last time you were here, Pace, is the place we're going to do it.
Bo, do you know DFW pretty well?
Very well.
Are
you a Texan?
Yeah, I was born in San Antonio and then spent the past 10 years in Dallas.
Wow, I didn't know. What made you go to Miami besides the obvious like ocean and stuff like that? What was the thing?
I took a job out here.
And you decided I'm staying.
And then, doing my own thing. But yeah.
We're in Richardson, if you're familiar with Richardson.
Yeah. Just north of 635. You've got all the great Chinese food spots out there on Greenville Ave.
Love it. Yep. My husband would love that. He's more of the Chinese food person than I am.
Oh, you have to check it out. There's so many great places on Greenville. Yeah.
Dallas is a great city.
Love it. Thank you.
By the way, DFW and Dallas are the same thing. Just anybody that wants to fight me on that. Fort Worth and Dallas are the same city.
It's such a dip. No, they're not.
There's no border. There's nothing. You guys act like it's 2 different cities. It just melts all together.
Culturally, they are different. Like Fort Worth is like where the West begins and people wear cowboy hats around. Like that does not happen in Dallas.
No. And the highways are so different in Fort Worth than in Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas's highways suck. You guys get sucked right back on your freeways with your little underpass situation, where if you're going off the off-ramp and you're in the far left lane, you get sucked back onto going the opposite direction.
If you're not paying attention, you do.
Yeah, nobody else in the country does that besides you guys.
But it's like the biggest lifesaver ever, because if you screw up, you just get to turn. Well, you just don't understand Pace. It's fine.
I don't get it.
You don't understand.
I think it's just you guys trying to put people to work or something. You're like, let's pour more concrete.
Yeah, it's more gas,
Yes.
There you go.
Carolyn, you're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks for hanging out this morning. You're the best. Carolyn, you should hold on, Carolyn. Are you guys won't be able to go on the Ed Milet trip, will you?
What? I don't know what day it lands on.
On the day that we're doing the DFW meetup.
No,
Because you've
but
helped so many people do their first deal.
yeah, well, we would rather like the person that I raised my hand for, I would rather like have him nominated to go versus us. Like,
No, it has to be the person that helped the person get the deal.
okay, but
I want to inspire the leadership. That's what I want to inspire.
thank you.
You're amazing. Good job.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks for all the deals you help people get. You're amazing.
Happy to.
Pace, is your website to find where you book signing is whereisPaceMorby.com? No, whereispace.com. Just whereispace.com. Bo, you're the freaking man. So everybody in sub 2, Bo is starting tomorrow with underwriting and training, and we're going to just do a soft approach to it for the next couple of weeks and see what he likes, what he doesn't like, how long he wants to go, what's he want to talk about, what's the flow, and we're just going to workshop it for the next couple of weeks. Bo starts tomorrow, 6 a.m. Arizona time to 8 a.m. Arizona time. And then he goes live again at 12 noon Arizona time to 2 p.m. Arizona time as well. Okay.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Amazing. Thank you, Bo. I appreciate your time today.
All right. See you, Pace.
Later, brother. That's exciting. 40 unit deal, multifamily, creative finance. Bo's awesome. We love him. He's going to change the game in the mentorship for sure. If you are trying to learn multifamily, I don't know where else you could learn multifamily as much as we're going to teach it. We're going to be amazing this year. Bo knows. All right, I got Jeff Smith coming up. I know what Jeff Smith has been up to. So let me unmute him in just a second. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Jeff Smith, you help so many freaking people, dude. Somebody mentioned earlier today about Power Hour. Tell everybody what Power Hour is and what you guys have been up to.
So Power Hour originated as an accountability method for myself. I said, I'm going to just meet up on Saturdays, this time block. By God, I'm going to call buyer, seller, whatever it is. And at first it was like 6 people came out and they're calling, and I just say, call. I don't care. Don't look at the listing. Don't look at anything. Just call. Do it. And they say, Jeff, I'm stuck and I'm hearing you on speaker. They just give me the phone and I take it from there. So that was how it started. A couple months later, we started getting a few people consistently coming, and now our Houston community was really blossoming. Jeremy Montoya and Andrew Arriaga show up, and they say, hey, we really want to be committed to this. And Jeremy Montoya has kind of been, from that day, he was like, I really want to drive this farther. I said, dude, by all means, do it. I got you back to Houston.
I love it. Everybody's saying that your sound is hard to hear. I think it's because you have 2 devices going. Do you have another device I should call you on?
No, sorry about that. I had the wrong microphone selected.
I cannot tell you how much better this sounds.
There we go. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So you started, you said, hey, look, I'm in Houston. I want to hold myself accountable. So I'm going to lead the Houston community, and I'm going to get together every Saturday. And the first time you did it, you had like 5-6 people show up, and you told them, just call. I don't care what you know, what you don't know. Don't look at the listing, just call. And when they got stuck, they go, Jeff. And you ran over, picked up the phone, and helped them out. Now it's gotten to the point where you got Jeremy Montoya and a couple of other leaders that have now helped you lead Houston, and it's blossoming to a point where now when I get tagged on your Instagram stories, I see like 30, 40 people showing up to this thing every Saturday. And it's like people cranking out calls and working deals. It's freaking amazing.
Yeah. And now because of that, because we're consistent and I have consistent leaders in my Houston group, like now we've blossomed a community. It's not just a networking hangout. It's like, we don't need another networking hangout. We need action.
Yeah.
So yeah, for the past
3 weeks, we've had 35 people consistently show up on Saturday mornings to call.
Yeah, I think you're going to lead the whole nation to start doing the same thing. I see Tia Campbell doing it. Suzanne Sharkey and Justin Tumanowski have been doing this for a bit. We call it implementation and less information. Like, we all need less information. Sometimes information is just there to inspire you. And then ultimately you need a leader like Jeff Smith, Jeremy Montoya, that go, look, let's implement. Like, we just need to get to freaking work.
Right.
So that's pretty amazing. Jeff, you've helped a lot of people get some deals.
Yeah. My favorite one last year is guy Isaac, who's now working for me. And he brings this lead. The guy says, I've got 8 acres of land. I'm trapped. I can't get this thing figured out. And so I looked at it. I was like, I know what the problem is. I know exactly what the problem is. I end up calling the neighbor to the south and said, hey,
Wait a minute. He's trapped as in what? I know what you mean, but other people listening have no idea what you mean by trapped with land.
So he has a parcel of land that is not developable because of the restrictions of the jurisdiction. The government says you cannot build on this land because basically you can't get a road from one side of the land to the other side of the land. So if he can't do, so he's stuck. So the only way to uncork this bottle, because really he had a neighbor to the east of him who wouldn't allow an easement for the road to go through. That was the obstacle. So he was stuck.
Wow.
So Isaac gets me, says, please help. So I was like, great. So I called the lady who owned a bunch of land to the south, said, hey, can I buy 5 acres of your land and make a project? And she said, yeah, as a matter of fact, you want 15? And so we wholesale that thing. Isaac made 16 grand out of that. And we monetized the deal. So that's one of my favorite ones.
On his first deal?
That was his first land deal. Yeah.
Wow. And it was a deal that the seller couldn't even figure out on his own. You made a phone call to the freaking neighbor.
The city planner couldn't figure it out. They wanted to make some stupid easement. I was like, dude, no builder is going to put one row of houses on one side of one road. This is stupid. We need more dirt to make it a viable project. So that's what we did.
Wow.
It's just, it's like, you know, and it's like any other problem. Like, guys, the reason that we make money is we solve problems. Like, sellers you call, I can't get this tenant out. We know the answer. Evict them. You know, cash for keys, all the things. It was just a different problem to solve, and that's why you get paid.
Jeff, you and some other leaders are doing some land training on Wednesdays. Is that correct?
Yeah. So Matt Rogers and I were doing land Zooms for about 7 weeks. So we wrapped that up a couple of weeks ago. We went through all kinds of stuff.
So a couple of new students like Chad Swanson, he's here in Arizona. He's saying, man, I got so many land buyers, but I don't know how to do land. Chad, go into the Zoom vault, the Subto Zoom vault, and go and watch Jeff Smith and Matt Rogers masterclass on land, and go and bring them some freaking deals. The land Zooms in the vault. It has its own folder. Tanisha says it's called Land Development and Land Deals. Did you end up getting any deals out of that yet?
So we got a couple of people who have inherited land and they're trying to monetize it. That's mostly what came about. People were like, Jeff, how do I monetize this to its max? Not just throw it out on the market, but how do we actually get the most juice out of this orange? So yeah, we're working a few leads right now.
Love it. Jeff, if I gave you the Ed Milet giveaway, could you go?
Absolutely, I would.
Okay, cool.
Because I'm trying. So really the reason I raised my hand to get up here was we're creating Houston Power Hours. We want to get to the point where we're doing 3 deals a week with the people we're working with, help them get their first deal. We got 35 people calling. And
Right.
Eventually we want to kind of franchise, if you will, branch out and help other big towns do this, come together.
I love it.
Where we are stuck and building this up, and what I'm hoping to talk to you at the mastermind about is systematizing like our whole underwriting and dispo process and make this a really well-oiled machine. And, you know, because right now we got the community, we got the list, we got the callers. Now we got to finish the job.
I love it. So you're wanting to go to all the other Subto community leaders all over the country and go, how do we franchise this all over the whole country? Because everybody's doing meetups. right? But you're like, let's do power hours and let's get you guys doing 3 deals a week and let's figure out how to systematize this.
Yeah, like if the leader, yeah. So I want us to be able to say, Houston built this thing up, we figured it out. And now if there's, other accountability leaders, other areas around the country who say, we want this too, that we can go out there, set it up and say, this is exactly how you make this happen. And so we're still tinkering with the machine, getting it up and running.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So you are coming to the mastermind this month. I saw that in the email.
Me, Jeremy, and Andrew, we're, the leaders of Power Hours. Yeah, we're coming out because we need to get this figured out so we can go across the country and do it.
I love it. The 3 amigos.
Exactly.
I'm excited about it, bro. I saw Aria put your name in an email to me the other day, and I was just like, yes, super. When was the last time you were there?
Wait, Mastermind?
Mm-hmm.
It's like 2 years ago, right after, it was probably, 6 months after Subto really kicked off, and you have that there. Yeah, it was awesome.
It was great. That was at the old office. Now we've switched and upgraded offices twice, but it'll be great. I can't wait, bro.
We're looking forward to hosting you in Houston for your book signing. We'll have a good crowd and a good spot for you chosen.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate everything you do. You do a lot. Like you do a lot. So thank you so much for all that you do. And Chef Joey said, is Chef Joey cooking up some food for everybody? Is that what's going on?
He does, and it's freaking amazing.
Chef, hey, is he a private chef or what does he do?
He's a private chef. I keep telling him he needs to go get some private money from some of those people he's cooking for.
No doubt, dude. For real.
Yeah,
okay, brother.
Chef Joey found the spot. Pitch 25. We'll see you there.
I got you and Tanisha on the list for the giveaway today. Thank you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got you and Tanisha on the giveaway for the Ed Milet trip, the private jet.
Okay, honestly, I'm in somewhat of a state of shock. Thank you.
Why? I mean,
sorry,
you won't be the only person on the list. We still got
just the fact that I'm on the trip. That holy crap! Thank you. Thank you.
You're the man. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, dude.
All right, so here we go. I got a broker I got to call. His name is Isaiah. Let's call Isaiah.
Hello?
Hi, is this Isaiah?
Speaking.
Hey, this is Pace Morby. How you doing?
Hey, Pace, doing all right, sir. Wow. Oh, you called me directly. I thought we were all going to hop on like a Zoom call, essentially.
No, man, those suck. We don't like those.
Yeah, trust me, I'm just so accustomed to it. So,
I got it.
But yeah, man, I'm doing well. I actually just got done walking a property right now, so I'm actually headed back to the office. But yeah,
Nice.
what's going on?
I was just getting caught up to speed on that multifamily deal. It sounds like the seller doesn't want to release financials, but wants somebody to submit an LOI without financials.
So here's the controversy with that. I'm direct with the broker on this one. There's going to be no essential sale assignment fee on this one. This would just be getting paid off directly from the seller and buyer broker if there is a buyer or broker involved. Essentially, they sent me 2022 expenses and 2022 income, not like a traditional P&L or anything like that. It's literally just two separate statements. Apparently, there is a whole rent roll and then updated financials of this year. What the broker on the seller side is telling me is essentially they don't want to release any updated info because, one, their excuse was that financials haven't changed much. I think at the pricing point that they're asking, it's like at like a 4 cap. So they're already overpriced with that, and then they won't release rent roll unless they agree to terms, with a buyer. So I've been trying to get the sellers on the phone, or the broker to get the seller on the phone, and they're basically just our pushback like, well, hey, at this pricing point, there's really no point on us getting on the having a conversation. I'm just trying to get a hold of the seller so I can pick their brain and see what's really the underlying case with this whole ordeal. So that's pretty much where we're at in the process of this deal.
Okay, well, we could submit an LOI based on 2022 financials. What I was actually told is I was told that we don't have any financials.
Oh no, who told you that? I could send you both statements right now.
Yeah, when you get back, send him and the team over there the financials so I can look at them. But I was told that we didn't have any.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm surprised they didn't get any finance. They both you were in contact with Rockwell or ED. They all have the 2022 income and expenses statement. So
okay, got it.
Okay. Yeah, that works, man. If you could just text me over your email, so, and then I'll be in the office here in about 15-20 minutes, and I could just forward everything to you. And then
awesome. Appreciate you.
Hey, appreciate reaching out. When you man, actually was off guard when you reached out. Thanks for the call, man.
No problem, brother. Appreciate you, Isaiah.
Yes, sir. Hey, take care.
Okay, see ya. Okay, so this is the challenge, okay, with all these deals, okay, and I knew there was something wrong. Remember, guys, this is a call this is information from maybe like an hour ago when I was on the phone with Hemant. Remember, I was like, I feel like there's a block. There's something going on here. Have we figured out what the block is now? Okay. I personally think that the people that are looking at this deal, here's what's really going on here, okay? Let me fix this for everybody. You know what? I got this thing working over here, I think, earlier. Let me see. I got it working. Amazing. Hold on a second, guys. Yes. All right, can you guys hear me okay? Give me a yes in the comments if you guys can hear me. Boom, boom, boom. All right, cool. So here's the problem, okay? This is where a lot of people that are like, oh, I really like working with agents. Here's the problem, okay? Here, let's zoom out a little bit. So here's the seller. In the future, I'm going to start drawing sellers differently. If the seller lives in the property, I'm going to draw the seller this way. If the seller doesn't live in the property, I'm going to move the seller on the outside of this, okay? So seller owns this property. It's a 30-unit multi, okay? And you can't buy multifamily without all the numbers, as we've just talked about, okay? Can't do anything without the numbers. So what's happening is there is a broker involved. All right. Then there's a wholesaler involved. Then there's another wholesaler involved. I don't know if you know this, but guess what? There's also another wholesaler involved. Just from that one conversation, I picked up on all this. And then there's finally me. So this is the biggest challenge with the wholesale game, okay? Biggest challenge with the wholesale game is this game right here, is that this person has a little bit of info. Guys, it's the game of telephone, right? This person tells this person flower. This person goes, oh, I can't remember. I think it was a rose. Then this person goes, oh, it's a daisy. Then this person says, oh, it's a blossom. And then they tell this person, oh, it's a fart. It's like, by the time the actual person gets the information, it's not correct information. That is what is happening. Okay? That is what happens so often in these deals, that a lot of these deals end up dying because of the way that these relationships are structured. So who I just talked to, okay, the guy who's basically been given fart as my information, which means no financials. Okay, I have no financials. Oops, financials. Sorry, guys. I have no financials at all. I did not talk to this person. I did not talk to this person. I ended up talking to this person. And the person I ended up talking to, I just called them directly. And he goes, no, it's not a fart. It's a rose. It's a rose. I'm so surprised that the person who told you that, who told you that? That doesn't make any sense, Pace. It's like, okay, well, here we go. This is where wholesaling is really challenging, is because I like wholesale. I've done a lot of wholesale in my life. It's for a couple of years, it's all I did. But the problem is the wholesalers also want to get paid these crazy fees for being the people that are in between, actually not just blocking information, but giving bad information to the next person that's giving even worse information, because they're all just trying to daisy chain. A lot of daisy chain going on in here. Just to find out that when I'm sitting here thinking, oh, there's no financials. This guy says, actually, there's 2022 financials, and the seller's really actually kind of annoyed that you're asking for more. Okay, so what did we do? We actually went from a situation. We went from a situation where we said, we sat there and we're going, all right, why is the seller being so annoying? Okay. Why is the seller being so annoying? And it's like, okay, strategy, seller, da, 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 da. Do you see how bad wholesalers can actually screw up like 15 people's ability to make money? Isn't that amazing that that is what's going on? That's the truth. Okay. And so I think Emin and them, I think they just got a couple more layers in here. That's maybe information's not being passed across. Let me bring Emin up here real quick and let's see if we can, I bet I'll even find out more information. Maybe some of my assumptions are right and some of them are wrong. What's up, Emin? How you doing, brother? Oh, he's on the phone. He's trying to figure it out. Okay. So this is what's happening. Okay. And this happens all the time, and especially multifamily. It's even worse in multifamily. Okay. This is where people like Vina Jetty say they will not buy through a wholesaler. Okay. Wholesalers give us in the multifamily world really bother us. So really the perfect scenario, and this is what happens in single family stuff. Okay. So let's say single family homes. Agent, they can go through an agent, they can go through a wholesaler, and this wholesaler can go through this wholesaler, and this wholesaler can go through this wholesaler. I've even been part of transactions where there's 16 wholesalers in a transaction, and I was the person that actually found the deal. I sent it to Spencer, was the first guy I sent it to. Spencer marked it up $3,000. They marked it up $3,000, and it was marked up $3,000 16 different times until the actual end buyer bought the deal. Okay. Then when the end buyer bought the deal, I saw the HUD, I saw the settlement statement or the receipt, and I saw all the people got paid. And I just called the buyer directly. I go, dude, what the hell? You know, you just paid 16 people an assignment fee. You and I should just start doing deals together. And this is crazy. Like, I don't mind paying people 1 or even 2 assignment fees, but 16? And I ended up just calling the buyer directly. We probably, his name is Ryan. We ended up doing probably 40 deals together in East Mesa before I started going outside of the state and doing a lot more deals outside of the state. But this is the problem here. Okay. In single family, it's pretty easy that this can happen. It happens commonly. And so when these wholesalers go, all right, I really like single family, but I'm going to start venturing out into multifamily. This is where you really start getting hurt, is that, well, there's really only 3 ways to get a deal, right? So it's either direct. So the buyer, here's the buyer, goes directly to the seller direct, or a wholesaler buys a deal from an agent and then finds the buyer. I know this is confusing for a lot of people that are not in this business. Or sometimes an agent goes directly to a buyer. Or sometimes a wholesaler will go to a wholesaler who will go to a wholesaler who will go to a buyer. Okay. This happens all the time. Okay. This is direct to agent. This is what Jamil teaches. Okay. I actually preferred to go this route in single family. And when I'm in the single family route, I like going this route. I don't want to disparage or hurt people's feelings, but I really don't love going through wholesalers on multifamily stuff because of this exact situation, is that the people involved are still learning. And so as an educator, I feel really bad saying this, but it is the truth. They make it really hard for deals to get done. And so what's happening here is this seller on the 30 unit did not say they didn't want to give financials. Okay. Here's the broker. Here's the first wholesaler, who is direct to broker, is what they are calling him. Then there's 1, 2, or even 3 people involved. And then there's me. So I just spoke to this person. I said, yes, what are you talking about? There are financials. And so we're going to get a copy of those financials and see. Emin, are you still on the phone, bro?
Yeah.
Emin.
Hey, I'm here.
What up, dog?
Hey, it's all good.
It sounds like the seller will give us financials for 2022. I didn't know that.
Actually, I sent them to you. I sent you a Google Drive link on your phone. I should have sent it to your email. Let me send it directly here.
Oh, you just sent it to me barely. I see it.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we do have 2022 expenses and we do have 2022 income, et cetera, which is great. That's all we need. We don't need 2023.
Gotcha.
I mean, would I like 2023 to verify stuff? Yeah, sure. But I also think that this is perfectly adequate for us to actually put an LOI together. This is more than enough for us to like kind of have some estimates. So I think the smart thing for you to do, Emin, is tomorrow morning when Bo is doing his underwriting Zooms at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Arizona time. Where are you, Emin?
I'm in Texas, Dallas.
Okay, so for you, it'd be 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, Bo's going to start doing underwriting for everybody in Subto. I'll send him a message. I'll tell him to do yours first.
Absolutely. Appreciate
And then
that.
he'll tell you what to offer on this deal based on the fact that you actually have financials, or he'll say, "Hey, Emin, you're missing these 3 key pieces of information. Get these for me, and once I have those, then I can tell you what you should be offering on the property."
Got you.
Really good though.
Definitely.
What's your strategy? Are you guys reaching out to brokers? You guys reaching out to wholesalers? What are you guys doing?
We're actually doing a combination of both. So just off a relationship, dealing with a whole lot of wholesalers and brokers. So both avenues.
Okay, and the wholesalers, how's that going in multifamily? Is it been challenging, or are you getting some traction?
I want to say it's definitely been challenging.
Because you're playing a game of telephone a lot with wholesalers, right?
It is. And
cool.
I know I was on the call, and like what you said, with a lot of these deals, it was a lot of people in between, that we'll find out. So this was, I think it's actually 2 people in between this one, and they're working together more so. But
yeah. And the tough thing is, like with wholesalers, which I'm a wholesaler too, so I'm not disparaging wholesaling. I wholesale. I did a lot more last year than I will do this year. Next year, I'll probably do almost nothing. But at some point, like 7, 8 years ago, wholesale was 95% of what I did. So I love wholesaling. It's amazing. I'm not disparaging it. I'm just letting you guys know. Ooh, somebody's trying to sell me a car right now. Hold on a second. Hold on. They want me to call them. I don't know why. This is not for a house. This is for a car. Trying to buy me a Prius, guys. Trying to buy me a Prius. I'm trying to give away a Prius, actually. I bought a Prius And I'm trying to give that brand new one away and buy me one.
Hey, Face, how you doing?
Yo, what up?
Not much, just working.
Me too. Sorry, I'm on a 1,000 person or 1,000 people are watching me on a live YouTube stream. So I'm sorry I missed your call.
Oh, you're fine. I didn't know you were in a stream. I thought you were available. Sorry.
Well, I mean, technically I'm available all the time, but you're just, unfortunately, everybody's hearing what you have to say on a live stream right now. I didn't want to. So what do you got for me?
So we were able to find a steal or not necessarily steal, but under 10K markup on a Prius. It's at 7,500 over.
Okay, is it a limited?
Yeah, it's a limited black on black all-wheel drive.
That's the one I want.
Okay, so secure it.
Secure it. Yeah, let's get it.
Okay, it's on its way. It's not hitting the lot yet, which is why they're willing to hook us up a little bit. But we should, once I get it locked in, it should be it's like a week and a half, 2 weeks out is what they said.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely before the end of May, guaranteed. But it should be here in a week or two.
Amazing. Lock it down.
Okay, and then the second thing is, did you see that Dropbox I sent of some photos I found of a Sprinter van? Because I didn't really know what you were looking for, and I was just trying to see if that might help us dial it down.
I got to get, so that one's for my company with my partner, so I got to get him involved. I'll text you and him together so he can give you some insight on that one.
Oh, perfect, yeah.
His
And
name
then we can
is
get rolling on
Cody.
that.
Cool.
Okay, yep, that's all I needed to see if that was good for you for the Prius. So I'll get that locked in, and I'll send you pricing and everything with out the door, because we've got we've worked together in the past. I already know you know.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Let's go. Okay, awesome. I'll shoot you a text once I got it locked in, and when I send that email over as well.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right, talk to you soon.
Bye. Okay, so Emin. I mean, to your credit, it's like with wholesalers, you can't just go, "Hey, are you a wholesaler?" Because here's what their answer is. They're going to say, "Oh, I'm direct to broker." But what does direct to broker mean? It could be the broker of the broker of the broker's cousin's sister wholesaler, and you're 7 layers deep. And it sounds like where you're at on this deal is you're somewhere. I'm just take a guess. I think you're somewhere in here. You are. Like somewhere in there. And the information that you're getting is not, I think you're getting information from a wholesaler who's then getting information from a broker who is probably at this point perturbed or bothered. And they're probably imagine being a broker, right? Imagine being in a situation where you got all these wholesalers calling and asking questions that they don't know what they're talking about. And the broker's finally like, you know what, dude? We're not giving you any more information until you submit an LOI. I'm sick of it. So it's not it's so interesting that the information and the narrative is very, very different. The narrative is the seller does want to sell and the seller is interested in seller finance, but the seller's like, dude, shit or get off the pot. Stop asking us questions. We're not going to give you more information. We haven't even seen an LOI. Now, one thing that's interesting about multifamily, or you already know this, but I'll just give it to everybody else. Here's what's funny about people that are just starting out in real estate, okay? They think, here's them just starting, here's the start. And they think the contract, when they get the contract right here, that's where all the hard work is right here before they get the contract. And then the easy work is after the contract and the deal is done. When in fact, it's not even remotely close to that. It is way more like this, okay? It is way more like the majority of the hard work starts right after the contract. Here's all the hard work. Contract is right here. Okay, so people that are overthinking the contract portion, they end up selling themselves short. Like here's everybody's sitting here negotiating right here in the very beginning before the contract is even signed. Right? It's like over negotiate. Multifamily brokers are like, nah, dog. Like we're gonna get the appraisal here. Wow, that's big. Let me fix that. We're gonna get the appraisal here, and in this process, appraisal is going to happen. We're going to have a price drop. We're going to have a survey issue. We're going to have a title issue. We're going to have a blah, blah, blah. We're going to have a lender is going to take all this time. Like all the real hard work is actually after the contract. And so the multifamily broker, I think, has gotten to a point where he's like, dude, really? You're putting in all this work and all this time and energy asking all these questions up front. Why don't we get an LOI, not even a contract necessarily, but an LOI, and let's get into the freaking doing the due diligence, and you guys will figure out all the other stuff in the process. So I think that's what we got to do here. I think tomorrow, Emin, you got to go into Bo's Zoom and have Bo tell you what to submit on the LOI. And then start working it. Now, if it's a creative finance deal, it's in what market again?
Texas.
What part of Texas?
Fort Worth.
Okay, cool. I'm a buyer of that deal. Carolyn and Myron are a buyer of that deal. Maybe you could even raise money to keep the deal yourself, because that's what I would do. I'm like, a lot of people go, oh, Pace is the buyer on the deal. It's like, yeah, but really, what am I doing? I'm raising money inside of the Subto community to do the deal. So other people in here you can raise money and keep the deal yourself, depending on how you want to structure it.
Okay.
You could, if you're a gangster, you could go the gangster strategy. And the gangster strategy is this. You go, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I got the 30 unit deal. Okay. And you got the broker. Okay, cool. And all these other people in here get paid, whatever. And it's you at the end. Okay. Pauline and you, right?
Yes.
And you go, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to become the owners of this deal, plus pay ourselves a little money up front. Okay, so what you do is you go outside to the Subto community and you go, hey guys, we want private money lenders or private money partners, probably a better fit for this one. We need, let's say hypothetically, $200,000 as the down payment for the seller, plus we want to pay ourselves $50,000 up front for putting the deal together. And you go raise $250,000, $50,000 goes to you, $200,000 goes to the broker and the seller for their down payment. And you are the owner of that, plus you paid yourself a fee up front. That's probably the route I would go for something like this, so you can start holding a little bit more, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Is that kind of what your plan is to do?
Yes, that's exactly what we're looking at. Definitely pressing the gangster mode button.
Then what's your first step, Bo?
Bo at 7, CST.
Okay, love it. 7 a.m. Central Time. Bo is going to be in there underwriting deals for you guys so that you can make a determination on what the LOI is, what the price or the number of the you're going to put on the LOI.
Perfect.
Sound good?
That sounds great. I appreciate it again. And
hey, good work, man.
Thank you for everything. Just to let y'all know, Pace, you and Abraham are partnering on me with me on the deal in Kaufman, Texas, as far as deal and no deal. So amazing.
We're proud of you, brother. Proud of your action taking, proud of your spirit, proud of everything, man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Great community. I love it.
The best community.
The best.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Now. Take care.
Okay. See ya. We're out here doing deals, man. Out here doing deals. Okay, cool. Chef Joey, what up, dog? Are you a private chef?
What's up, man? Yeah, I am.
What's your specialty? Like, what are you hella good at?
Everything. I've had an extensive background. I mean, I've lived everywhere from Napa Valley to New York, cooking Vietnamese street food to 3 Michelin star French food.
Wow.
So a little bit of everything, man. Really, to be honest.
Wow. What do you got for me today? Tell me all about it.
Yeah, man. So I'm just at this, I'm at this point in all this journey, right? Where I've built this chef thing. Up a lot, right? Like I posted the other day, I mean, in on Saturday's Zoom, now I've gone from $100,000 to over $250,000 this past year in my chef business.
Yeah.
And now my biggest problem is I work a lot. I work 14-hour days. You know, I'm up at 6 with the kids, getting them out to school, go to work, and I don't come home till 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Right. So my thing is I'm trying to figure out how to, I want to level up, man. I want to create a passive income where I don't have to be a personal chef full time. Or so I'm, like I said, I have my chef business. So I have my personal chef, my private chef business, and real estate. Okay. And my personal chefing takes up 70 to 80 hours a week. Everything else I'm doing is on the side. Right. You know, real estate stuff. I've locked up 6 creative deals since being in since October. So that's been all kind of just going on the side. Right, my side parties where I'm making $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 doing, you know, parties for 12, 13 people. So I'm trying to like figure out all these pieces and build it to where I have more time to build things, if that makes sense. Right?
Yeah, I can already tell you the thing is, you know, I think I know what your problem is. One of them. And it's probably something that's happening in your existing business as well. Is that because you're the chef, you've got your hands on everything.
Yes.
And so think about this. Yeah. DeWall just gave you the answer. Like, think about if there's a woman here, like Diane Greaves or somebody else that's like, yo, Joey, you got stuff cranking. Let me help systematize things. Let me start structuring things for you while you're cooking and you're serving people up all day long and making a living, a good living. Let me structure flow of deals. Let me find private money lenders. Let me do this, this, and this. And you I think you need a partner, man.
Okay.
You need a Molly type of person that has your back all day long, where no matter what I'm doing, where I'm going, my business is operating right now. Like, think about, I'm doing a 12-hour Zoom, a 12-hour thing. Like, right, I've been on here 6, 7, 8, almost 8 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've bought a couple deals because that's what you do when you're on this type of live. But who is running your business for you when you're cooking?
No one.
No one. That's your problem. And one of the most important things, Joey, that you'll have to learn, I had to learn, I'm still currently learning right now, is and you don't need to put somebody on payroll. That's not what I'm saying. Now, Molly's on payroll with me, right? But I have a lot of people that in the beginning, I didn't start by having them on payroll. I had them working deals with me. In fact, Cody Barton, my current business partner, his girlfriend, Hayel, started out doing JV deals in our Facebook group. And she would just come to me and go, what do you want to do with this? What do you want to do with this? Our first month having that Facebook group, we made $200,000 in just JV deals in that little, it was like maybe 1,500 people in that Facebook group at the time. So who's somebody that's like, they love you, they need your, because you're an entrepreneur through and through.
Okay.
Okay. There's other people that are not Joey, right? Like anybody here that's like, I wish I had the guts, the risk tolerance that Joey has. I would love to be around his energy and spirit and JV with him. You'll find people and you're like, dude, that's actually what I need. I need somebody to plug into. That's like, how do we do deals together? Make sense? Don't worry about your kids in the house.
Yeah, they're all running in. I got 3 little 11, 7, 5. They're all running in from school right now.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I got all that stuff too. So I feel like that's what you need. I think that's your biggest problem in your chef business. It makes sense because you're the chef.
Yeah.
And people like your personality, you know, when you're going and doing parties, those types of things. So
I'm trying to leverage those people that I'm cooking for, right? So this whole lending thing that you kind of opened my eyes up to on Saturday, I had a lot of people reach out to me about that, right?
Right.
And what I want to do is, I have my nest egg that I've made, but last year was the first time I've ever made money like that. So I had debts, I had things I needed to do. I want my nest egg because my wife is pregnant with our 4th kid now. It's like, I need to have a little bit of money for me, my reserves, just in case. Mm-hmm. What I want to be able to do now is leverage the people that I'm cooking for, their money. Now I have 2 of them already who I want to leverage and start deploying. Even like that deal you asked on about today about me, would be leveraging somebody else to do that.
So here's the thing is, if you, let's say you were a private money lender on a couple of deals for other students, right?
Yeah.
And you have the stories to tell, the credibility to show, like, hey, look, I'm lending personally on these deals. Now going to people, instead of just saying, hey, would you want to invest in something of mine? You go, hey, dude, I've got these investments going on that are making me this much money. It's a lot easier to broach that topic, and a lot easier for them to show them an address and a this and a that and whatever else.
Yeah. That's exactly what I want to do.
I think there's a couple things. Let's say you hire somebody. Okay. Let's break this down. This will be easy.
Love it.
I'm going to throw out an idea. Doesn't mean it's the idea. It means it's an idea. Okay. And as the idea guy, you're also a good idea guy too, Chef Joey. So you got to take these ideas and spin them up yourself. They can talk all they want, bro. Let them let them yammer all they want.
Okay. All right. Don't be quiet. Good.
Okay. So check this out. There's a constant flow of deals. Okay. In Subto, right? There's this road of just deals and deals and deals and opportunities and lending and Gator and all this stuff that's happening all the time. Okay. Inside of Subto. Okay. Let's say that Joey does a couple things. He says, hey, you come on Zooms and you tell people, hey, I'm looking for deals. Hey, I'm looking to lend. Hey, I'm looking to Gator. Okay. I want to do these things. And what you do is you need to bring somebody that while you're at work cooking, while you're off at work cooking, this person, whoever this is, could be your Molly, is saying, hey, let me run the day to day. Okay. So a deal comes in. They look at it. They say, hey, I think it's a yes, but let me check with Joey when he gets off of work today and I'll let you know. Okay, cool. Well, you can put it in the deal bucket. What does that deal bucket give you? Well, it gives you credibility for the next thing. Okay. Credibility. Then another thing comes to you, a lending opportunity comes to you, and they say, no, but maybe Joey could bring a couple of his buddies or his clients that would do the lending. And now you do the loan, but you bring the money to the table from your clients, and you end up getting a portion of that money because you aren't saying no, you're saying no, but. And you've got somebody else looking for those opportunities all day long, keeping them organized, and then giving you the opportunity to either raise the capital for it or to bring your own capital to it, whatever you want to do. In fact, you don't even have to go to clients, Joey.
Yeah.
You could go to existing students in Subto and go, hey guys, I've got 5 lending opportunities. I'm tapped out on cash. Who wants to come in on these deals?
All right, that's what I've already done. I've already built a relationship with a couple students.
Okay.
I haven't had it gone to the people yet. Again, that's my plan is build it with the students. And then later on, when I want to grow it, go to the people that have the $1 billion.
Love it. So you've already got all your parts in order. The problem is you're going to very quickly get tapped out yourself because time is an issue. Okay. Which goes back to this person. You need to find somebody that you can JV with that's staying on top of this 4 or 5 hours a day while you can't. Okay. That's the person you need to find. It's never a how, it's always a who. Okay. It's never a how, it's always a who. Right. Even the other day when I brought up your name on Zoom and I kept posturing you up. By the way, I do those things on purpose, and you see what happens. What are the fruits of that labor? You get overwhelmed with opportunity to the point you're like, I don't even know how to handle all this. You go from no opportunity to like, holy crap. And you know what the biggest difference there is, Joey? Yeah. The only difference was people.
Yep.
So how do you use this person here to talk to more of these people here to do more of these deals here? It's not even a how, it is truly who you need to find that can stand in that position. And I think you got to find that person. Okay. Now I'll give you kind of a good description of this for somebody else in this community that's doing this really, really well. But they're married, so it's a little bit of a different story. But it just gives you kind of an idea of what's going on. Okay. So you've got here's what Angie has done. Angie Milanazzo. Okay. Angie is the face, right? She's over here. She's pulling out deals. She's pulling out Gator lending. She's pulling out opportunities, and she's leading and leading and leading and leads people. And then she's bringing them to her team. One of them is Dom, her husband. He's on phone calls with sellers. He's doing this stuff. So while she's in here hanging out with me and being on Zooms or going to meetups, him and their other team members, they got a really good team that they've accumulated. Okay. Who is also on commission structure, not on payroll, commission. She continually gets to do what she needs to do while this team just handles things and does a deal and then a deal and then a deal and then a deal and then a deal. And the best thing is all of that compounds not only in deal flow, but it also compounds in experience. It compounds in stories, and it compounds in also private money lenders and other people want to do deals with you because you're actively doing deals. So right now you need this, you need that person. Who's going to be that person inside of Subto for you? Right now you've got, for example, I've got a newer student. Okay. Great question. Here you go. You got a newer student in here. Let me pull his name up. Okay, he says his name is Barry. Okay, he says, Barry, Pace, I'm a new student. I'm having issues picking a direction to start. I'm an established medical device sales rep. I have money and savings burning a hole in my pocket. All this other stuff he says. It's Barry Dotson. Why couldn't you put Barry? There's a lot of people in here that are really smart people. Okay. Really, really, really smart people, by the way, in here. This is Joey, by the way. Put somebody in this place and fail for a couple of weeks and screw it up and figure out your personalities. Figure out your personalities, figure out your flow, and go take that step. Get somebody else in this position. So while you're cooking, somebody else is working on the business and essentially either partnering with you, JVing with you. And then that way, all day long, those 14 hours, somebody's working on the business. Like right now, Molly is working on my business right now. And so are hundreds of other employees. The reason why I'm buying so much and the reason why I'm having such compounding success right now is not because I've figured out something better than anybody else. It's that I finally started figuring out I needed to bring other people in my business. Some of them were commission based only. And then when the deals started coming in, I started taking 20% of that money, 80% of it. Oh, let me have a little bit nicer house. Let me put some money in some investments. But I took 20% of it. I reinvested it into salaried position. People like Molly, Allison, Heidi, Hannah, Carly, right? Like when we hired Carly a year ago, that changed the game in a lot of ways on our media team. But in my real estate business, it was when I started bringing people in that I told this the other day. In 2021, Joey, I had a goal of buying 500 units in 2021. I bought 192 units in 2021. So I said, all right, well, I failed, but I learned a lot. So, at 192 units, that's what most people would be like, oh, that's a lifelong dream. Okay, yeah. Well, I have a lot of employees that are getting part of my ownership in my deal. So 192 units is not big enough for me. So in 2022, I bought 1,500 units. What was the difference? Was the difference my technique, my strategy, my know-how? No. It was Molly and Heidi. It was the people in this position. It wasn't me. I didn't amplify necessarily how hard I worked or new strategies. It was just that I had a bottleneck, which was me the whole time. And right now, you are the biggest bottleneck in your entire business. That's your problem. You're the bottleneck in your chef business. Okay. You're the bottleneck in your real estate business. You're the bottleneck in your lending business. You're even the bottleneck in your own household, right? How limited time you have with your own kids because you're juggling so many things. So the problem with a guy like you and a guy like me, and why did I not learn this when I was 20? Well, because that's not what my parents taught me. My parents taught me work, which is what your parents taught you.
Oh yeah, my dad always grind.
Even still to this day, your parents are probably still grinding or whatnot.
Yeah, my dad's had years where he's made over $1 million, but never invested it, never did anything with it. He just worked, and you know, he's not going to be able to retire. I'm 34.
Is it surprising that you are on the same path?
No, not because I'm a lot like him, and that's
right.
what
Me too.
I realized.
Me too, dude. And it's scary in a lot of ways. It's good in a lot of ways, but it's also scary in others, right? So if you could give your dad advice back when he was your age, would one of the pieces of advice be, Dad, you should hire somebody to delegate and manage your finances and find investments and or would it be, hey, Dad, no, keep working on your own and doing everything, grind out until you're in your 60s, 70s?
Yeah, no, I want to be find somebody.
Right. Here's a better question. When your kids are in the same situation as you in 20 years, because you essentially are teaching your kids unbeknownst to you, and your kids come to you, Joey, and they go, hey, Dad, I'm in this situation. I'm making good money in my chef business. I've got all this real estate opportunity, but I'm limited on time. What's the advice you're going to give to your children?
Build a team.
Get a team. It's funny that we would give other people the advice, but when it comes down to us actually doing it, for some reason, we convince ourselves not to.
Yeah,
I think it's our previous experiences that convince us not to, and our mindset that convinces us not to, even though I think you want to.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, just in my years of leading teams, right? Larger teams, 40, 50 people underneath me. It's like, man, I see if I'm not the one there grinding day in and day out, leading by example, or, doing the work, that it's not going to get done how I want it to get done. That's why I was able to have a lot of success in my chef career, is because I was one of those chefs that was there day in and day out, working 100 hours a week.
Yeah.
And leading by example.
Here's a good question. Okay. Are things being done in my real estate business the way that I would do them right now? The answer is no. They're being done the way my leaders and my generals would have them done. And the biggest thing was mentally becoming okay with that. Is the company still making money? Have I bought back my time? Can I go create new businesses? Can I start working on myself and physically working out, taking my wife on more dates? Okay, cool. If my business is only 85% as good as what it would be without me, that's 1,000 times better than it is when I'm around, because guess what? I'm stuck in it. And so I think that was something that I had too, especially being a painter. You're a chef. I was a painter. I had a really hard time breaking away from doing the work myself, because I know even now, painters came in and painted our guest house and our garages the last couple of weeks. And I'm watching these guys and I'm like, oh my gosh, just give me the masking gun. Let me do it myself. It's like you watching somebody cut tomatoes. You're like, you are dumb.
Yeah.
But guess what? Now my garage is painted and my guest house is painted, and it's 90% of good of a job as I would have done. But guess what? I got to work on way better things that I'm more destined for. So, dude, this is going to be your problem. You're either going to solve this problem by jumping into it and failing, because you don't know. Nobody's taught you how to do this. So you're going to have to fail. You're going to have to improperly lead somebody down this road. So set expectations of, hey, I actually don't know what I'm doing by hiring you. I know I need to. And here's what we're going to do. If it doesn't work out in 3 weeks, we part as friends, we give each other hugs, but I want to make sure that you know that I'm figuring this out with you. As long as you have those expectations, everybody parts as friends and it's good. But it is a requirement for you, Joey, to go and screw up, hire somebody, not actually be necessarily ready to hire that person, and learn 15 lessons so that the second person you work with or the third person you work with, you go, Holy crap, where have you been? Well, the universe is going to tell you, you know where that person's been? That third person that was the magical person for you? That person has been waiting for you to level up to deserve them. Okay? One thing I've learned in the last couple of years, I mean, I've learned a lot of things in the last couple of years, just like everybody else, but okay, every time I hire a new person, okay, like a Molly, or even some recent people like Bo, by the way, guys, Bo is full-time on staff, okay? So hiring these people and bringing them here, guys, the leadership is the cap. I don't know how to draw. Let me see if I can draw this. The leadership is the cap of the company. So here's the company. You are the cap. How big that company gets is all dependent on that cap. And for me, the reason why I couldn't get a Molly 3 years ago, a Bo 2 years ago, right? Other partners that I currently have and other amazing employees is because of me. I didn't deserve it. And why didn't I deserve it? Because I hadn't, this is the craziest one. I hadn't made enough mistakes. That is truly the answer right there. I had not made enough mistakes to deserve the people I currently have today because my leadership cap was holding everything back. And so right now it's the same thing with you. Is I don't think you're afraid of making mistakes. You're definitely an action taker, but I think you're very, very, very much an action taker that is like, how do I do this?
100%.
Right? Pace, what would you tell me to do today? This is where, do you know anybody that's worth 20, 30, 40 million dollars where this is the recipe and it works? No, that's not the recipe. So what's funny, ironically, as a chef, okay, you're all into recipes, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's do this. This plus this equals this, right? Okay, so we already know, like if I want to make cookies, I'm probably going to need some eggs, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to need some butter, maybe.
Definitely.
And some other things. You know all the stuff I don't know. Depends on what cookies you're making, right? Snickerdoodle, you need, what's that thing in Snickerdoodles? You know, it's that weird bitter flavor thing that they put in there. It's like the secret thing.
In Japan, the little almond paste.
Yes. So you got all these things, right, that add up to whatever cookie you're trying to make. Okay, well, Chef Joey wants to be worth, what do you think your net worth should be when you die? What should your family go, this is what we have in our bank account? 100
When I
mil?
die?
Yeah, when you die.
Over 100 million.
Okay, let's say 100 mil plus, okay? Is the recipe me plus me equals $100 million? Okay. So we already know that that's not the recipe. We're not going to get the nice batch of cookies. So we got to come in here and we got to go me plus my team, right? Equals $100 million. It's like, Dad, make me some, I heard you say cookies. Please make me some cookies.
He's a badass lacrosse player, so he wants me to go, we're going to go work out here.
Good, go do it. Go do it. But that's the answer to everything you're doing. If I were you, I would go on a rampage to go, I need to bring in some sub-2 students into my journey. Look at like, who in here is working for another sub-2 student right now in the side chat? Who in here is working for another sub-2 student? Look at that. See, you got a boom. Dude, bro, look at Shelly Matter. She's like, I want to be. Right here. I got chills on my whole freaking body right now looking at that. Look at all those dozens of people right there. Okay, you got a lot. You got a lot of people like, I'm willing to be. I want to be. I'm an organizer, right? Who in here as a woman, okay, identifies more as a Molly than as a Pace? Sherry, Ash, Angie Milanazzo. Okay. Kayla. Okay. Now, Chef Joey, do you identify more as a Molly or as a Pace?
Pace.
Okay. So look at all the Mollies in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not just saying TC. I'm just saying somebody that's like, I care about this. Let's go into this. Let's go make some mistakes together. In fact, that should be your company's mantra. What mistake are we going to make today? What are we going to screw up? What stupid question do we got to go ask? How do we move forward? How do we do this? Do this. There you go.
Yep.
There's your answer. Does everybody agree that that's his answer?
100%.
What's fun? Jasper Son says, that's my answer too. Who else believes that that is your current answer right now? Oh, okay. And what's funny is if you ever hear my wife speak, my wife says to me all the time, Joey, I'll let you go after this. She says, when she speaks, she'll say, I'm grateful that Pace lets me be an entrepreneur in his company. Somebody that is inside of an entrepreneur's world, that in her spirit, she's like, I'm an entrepreneur. I don't want to have a 9-to-5 job, but I need a place. I need a structure around me. My personality says, give me a structure, let somebody else have the risk on them, in the sense of like, you're a warrior, Joey. You wake up in the morning, you're like, let's go freaking get it. Let's go grind. Let's go do it. You don't see risk. You and I see, and we're aware of risk. We know it's there. We're like, oh, that's cute. And we just keep going. For other people, bro, it cripples them, right? Like my wife would be normally crippled by all the risk. That's why she needs me and I need her. She does the organizational stuff. She lets me go out and be a warrior. So I think you need that. I don't think so. I know you do. And you're going to be bottlenecked, and your leadership, who you are as a husband, who you are at your company, everything's going to be bottlenecked until you find somebody that you vibe with and that can light your whole entire business on fire. So even while you're at your job, you're like, dude, this is great. I'm at my job right now, and somebody is so happy to be in the position they're in, to be building the business while I'm at this company, providing and providing and providing. That's the person.
Yeah, it is. The funny thing is, I tried doing that with, kind of with my wife, and it's just, she's at home, and she runs the house. So she got too much on her plate, and it just didn't work.
I mean, look at my wife, bro. Right. When we had Corbin 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, my wife came to me and she says, I know I'm holding your whole world together right now in terms of an organization side of things, but it's time for you to grow up. She didn't say that. That's what I heard, because I'm a leader. I hear what she's really saying. She says to me, hey, I love you, but I really want to focus on being a mama. This is my purpose right now in my life. This is a very short time frame. Can you please find somebody to replace me so that I go, absolutely. And I found somebody, and that person worked out horribly, but it moved me in such an amazing direction that even though that person and we ended up on good terms, everything was great, I wasn't ready to lead them. I had to go out there and stumble and fall and figure out what that all was about without my wife. And now I watch my wife accelerate as being a mom, which is what you're planning on doing, and she's already doing, and you guys have a great dynamic. Find somebody else that comes in that's a Molly or an Allison or a Heidi or one of these people that come in and amplify your business and take things off your plate. Bro, you're gonna destroy.
Oh, not a doubt in my mind. I know I'm going to. I've done anything I've ever wanted to do, gone out and done it. But yeah, exactly. Once I figure it out, this is kind of, I had a great conversation with Sam over the weekend. He shed a light on a lot of great things for me as well. And I've been looking forward to this, man. I really wanted to get in front of you and have this higher up conversation, because not only since joining Subto has like your hustle, I've always used my chef career as kind of like a crutch. I work 14-hour days. I can't do anything else. I'm just chefing. Now I was like, dude, that's my fucking superpower, right? I'm a server. So I'm going to take that, utilize that, and go out there and, yeah, man, just crush it. That's really my goal, to crush it.
There you go, dude. I love it. I appreciate you. You're going to inspire a whole bunch of people. Here's the thing is, whoever you find You need to say job position number 1 is do not let me step in here and mess this up. Okay. Because when I first hired somebody in my painting company, the first second I hired them, I wanted to fix everything they were doing to the point where, you know what I watch my dad do all the time? My dad has been a cabinet refinisher for like 20 years. Okay. He hires people and all he does is spend his time complaining about those people until he just fires all those people and goes like through 2 years of like, I'm just going to do it myself. Then he finally is like, I know I need to hire people. So he hires people almost purposely just to sabotage it again. And it's a cycle all over. And right now he doesn't have anybody. He's 65 years old. So I learned from that. I learned from that lesson. Now when people get hired, they go, what's my job description? I go, description number 1, I'm not in charge. You are. Take things off my plate. Don't let me get back involved, because Chef Joey, I'm sure this has happened to you 100 times too, is that you feel guilty when you're not the one doing the work.
Yeah.
Right?
100%.
And which is so amazing, because it was meant, your parents did such a damn good job. My parents did a damn good job teaching me how to work hard, but nobody taught us how to delegate and build a team. Right? So you got to be Phil Jackson, bro. You couldn't, Phil Jackson, they couldn't have, the Chicago Bulls could never have won without Phil Jackson. So what do you want to be? Do you want to be Dennis Rodman the rest of your life, or do you want to run a whole team and those players look up to you and they go, thank you for putting me in the appropriate position. Thank you for utilizing me properly. Thank you for leading me. Thank you for inspiring me. I want to be Phil Jackson, bro. Because guess what? As all those players have left the NBA, guess who's still coaching? Phil Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Right? I want to be the one running the team. Yeah. Chad Swanson says, we provide opportunities. Okay. So Shelly says, dude, reach out to Shelly and say, hey, Shelly, what could we do together?
Yeah.
Have a conversation with Shelly. All right, dude, go work out with your son. Have fun.
Thanks, Pace. Appreciate you, man. Really. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome, bro. All right. Dope. Dun, 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 dun. Deals on deals. We got 3 deals today. Locked up 3 deals today. One from my team, from my own acquisition team. Just got a text message. One from my own team, and then 2 from students. So 3 deals today. Pretty cool. All right. Cody Rose, you're up next, my guy. What up? Ricky Hines says, Pace, what can you do with 55 acres on seller finance? Nothing. What's up, Cody? How you doing, dog? Oh, crap. I just muted you on accident. I'm so sorry.
What up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you great, dog.
Loud and clear.
Tell me about this deal.
All right. So this deal, Larry, the lion, locked it up essentially for us. Davenport, Florida, 100% Subto. $5 grand to the seller, 2.5% commission. It was direct to agent. So so
Larry was reaching out to agents off of the MLS.
Yep.
Probably like long days on market type of list type of thing.
I think it was like 90 days.
Okay. So reaching out to
Online.
agents that had listings over 90 days, Larry gets them under contract, paying the agent 2.5%. Seller gets $5,000. And what are you guys doing with the deal?
We are in so it closes May 9th. Sam might buy it. And if not, then we're going to wholesale it.
What market?
Davenport, Florida. It's like right between Orlando and Lakeland. Like right in the middle of it.
Okay, got it. So you're just like on the east side or west side of
I think it's
Orlando.
like southwest.
Okay.
A little bit.
Let's see here. Oh, by the way, I don't know if anybody's new, but guys, please do me a favor. Today's the last day to pre-order the book. Please, please, please. Pre-order the book. All right. So what's the name of the city? Davenport?
Davenport. I can give you the address if you want it. It's already on the contract.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let's do it.
1040 Appleton Street.
Have you submitted it to the Payson Abraham program?
Have not. No, sir. I'm still waiting for Sam to get the green light. He's still doing some due diligence.
1040 what? So
Appleton.
Oh wow, I suck.
Solana Street.
Wow, I couldn't have botched that up anymore, dude. It was
It's like I think it's a 2019 build townhome.
Cute, dude.
Super clean.
What's the interest rate?
Interest rate 5.4.
Okay, so this is like a 2021 purchase. They just got this like last year, 2022. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so the story behind it is the homeowners, the guy works at Disney World, like he's like a big cartoon fanatic.
Yeah.
And it's just too long of a drive for him, so they're looking to sell it.
And he just didn't have any equity.
No equity.
What's the entry fee on it?
Entry fee cost to close 22, a little 23, right under 25.
That's including assignment fee?
It is.
So that's seller, agent, and assignment fee.
Plus closing costs, yeah.
Okay, so it's seller, agent.
Not closing costs, I'm sorry, yeah. Seller, agent,
and assignment fee.
Wholesale fee.
23 grand.
Right around there, yeah.
Why
Unless
not?
you pay more for it.
Have you already made a decision on who you're selling it to, or is Sam trying to keep it? What's going on?
We're still deciding if Sam wants to keep it or not. But if he doesn't want it, then we'll just dispo it real quick.
I mean, guys, like, it's a deal right there.
We're still figuring out. So the agent says you're not allowed to do short-term rentals, but he sent me the bylaws. The bylaws don't even talk about short-term rentals. And then he wanted to tell me that the county or like the city that it's in doesn't allow short-term rentals, but even though it's not highlighted in the bylaws, it's a state law or something. So I'm trying to figure out, I don't know if anybody can shed light on that.
Okay, so what are other exit strategies we can use here, guys, besides short-term rental? You could wrap it.
Long-term rental, but I think that'll be a break even.
Okay, long-term rental. You could do pad split, but the problem with pad split is it's like a townhome thing. Structure is a little bit weird. What about hospitals? Any hospitals nearby? Could we do a midterm? Have we talked to Tanisha about this?
I have not. No.
Sam, have you reached out to Tanisha about a midterm rental thing? Oh, he says he's talking to Tanisha about it tomorrow.
Cool.
That's Larry's first deal.
Yeah, so we essentially just gave him a list of Florida on market, no equity list, and he just started killing it. And
so Asif says pad split likes to have at least 5 or 6 bedrooms. So Asif, just so you know, any 3-bed, 2-bath house will work for pad split. Why is that? Why is that? Because you take the living room and the dining room and you turn them into rooms, right? Now those are 5, right? So you don't do 2-bed. You don't. What they say, Diane, is they say 1 heartbeat per room. Okay, so only 1 human being in a room. 1 heartbeat per room. So you're saying that they are not allowed to have midterm rental? Chad, we're talking about this deal, Chad, not your deal. We're talking about this deal.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so you guys will figure that out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Dude, that's amazing. So you guys helped Larry get his first freaking deal.
Yeah, and then we have another one under contract right around the same time. That one closes on May 11th. That one's in Chipley, Florida. A little bit more rural. Cam Fox locked that one up for us. Newer Subto student, first deal.
Bro, you guys are just cranking out people's first deals.
That's our mission. Our mission is we brought on a bunch of newer Subto students onto our team and kind of are doing daily sales calls and kind of teaching them from A to Z what it looks like and have them inside of the transaction the entire way, so they know what the communication looks like with the TC or with an escrow officer so they understand the terminologies and so that they can eventually just go out and do it themselves.
Love it, man. Absolutely love it. Sam Singh, I'm gonna put your name down for the giveaway. I've got Sam Singh, I've got Tanisha, and I've got Jeff Smith on there for the giveaway for the Ed Milet giveaway. Obviously, we got to vote for it, okay? And I'm giving away 1 seat. I've got 3 people on there: Sam Smith, Tanisha Epps, Jeff Smith, and then Jamil's going to choose the other person, okay? Better be Justin Tumanowski. Just kidding. He's been traveling too damn much. Cody, how can people send you and Sam deals?
Hit me up on Facebook or Instagram, Cody.Rose1. Shoot me a DM. We can talk about doing deals together.
Amazing.
I think we locked up another one today too. I think Sam's got some information on that. Another first timer, or maybe second time.
Sam says he's going to get in the queue. He's got another one. You know what I should do is I should crank through, because I only have 3 more hours. So I got to hurry. Cody.
Thanks. Sure.
Good job, bro. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Really, really good. Kyle Robichaux. Hey, has anybody told you that your name is not pronounced how it's spelled?
What's up, Pace?
What up, dog? How you doing?
Yeah. Callers, like back when home phones were a thing, those poor like cold callers, they would have a trip with it.
Everybody says Robichaux.
Robichaux, yeah. We're missing the X.
Yeah. Okay, what do you got for me today, brother?
Yeah, I just wanted to share a quick win. I was working with Josh Duke. Got me my first, I did a JV with him, excuse me, for a cash deal in Dallas.
So before you came into our world, you were doing like the Burr strategy, bigger pockets type of traditional type of stuff. And you just did your first cash wholesale deal with mastermind student Josh Duke.
Yeah, so I've been marketing pre-foreclosures statewide here in Texas.
Yeah.
And I actually have some newer students that are helping me call. Still have my W-2. And I've kind of been building out the whole marketing process and just trying to plug some people into it to kind of help me out because I was losing so much, like between, you know how it is, we need to call at this time and then I'm on nights or I'm sleeping during the day. And it was like, I look at my week, I'm like, shoot, I missed this one, spending money on marketing, texting, all this stuff. And like when it counts, I'm like dropping the ball. Like you do all this work for that moment. And like, it's just so dumb looking back that I didn't just get some people to plug in. So yeah.
Well, it's not just dumb. I think it's that you're a blue collar dude, right? You work in the oil field, right?
Yeah. I used to be in the field in the Dakotas, but now I'm in Houston. It's more of an office job, but still shift work. Because I'm a pipeline controller.
So so what's happened is basically at what point in your life did you learn how to delegate?
Never.
So like, here's where people forget about Subto and like our community. This is not just about you going out and getting a creative finance deal or 2 creative finance deals or building a rental portfolio. It is so much more than that. You have to learn. Oh my gosh, you have to learn delegation. It's a journey of self-discovery. Like Kyle, since you joined, have you become somewhat of a different person? Your brain has been unlocked in so many different ways.
Yeah. Yeah. And I really see it when, so I don't get to see my friends a ton, just the way my schedule works out. But like, say this summer we have plans and I like meet up with my old group, because I moved away after college, and now that I'm back, I still don't have many weekends. And I really notice like family reunions, talking to people, and I hear just comments in passing or like, oh, I would do that, but then you got to manage them, or there's all these little things. I was like, I used to write that off like that one little, oh, you got to unclog toilets. That's why I would never have a rental. And those, like, for some people that like really sticks. You're like, you know what? That's right. They're older than me. They must know something I don't. Maybe I will just work here forever,
Yeah, maybe I'll just keep working here forever. That's a really
And
good
now
line.
like seeing like you've been a huge part, but just like watching the old Q&As from like 2020 have helped me a ton. Like when I'm pressure washing and stuff, I'll just put those old Q&As, and I hear people that you see that are propped up running big teams. They were like, many people, if you just joined, like they were asking those questions. And
Yeah,
then
they were asking questions like Kevin. You look at Kevin Cho; he'll make 700 grand this year. Have you gotten to the parts where Kevin Cho joined Subto?
No, I'm still like in. I mean, because some of those are long pace. Not gonna lie, it takes me
I was
like
there,
a
dog.
week. I'm in like July, I think, of 21, or maybe June or of 2020. So it's real.
We
There's like
started. I mean, you're 2 months in. In the
Yeah.
very beginning of Subto, for the people that were in there, we probably have a couple of students in here that were back then. I used to do 5-hour Zooms almost every day.
Yeah.
And I did that
Like
for
it took me
6 months.
Yeah, it took me like a month and a half to get through like the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm on like that 1.25 speed too. Like I'm not trudging at the 1 speed. Pace talks quick on Zoom.
Yeah. And like Chad Glover, he's like, yeah, we were going like 9 hours sometimes. I would spend Saturdays just calling sellers, and I would go, this was like back when we didn't have a lot of leaders yet, right? So I was trying to build up leaders. Like Chad Glover became one of the best leaders in my mind in the nation. So like he would hang out in there. Shout out Chad, love you, man. And he'd hang out in there. I would go, all right, nobody's doing, this is such a new community. And nobody even knew what I meant when I was saying community. Like now all these other real estate mentorships are trying to call themselves communities. I'm like, y'all, guys, it's cute. You keep trying it. It's cute, but keep trying. So I was like, all right, I got to push hard on Saturday. So I would even do seller calls sometimes like 10, 12 hours straight on Saturdays and just call everybody's bad leads all day long. And then all of a sudden you start seeing the Kestons of the world and the Marlon Johnsons and all these other people they start making calls for other people. And you go, oh dude, I don't need to be the one making all the calls anymore. This is great. And it just started compounding. Anyway, when Kevin joined like a year after that, his biggest challenge, Kyle, your biggest challenge is delegation and building teams. It's not even creative finance or real estate. That's the funny thing about this is like very little of this has to do with creative finance and real estate in general. It has to do a lot with your mindset. It has to do with learning how to be a business owner rather than treating this like a hobby.
Yeah.
And Kevin comes in and his biggest thing was like, I don't have any friends. My friends are all in college and I feel bad. I kind of feel like I should go to college. And I was like, how about this? Move out of your mom and dad's house first. Cause he was 18, 19 at the time. I was like, move out of your parents' house right now, move out of the state, create a new environment for yourself, make new friends. And now look at him. He runs a meetup every week with 60 people that show up, and he goes out and does deals with other people. And he's like, my best friends are in Subto. It's a different set of problems. So for you, same thing. Like when you joined, what's funny, Kyle, is like you thought it was all technical things that you needed to learn. And yeah, you've learned a lot of technical things, but I think more than anything, you've learned the mindset of like, look at other people. They've just applied, and now here they are a year later, they're doing 5 to 12 deals a month. And they were asking the same questions I was 6 months ago.
For sure. Yeah. And another thing that really helped me was just focus on like one thing. So it's really easy because Pace is like such a great salesman. I'm just talking to the crowd here, is like each strategy, you're like, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna do that for 2 weeks. And then boom, next one, Gatorland, all this stuff. So I just chose like the way the market's going. And then in Texas, we have such a quick like foreclosure process. So I'm just focusing on that. And I'm hitting them, you know, SMS, cold call. And then I started door knocking this week on some stuff. I sent you a DM.
Who are you going out with?
It was just a buddy I grew up with. He's graduating med school, and he's got a month that he's like, he was kind of curious about the real estate. I was like, well, I got a list right here. Let's drive around, hang out. I haven't talked to him in a while, you know, because he's been grinding. So I got a lead the first day on the paper plate.
Yeah. I forgot about this. I actually, you know, that voice memo you sent me on Instagram?
Yeah.
I told Eric, I was like, hey, Eric, film me listening to this. We're going to make a whole YouTube video out of it. And the opening is going to be your voice memo. I was talking about this. Where was it on a Q&A? I was talking about this.
Yeah, it was with Jasper. So I was listening to the Q&A. It was a few weeks ago with Caleb Coombe. I think that's how you say his last name. And you're saying how he needs to partner up or do something for 90 days. And so I texted him. I was in the gym, and I have a very similar, I mean, I'm like 4 years ahead of him, but did engineering school, all that. He's like where I wish I was, you know, at that age. So we've been doing like a weekly call. And he sent me, I think it was from Sunday service, like a few weeks ago with Jasper. You're telling him about pre-foreclosure strategies, things like that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And I was like, don't tell anybody about this secret strategy. Yeah.
Yeah, so good. It was a weird situation though. So I ended up setting an appointment and talked to the guy in person. And
hold on, we got to tell everybody. So the thing is, I told everybody, look, if you're doing foreclosures, you want to be a gangster, you want the homeowner to feel like you are a neighbor, right? Yeah. So don't do a business card, don't do a sticky note, don't do a tear off piece of paper, whatever. Do a paper plate. Boom, homeboy goes and gets paper plates. So he goes, and that's what you do. You say, hey, I'm a concerned neighbor, blah blah blah, and you do it on a paper plate, and they're just like, what the? Oh, this makes sense. They took it out of their pantry. It was the only paper they had. They walked over here, and guess what happened? Homeboy Kyle goes and does this, gets a freaking lead, and now you got an appointment out of it, right?
Yeah, you got to get the unwaxed, you know, so that Sharpie can really get in there. Don't get the coated. You got to get the true paper, the non-dishwasher.
Guys, just so you know, he's giving you advice on which paper plates to freaking buy for knocking doors. This is so great.
Yeah, so I came across this one though, Pace, and I was I don't know if there's anything out of it, but it's an older gentleman. I sat down with him for like an hour. And at first I thought I was meeting a realtor because they had posted it like 2 weeks before the date just to try to like Hail Mary, you know. And I walk up, I'm expecting to talk to a realtor, and it's an older gentleman, and he's sitting down. I was like, hey, my name's Kyle. I had scheduled an appointment to walk the house. I was wondering, you know, if you're good to walk. And he's just sitting. He didn't seem too interested in showing me his house. So I just pulled up the lawn chair next to him, and we started chatting. I was like, well, can you kind of catch me up? And it's in like a highly gentrifying area. He's had the house since 78. And he said he had lost his job in 2020, and he had like 30K on a home equity loan, but no other like underlying mortgage. I think he did it to work on the house a little bit. And I don't know if he's leading me astray or what, but he said they sold that off to someone else, and now like the underlying debt is like 250 or something crazy, because the realtor said the payoff is 400,000 on this house. And I'm like so confused on how it like ballooned like that. He had missed 17 payments from Chase, but he said he stopped paying when he realized that it ballooned from like the 30 to this crazy number. And then they sold that to Chase and it's even a bigger number. So the reinstatement's like 40K. And I'm like sitting with him, and then he gets comfortable. I'm like really just trying to help. And then he starts touring me around the house. Really cool house from the 30s. It's in a great spot in Houston, right by like the museums, really close to like where you came for that meetup. Right by downtown, all the stadiums. And it's just gentrifying really quick. And I let Josh and a few people just give me a gut check on like what it would be worth, but it's really hard because like it hasn't been touched since the 80s. It's over 4,000 square foot brick home, really cool looking. But it's got vines on it. You could see like on the vents, like the louvered vents, you could hear birds like living in above the house. There's some broken windows like for this loft. And he's like probably in his mid 70s, pretty bad health. Wife has dementia. 2 kids live close by, but his daughter's got lupus, pregnant with a kid. Like they have things going on. And he's like, I'm just out here and like no one can help me. And I'm about to lose my house. I've been here since like 78. And he's like, I don't know what to do. And I was like, I don't either. But I know some people that might, and I'm gonna try to like find an answer for you. So that's kind of been my treasure hunt for the past few days. They did get it extended to the 11th.
What are you looking for? You need somebody to do like a second lien position loan to catch him up to speed?
I was just kind of seeing if you've ever seen stuff escalate like that. If he did like get a I was wondering like, did he get a cash out refi and is just not telling me because he lost his job? Has he just been living on that?
He could have easily taken a cash out refi, or he could have gone and done a personal loan with somebody. He could have done a whole variety of things. He could have gone to a family member, an old business partner. Elena says reverse mortgage, no, because it's not showing up as the payoff for that. I think he must owe somebody outside of his mortgage additional chunk of money.
Okay.
Did you not ask him that?
He said it's Chase Bank. That is 400K is the payoff. And
how much what's the ARV?
ARV, they showed me an appraisal for 815, like an appraisal from 2 weeks ago.
But as is appraisal?
It doesn't, from what I'm seeing in the area, it would be like an ARV appraisal.
Okay.
But like probably 6 months ago.
So what does the guy need? Does he need to move out to another house and get some cash? What does he need?
He wants to stay, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Happen.
Yeah, because it needs a lot of work. It's almost like a hoarder house at this
point. Does he have what kind of income does he have?
Nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't have a pension.
I didn't ask him that. I mean, he was with Exxon for 30 years. You would think
he's got
the rise. He should have something. Yeah, I can ask him that. He's speaking with a lawyer today. That was just kind of a one-off. I was just curious if you've seen anything that would escalate like that.
I don't know. I think you're missing some information. I think what this guy's got to do is I think you got to do a novation or something with this guy. Flip the house at 815. Have Josh Duke come in there, do a renovation on the thing, throw $100,000 into the property, sell it for 815, give the seller some of the split the proceeds with the seller. Say, hey, I'll renovate, clean up this property, sell it for top dollar, and we'll split the net proceeds, whatever that may be, and we'll extend your foreclosure, right? Because once you go under contract, you can extend the foreclosure another 90 days or so. And then let him have $100,000. Let's say you guys make a couple $100,000, whatever it is. Give him the money to go live in another, like a smaller spot that doesn't have any maintenance, like a little, 2-bed, 1-bath spot, so that he can pay for his rent and all that kind of stuff for the rest of his life. He's got Social Security, and some sort of pension from Exxon. It's just not a lot, but it's enough that he could probably afford to live in a small 2-bed, 1-bath spot, you know?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on like that price point right now? The 800.
In that area, that's not scary in your market. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think that we're going to have interest rates are going to go up one more time. I think market's going to dip just a little bit more. And I think we're going to ultimately, the market's going to start settling back in. It's going to start going up again.
Okay.
I think 2024 will start seeing a climb in the market.
Okay. Because my concern with it, honestly, is like in that area, that close to downtown, a lot of people are parsing lots out. So you buy something like this and they doze it, and then you could throw 6 to 8 townhomes.
Love that.
But with that payoff amount, I don't know that makes sense as a lot value, but you just don't have a ton of comps that are like legit, brick homes.
What did the developers say when you talked to them about doing townhomes there? Answers you didn't ask.
I haven't yet.
That's probably that's a great conversation to have. Go drive and go, who's built townhomes here? And call them up and go, hey, I've got a lot I'd like to partner with you on. You guys buy the lot, develop it. I want a portion of the back end type of deal. Highest and best use. What did Jamil talk about this morning? He said highest and best use. Always highest and best use.
Okay. And then I would just have to figure out living situation, I guess family or someone for him until those are developed and sold off to get him paid, right?
Yeah, but you got to find out the first deal I ever did, right? Janie Munson.
Yeah.
So the conversation I had with her was I actually sat down, and the thing that I can never explain to people in a short little book, or in a one little story, is I actually sat down with her in my first meeting with her, and I actually chatted with her. I always ask every seller, have you guys ever had seller calls you've seen me on where I ask the seller, like, how much money do you have? How much do you need to make? And I just get right into it immediately. And that is the expectation. You can't be the person that's afraid to talk about money. You got to talk about, Justin Tumanowski. That was a funny one. I told a seller one time that I owned Schlotsky's Deli while I was eating a Schlotsky's sandwich. Oh my gosh. That was one of those Saturdays, Justin. That was probably almost 2 years ago. It was on a seller. Oh, Tyler Townsley. He said that was my seller. Oh my gosh. I remember that was so good. I was eating a ham sandwich, and I was telling a seller that I owned Schlotsky's Deli. It was also the same day that I called Munif's seller down in Tucson. And the seller thought Munif was telling sellers at the time, oh my gosh, Dustin Siller says, I just watched that one last week. So good. So he goes, Munif gets me on a phone call with a seller, nearly impossible situation. And I'm talking to the seller. She's like, oh, Manny. I was like, Manny, who the freak is Manny? I was like, oh, Munif used a different name when he set up this call for me. So I was like, oh yeah, Manny Petty. He's so amazing. Manny Petty. And then I had that seller with the ham sandwich. I told him that I owned a Schlotsky's Deli, and he'd never even heard of Schlotsky's Deli. But anyway, we had a lot of fun. Those are guys, go in the vault. Like, some of these seller calls are so freaking good. Holy crap. So what I did with Janie Munson was I asked her, like, what's your income? What can you afford? What does this look like for you? What about the house you're moving to? And here's what was the real story. It was before she even showed me the bunnies. She told me about this house she was going to move into in Oregon. And I was like, well, based on your finances, like, you're going to be in a tough spot. You're going to actually have to go back and get a job. She's like, I can't work again. I want to retire. I was like, Janie, we need to move you like 5 miles outside of town, and let's find something a little bit less expensive. And so I took like 15 minutes and I found her a spot, and I was like, this is where you should live. It's cuter. It's newer. And it's $500 less per month based on your pension and based on your, other things. And she's like, oh my gosh, Like I have nobody else giving me this advice. Nobody else is in my corner, you know?
Yeah.
And so that's what you got to do with this guy. You got to understand who else right now is in a smart enough position besides you, Kyle, to actually give this guy advice? His daughter that's pregnant, is she going to help him out?
No, and the sad thing is like, I was talking to the realtor actually as well, but then he gave me his personal number when I met him. But
yeah,
she's like, yeah, he wants to walk with 70, the reinstatement's 40, they're open, you know, to Subto, whatever. He just needs help. And then I get there, he's like, no, I wanted to stay on my property. Like, they're not even listening to me. Or I like 70, where am I gonna go? And then she texts me later. She's like, actually, the daughter said he'll take 30 to walk away. I'm like, so what's going on? Like, I feel like he's kind of getting railroaded. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got to be. His family's taking advantage of him. They probably think that there's equity in that house. His daughter, somebody's trying to get involved some weird way.
Yeah, and I did get a Sub-2 student. He said he offered in the past to like be able to pull like little title reports, and I got a title report, and there's no mortgage or liens on the property, except for
Did you get an ID statement title report?
No, I think it's something he can search. It's like a soft pull. I don't know much about it. But
you don't want to do a
was like
soft pull. You want to get an ID search title report.
Okay.
Make sure the seller gives you permission, and they have to actually give you their title or their ID, and you'll find a lot more. You want to hear a scary story, Kyle?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I don't know if I want to tell this.
Got how many people in here?
I don't know, 1,000 between here and YouTube. So we bought a Subto deal the other day, and we did a soft pull. The title, so it wasn't our title company, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this is a big lesson on my team. So what happened was, wholesaler brings us a deal here locally. They have their friend that's a title rep that say they know how to do Subto, and I was like, no, they don't. I've never even heard of this person. They're like, well, we're not going to do the deal unless you go through our title rep. I'm like, okay, you're probably getting kicked back like $500, whatever. I don't care. And the title company never does an ID statement title report, which means the seller actually gives them permission, which means it's a hard pull, gives them all the information you could imagine. And on top of it, the seller had a name that was like John Smith. So it's a very common name. So when they did the hard pull, they didn't go and actually use their ID to correlate with like IRS liens, mechanic liens, child support liens, all that kind of stuff, right? Because you can do a public record and go, every single lien Pace has in his name. You can see everything that Pace more. You can see if I'm in a lawsuit right now, public record. I'm not in any lawsuits. You can see if I have any liens on any of my properties. I don't, right? But you can see by looking at my name. My name's pretty uncommon, right? Pace Morby. I don't know another Pace Morby. I don't know another Kyle Robichow, Robichow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually have a cousin with the same name. Other than that, probably not.
See, an ID statement title report would actually differentiate between you and your cousin.
Interesting.
Whereas a soft pull, they'll go, oh, there's no match for this person specifically, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So we buy this deal. We go through a title company. We go back to then buy title insurance. And when we go to buy title insurance, we find out there's a $7 million IRS lien on the property. I've already closed on the property, by the way. I own it. Right now I own it.
Oh no. That's a lot of zeros.
$7 million. Okay. So Justin Tumanowski asked the right question, by the way. Smart man. Good to see you, Justin. So he says, Cody, my partner, we buy the deal. And this is literally like last week. And Cody goes, we just got to deed the property back to the homeowner and just let our entry fee go to waste. I'm like, no, we're not. We're holding this property. And Cody's like, well, yeah, but it breaks even it breaks even on cash flow. I was like, Cody, we didn't buy this for cash flow. We bought this for the taxes, the depreciation, and I bought it for future appreciation. It's like a brand new build.
Okay.
It's less than a year old. It's got a 4.5% interest rate. Boom. Seller got $1,000. Agent got $5. Wholesaler got like 15. So the IRS lien will fall off after 7 years.
7 years, yeah.
Or they'll have to renew it, right? Which they do from time to time. But what do I care if they renew it or not? I'm just going to raise the rents in 24 months. And then I'm going to raise the rents again in 24 months. And I'm going to raise the rents again in 24 months. And I'm just going to continue to compound it. But the tax benefits alone overshadow any risk I have on an IRS lien.
Gotcha.
So my point is, go back and make sure you do an ID statement, do a hard pull.
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's great.
I also told Cody, I go, just imagine the stories I can tell people and like show them and prove to them I can take over a $7 million IRS lien and still make money on a property. Just watch. Now, I'm not trying to inspire people. Eddie Shazari says, why would the IRS lien fall out? Well, the IRS, all liens are required by law. They have a statute of limitations for how long they can collect. It's depending on the state, it's 7 to 10 years. And the lien has to fall off. Liens can't stay on indefinitely. They have to fall off. And whoever the lien holder is now has to reapply to reattach that lien on that property. Okay. So
for, sorry, go. I was just going to ask, for you, it made sense because your plan was a long-term hold on that. But if that was to be a flip or something like that, you'd be in a pinch, right? Especially if you already closed.
Yep.
So what's the worst case?
I would have lost $32,000 and walked away.
Okay. And then the worst case scenario now is, I mean, they can't really come after rents or anything like that, like garnish anything, right? So
no, they can't do anything. How can the IRS garnish me? It's not my debt. The IRS lien is not in my name. It's attached to the property. Yeah. I own the property, but they can't come and garnish my wages. It's not my debt.
Gotcha.
The debt is attached to the seller. And so they can continue to go after the seller for garnishments and all sorts of other things, but they can't collect anything from me unless I sell the property.
Gotcha. Yeah,
so I'm not going to sell the property in 7 years. Imagine this, Kyle, you're going to have 7 kids in 7 years. Okay. You're going to have 7 kids and you're going to come into this Zoom and I'm going to be like, bro, look, you remember that deal I talked about with the IRS, the $7 million IRS lien? Here's what happened with that deal. We're cash flowing now $800 a month and I'm keeping it and I'm hoping blah, 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 blah. Like I'll update you guys on that in 7 years. I mean, Subto is already 3 years old. What's another 7 years?
It's crazy.
Blink of an eye. It'll happen in a blink of an eye.
So good.
How can Alexander says, could you explain how you can transfer the deed without the lien being called? Alexander, you tell me how I transfer the deed and the lien will be called. How about that? Chris Thompson says, my 1-year anniversary is Thursday. Guys, you can transfer deed at any point you want. Okay, you can transfer a deed at any point you want. You quit claim deed. I actually got a special warranty deed on mine. The title company didn't see the IRS liens. When they pulled title, it wasn't there. So they give me a special warranty deed. Okay, we close escrow. Deed transfers happen all the time with liens attached. IRS liens, child support liens, mechanics liens, personal loan liens, all sorts of liens happen and deeds transfer all the time. That doesn't stop a deed transfer from happening. Okay. Did you get title insurance? No, that's what I'm saying is that we did not get title insurance because we actually ended up having to self-perform this one. So here's what happened. It was an FHA, got a low interest rate. We went to the title company, had them pull title. They did not do an ID check. Guys, every single time you do a title check, do not do a soft pull, do a hard pull. And even though that we're suing the title company for negligence, and there will be a lesson to be learned here and it'll be a lot of fun. All of you guys will learn some fun stuff in this process. I'm sure you guys want to learn some stuff, but Holly Hayher says, what title company? Not one in Omaha or Florida. I can tell you that much. Good question. That was the one in Arizona. Don't worry. And they're an Arizona only title company. Julian says, Pace, are you hiring at your Mace office? I've fallen out of real estate investing. My inconsistency is hurting my following up. No, but there's a lot of people that would hire you, Julian. Go do stuff for Kevin Cho. Follow up with leads for Kevin Cho. Answer his DMs. That boy is behind on his DMs. I see you, Kevin. Don't act like you're not behind on your DMs. Okay. What about hiring in LA? No, I don't. I mean, I live in Arizona. I don't hire people outside of Arizona. I would never, Adam says he's hiring. I would never hire people outside of the state of Arizona anymore. If I do hire, I want people here in my office. Kyle, go get a freaking,
Hard
go get
pull.
go get a hard pull on that.
Awesome. No, thank you so much. Yeah, and leveraging new students is super great. Anyone out there that's in a time crunch or W-2, if you have money to put to marketing, there's a lot of people out there. And then like just being on Zooms like this, you don't realize how much you're learning until people are asking questions and you just know the answers to it, you know? So
it's
like
kind of weird how that works, but yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So if you've been in here, I don't know, 4 or 6 months, you know a lot, especially if you've been consistent, you know? So put that to use. And there's a lot of people, for me, it was scary. I didn't have like a salary, like you mentioned earlier. If you just, the knowledge itself is payment, but if you can give them a little chunk of the deal on assignments and stuff like that too, they're stoked. So that's been super helpful for me.
Proud of you, brother.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks so much.
Good. I'm going to text Josh Duke and tell him I love him. I do love Josh Duke. I just saw him a couple months ago. Actually,
Yeah,
Super Bowl. I watched the Super Bowl with him in Dallas.
One thing about Josh, I'll end on it, but I've reached out to a lot of people, you know, it's really hard. I'm sure once you get propped up, it's the pace effect, but they get so busy. Josh has been, and his team have been like seamless. Working with them, they did what they said they're going to do. And it's been, so for me, like teeing him up was one thing, but like getting all the paperwork and just seeing his flow, I'm happy to give half of my assignments to see how like an operator works and how the team. So I was super happy with working with him, and I'm gonna bring a lot more his way because of that. Like if you burn or things don't go smoothly on the first transaction with someone, you can't expect them to ever come back. So for him, that meant a lot to me, and I'm gonna make it worth his while for sure.
I love it.
So yeah, thanks, Pace.
I love it. Great time. I actually put Josh Duke on the giveaway list today, so thank you. Shoot him a text message and tell him I put him on here. He ain't. The only time I see him is when he's at the mastermind or when him and I text back and forth. So just shoot him a text. Say, Pace put you on a giveaway for doing a deal with me.
Heck yeah. Thanks, Pace. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you. All right. Let's see. Who do we got here? We got, Elena Tang. What's up?
For taking a Jose spot.
What's up, dude? What's up with, when are you getting your braces off?
Soon.
Have you had them ever since I've known you?
I had to do it for surgery.
Like again?
No.
When I first met you, did you have braces?
Yeah, unfortunately. And I had a Squid Game perm.
I remember that.
That was heinous. It was like, what
hot.
happened?
all the students in the side chat was like, is this girl single? I was like, you better watch out. Kirk is the shit.
Oh my God. He was like, what the hell happened?
Was it legit a perm?
Yeah, I went cheap. I'm like super, super cheap on myself. And so I went and like, I paid like $50 and I was like, you get what you paid for.
Please find a photo from that time frame.
No,
and
I
put
burned all of them.
Put it in the private Facebook group.
I burned all I was like, and then I called my best friend and I said, can I undo this? And she's like, if you want to go bald, yeah. I was like, forget it.
You're like, I'm not doing that.
Squid Games, for sure. It was Squid Games.
Have you been in here for a couple hours watching, hanging out?
Yeah. I had an awesome one-on-one session with one of my clients today.
It sounds like you cried today. Your voice sounds like you cried today. Did you cry today?
I've had this, like, it's an allergy thing too.
Oh.
Just like, Yeah, I've been sick for like a month, but Kirk and I were wondering, does Arizona have like a lot of pollen?
Hella pollen.
Really?
First thing I do when I wake up in the morning,
like
it's like 3 months in the spring, 3 months in the fall. We have like 2 blooms here. It's very interesting.
Oh.
A Zyrtec right when I wake up.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it gets so bad that I actually have to like go to a Claritin D, like the bazooka approach.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I'm taking the horse pill for allergies. So yeah, there's a lot of pollen here.
Did you know that, you know, the reason why you have to give your ID to buy the D? To buy the Zyrtec D?
Yeah, because
or
people
the-
will be making drugs out of it in Fresno.
Yeah.
It's
What was that- what's
it's
that
all those
TV
people in
show?
Fresno.
Yeah. The Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Sam Sing's like, that felt personal. It was literally directed towards Sam Sing.
You had to say it twice just to get his attention.
Yes. And by the way, I do love Fresno. I tease him about Fresno because I think Sam, it's time that Sam expands to like maybe a different city.
Non-Fresno.
Non-Fresno.
Non-butt crack of California.
Yeah. And it's a good town. I love every time we do a meetup there, it's so great. And all the people there are awesome. I just think it's time for Sam to go reinvent himself in a new area. Sounds like you're trying to move to Arizona too.
Yeah. We're putting our house on the market and just trying to be closer to the Pace campfire.
I love it. Is that a thing? Does that exist?
Are you kidding? Ask Kevin.
Oh yeah. I know. What do you have for me today? You raised your hand. Did you have something you want to talk to me about?
I mean, I think it's this is like always like the interesting thing because you said nominate yourself, right? And so we're just like,
yeah, I want to hear about it.
Right. I think just
if I gave you a spot on a plane with Ed Milet, would you be able to go?
I mean, I'd have to bring a big enough diaper, but yeah, for sure. I would love to.
You'd be
maybe a couple depends.
You'd probably have the best mindset out of everybody on that plane.
Or I might just cry the whole time like I am when
please,
I am.
if you win on you go on the jet, please get a perm before you go.
No, I literally was begging my orthodontist. I was like, please take my braces off as soon as possible. Like, we can't. I was so mad.
Oh my gosh.
I told Carly, I said, Pace said, hey, brace face the entire time at the mastermind. And she goes, Pace is like the big brother that you never wanted to have.
Yeah, seriously. I'll just tease you. I'll find something to tease you about.
No, it's fine. Working on Daniel Quijano's team is like you get used to roasting as the equivalent of love. So I'm like, I'm just got to build a thick skin.
Yeah, Quijano is the master of burns and like
he loves it. They love it. I'm just like, I'm really sensitive.
Yeah, he's like the epitome of big brother, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You've helped people get deals.
Well, with I don't like to advertise that I'm a mindset coach that helps people get deals because I don't want to. My mindset coaching is not to stick on one particular deal in that sense. It's really the foundation is really their confidence, right? Mm-hmm. Like Jamil said, it's the inner work, and then everything else. I'm convinced that people can really accomplish whatever they want. But one of my clients came to me, was in Subto for over a year. And so we were just working through the coaching, and his name is Dwayne.
Like Dwayne.
Yeah, so he's over in New Jersey. And so I helped him get his first deal. This was like back over last year in the summertime, but I realized I was like, I think what I helped him to do wasn't necessarily the strategy and the game plan behind like the real estate side of it. It was just to bring clarity of like, I think sometimes what people do with the shiny object syndrome is that they're like, I'm going to get involved with like 3 or 4 different teams or like 3 or 4 different things. And essentially you spread yourself thin, right? You're not really actually becoming really good at one thing. You're stressed out over doing 3, 4, 5 different things. And then people are like, why am I not getting what I want? And I'm like, because you're not really doing well. You're essentially trying to ride a bike, ride a skateboard, ride like rollerblades, all at the same time. Like it's not possible. So
that's a good analogy. I think one of your best stories I actually heard, I ended up using this a couple months later. You said it was about a kid riding a bicycle and how people like call themselves stupid. Like, oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. It's like, okay, well, what if your kid was riding a bicycle and falls over on the bicycle and they get up off the bike and you go, wow, you're so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. And I was like, yeah, damn. Why is it that people beat themselves up so much when it's like calling sellers for the first time, or, calling a private money lender, or not understanding what IRR is, or these types of things? It's like very interesting how people are so willing to beat themselves up.
Yeah, I always tell people that it's like learning a new language. So when you were in Korea and you had to learn some of the language, you just literally had to practice it every day, right? And a lot of like, especially when it relates to language, it's actually the confidence first, and then it's the pronunciation and the command of the language itself, right? So I think much in the same way, whatever we do that's new, it's just you have to kind of step forth that confidence first, which is why I know that Daniel Quijano's sales training is going to be so powerful, because that's a lot of what he focuses on, right? Because we're not focusing on like the details of the script itself. It's like you yourself are the one that are going to be in wherever you go. That's what you have to bring the confidence. So that's a lot of what I was kind of trying to do with Dwayne, is like just bring clarity of you can't do too many things. And at the end of the day with coaching too, like you can't tell someone what to do. I'm not a business coach, right? And so a lot of it is like, I believe in empowering people, as opposed to like, you need to do this, right? Like I think business coaches, they're like, I know the blueprint, this is what you need to do. But for me as a behavioral science person, like I want people to be able to have long lasting change, not like quick, immediate hack change.
Right.
Because that's not actually what creates longevity of change. Because they're going to always fall into their bad habits once I'm gone. Right.
Right.
And so, yeah, like helping Dwayne, like just bring some clarity. I think even like, the Nick Minden story, where like he was like feeling suicidal, and I spoke with him, and like afterwards he locked up like 7 deals. Like that was mind blowing for me. So I'm just wanting to put my name in the hat, because I think it'd be a really cool opportunity. But I think more than anything, like I'm always joking, like, how could anyone compete with Tanisha? She's the heart of Subto. So
I can't even compete with it. In fact, the reason why I do so much stuff, I wake up in the morning, I'm like, how do I keep up with Tanisha Epps?
Yeah. Yeah. No, and she
and
really
same thing with you. Look
Thank
at Angie Milanazzo, what she does for like hundreds of people. Look at Chad Glover. Look at Kevin Cho running meetups. Even though his 22-year-old immature butt is still learning a lot of how to grow up. Look at Carolyn. Like hey guys, here's a better test, right? We got 440 Subto students in the Zoom. Name somebody in this community that's helped you. Name somebody in this community that's helped you. Somebody you've gotten on the phone with. Okay. JJ. Oh my gosh. JJ is awesome out of LA. Elena, Sam and Cody, Tristan, Sam Singh, Carolyn, Chino, Kama. Oh my gosh. Tristan and Kaimahai. Love them. Alejandro Alvarez. Love him. Arnie Newton. Holy shiz. Christian Hernandez. Like Cody Rose, April Juliana. I talk about April Juliana all the time. Seth Medina. Oh my gosh. Jen Shelton. You guys remember the Oreo and twerking phone call? That was Jen Shelton's seller, by the way. So thank her for that tee up. Medium Wave Dave. Oh, my brother. So much. The Bash Brothers, Rachel Schwartz. So many amazing leaders, right? And Matt Munson. Love Matt Munson. Kayla also, just like I see her spirit coming up in Subto as well.
Yeah.
Olu. Oh man, Olu. Guys, keep it going. I want to see some more names. Molly, okay. Julian, out of Atlanta, love him. Caroline, Kane, all day. Eddie and Tyler, they're Bash Brothers. Daryl Ellison, Chris James, Chris Deal, Angel Bowden. Oh my gosh. Eddie Charger. Creighton was student like 40 in Subto. And here he is. Logan Manzanares, Logan and Katie Manzanares, Ingrid. Oh my. Could we, Uncle Lonza, now you dropped the bomb. Mace Porby, he's pretty good too. But you know what I don't like about that guy? He's got a perm. That freaking perm he's got is weird as shit.
Man perms are a different thing too. That's another next level.
Merms. They're merms. Laura, Elena, Caroline, Carolyn, LT. Oh my word. Wow. Molly, Alex Salazar. Love Alex Salazar. Such a great leader too. Oh my word. Robin.
Mace is the disco version.
What? Medium wave Dave, Robin just brought you a deal? She just brought me a deal too. I just bought a deal from her the other day. Do you know, you guys, I don't want to beat up on her, but I just want to give anybody some like solace and some whatever. Robin Hurt, bless her heart, worked at a company for 35 years. What happens to you after 35 years of working at a company that tells you what to do, when to show up, when to clock in, when to clock out, what to do, what not to do, who to report to, who not to report to, what departments to stay away from, where to go, where your bathroom is, where your part of the cafeteria is, etc. You've been brainwashed. Who in here has been brainwashed? Me, I'll raise 2 hands. I've been brainwashed my whole effing life. Up until maybe I was like 28, maybe. Finally, somebody like grabbed me and was like, yo. And even then, it took me like 4 or 5 years even to break out of that. Took a while. Okay. Robin Hurt, bless her heart, was so consistent. She spent I don't know how much money, but it's at least 6 figures, if not multiple 6 figures on mentorships that did not have a community attached to them. In fact, I wouldn't even call Subto a mentorship. It is nothing but a community. And so Robin Hurt joins. She's been consistent. She shows up consistent. Dude, now she's got 2 deals going on in 1 week. After years and years and years of not doing deals. Now, guys, when you have been brainwashed for such a long time to do what other people tell you to do, it's going to take you more than 6 weeks or 6 months, or even in some situations, a couple of years to completely reimagine yourself. Steve Crawford. I'm going to be down in Yuma pretty soon. I just bought a Yuma deal. Well, I'll come down there and hang out with you, brother. Okay. So many amazing people in here that I buy deals with. Tigger. I love watching Tigger. Wow. Justin Tumanowski, Suzanne Sharkey, Jeff Hamilton Jr., Zahid, Munif, Love Francis. Oh my gosh. Jason Lombardi out of freaking Sarasota, Florida. Holy Esteban, Richard Knowles. Oh my gosh, Richard Knowles. Guys, I could literally go on 100. Sal Barrera. I'm trying to avoid Kevin Cho for a couple of minutes. I don't want to shout out his name. He can't even answer his DMs anymore. I'm just teasing him. Rachel Schwartz, love her. Kez Glasgow. Oh my gosh. Oscar, Chicago, Chester. Oh my word. This freaking community is insane. Josh Duke. Ted Mother freaking Miller. Bilal. Oh my gosh. How about Sabina? Oh my gosh. Anybody in the DMV, dude. Like, oh my. Kiki Shrugs. Kiki freaking Shrugs. Yui Win. Jimmy Au. Trevor Walker. Oh my word. Hung Mai. Abraham Gray. How is it that I could literally go on for hours and Paula and Malcolm Finlayson, LT, Eric, Max, Munif, Caroline, Mamadou, Evan Lane. Wow.
It's your fault, Pace.
Oh my word. This is just like the freaking, you know, what's funny too, is like, I remember when Justin Tumanowski came to the mastermind, I really became friends with him at that point. And I just, it's like when you're busy and you're an adult and you're making money, I get to watch Tumanowski grow his business. Carly Grunman. How many people love Carly Grunman?
I just got off the phone with her. Funny.
Wow.
She's sweet.
She's a ray of sunshine.
She is. It's gloomy out today, so I gave her a call. I was like, I need some sunshine.
When I'm on the phone with her, I'm like, damn, is my phone warm? Oh no, that's just a ray of sunshine just coming right through my freaking phone.
Beaming.
Will Ayarza? Oh, Alejandro Alvarez, David Marsh, Chuck Russell, Caleb Christopher. Dennis Yasko, Chuck Billy the kid that nobody even knows about. Billy the kid.
He's
Billy
not even a kid.
He's not even a kid. He's an older guy. Billy the kid has literally never showed up in one Zoom, but he's helped like 60, 70 students get their first deal. Jeremy Davis. Who remembers? Okay, who remembers Jeremy Davis when he first joined 2 years ago? And I would call him out on being
an overthinker.
And now look at him just running a whole. Marlon Johnson, we talked about him. Tyler T, Eddie G, that's the Bash brothers. Okay. Yeah, Shelly Matter says, you said he was 5 months until taking action. 100%. Chris Jean-Baptiste. Dennis out of New Jersey, love him. The Knott brothers. Wow. Yeah, Dennis NJ. That's Dennis Yasko out of New Jersey. And Dennis Rogoff. Yeah, crazy. Wesley Grant. All the handsome boys. What about the brown handsome boys? Jonah Corchin. Should I just keep going? KJ and Chris. Oh my gosh. Ty Leon out of NorCal. Oh my gosh. Christina Solara. Mace with the perm. Robin Perez. Love Robin Perez. He hung out with me at my house a couple of days ago. Loved hanging out with him. Daniel Mother freaking Quijano. Hey, Rebecca Murdoch says, hi, Pace, newbie here, first Zoom. Do you even have any clue what you're in for? You think you joined a mentorship. You think you joined a mentorship to learn creative finance. It's like, okay, check that box. We'll teach you the creative finance. What about the mindset side of things? What about how to delegate? What about how to work with other people? This is just like a full-on journey of self-discovery every single day. Does anybody feel like you're the same person 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago?
No way.
Dude, it's insane. I'm at an event the last couple of days and I told everybody, yeah, I'm going to be on the road. You know, I'm going to go to 14 cities and People are like, oh, congratulations on the book. I'm like, honestly, I wrote a book as an excuse to get out and just hang out with my community.
And you got bestseller as a byproduct.
Well, that's because you guys support me, and I appreciate it. I would have never, right? Maria says, I still haven't taken action. I'm still consuming content. Guess what? A lot of people started off that way, 3, 4, 5 months. It's perfectly okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's perfectly okay. Just another noob here, Justin Glatz. Justin, you feel like maybe there's some leadership opportunities in the future for you? Do you think there's some people maybe in 6 months that are going to come in here and go, I'm new, man. I need help. Johnny says, I just finished my 6 weeks course. Perfect. You finished 0.00001% of what you'll learn in here.
3 years worth of Zooms. Don't try to watch all of them.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What you said to Joey was so important though. And that was literally a conversation that I had with Daniel where he was like, I expect you to fail. And I was like, is that okay? Right. And I think telling someone that is a leader that they need to allow their team to fail, right? Especially as they build. I don't know if every leader could do that. I think it requires a certain level of wisdom, right? And I was just thinking like, right, when you said that, I wonder how many people would actually allow that to happen, right? Because otherwise they're going to turn around and they're going to be like, well, they're not doing it right. There's like, then I just need to take care of it myself, right? And like, otherwise you would have just painted your whole entire house and then wasted all that time, right?
Yeah. I mean, I look back at every direction, and we've all had this, right? You have like a really good idea. It could be a company name, a t-shirt concept or whatever it is. But that idea, which you think is so good, ends up spurring on a different idea because you're like, oh, I learned something new in the process and actually it ended up being this.
Yeah.
But you would have never come up with that idea if it wasn't for the failed idea in the first place. And so real estate, business, even relationships it's just so funny. Like Elena, you deal with people's mindset all day long. So it's like, it's interesting that people are so willing to go get married without a mentorship. Like Nobody's going and paying money to go learn how to be in a married relationship and give up their life to another human being. Yet we all jump into it freely, like, oh, let me jump into this thing.
Yeah.
And it's because that's what the environment we grew up in taught us, right? I had this thought yesterday. I was working out and I had this one thought I was going to post on my Instagram stories, but I just didn't. It was, you don't believe anything that you weren't trained to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the way up until you were like 18 years old. It's a scary word or world to like think about that, because people are like, no, my religion, I believe in my religion. It's like, okay, but why?
Yeah.
And I'm not criticizing and saying your religion's not right.
Yeah.
Okay. But like, why is yours right and the other person's wrong? Well, because the person in this church taught this person's that this church was wrong. Even when I was a missionary, he was like, well, we need to teach people our church because of blah, 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 blah. And I was at 19, 20, 21 thinking I knew everything. And then I got older. You know, there was something that was really conditioning, right?
Yep.
It's scary, but it's true. And as long as you admit it and you can be okay with it, just don't get offended by it. The fact that you're like so married to your belief system. Why did I grow up Republican? Well, I grew up in a Republican household. It wasn't until I was old enough to make my decision. I was like, wait, hold on a second. Let me dismantle everything I thought I believed. I actually didn't believe any of this stuff. I was told to believe it.
Right.
And then I got to find out what is actually important to me and why it's important. This is why I think like deep mindset stuff is really helpful, because you go in and you actually kind of tear down those walls and those barriers and go, let's get down to the root of this. Like, what do you actually want? What do you want? Like, forget about your mom, your dad, your church, your upbringing. What do you want? And let's build blocks on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dismantle before you can build, which is scary.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of you guys that are in here going, I feel overwhelmed. You know, I'm consuming a lot. Well, guys, you're learning new concepts.
Yeah.
You're learning new ideas. You're learning new ways of life that your entire like lizard brain has never been interacted with. And your lizard brain is like, whoa, hold on. You're telling me I should buy a property and build wealth and have a team and have a company and be worth all these kind of millions of dollars. And I was told money's the root of all evil. And
It's overwhelming.
it's you have, guys, it's a requirement. It's also why, Pete's like, what I'm learning is mind blowing. Guys, what I'm learning every day is mind blowing. And you guys think I know it. I don't know shit. But I know enough to know that it's fun to learn new things now, because I recognize I get to build whatever I want. I got friends like Elena. Maria says, you know a lot of shit. Yeah. Right? Yeah, like debt is evil. Okay, cool. You know, I do know a lot, but I also know enough to know that it's okay for me to learn new things. It's okay for me to reinvent myself. You know, even the first, 3-4 years of a marriage. Think about this. As anybody, let's be honest here. Let's be honest for just a minute. Elena brings the mindset side of stuff out of me. Just looking at her. Imagine this woman with a perm, though. Is it possible? Okay, so what's interesting is, has anybody ever been in a marriage or a relationship, okay, where the other person in the relationship or you decides, I'm going to start going and working out, or I'm going to buy a new car, I'm going to dress a little cuter, I'm going to wear a different color makeup, maybe change up my perfume, and the other person is actually somewhat threatened by it? I'm going to go take a mentorship. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to upgrade myself. Right? Laura and I have even had those issues of like, wait, hold on. What's going on here? Like, I thought I married this person. And one day I had this conversation with Laura and I said, you married this person. And just so you know, this person is an ever-changing being. And so you have to love the fact that I'm ever changing and ever upgrading. And I go, I also love you as an ever changing and upgrading human being as well. And so my commitment to you is to constantly chase your growth. I want to follow you and I want to see where you go. I want to know this story. The reason why I picked you up out of the library of all the books in the whole library is because I want to know where the end goes. I want to read every chapter and I want it to unfold and I want the story to evolve and I want the characters to evolve. I don't want to read the same chapter every single time I turn the page. I want to see you evolve. I want to see you upgrade. So it's the same thing in here, guys. You got to upgrade. You got to change your character. I'm not a mindset person. I don't have the capabilities or understanding to really strip that down, other than talking about my own experiences. That's where Elena comes in, and where I think Elena's done such an amazing job inside of our community is that she's really helped. Who's Elena helped out in here, by the way? A lot of people. A lot of people love you. A lot of people know you have brought your gifts. You have found a portion of your purpose. It's not your whole purpose.
Yeah.
You got a lot of purposes, but this is a portion of it. Would you agree?
Absolutely. It's like, I'm like the Pace Morby of real estate in my own industry. Like, I just love doing this.
Obsessed.
Absolutely. Like, it's not hard work. People are like, how do you do that? I'm like, do what? I'm like, care for people. I just love to do that. I go way beyond my time limitations of what I'm blocking people, time for. Like, if they have like an hour session, like an hour and a half, 2 hours, just because it's amazing and it's really fun to really get to know people. And I think the ability that you have is just to see in them, right? And you're like, this is your power, this is your gift, right? And it's like, I do that with helping them understand like their pain is not their identity. And I think a lot of people struggle with that, right? They're like, oh, well, I was always like seen as this or told this. And I said, that's not actually who you are though. And they're like, whoa. And so it's just like, kind of marinating on that and healing those areas. And I want to do it for as many people in Subto as possible. That's why I cut my prices as low as I did. And I'm getting a lot of like encouragement. Yeah, I need to charge more. And I get it, right? I get that I need to build a very successful business. But I think when I think about the Subto family, it's like, I feel like I'm going into church wanting to help people, right? But I'm not like, hey, I'm going into church and being like, hey, I'm going to profit all this money off. A lot of people have spent their last dime entering into Subto, and then they're struggling to get their first deal. And I get it, right? I get their financial constraints. And so I never want finances to be the only barrier, because they need help, right? And so I'm going to get there, but yeah, that's part of why I've just like threw my name in the hat for the whole Ed Milet thing too. Like, I think with the environments that you're in, it's like, how could you not learn from really successful business people? And so, yeah, I mean, I'm going to see you at the mastermind. So I think that I'll always get enough of what I need. But yeah, I that was really special too. When you made that offer, it's like, you could have just easily been like, hey guys, I can't go, sorry. Right. But to offer your seat and to do what you do, it's incredible. And it's like, I love being in an environment where it's like, you're constantly trying to outgive. Right. And it's like, I know that I could never beat you.
It's like ping pong
exactly.
of giving. It's like, hold on. You can't beat me. That's not a Chinese joke, by the way. Is that racist? Was the ping pong thing?
Anyone in ping pong, and I don't even care. Like,
can you go behind your back and all this kind of stuff?
Yeah. Just like one-handed, eyes closed, like whatever.
That's like the after school stuff they make you guys go through as Asians.
As Asian.
Wesley Grant said that you took him to a 49er playoff game, dude.
That was Kirk. It was a gift of like.
Oh, that's sick.
It was amazing.
Did he lend money to you or something?
Well, he connected us with his in-laws.
Did you lend money to me on this new multifamily thing?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I was like I was checking my email. I was like, when are we going to wire it? And so Molly's like, we're getting everything in line. And so Molly's amazing. Absolutely. I mean, we would easily do any deal with you anytime. I told Kirk, I was like, when we moved to Arizona, like, I was like, we keep one and then you sell the rest to Kirk, to Pace. He's like, that's not sustainable. I was like, but he would love it. So
we'll do it. We'll do a deal a month with you guys, and we'll do a ton of stuff. The most fun thing I ever had was with our lenders was that last deal in Dallas.
Yeah. Kirk was asking, he's like, are we going to get a trip out of this? I was like, I don't think so. He's really busy.
That one?
He missed out.
That one was so fun, but it cost me like 50 grand to fly everybody out,
Yeah.
hotels, food, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we had Wes Grant, we had Marta Miner, we had Jody Evans,
Julie.
Oh my God, Julie Berg. I had so much fun with Julie. Like that's where I really like. I've hung out with Julie a bunch, but that's where I like really connected with her. And
that was really special.
That was fun. 2 days hanging out in Dallas with like 10 people in a multifamily master class. It was freaking awesome.
Super intimate.
Super intimate. Yeah. I want to do that more. I think once the book tour is done and, actually, no, not even the book tour won't end. I'll continue doing like, instead of me doing Subto meetups, I'll do like Subto book signings and I'll continue to do that. But Jamil's book comes out in like July or August. And so I'll go on another thing with him and whatever. But when we hit Houston, probably in like September, October, or November, when I'm in Houston, I will invite the people that loan money on that property out there and we'll walk it. It's the story of that property is one that I can't put on the internet. And I talk about this whole morning, here I am. I don't know how long I've been on here. 9 hours I've been on here, but I was calling sellers and brokers and doing all that kind of stuff today. I'll throw addresses out and I'll talk about whatever openly on YouTube. But this one is such a hairy situation. It's a multifamily thing that's like, it's a bad situation. But once I close on it, it's already closed on. It's already owned. But once I get out there in person, I'm going to have the people who loan the money on the deal come out. It will be like, you will be blown away by what is happening in multifamily. I just can't talk about it yet because it would destroy the strategy that we're doing if one person messed it up, called the people in charge, called the management company or whatever, we're taking over a whole 600 unit complex. It's amazing. So anyway, Gladys says, I've learned public speaking by watching Pace videos. Has anybody learned how to be a better speaker and better storyteller by coming into Subto? I have. That's for damn sure.
Absolutely. That would be a really cool addition too, is like for the mastermind, is like learning more public speaking strategies and whatnot. I know that as you're growing, you're doing it, but it's like you've got a bajillion things to teach on. But that's something I would love to continue to learn how to do and not say like and a lot, even though I'm from California.
What city are you guys looking to move to?
We're trying to move my parents out as well. I think with the cancer treatments out in Arizona, I think it'd be really beneficial for my mom. So we're trying to miss the summer though, if possible, just to kind of ease into the fall.
Summer goes until October 31st here, right?
Yeah, I am aware of that.
It will be 100 degrees, 104 degrees on October 30th. And then the second October 31st hits. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah. Halloween, we do Halloween here and it will drop to like 80 degrees in the day as a high. And then 3 weeks later, it's 62.
That's so weird.
Yeah. And it truly is that way. And it's the same thing in summertime where we've had a little bit colder of a fall or like a spring than normal. Like you guys know what is happening in Utah, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, like all the snow that's coming in. Even California, you guys have been pounded by rain.
Yeah.
It's been a wetter year than normal. But what happens here in the spring is that we hit usually like by April 1st, we're at 100 degrees. And then May is 110. June is 120. July is 125. August is 120. September is 118, 115, and then gross. October is 110, and then all of a sudden you're at 80. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're open. I think we just want like close to Asian food. Just try to.
We got hella good Asian food here. Not like you guys.
I know. I was like, Kirk said that he ordered chow mein and it was spaghetti noodles. And I was like, we should just open up like Kirk loves cooking. He's like, he should just open up a Chinese restaurant.
Why don't we?
I know. That'd be dope. Kirk, that's one of Kirk's dreams in addition to like just flipping and architecture stuff.
We should start a restaurant together. Instead of it being called noodles, it should be called New Deals.
New Deals.
But spelled like noodles.
Tell Kirk.
And what you do is you go there, you eat Chinese food, and then there's a little WeWork for all the wholesalers.
Oh, that
and
would
real
be
estate investors.
dope. Oh, Kirk's got to share his idea with you of a project that he wants to do out in Arizona. I don't want to. You can't just share it in front of 1,000 people because then people are going to steal it. Deal some.
Oh my gosh, deal some. Rebecca Murdoch, she says, during the Zoom, I took a call from a property management company looking to sell me a small 5-unit multifamily in East Tennessee with seller financing. I'm new. This is where the community comes in, Rebecca. I love that she's coming out and just saying, I'm new. She's a new student. I'm new, so I need help with structure and next steps to take it if the seller says yes. This will be my first Subto deal. Who in Tennessee can help her out? I mean, there's a lot of closers in here for sure. Anybody in Tennessee that can help her out? Hey, Rebecca, are you in Tennessee and the deal's in Tennessee? Rachel Schwartz says she markets in Tennessee. Okay, I love this business. Rebecca's in Washington, deal's in Tennessee. Somebody from somewhere else in the country is going to help her out.
Greg Clark.
Oh, Greg Clark's great. Justin, can you get Greg Clark to work with Rebecca, please? That would be amazing. Love Greg Clark. There you go. That's all you got to do is ask for the help. Here's the thing, guys. We are nothing without each other. I still, to this day, rely on this entire community for so many things. Even Elena's funding a deal of mine. I'm like calling all friends. I need $2 million right now. Please, $2 million. Everybody wires. I get the deal done. Everybody's relying on each other. Elena, they've got a bunch of doors. They've bought that from the community. Angie Milanazzo, how many people do you think rely on you on a daily basis? Give me a number in the side chat. Dozens? Hundreds?
She's got a big team.
She should start a mentorship on how to do that her hair like that. She says 50
I should have called her first.
Okay, so Elena, where can people reach out to you for the mindset stuff?
I have my website.
Will you please put a photo of you with your perm on your website?
It's like never again. If you look at my Facebook, you'll probably see the.
All right, somebody find the perm photo. Put it in the Facebook group. Please.
I was talking to Angie Milanazzo yesterday about wanting to use AI to basically capture all of the private money lending Zooms that you have. And basically, I want to create a document, right? Because I think that the path of least resistance, like when I teach people, especially like in the hospital, it's like you have to provide them with a piece of paper, right? Because if you make them just watch the video, they're likely not going to feel like they are going to retain it.
Yeah.
So, but if you kind of double down with more information, so I feel like if we do a video and also a hard copy document of something, right? And then they could almost even like DocuSign or whatever and say like, hey, I watched this.
Figure out how to do that, because this would like, you know, the multifamily thing I did last week. Did you watch that last week?
I did not, unfortunately, no.
Who was in the multifamily thing last week? On Friday, 9 a.m. How dope was that? So what I'm doing, Elena, as you know, I'm building the Subto fund, so our multifamily side of things. And so I've got 5 people on my team. We're building that fund. And so I'm like, all right, every other week, I'm going to do a 2 to 3 hour Zoom where my operators from my multifamily fund, my employees, I don't want to call them employees, but my team members, they're all on salary. They're going to come in every other Friday and do a 2 or 3 hour thing. And I go, you know what? I need somebody to make a workbook.
Yeah.
And like dissect it so people can print it out and put it in like a 3-ring binder or whatever. Like, this is my multifamily stuff, type of thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's AI that would do that and do graphics. And I don't know that it can be done yet.
I think you just need to have like AI works as smart as the person controlling it, right? Because you have to tell it what to do.
Justin Kirby says he got me. Justin, can you connect with somebody, maybe Tanisha or somebody, and be like, how do we do this?
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of people that are like, I'm a visual learner and audible. I like listening and I like seeing.
Right.
Other people are kinesthetic. They want to touch, right? Or they want to be in like on a job site or at a seminar, and they retain information way faster, better. So I think if you're a visual learner and you want to
Yeah.
turn the page and look at things, I think Elena's 100% right.
Maria Perry, she's my new operations manager, and she's amazing. Like, just a powerful brain. But I think that if there's like enough people that come together, like we could create. I think my immediate concern that like stresses me out is people that are losing money because they're just rushing too quickly into things. And so if I could help, like even just create that like as a side project, I would love to team up with people. I'll make a post, right? And like Justin Kirby or whoever, I think that
You
we
know,
should create
what's
something.
great about that? I think I texted you
Mhm.
because I made a post in the Facebook group and I said, hey, here's what's
Right.
going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you guys have any problems and you followed the rules, please reach out to me personally.
Yeah.
How many people reached out?
I get, you said, I texted you, you said no one. I was like, is your phone blown up? Yeah.
I put my personal cell phone in the Facebook group and I said, if you have followed the rules and you got put in a bad situation, call me.
Right.
And nobody. And I did have one person say, hey, I had another person go around me and do a deal. And I was like, great. Did you have a contract? They're like, no.
Right.
I go, okay, I understand that. That's going to happen. Thank you for that. This is a different topic and we're handling it a different way. Hell yeah. Alex Salazar's got the perm. Yes. Look at Kirk, dude. I freaking love him.
He's the best.
Brett Flory says, I think they're afraid to call you personal. I don't know why they would. I'm a pretty friendly guy.
Yeah. The community is growing at such a fast pace that I just want to make sure that the community and your brand and your name and everything is protected, right? I think that perception sometimes is reality. And when people talk, like I just want to make sure that things like people aren't losing money. I think that is always going to be an inevitability of investing. Yeah. Right. And I love that you said that. You're like, I lost this much, but I made this much. And it's like, but some people don't, like, they might be so fearful that they're like, well, I don't want to do it. Right. And so I think that you can still invest properly and there's always going to be a risk and you have to understand that that is part of the process.
Yeah.
But I think that there still are like, I'm like a checklist person. I'm like, okay, did I do this? What does due diligence look like? Because everyone says do due diligence. You're like, well, what does that look like though for a new person? Because everyone's like, I just want to get my first deal. And they take people literally when they're like, fail forward. People told me to fail forward. And I'm like, but you don't do something that you feel in your gut is not right.
Yeah.
And always in hindsight. Right. And so that's just life and we learn our lessons. But if I could create a visual where it's like, okay, here's like your checklist.
Yes.
Right. Don't trust the wholesaler. You need to figure out how to comp the deal yourself, underwrite the deal yourself, or find someone else that could properly do it. Right.
Just so you know, I think the consensus about your permed hair is everybody loves it.
No, I'm not.
Personally, I love it. And I think a lot of other people are also saying that it's super hot.
Thank you.
Oh, look, see Kirk? He's like, I love
it. Kirk.
He's the best.
No, never.
Remix back to the perm.
No, it's like braces off, perm back on. No.
Yeah, why not?
No.
Change it up. Change it up.
Anyway, I appreciate you. If there's ever, I'm always gonna when you said that you get your stress that's like in the rhomboid area, that's where I carry my stress too. So I'm always like, how could I do a rhomboid stress-free, service of figuring out something?
That the private money lending thing would help. Here's the great thing is like all the people I named earlier, right? With all the amazing human beings we have in here, the leaders that we have in this community. One thing I actually was thinking about today. Okay. So when I was on the TV, this is a weird thought. Okay. But I had, visionaries have weird thoughts, just FYI for you non-visionaries. We have weird ideas that pop up. So I was thinking about the TV show, and for the TV show, I had Polo actually basically give me some clothes for the TV show. Okay. For season 2. And I was in my closet this year and I was like, oh, I got a lot of Polo clothes. And my constant thing that I just love wearing more than anything is my Subto community hoodie. It's like my favorite thing to wear. It's like wearing the community on the chest. And so I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a company And I'm going to have everybody in Subto be a part owner of this company. We'll do like once a quarter, I'll show people how to run financials and what books look like. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring somebody on that can design apparel. And I'm going to call it the community, like the brand is community. Kind of like Mark Wahlberg has a company called Municipal is his like clothing line. I'm like, we should have a clothing line called Community. And where like, there's actually a designer and I have somebody come out and make hats that women would actually wear, because women don't want to wear flat bill hats like this. This is very much a pace style. Hoodies that are other colors than black, right? Other types of shirts, other types of whatever. And so Carolyn says, I want to be on that. I have a degree in apparel design.
Yeah.
Carolyn, I don't know where you've been. Why didn't you bring this idea up to me? And essentially go to Subto students and go, hey, we'll show you guys how much this costs, where we source this, and then you come up with like limited design stuff only for the community. Like every quarter, it's like, hey, here's 3 new pieces for women. Here's 3 new pieces for men. And anyway, I just thought about doing that. But anyway,
That'd be fun. Yeah.
It would be fun. And then you have somebody in the community go, hey, here's the new stuff, and here's vote, and you vote on like new designs and whatever. But anyway, my reason for bringing that up is you take stress off my back every day. Like all the people you help, same thing with all the people, amazing people and all the names I've listed off. I see a bunch of them up here. Sam Singh, Justin Tumanowski, Angie Milanazzo. I see how often they're helping people so frequently. You guys have made my life so great, and you've made this community so great. And the best friends you have in life are the ones that somehow, some way, you don't talk every day, but you feel connected because you all are on the same mission to help people and to build a community that's, so beneficial to everybody. And so even though you don't talk to me every day, I feel you. I told you this last time I talked to you.
Yeah.
I said, I feel the ripple, right, of your caring. I feel you take action, you create, and you change lives, and the ripple comes over and touches my life. And I feel your vibrations all the time. And same thing with Sam Singh. I don't talk to Sam Singh every day. I just bought a deal from him recently, but I feel like I talk to him all the time. Justin Tumanowski, do him and I jump on the phone all the time? No, but I feel like I do. Right. And same thing with everybody else, like Kamahai and Tristan and Logan. And I actually got to hang out with Logan the other day. I took him up to Ken McElroy's office. That was really a special treat.
Saw that.
But like, I feel like I'm connected with everybody so much that I don't feel like we have to talk every day personally. And for that, I appreciate you. You guys are my best friends, and you have taken the vision of this community and carried the torch. And I appreciate everything that you do.
Sorry, Kirk just made a very inappropriate comment.
Tell me what he said, this dirty man.
He said, please don't vibrate my wife. That's
yes, that is your job. I love
we just want to like have you guys over for dinner, and like Kirk loves cooking.
What can he make for me?
Dude, what is your favorite dish? Like
anything Kirk makes.
No, he like sous vide, anything like hot dogs. No way. He's like an amazing cook. He grew up in the restaurant industry.
What's sous vide?
It's like you basically slow cook something in a bath of water. And so it's like really tender, and it retains the juice of the meat. It's so good. Like whatever.
Pamela Church says sous vides are awesome.
Yeah. Kirk could easily open up a restaurant. He's just got incredible creativity, and so we can't wait to move to Arizona and just like hang out with you guys more if possible, and just continue to serve. Right. I think that's really fun, is serving together.
Yeah.
We try to like just inspire people locally, like with our friends, to serve, and they're like, we're busy, we've got our own lives. I'm like, it's more fun to serve together.
Are you guys coming to the mastermind?
I will be. I think Kirk might have to, I don't know.
Can you do the cash flow game with us for a bit? Or the we're trying to develop it. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Molly really is excited about it, but like now I need to make everyone sign an NDA. Just kidding.
You should actually.
Yeah.
It's a freaking amazing game. When it showed up, I was like, there's no way somebody took this much time to put this much detail in this game. And it turns out you did. It's pretty sick.
It's in its phases. So we have Jay, your artist, that
Yeah.
painted your mural. We're having him do different phases. But it's going to be really amazing because Kirk, he thrives in playing board games. And so like in order, again, right, it's like the tangibility of something. And so he actually played it with a bunch of people in December. And it was really fun. And I think Daryl beat everyone, Daryl Ellison. But yeah, I think it'll be a really fun way to like teach kids about creative finance, right? And like we have different versions of like multifamily will be like version 2, right? And
Yeah.
it'll be, yeah. We're excited. But thank
Rafa
you.
Escobedo. I didn't say Rafa Escobedo's name. Thank you, Rafa. He's
Rafa.
been doing the newbie Zoom on Mondays and doing new student Q&As. Thank you for that, Rafa.
He's got a great heart too.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And I love how he figured out, he like started compounding, getting a bunch of deals, and just love watching him do his thing. So, Elena, you're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. When you guys get to Arizona, we'd love to have, you guys will have to cook at your house because it's like your spot and like your utensils and stuff. But we'd love to come over and hang out and do some double dates.
Love it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Okay, Jose, I was going to call on you before, but you weren't in your chair, but now you're in your chair. So now I get a call on you. What's up, dog? How you doing?
Hey, Pace. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great, man. What do you got for me today?
Well, I just realized that I paid off Subto this month and also got my first Subto deal in the same month.
Amazing, dude.
Yeah.
Where's the deal?
It's in Orlando, Florida. It's
what are you doing with it?
Foreclosure. Well, you spent the first like 15 minutes bashing my plan, but we're gonna flip it. We got it for about 50 cents on the dollar, and I have a ton of renovation experience. So basically, it's gonna be my friends and I that rehab it.
I love it. So you're gonna do a subtail deal.
We're gonna do a subtail deal, yeah.
What was I saying that I bashed it?
You were saying
high deals at 30-40% on of ARV.
Yeah, but you were also saying like headaches and stress and all of that.
Well, Jose, bro, let's me and you talk man to man. Okay, nobody else is here. Okay, there's not 400 people in Zoom and 600 people on YouTube. Okay, just me and you.
Gotcha,
bro. You know construction, and I know construction. So if anybody's going to do flips, it should be you and it should be me. Because not only do you know how to handle contractors, you are somewhat of a contractor and you can go do this work yourself with you and your friends. Yeah. Bro, you don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Other people that are like brand new, I think what I get fearful of is they go do their first deal ever. Like they've never touched a house. They've never installed a toilet. They don't know how to hang curtains. And they're like, I'm going to go do a flip. It's like, no, please don't. Unless you have in fact, Jose, I would send people to you in Orlando and go, yo, Jose has construction experience. Go do your flip with him, because the hardest part of a flip is always going to be the construction, which you've got that part figured out.
It's funny because I actually, so when I first started calling agents, I was just calling and scribbling notes in notepads. And then I realized I needed a CRM just for me to stay organized. And I realized that a lot of people didn't have that organization. So I invited other students to use my CRM. And
that's amazing.
And I was telling them that I have a ton of renovation experience because I renovated a 360 unit with my cousin. Gerardo, he got the contract for a 360 unit and also a roughly 240 unit. We did the interior renovations on.
Damn.
Yeah, it was super.
You sound like Justin Tumanowski doing all big old renovation size, dude. That's bad. That's big.
Yeah, it wasn't my company, but I was like site managing and hands-on.
Are you doing primarily? Are you doing primary agent outreach?
Yeah, doing agent outreach.
So the Zoom you did for the students was to show them your organization on direct to agent outreach in your CRM. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I invited them to use the CRM, and then I was doing Zooms to walk them through how I use it and how I set it up. And then I just told them if we get any deals that they can just bring the deal and I'll fund it and I will renovate it and I'll still treat them as a partner and they'll be like on, they'll be a part of the entire process. So they'll learn how it works.
I love it. I love it. What are you gonna do to Kevin says, Jose, this is unreal. How can we get you in front of the Subto community again in a Zoom that does this again and you talk about this?
I mean, I get up super early so that I can get home and I have basically between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday through Friday that I work on this. So any time in there, I can make time.
Okay, email Melissa at Subto and say, hey, Pace wants me to do a Zoom about my CRM. If you don't mind.
Sure. It's not fancy.
Bro, people need less fancy shit. In fact, call it the not fancy CRM. People that, worrying about their CRM, bro, we need simple. Have you seen how stupid I am?
I don't believe it.
Bro, I'm dumb. Okay, I'm so dumb. No fancy, no bells and whistles. Just give me basics. David Marsh is in here. Him and his wife are great leaders too. Good to see you, David. Good to see you, bro. So reach out to Melissa. Let her know that. Okay. Nina Shoup. Nina Shoup. Here's a good example. Nina Shoup just went through a really bad situation with a contractor. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. Like people that are just starting out and you're going to go do a flip, make sure you're JVing with somebody who has experience on the deal. If it's a flip every time, make sure. Okay. Jose, what else can I do for you today, bro? I appreciate you wanting to help out with the community on the CRM stuff.
I have an interesting situation.
Tell me about it.
For you, if you still want to call. I mean, I know you've been here for 9 hours.
Sure. What do you got?
It's so it's a non-market.
So you want me to call an agent?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to, but the seller is the seller's a landlord and a tired landlord. The property is being rented way under market rents, so it's being rented at $850, and market rents are over $2,000. So a similar house is rented for $2,300, or at least it's recently listed on Zillow for $2,350. It's in a great neighborhood. It's walking.
What's the bunnies? Tell me the bunnies, bro. I don't care if it's a good neighborhood or bad neighborhood. Tell me the bunnies. What's the situation?
Yeah, the bunnies is that the bunnies are great. There's a hoarder in the house, and they're paying way under market rent. So the house stinks. They have like 9 animals in there.
Okay, so the landlord is like, I want to sell this. Okay, how long has it been on the market?
I can tell you right now.
Because I won't call agents unless there's the listing's been past 100 days.
Well, it's definitely not past 100 days.
Yeah, that's your number. Your number one problem is if you don't have an agent motivated past 100 days, you could be the greatest negotiator on planet Earth, but if it's like 10 days, 20 days, right, 30 days, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's 38. It's 38 days. The agent called me on Saturday.
Yeah.
And tried to get me to go look at the house and then buy it without the inspection period. And I told them that I'd give them a bigger earnest deposit and a shorter inspection period. And then after that conversation on Saturday, he stopped answering. Huh?
What price would you have to buy it at?
220 was, I made an offer for 210 and they didn't get back to me. So then I waited like 5 days and I replied and I said I'd go up to 220. And they called me back that same day. They told me that they're seriously considering my offer. And And then we had that conversation. He was kind of pushing me to get it without an inspection period. And I told him that I needed the inspection period, that I could make it a 3-day inspection period. I just wanted to get in with my partner and look at it.
Mm.
And then he hasn't answered me since Saturday. He didn't like that, I guess.
Well, he could, he has other deals going on. It is only Monday. Agents, if you were on the call earlier, agents are not the most responsible human beings on the planet. Sorry, agents. The unicorn agents are good. Angie Milanazzo, I think she knows by now that I'm not talking about her. She is the unicorn agent. Okay. Catching up most likely, or just coming off a bender, maybe. Shelly says, we know you don't mean us. Thank you, Shelly. I appreciate that. Here's what I would do. If I were you, I would go on. Is Keanu doing his sales training tonight, or did he cancel it because of my long Zoom? Oh, he canceled it. Damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I usually don't want to do these Zooms because I don't want people canceling their other community Zoom. So I forgot. I forgive. I'm very sorry. Everything got canceled today? Even the East Coast and West Coast Daily Dial? Damn it.
Everyone wants to hear from you, Pace. We had a little team Zoom that we canceled because the whole team was on here.
Oh, dude, I'm so sorry, guys.
No, man, it's awesome.
Has it been a good day hanging out?
Yeah.
Who's excited about Bo, the multifamily underwriter? You excited about that, Jose?
The underwriter?
Yeah, Bo, the underwriter. You excited about him being available like 6 hours a day every day?
I went to go pick up my kids from school and then take my son to jujitsu. So I missed that part.
I hired a guy named Bo for like 15 grand a month to just be available to underwrite deals for you guys all day long, right?
I remember when you were looking for someone, but that's awesome.
Yeah, we found him. He's been he put together a little mini course so that you guys can go through the mini course. And then he's going to be available starting tomorrow, 4 hours a day. And then within 2 weeks, he'll go up to 6 hours a day. Where is his course? It'll get released to Subto probably in a week or so, but don't wait for it. Just his Zooms start tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, which is 6 a.m. Arizona time to 8 a.m. Okay. And then he'll go here. Let me tell you what time so you guys could just know. So starting tomorrow, you guys, this is both for cash and creative deals, both single family homes and multifamily homes. He's also good at storage, underwriting storage units and commercial. Okay. Got it. Everybody understand? Okay. And he's going to start going live at 9 a.m. Eastern time, to 11 a.m. Eastern time. Wow, I just butchered that. 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Okay, and then he's going to go again. So that's 6 a.m. Arizona time to 8 a.m. Arizona time. And then he's going again. What was it? 12 noon. I think that's what it is. Yeah, 12 noon Arizona. Okay, yeah. So he'll be 12 noon to 2 Arizona time. I should just do Arizona time. Forget about all the other stuff. So Arizona time. So if you guys have deals, you need somebody to underwrite or comp, this will be available for the next 2 weeks, 4 hours a day. Okay, then it's going to go to 6 hours a day, and he's going to start certifying people. The whole goal is to certify you guys in underwriting and comping yourselves.
Wow.
Okay, makes sense?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, that'd be good. Then, sorry about the sales stuff, but if I were you, you don't want me calling an agent, especially for 33 days on the market. There's no motivation.
Yeah, that's okay. No
You want me to
worries.
call him?
It's up to you. I kind of I try not to stress it because for me, I'm still newer to this, so I get to the point where I'm like taking in leads, and then I'll get a couple that look like I'm close. And then I obsess over them for a little bit. So I'm at a point now where I'm trying not to obsess over those. Just let them kind of play out.
You got the one-itis I used to have.
Yeah.
You spend all your time.
Think of you. I hear your voice in my head, and I remind myself that that's one-itis.
Yeah, you got one-itis. I had it for about a year. Anybody else ever struggle with one-itis? You just focus on one lead, and then you realize, like, I'm pushing too hard on this one lead. The best thing I can do is go generate more leads, and then magically this lead pops up, and it's like, okay, I'm ready to negotiate, and you didn't actually have to do anything. You just had to wait, right? So that's why I'm like, man, if the agent is being a weirdo, I think the best thing you could do with your time is just go generate more leads.
Great.
Plus, I only have an hour and 20 minutes, and I want to hear from all the people up here. I only have Sam Singh, Tanisha, Jeff Smith, and Josh Duke on the list of people that I'm gonna get put in the drawing for the Ed Milet giveaway. So,
hey Pace, thanks for letting me talk, even though I left. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for everything you do.
Jose, email Melissa. Let's get you on a CRM Zoom, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Tiffany Doro says, Pace, I would love to have you call my seller. I have 2 that are over 267 days. I've talked to them once and moved the needle, then let it simmer for 2 months, but need a closer to get over the finish line, bumping the balloon down and the interest rate from 10 to 6. Holy shiz. Your seller wants 10% interest, Tiffany? That's good, man. It's really good. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate you. Angie Milanazzo, patience. Look how patient she was. I know. How did you hang out with me for all day long? You've been working, I imagine.
I was off and on here, but you do have another person to add for the Ed Milet.
I know. I'm trying to wait. That's why. Tell me. Give me a story.
Okay. Well, so I have a couple of them.
You know what's the craziest thing about Angie, guys? Just so you know, she has her lipstick, her fingernails, and her shirt matching. She does this every day, by the way. She's on point. Okay. Okay. Tell me about the deal we're gonna put you in the entry for.
Okay. So first off, we were on a Zoom and you had said, you need an integrator, hire somebody. So I found somebody, which is Rachel Swartz.
Oh, I love Rachel.
Yes. And so we've got a deal that we closed. And so she'll have her first deal with me being closed.
Hold on. Do I not just get credit for this?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. So I pushed you on the integrator, which you guys definitely need.
Yes.
Rachel came in and helped. You guys, where did the lead come from?
The Elephant Challenge.
Don't tell people about the Elephant Challenge. They think it's a fake. It's fake.
Oh, no, it is not fake. Far from fake. We're doing so many deals. That's why. And I've helped a lot of people close deals. And I don't know who's sub 2 and who's not, but Rachel is mastermind sub 2. So today I just went and wrote checks. So she'll be getting her first check with us closing a deal together.
Yes.
Yeah. And then
what's the deal? Is it a cash deal or a creative deal? What is it?
No, it was a creative. All of our deals are creative.
Hey, where's Dom? Let me see Dom.
Dom is in the other room. You got to go grab him.
Who's the man speaking right now?
Dylan,
come over here and say hi, bro. What are you doing?
Dylan.
What up, Pace?
Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Dylan, what do you do for the team?
I basically am the brains.
He's the brain.
Bro, that was genius, bro. You came in. I'm the brains. Dom, what's up, bro?
What's up? I was in my office on my computer.
Am I going to see you in a couple of days?
What are we gonna
do? For the book signing.
Oh yeah, we already got that all taken care of, man.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
It's gonna be dope, man. It's a cool venue too, so cool place to hang out.
I really appreciate it. It'll be our first Denver meetup.
Yeah, that's why we want it to be special. Make sure it's right.
Thank you.
Everybody
Thank
come.
you.
Yep. And we have a park too if we have to overflow. So we have a large park next door.
Bro, even if it's 10 people show up, I just want to hang out with you guys.
Well, as of last week, there was already almost 100. So.
Oh, damn. All right. So Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, we know how to throw parties.
We're party throwers.
I mean, how wild was Dom coming up in the game?
It was pretty wild.
We both were.
Yeah, we're both pretty crazy. That's why we have a network, because we talk to everybody. You know, that talk to people, that I've been doing that since I was a kid, man.
You're
I
like,
talk to
Brent
people.
Daniels stole that from me.
He did, man. I should
He
have
said
coined
that.
it.
He said it.
Okay, so this deal, this creative deal, what state is it in?
So will the one with Rachel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Springs.
Colorado Springs.
All right.
Colorado Springs.
And what did we do with the deal?
We wrapped it.
We wrapped it.
What?
Yes.
We bought it for $2,500 and then wrapped it to someone that brought 30,000.
I'm so proud. I'm so proud of you guys.
Yeah.
It's like this shit works.
Oh, right.
You just got to keep going, man, because there's a lot of roadblocks and a lot of bad things, but it's all good because it's all for you. So it's been a bumpy road, but it's smooth and it's starting to get smoother. Or we're
Hold on. Let's walk through this. I want to walk through this. This is good. Hold on just a second. This is gonna be good. Hold on. So you're telling me that you guys go and do a Subto deal in Colorado Springs. So let's give everybody a visual. So what happens is once a month we do this thing called Elephant Challenge, where I just get, essentially what I do is I get me and the Subto community all together on a big Zoom, and we help the people in the free Facebook group. We call them the baby elephants. And the people in the free Facebook group then go and rely on the Subto students for help. And Angie and Dom are amazing leaders in that Elephant Challenge. So what happens is one of these people brings you guys a deal in Colorado Springs that ends up being a house where you give a seller $2,500 to walk away from their mortgage, buy it Subto. You then go, all right, well, let's go open up escrow. And the title company says, all right, well, who's going to be the buyer? And you guys go, oh, well, we're not going to be the buyers. We're actually going to go and find a wrap buyer that has $30,000. And that $30,000 gets wired to title. That's where the seller's $2,500 comes from. The closing costs are paid for by this end buyer. And you guys end up walking away with how much money?
What's the total?
So it will, 30,000 minus the 2,500
And closing costs. So
in closing costs.
So probably about 22 grand.
Yeah.
Holy shit. $22,000 on a wrap. Plus you guys are getting monthly cash flow on this deal or what?
Yep.
How much?
Just a couple $100.
Just a couple $100.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
But do you have to fix any toilets?
Nope.
No.
Nothing.
Do you have to worry about tenants?
Nope. That's 200 out the door.
What if the property taxes go up and you guys have to worry about that?
Nope. It's all of them.
Oh my gosh, guys, this is the beautiful thing about a wrap. Look at you guys. You guys are the shit.
We're the shit today.
Look at you.
Yeah.
$22,000 you guys just created out of thin air, plus a couple of $100 in passive income, which is awesome. Right down the road from you guys.
Yep.
Now, Rachel Schwartz helped out with this. So how much did she make? A couple grand, or what'd she make?
Yeah, she'll make 10%.
Wow. So she got $2,200 on this, or $3 grand.
Well, after all expenses and everything, I don't remember what it comes out to, but it's like
Couple grand.
and probably.
I love it. Freaking love it. Baby elephant got paid on it.
Yep.
You guys got paid on it.
Yep.
I freaking love it.
Yeah.
And Rachel Schwartz's first rap deal.
Yeah.
Her first deal, huh?
No. With us.
With us, yeah. We love Rachel, by the way. She's my boss. She keeps me in line, man. Because I say yes, 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 and I'm all over the place. And she's like, nope, we got to get on a call. Nope, we got to get on a Zoom. Nope, we got to do this. I'm like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, you needed that, bro.
I need it because I'm all over the place.
You know what's great about Angie though is Angie's kind of a mix between the two.
Yeah, she is. She absolutely.
She's like a perfect mix between an integrator and a visionary. She's on like both sides of the spectrum. Do you agree with that, Angie?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do.
It depends on the day, but you're high energy.
Yes, very much so.
You guys are like what volcanoes are made of. Like you and Dom are just like two ingredients to create a volcano of energy.
Yeah, that's why we had some, our trials of our marriage in the past, and we had to fix everything.
Oh,
But-
I'm sure it's always easy, right?
Oh God, no. I mean, everybody, oh, God,
It was
no.
hard.
I mean, everybody sees it like, oh, it's all great and perfect, but no, I mean, it's really good now, right? But we've had a lot of trials and issues in the past, and we still have those things going on. We just get past them quicker and know how to identify them faster.
Okay, so here's my problem I have, okay? Angie, Dom, Rachel. I have one seat on this plane. Jamil has the other seat. There's 12 seats on this private jet. If you guys get chosen, right? I've got here's the names I've got on here. I got Sam Singh, Tanisha, Jeff Smith, Josh Duke. Okay, just helped out Kyle Robichaux. That's the only cash deal that was on here. I know Josh Duke's helped out hundreds of people doing creative deals, but that Josh Duke's a mastermind student, Jeff Smith, Tanisha, Sam Singh. Whose name am I putting right here?
Ooh.
Okay, ready?
Ooh.
Oh.
Angie Milanazzo. Okay, there you go.
She can't work out with Ed though. I can. See, look at that.
Bro, I don't think Ed could keep up with you, dog.
I doubt it. He's a big dude.
Straight up, I bet you could take Ed down.
I probably could take him down. Yeah. I understand.
You could.
That's what I do, man. I'm a grappler, so I probably could take him down.
Ooh, Alan Knowles is in here. What's up, bro? How you doing? Dom, we love you, dude. You're the best. Angie, if you win, you're going. You can make it, right?
Yeah, I can make it.
Okay, I'll fly. If you win, I'll fly you down to. I'll fly you either to Salt Lake or to Denver. To the private jet. You'll get on the private jet. Go hang out. Come back. I'll fly you from Dallas back up to Denver. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great. But I have one more story.
Okay, tell me.
So from the Elephant Challenge, there is a Subto student that we submitted an offer to you and Abraham. It's a place in Atlanta, or it's like 20 minutes from Atlanta, Tucker, Georgia.
Did I buy it?
Well, I just submitted it to you today, but this would be Kyle's first deal to close on if we sell it.
Okay.
And it's a creative deal.
Kyle Robichaux?
No, Kyle Hilkin.
Okay. And it's a Subto deal.
Yeah.
And it's 20 minutes from Atlanta.
Yep.
What's the entry?
41K.
No.
Right?
No. I'll break it down like high level. So it's a 2.5 conventional, but he's got a 15-year AM. The home ARV is probably 500 plus. He's willing to sell it to us around 390. He's got 10K in arrears and he wants around 10K in his pocket. And then he has.
You guys have it under contract?
Not yet, no.
Well, we were going to, but we changed our mind, and then I was like,
the only
well,
exit strategy that would work is a pad split.
a pad split, but it needs a little bit of work too.
Okay. Is there a way you can text that address to me real quick? Or did you email it to the Pace and Dom or Pace and Abraham thing?
Yep. I did to the Pace and Abraham.
Just shoot him a text.
But I'll shoot you a text.
Hey Shub, is Tucker a pretty dope spot or what? He says it's coming up. Well, it's coming up when we go in there and start buying a property.
Value's going to instantly
It's a
go
cool
up.
house.
It's a nice house.
Yeah.
By the way, we do like 95% creative. So I know you were going through those earlier and seeing what's creative, what's cash, but we're like 95% now.
Yeah.
We try to stay away from cash. So whoever wants cash deals, we find them. We'll work something out and send them your way.
Oh, I love it. All this deal talk, Brad Lewis says, all this deal talk is getting me excited to land my first deal.
Yeah. Join the Elephant Challenge.
Yeah. Join the Elephant Challenge. Jump on somebody's team. Okay. Jump on somebody's team. Also, Dawn Walker got her first deal just the other day. I bought it from her. She got her first deal, creative finance, Subto. I bought it from the Elephant Challenge. Great leader. Okay. I want to buy a deal in Atlanta today. Like what the freak? Are you guys reluctant to get under contract because somebody hasn't committed to it or what?
Why, Dylan? Why did you guys say
The 15-year AM like is tough, and then it needs some work. So the only exit strategy I think is a pad split, and we've never done a pad split.
Okay, send it. You guys, can you send it to my email too? Because my team might say no to that on the all the weird stuff, but I'll do a pad split in Atlanta all day long. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like 2,700 square feet. So
awesome.
Yeah, it's a cool little house. It's a cool house.
That's like the size of your guys' guest house.
Our future one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm manifesting for you, dog.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we did just go under contract on a $1.8 million home.
Cash.
For yourselves?
No, we're selling it.
We're selling it.
What are you doing?
It's a buddy of mine that selling his house. So we actually
on your retail side.
Yeah, on the retail side.
Love it.
And then bought him $1 million house, so like a $3 million deal.
Hey, Brandon. Brandon Smith says, "What is a pad split?" Subto students, go into the vault. One of the best Zooms we've ever done was like 2 weeks ago. Did you like that, Angie?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it got me so pumped. I'm like, I want to buy really shitty deals right now just to pad split them.
Yeah. Everything she sees, she's like, pad split.
Hey, I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna jump over. I got to go through like 6. I want to get through at least all the way. I have an hour. I'm gonna see if I can get all the way to Eddie Marin.
Cool.
Love you guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Pace.
Amazing leaders. Tom, what's up, dog? What do you got for me? Tell me all about it. You're muted. Tom, tell people how long you've been waiting to chat.
Hey, how you doing?
Really good.
Hey, excited. It's my first week. Subs 2 students. Just watched your intro video, so I'm excited to make a bunch of mistakes and learn from them.
Good, dude. Me too. I every day I make mistakes. I'm going to tell you guys a secret. This whole day I have not been wearing pants, and it doesn't matter. Just go make mistakes all day long. Tom, what market are you in?
Phoenix. I'm in Mesa, Arizona.
So you're like two miles away from me?
Yeah, I think so.
What are your cross streets?
Howard University.
Howard University. I'm on, damn, you're really close to me.
Let's go.
I'm on Val Vista and McKellips.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like around that Alta Mesa area.
Kind of. Yeah. I'm in the Orange Groves area, which is like 2 miles to the west.
Oh,
really close to Alta Mesa.
Yeah.
Alta Mesa is like between you and me.
Right.
Bro, what do you got for me today?
Okay.
And are you coming to the meetups? You going to do a deal with me? What's up?
I want all of it, man. So I'm looking to buy my first property. That's what got me into this. I have a deal, and I just would want to maybe get a little help with it.
Let's go. What do you got?
Okay. Out-of-state owner. She has a rental in Mesa. She lives in California. She's a little bit older. She's done creative deals. I've been, following up with her for about a year. Finally, she's like, I'm ready to sell. I said, would you take terms? She said, well, what kinds? So what she wants is a $1,500 a month payment to her, including her mortgage.
Okay, is she on a cash for a cash flow? She has no payment, or she has a mortgage?
She has an $80,000 mortgage.
Okay, so she wants us to pay her mortgage plus $1,500.
Not plus,
including.
Including.
And can you can you send me a private message?
Yeah.
Do you know how to do that?
No. Right, there we go.
Yeah, and click on chat with me, and then give me the address real quick. Oh, all right. Let's see. I better be doing a deal today with you right now, Tom.
Now this was what gave me a little hesitancy. It's on an ARM. She has an 8, so it's on the tax records. It'll say a 95, but she's down to 82,000. It's an ARM, and she's at currently 5% interest. When I read it though, it can go up to 8.5. and it can't jump more than 2 percentage points a year. So I
Okay.
do know that she spoke to her bank, and for the next 12 months, it's going to stay at that same 5% interest rate.
Okay, this is a cute little. This is a newer house.
I mean, relative. I think it's like 15 or 20.
Are you sure that's the right address? 85209.
Yeah.
Okay.
The year built was it 04?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So she wants a payment for $1,500
Yeah.
total.
Yeah. And I'm seeing ARV. There's a model match that closed 30 days ago for 365.
Okay.
So that's what I have as ARV. We haven't locked up a price yet, but she's, she knows that she'll take a little bit less, but I'm thinking like around 325.
Okay. So 325 purchase price. What cash does she want down?
So at first she wanted a down payment. And then when I walked the property, took photos, I was like, man, like I want to give you a down payment, but I've been saving up all my money. I also need to fix this home needs 15,000, 20,000 work. And she then agreed that she would just let me, like, pretty much all my down payment go to rehabbing it. So she's wanting like 0 to 5K to her.
Bro, I'll sell the deal to me. I'll pay you an assignment fee. Save your money for the next deal.
Well, I want to move into this. I'm renting.
Oh, you want to move into it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I can't help you. Just kidding. That's easy. Yeah, that's an easy deal. I don't know why you wouldn't do that deal.
I guess what I'm struggling, and I'll get through more of it, is do I just do a wrap on this?
No, you do a hybrid. So you take over a sub-2 and you create her second position note. Okay. Reach out to Molly, Tom.
Okay.
Okay. Molly's my transaction coordinator. Just say, hey, Molly, paste it. I'll have Molly do the transaction for you for free.
Okay.
But you have to promise that you'll sell me a deal in the future and stop trying to hoard deals. Just because you're new doesn't mean you can hoard all the deals, dude.
I want to do deals with you for sure.
Yeah. So reach out to Molly. She'll do all the paperwork for you, but this is a hybrid deal. So take over a property sub-2, create a second note and deed of trust for her equity. And essentially Molly will structure it. So whatever the payment is to the mortgage, the rest of it gets serviced and goes to her for her seller finance portion.
Okay. So let's just call it, that mortgage is $800 a month, whatever. So we're going to pay her, $700, whatever.
Yep. So what Molly will do is she'll go through our title company. They'll set up a servicing agreement. So the servicer will take the $1,500 out of your bank account every month, and the servicer will distribute the money where it's supposed to go on a monthly basis.
And then I guess the caveat is I want to just pay her this, for like 30 years or whatever.
Yeah.
But the objection that I think is coming is like, well, I'm a little bit older, Tom. I just want to make sure all my family's set in place. Like, could we just do maybe a balloon payment in 5 years?
Yeah. I mean, in 5 years, bro, here's the thing. Interest rates are going to come back down a little bit, not a lot, but probably between 4.5% and 5.5%. The property will be worth probably $425 in 5 years. So what do you care if she wants a 5-year balloon? What you do is you do a balloon extension clause. Okay. You're new, so you haven't gotten to some of this stuff. But what you tell her is you say, hey, no problem. I can give you a 5-year balloon. But if the property is not worth 20% more than what I bought, actually, if you bought it for $325, dude, there's no reason you shouldn't be doing a 5-year balloon. But a balloon extension clause basically states, and Molly can help you with this as well, is it states that if you can't refinance the property in 5 years because let's say the market tumbles or something bad happens, then the balloon would automatically extend another term, which would be another 5 years.
Okay. I should go for like a 10-year balloon though, right? Like go as far as I can, or
what do you care? You got a great purchase price on it. You're overthinking it. Just give the lady what she needs. She's old. Just take care of her.
Okay. I guess I am overthinking it.
You are overthinking. Dude, I'll buy this deal from you right now if you don't move into this.
Well, they were just like, when I was doing some trainings, they were just like, don't do balloon payments. And I was like, okay.
The problem is you can't, here's the thing. It's Mesa in a newer subdivision right by the freeway. You're buying it $50,000 under ARV. The lady's going to give you almost no money down. You already have equity when you buy the deal. You're going to do you're probably going to paint this thing yourself. You're going to do some of the work yourself, right? You have to understand, don't get into a balloon that's going to cause you an issue. If you understand, like Tanisha is saying, she says, you have to understand the balloon and your exit. You're going to live in the house. Okay? Yeah. And also at the time, when we did the training, I wasn't teaching people to do the balloon extension for some reason, but do the balloon extension and there's no reason you can't do a balloon.
Fair enough. And the quote, when you said the extension, if it would extend another term, that's always 5 years unless written.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. And guess who writes up all the paperwork for this?
Is that Molly?
That's Molly.
Let's go.
This is the beautiful thing. You never have to worry. In sub 2, you'll never have to worry about doing paperwork in your life. There's all these knuckleheads who are like, I'm going to join Pace's mentorship because I want to learn how to do the paperwork. Yeah, that's not what we do here. There's TCs here that help you just do all the paperwork for you. It's like a kind of an a la carte, like awesome service. So Molly, we normally charge for people to do it with Molly because Molly's my personal TC, but you're in Mesa. I'd love to get you this deal, have you move in it. Great story. And then immediately you can stop gobbling up all the deals for yourself and share one of them with me.
I will.
Okay.
Give me 30 days and I'll be selling you another deal for sure.
Why so long, dog?
I don't want to bite off more than I can chew.
Yeah. Good job, bro. Really good job. Reach out to Molly at pacemorby.com and just say, hey, Molly, new sub 2 student. I've got a deal. Pace says that you guys will take care of it for free. Here's what I want you to do. Molly will probably do this on Pace studies and talk about how she did the paperwork on the Pace study Zooms on Wednesdays. And so a lot of students will get a lot of value out of watching her set up the balloon extension clause, et cetera.
Okay. Awesome, man. Really appreciate you guys.
So really crappy mentorship, dude. Are you sure you joined the right mentorship?
Man, it's crazy. It took me a year to make the jump to
because you thought I was a scammer?
Not that. It was just limiting beliefs. Not like, oh, Pace is a scammer. It's just all up here. Like, you already called me an overthinker. You'd notice that.
Yeah, it's all good. I get it, dude. When I first jumped into like mentorships and stuff, I was also like anti-paying for people. Are you LDS?
No, I get that a lot.
Not. So like I'm LDS, and we just like grow up thinking, just do it all yourself. Learn to do it all yourself. And so I had a really hard time going, wait, so I'm going to pay somebody to teach me to do something? Now I'm just like, who can I pay to solve this problem for me? Took a while. So you were in the same boat as I was.
Yeah, man, I love it. This is incredible value I've gotten in 4 days. It's unheard.
Think about the people that have been in here 3 years, dog. Like you see all these people that are leaders in here. Like we met you. I know their families. I know their stories. I know the last deal they did, all that kind of stuff. And you get people in here changing lives like Justin Tuminowski, who's up next. He's on all the way in New England. Is that what you guys call it? It's where Bigfoot lives. Wherever Bigfoot lives, that's where Tuminowski is. In fact, their logo for the New England Sub 2 crew is like Bigfoot with a Sub 2 logo. It's so freaking great. So, Tom, I look forward to seeing you as a leader, man, helping people out and going through this stuff. So also start going to the Sub 2 meetups on Saturdays here in Arizona.
I will.
Okay. Kevin Cho, get with Kevin Cho on those and make sure you show up to those. Oh, look at Tuminowski. He's got the Bigfoot on his screen right there. All right, Tom, is that all you needed?
Yeah, that's everything I needed. Appreciate you. If there's any other like new students in Arizona, I'd love to link up with you and help and start giving as much as I can. So that's it, man. Thank you.
Good work, brother. Good work. Pretty spectacular. Pretty spectacular. Tuminowski, I need to put your name on this list, dog. What do you got for me?
How are you? Thank you so much.
Dude, your guys' Creative Elite event looked dope.
It was surprisingly better than I even anticipated, right? We all have the limiting beliefs, right? And we all looked around, we're like, holy moly, this is amazing. This is awesome. So thank you so much for allowing that to manifest your dream, manifest into all of our dreams. And those are all my best friends now.
If my dream is for you to be the leader that you were always meant to be, then there's no reason to thank me, dude. Thank you, dude. You're amazing.
Till my dying day, you have it. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now,
No,
I
it was
know you
great.
help a lot of people do deals too, Manowski, but what story do you got for me? Give me a story.
I have a cool one. So the last one you know about is Maj. And you've already talked about it. That was a cool one. But there's one that I actually spoke about at this event that we just had. And it's all sub two. I call it like the star-studded sub two deal. It's in the Poconos, which resulted into 2 deals. And this is the power of community. So I get a phone call from Steve Herring in New York. He's an amazing wholesaler. He's in sub two, but he's never done a creative deal. So, I just talk about this one story, how I say, listen, he's called me on a whim. We've never spoken before. He got my information probably from the Zoom. And he said, hey man, do you have 10 minutes? There's construction involved. It's creative involved. I need some help.
That's like a Tumanowski special right there.
That is a
dog.
Tumanowski orgy right there. So sorry. So I gave him, 45 minutes on a Thursday night, pacing around my office and just doing my thing. And next thing you know, I'm like, hey bro, just let me know how you make out, and all the power to you. Gave him some advice. Well, he got a home inspection, fast forward. He's like, oh dude, I wanted this property so bad, but it's so much work. Do you mind looking at the home inspection? And sorry to drag this on, guys, but we went to the home inspection together, and he's like, this is too much for me. I just can't do this much work. I've done maybe 1 or 2 flips, very easy. I said, okay. And I never even looked at the deal in depth that much. I said, all right, I think I can buy this one. Like, what are you doing with it? He's like, I'll wholesale it. And I'll save you all the gravy. But he ended up going from a wholesale 25,000 assignment to now he's a partner in equity, cash flow, learning construction, learning short-term rental business. To now we just did an on-site tour where I set up all the construction, set up all the demo. We had a raccoon in a ceiling, get everything situated, to then someone seeing our social media that we're there saying, I want to do a deal with sub 2 students. I'm a wholesaler, brand new. I have a deal right around the corner. And we locked up another deal that same weekend I was there. But I always say this, guys, community. CJ was there. You've met CJ. He's trying to get in on this, he's absorbing, he's around the campfire. And I said, CJ, if we would have went 1 week before, 1 week after, or we just said, you know what, we're not going to go at all. We'll just do this remotely. We have never gotten this second deal.
Right.
We just got, and this thing is a turnkey. So Steve got his first deal.
It's funny. The one that has all the construction brought you a deal that's basically has no construction.
And I'm like, I go, what am I going to do here? Am I bringing any value to this? Of course I am, but I love that. But Pace, it's true. But the trip is the community showing up. I wouldn't I'm pinching myself going, this is the shit that's working. Show up.
I was on a run to Manowski the other day, and I was like, if I could give everybody the secret and they would all catch the secret, they would all win. And you, above so many other people that are even crushing and doing a great job, you have really figured it out, which is, let me help people do deals to inspire people to do deals. Let me help people do deals so that those deals inspired people to do deals. That's essentially what you're doing. And it's creating this absolute amazing vortex in the whole Northeast, and you're creating energy. I mean, you got people coming down from Maine and New Hampshire and coming to, like, the whole entire New England crew comes together,
Florida.
hangs out.
Yeah.
It is so cool how I feel FOMO when I see you guys hanging out with each other.
Yeah, we love that. Because yes, we want people to do the same thing. We want people to have love on each other and rent houses together. That's what we're doing. We're just.
What's that big deal is? What city is that in?
The Poconos, East Stroudsburg.
I feel like you're telling, these are cities in Egypt, right?
I know. I said the same thing. I go, I've heard of the Poconos. I go, where is it?
I'm like thinking, is that I have to have a passport to get there?
Pennsylvania, and it's where all the New Yorkers go for their experience in the mountains. They're a ski resort. They're in New Hampshire, essentially. So it's like an hour and a half away from New York City.
So for you, how are you guys getting down there? You guys drove all the way down there?
CJ and I rolled in 4.5 hours.
I feel like I saw this on your Instagram stories.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, 100%. I've been traveling the whole month of April, just living my pace life.
How's it going with Ted Miller? How are you guys doing?
He's amazing. He's in Florida right now. He's heading back. We just signed 2 deals today, and we're just hacking away, just doing it.
The funniest freaking thing with Ted Miller. Oh my gosh. The deal with Ted Miller.
That was Fayetteville, right?
That was Fayetteville. This is what I'm talking about. Doing deals with people to inspire people to do deals with more people. That's what you and I are doing. Basically, 2 brothers on 2 opposite sides of the country. Just boom, 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 boom. I see everybody. We've listed this all over. Medium Wave Dave, all the way over there. You got Chad Glover all the way down. Boom, boom. David Marsh, Sam Singh, all these, Eddie Marin, all these amazing. Oh my gosh, this is like the freaking coolest thing. This was 2 years ago. Ted Miller's first deal. He comes in and he says, I've got a wholesaler that dropped this lady in a bad situation. And she's sleeping on her house in a sleeping bag because he locked her up in a cash transaction at retail price. Stupid wholesaler learning on YouTube, right? Not knowing what he's doing, no connection to community, people actually helping and doing deals with him. No bad on him. Just it is what it is. So he locks this lady up in a contract. She goes and moves all her stuff to Arizona to live with her daughter, just to find out the wholesaler had skipped town and never closed escrow. And she's like, dude, I have no money. I used all my remaining money to move to Arizona, and all my stuff is in transit, and I'm sleeping on the floor. Shelly Matter says that's what got her to join Subto. Doing deals with people to inspire people to do deals with people. Freaking, that's it. That's what we're doing. So Ted's like, I don't know what to do. I go, that's a Subto deal all day long, bro. Get me on the phone. So I call the lady. We call her at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It was really late, and I could hear her rustling around in her sleeping bag on her floor. And I go, what's going? David Marsh says, I remember that call. And I go, I can help you, but here's the problem. I'm not going to give you cash. I'm going to give you $5,000 in your pocket so you can get over with your daughter. I'll pay for your expenses and whatever else. Ted Miller, then I force him to assign the deal to me. I own the property still to this day. I think it's an Airbnb. Noah Hoffman's managing. I don't know. So I buy the deal, and part of the deal is I really put the nails to Ted Miller. We got to find that call. I don't know if Tanisha knows where that call is. But on the negotiation side of paying for his assignment fee, I really put him on. I almost got Ted to cry.
Yeah, he talks about this.
Was anybody on this call?
This was about this time 2 years ago. I think it was March, possibly of 2 years ago, if you look back.
Yeah, I had him like on pins and needles. And I talked him down on the assignment fee, but I don't know what he got paid. I think he got paid $7,500 or like $12,000 or something. He got paid something. And then I also gave him the mastermind as part of it.
Yep.
And then he comes to the mastermind, and who does he meet?
I meet one of my best friends now.
Justin Tumanowski. He meets I got chills over my whole body thinking about this. I watch you guys kindle a relationship, and now you guys are freaking dude, I could cry about this, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Same.
2 years later, here you guys are like doing deals, helping other people. Again, what are we doing? Doing deals with people to inspire people to do deals with people.
Yeah. It's proof. That's all I keep thinking, proof in the pudding, and just show that what we're doing, just show every day. And it's proof in the pudding, but you got to show up. That's it. You have to just show up.
Yeah, you could have avoided a 4.5 hour drive. You know, you could have been like, dude, I'm busy. I got this, I got that. But dude, and what's crazy is you help somebody get a big deal that they were afraid of. You kept them in as a partner. So you give them like this, you change their mindset. When somebody becomes a partner in a deal instead of just a wholesaler, dude, you change their entire mindset. Then you get another deal. You're inspiring other people all around. They're like, oh, dude, I want to do a deal with the Subto community. Bro, look what you're doing. So inspiring. Make me inspired.
Our operators are sub 2 teams. So, Santa doesn't build the toys it rings in my head every day. And that was the one big shift that you gave me because you called me out on it. But I fought with that about going down there for 5 hours or a 4.5 hour drive. But I go, no, like this is good. It's content. I'm not swinging the hammer, but but then that's why I'm picking and choosing. I'm having the ability to pick and choose, not.
But what's also, Justin, your highest and best use is inspiring other people and being there in person, right? It doesn't mean you're like you said, you went from being an electrical contractor to being like, I'm not going to swing the hammer, dude.
Yep.
I'm going to be the guy that's going to inspire, connect with people. And your highest and best use is doing that one thing.
Yeah. It took a while to learn that, but I preach it all the time that you gave me that concept and you gave me the tools. I just had to beat it into me a little bit, but amazing story. So the operators, all 5 people are still, and then the same partnership carried to the next property. So it's a star-studded, all sub 2. It's cool. We get to wear it with pride.
It's the best, bro. Holy
Thank
crap.
you so much. Thank you so much. And hey guys, I just got in a little package. I have 10 of these, but they're not branded for me. They're creative real estate patches.
Oh, that's sick.
If anyone just DM me on Instagram.
I want one of those. Damn.
I'll bring one up to the mastermind. I'm so excited for that.
Are you freaking coming to hang out with me, dog?
Bro, Ted and I are both coming. It's almost like
where you guys staying?
No idea. I think
come stay, take the guest house.
If the invitation's there, I'm there.
Well, you guys can drive one of the Priuses. You guys got the guest house. Come hang out.
I love it. Thank you so much. And I think they changed the venue.
I know. I fought with Ari on this. I was like, but anyway, that's a topic for another day.
Yeah. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. I look forward to hanging out with you. I got your name on the list.
Thank you.
I got at least, holy crap, I got to go fast. I got 40 minutes and I'm going to go through these as fast as possible.
Love you so much.
Brother. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go all the way through Justin Brigado. Watch me go fast. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 divided by 40 minutes. That means I've got basically 8 minutes each. So just before I start, I'm going to tell all of you, Sam Singh, David Marsh, Eddie Marin, that mustache is filthy, dog. Holy crap. Chad Glover, Medium Wave Dave. I freaking love you boys. Justin Brigado, I can't wait to talk to you. Let's get everybody on here. What's up, Sam Singh? How you doing, man?
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you great. Yeah.
Dude, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good, man. I feel like you guys have really hit another gear, man, with your team. It's been really fun watching.
It's dude, Arch is thriving in a million different ways. And you know me, like I always did the direct to seller stuff and I always had it kind of built out and I kind of protected it a little bit. We always helped a lot of people get deals, but I didn't open it up to as many people as I could have. And you know that I made you a vow, right? That vow about helping as many people as I could. Changing as many lives.
You've been doing a great job of it.
Well, I realized, thanks to someone that I don't think I've told you this enough times. One of the things that I owe you the most for is not for everything you talk about finance or about community. It's actually for giving me Logan, because you gave me basically one of the greatest mentors in my life. And he reminded me that I wasn't giving enough back. And then he was like, Sam, you got to be about what you say you're about. You made Pace this vow. Are you living up to that vow? And I'm like, I think I am. He's like, are you doing it enough or as well as you think you could? So I had this crazy idea. I'm like, you know what? This year, I want to get at least 50 students their first deals. And I'm like, let's do that. Let's see. And honestly, I think that we're aiming low and we may have to readjust those numbers. So I contacted someone really special to me. His name's Cody Rose. I think
I love Cody. We saw him earlier.
Yeah, Cody's amazing. And I was like, Cody, I want you to be my sales director and help me run this really specific thing that no one's really kind of done before and like create a monster, right? Like we've got over 100 people and it's kind of wild. And let's crush DTA. Let's crush creative finance with it. And we are a month and a half in. We've got tons of deals. We've gotten so many people their first deals. And I know he talks about Larry, he talked about Cam today. And the things that are really special about those couple of guys is I want to serve people who serve. Cam, military member, right? Served in the military. Cody just retired from the Air Force. And I took it personally when you said like, you give me challenges. You don't realize this. When you said like, talk about when you've helped someone get a deal. And I'm like, well, crap. Cody talked about Larry and Cam. I'm like, we need to help someone get a deal. So we literally just got another contract signed for a student. And this person, her name's Sarah. She's amazing. She's a mother and a teacher. So she's someone who serves. She teaches. And dude, I think we're on pace to do like 5-10 deals a week, all creative finance.
Direct to agent, helping people get their first deals ever, huh?
Dude, and that's not even including all the stuff that we're building on the DTS side. So the DTA is insane. So many of the people from Arch are here right now. They're massive supporters. So, dude, it's insane what we're doing. It's insane what we have the capacity to do. I have to thank you, and I have to thank the community for stepping up and trusting me. One thing that I wanted to hit on, by the way, Lorna's closing this week. So you're going to be buying that deal.
The one in Vegas?
Yeah, the Vegas one.
I'm going to keep it vacant for like 30 days so I can drive my Airstream up there. We'll do a meetup at the house.
Okay. You weren't going to tell me that? All right, cool.
Well, I just came up with it right now. Well, I mean,
okay,
the problem, how far is Fresno from there?
It doesn't matter. I'll be there, bro.
Okay, cool.
Okay, there's that. Here's something that Cody didn't mention. And I'm gonna just gripe at him for this. This is the power of the community, right? He just left his W-2. He just closed a massive deal and was able to, congrats to Cody Rose. He's an amazing leader in the team. And he's really caught the vision of what I'm trying to build here with the team. Just like you taught me how to build vision and how to show people the vision, he's caught it a million different ways. And now the cool thing is through Arch DTA alone, through our little team, not little, but sub-2 team specifically, he's got enough deals on his plate to sustain his life. Like,
wow.
He's going to scale from there. He's going to crush. So, dude, I love you. I
love
owe
you too.
you everything. I feel like I don't get enough FaceTime with you because I just don't.
Because you're busy. You're busy leading, bro. That's what you should be doing. And same thing here. David Marsh, busy leading. Eddie Marin, busy leading. Chad Glover, busy leading. Medium Wave Dave, busy getting a really nice haircut. Look at that. I've never seen him look so trimmed up, bro. Wow. Handsome.
Dude, I think he's going on a date. Like, I think that's what's happening. I think he's going on a date.
Is the move when you're going on a date to grow out the mustache thick and then chop the hair? Is that what it is?
Dude, I think that's it. I think he's got it down, right? But he's got New York vibes. So, yeah, I just missed you, bro. I haven't seen you in a minute, and I haven't been to Phoenix in a while. So I'm just waiting for my next.
I think when was the last time I saw you? Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rico, Tampa. Yeah, we pretty much like hopped around the country together for like all of 5 days.
That was a blast, dude. But,
yeah,
wow.
It was Phoenix, Puerto Rico, then Tampa. So I literally was with you across the country in like a week.
Well, I've got you on the list, brother. You're at the very top of this list right here. Sam Singh, Tanisha, Jeff Smith, Josh Duke, Angie Milanazzo, Justin Tumanowski.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you, man. And I say this with whole honesty. I'm a year and a half into this game. I remember you speaking about Tanisha Epps before I joined. You talked about her on like Get Creative or Sunday Service, Wholesale Hotline. And I remember how much she was giving there. And if anything, I think that she's going 10 times harder now.
Yes.
From my personal perspective, take me off that list and just like put Tanisha twice or something. No one deserves it.
Bro, you know what's funny? I talk about that Ted Miller call. Look what she did in the side chat. She found the Ted Miller call. And she even gave us the timestamp. She says, here's where Ted negotiated his way into the mastermind.
That was my first day in the mentorship.
Was it really?
Literally my first day. It was a Q&A. And I was like, dude, I was like, bro, is like, did I just buy a scam or something? And then you did that. And I'm like, I was flipping out. It's like everyone in my family. I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm like, guys, look what I just got into. This is the guy who leads it. And everyone's like, it's a cult. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. It's a cult.
It's a cult. People are doing deals. We're okay. But now look at you, dude. You're a leader inside of this community, and it's impressive to see what you and your team are doing. I appreciate you leading, dude, catching the vision. Thank you so much.
Dude, anytime. Love you. Appreciate you. We'll sell you some more deals.
Thank you. That's gonna be fun. We'll do a lot. We'll do a YouTube video about it. You come down and we'll do a whole big old YouTube video on it.
When can I come to Phoenix, bro? Do you have an event coming up soon? You got Mastermind's gonna be busy.
Mastermind's busy. The best thing for you to do is don't come to Phoenix. Come to Montana. I'm gonna have Logan and Katie up to Montana. Come to Jerry's lake house. Come hang out for a couple of days.
When is that?
Last 2 weeks of July.
That's why. So Katie asked me to come and stay a week and a half with them the last 2 weeks of July.
Yeah, there you go. They're coming to hang out up with us. I think they're going to be up in Kalispell for a couple of days, and I'm going to invite a bunch of the previous mastermind students and existing mastermind students to come up and hang out for a couple of days. I'm working on dates right now, so it'll be like, it won't be like, obviously it's not a paid mastermind. It's everybody that has been in the mastermind. I'm just going to invite everybody like, hey, here's a hotel. We're going to hang out. We're going to go to the lake. We're going to spend a whole day, like maybe at Jerry's house, or maybe even going up to Glacier National Park, going hikes and stuff like that. And just kind of do a little activity day up there. So if you can sneak away, it'd be great.
Dude, love it. Would do 100%, man. I owe them everything. Just so you know, they're like the nice white couple who like adopted a brown boy. Like that's really what happened.
They told me, they go, we always needed a brown boy in our family. Now we got one.
There we go. Dude, appreciate you. I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, let's roll. David Marsh, what's up, dog? Every time I see you on a seller call, by the way, I follow your wife's Instagram is so freaking hilarious. And every time I see you on a seller call, you're basically naked. It's the best.
Yeah, I know, man. I got such a dad bod too. I'm like, I got to get out of this damn chair and into the gym because I'm getting old, man.
You look good, dude. I was like, you actually inspired me. I was like, I need to go lift, dude.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm trying to get Siobhan to manage my social media, but I mean, it's cool. We're both trying to get active on social.
She's doing a good job. Way better than you.
She is, for sure. I just copy all her stories and share them to my stuff.
She's funny, and I swear to you, like, your daughter is the funniest, most bright, like, intelligent human ever. She's going to be something creative when she grows up. I love it, dude. I love watching your family, and your wife is freaking awesome too. Tell me about a deal you've helped somebody with.
Yeah. So just last week, inside of the last 2 weeks, for sure, I hopped into my accountability group in Central Florida. And Andres has been doing awesome, kind of revamping the accountability.
How did I forget about Andres Bastardo as one of the names I was shouting? I guess we could go hours on how many amazing people we have in here, but keep going. I just want to give a shout out to Andres. He's amazing.
Yeah, for real. And our group has, it's really cool what's going on right now. So I jumped in last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, and was like, I'm bottlenecking in my own business. I'm at the point where I'm wearing too many hats, trying to do too many things, and I would like some help with some lead gen. So hit me up if you want to do some calls. And I had one person hit me up, and he's been in Subto for 2.5 years and hasn't gotten a deal done yet. He's had 5 contracts, and for one reason or another, they've all fallen through. And I'm like, damn, dude, we got to get you a deal. So who are you talking about? His name's Tevin.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And
by the way, Eddie Shazari is saying thank you again, David. He says you helped him come through with his personal family house.
That's the story I really want to tell you. This is just the most recent one, so I'm gonna hit that one real quick after.
Okay, I'll give you the time, bro. Let's do it.
That's so dope that he's on. Me and him still have to do a video on that. So anyway, me and Tevin schedule a call for the following day, and we open Privy. And I'm like, I'm going to show you how to use this software. So I'll punch in a city like Ocala, Florida, for instance. And I started to put that town in, and he's like, oh, that's so funny. I just had a deal emailed to me in Ocala, Florida. So I was like, cool, let's open it. Let's take a look at it. And I rarely do that because there's so many bad deals that you get. And that's just not what I do. I don't, match deals and buyers up. But this one was just like, that was God put us together and dropped that deal right then, because I looked at it. I'm like, oh, this is a dope deal. I got a buyer for this. And we had a contract in 30 minutes, and we just closed a couple of days ago. It's a little micro wholesale fee, but it's a proof of concept, and he got a deal closed now. So,
dude, your wife was talking about this actually in the side chat during the Elephant Challenge. Benson was talking about how sometimes these little $3,000, $2,000, $1,000, $5,000 wholesale deals, mindset wise, bro, is like as much as $1 million deal, because you can change somebody's entire paradigm by showing them proof of concept. And, a couple $1,000 to people that are just starting out in this game are like, hold on. That was real. I go on Privy. I ask for help. David Marsh sees something I don't see. In 30 minutes, we got a contract. We go and close it. We both make a couple $1,000. Like, how gangster is that?
Even for myself, I was like, that was the easiest money I ever made. So I did it again like 2 days later, just with myself. I looked in my email, matched the deal up, made another $5,000 or whatever. I'm like, oh, this is astro flipping. You know, this is
dude. What's your wife doing for you, by the way?
I am trying to push her into enjoying TCing. I don't know if that'll happen, if that's really her thing, but I would love to get her to do that.
Yeah.
But she's
sharp, dude.
Yeah, she is, and she's super personable. Everybody loves her. I'd love to make her the face of anything that I want to do. Put her face there instead of mine, and it'll do better.
Oh, bro, she's so great. Last time I physically saw you guys was where? Was it I spoke in Orlando?
Well, you were down from Sarasota to Tampa. So when you were with Abraham, I think that was the last time doing that.
Oh, were you guys at the Dealmaker event?
No, but we came to every meetup that week. Andreas says we were burnt out, man. Holy crap. I don't know how you do it. We did 1 week, Sarasota, Tampa, and Andreas's house in St. Pete.
Oh, the one?
Okay, we saw you in Sarasota, but
you saw me. I was out in the street and I got held up with like all the people. I did see you guys. That was great.
So let me tell you this other one with Eddie. So there was a girl that Siobhan was in the free Facebook group, and she was keeping an eye out for opportunities for me. And she saw someone that was like, hey, I think I got my first Subto, but I don't really know how to lock it up. I don't know what to do. So Siobhan sent her to me, and we got this deal locked up, and I was going to be the buyer for it in Baltimore. And I had a plan to take it down and do a wrap on it. The numbers were really good. Cash flow was going to be really good. And as we were getting ready, this guy, Eddie, hits me up. I dropped it in Discord, just kind of putting some feelers out. And Eddie hit me up, said, hey, I live in New York. I'm a brand new Subto student. I'm getting ready to move my family down to Baltimore. I'd love for you to just assign the deal to me. And I was like, man, I got a good deal here. But I thought the story would be so much better than an extra, than a deal. I'll take an assignment fee. So I ended up helping. She ended up becoming a Subto student. So helped a new Subto student get a deal. We ended up selling it to a Subto student. And it was
how cool that, it was one of the smartest things I ever did was start that free Facebook group with the vision of letting the David Marshes and, the Eddie Marins, the Chad Glovers, the Medium Wave Daves, Ken Lees, Ingrid's, Tyler Townsley, all the leaders that we have go in there and go, let me help people that are not trained on this. Go, and you guys go get deals. It's like, so you go get a deal out of the free Facebook group, or your wife does, brings it to you, brand new student joins, you get him his family's home that now he gets to move from New York to that home. Dude, that is the freaking coolest thing.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And you haven't done a video about this because why?
I don't know. We just never did it. I don't know.
You guys should go. Eddie, you should have them come over for dinner one night. Like, have them go to Baltimore when it's not freezing cold or hot as hell and humid, and do like a family thing. Like, you guys help, dude, you help somebody move from across the country, like multiple states over out of New York to Baltimore. That's pretty special.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's the best feeling, doing deals. And I feel like it took me a little bit to get, my own thing going, and I'm starting to feel the effects compounding of all my hard work. But better than getting paid is like really helping people in different situations. So,
well, we love you and your wife, and just watching you guys starting to bud and become really good leaders and helping out people. It's really special to watch. And you're right. You need to get your wife on your social media because her game's good, dude.
She's a beast.
She's a beast. Really appreciate you, David.
Thank you, sir. Talk to you soon, man.
Thank you, brother. I got you on the list, David. Thank you. Oh, hold on a second. Hello.
Hi, Paige.
Hi.
Hey, this is Nikita
I know. Where are you at?
at your front door.
Is nothing unlocked?
I didn't try to open it. The front door is locked.
Okay.
You want me to try one of the side doors?
No, hold on. I haven't been out of this room in 11 hours, so hold on. I'll come. Hold on a second. I'll be right there. All right, guys. My notary's here. I'll be right back. Sorry. It's been a crazy day. Everybody say hi to Lakita, Subto student and my notary in Arizona. What do you got for me? A property in Hawaii. 2% Subto deal in Hawaii. Is that the only one they got you? The other one is Carolyn and Myron Briley's deal. Carolyn and Myron Briley. I have 21 minutes to hear multiple stories. I don't know. I've been in the dungeon for 11 hours. I don't know where my kids are or my wife. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go through as many people as I can. You have 2 minutes. I love all of you. And I wish I could talk to all of you for like 25 minutes each, maybe even longer. But I got to be on Wholesale Hotline to announce the winner of this. So I'll see you. Everybody come on Wholesale Hotline to get the winner. The Wholesale Hotline will be on my YouTube channel. So make sure you guys all come in, please. Eddie Marin, mustache freaking glistening right now.
Appreciate it, man. Hey,
You tell me in 2 minutes what you got for me.
So first and foremost, thank you for always having an amazing community here. That's my quick intro because I got 2 minutes. So in the last this year so far, we've helped 2 Subto students. Right now, we have Denise from Florida.
I love Denise. She just joined the Zoom. Actually, I just saw her pop in here.
Yeah. So it was a straight seller finance transaction. She told us basically because we are buyers as well, and so we basically help them. We jump on phone calls with agents and stuff, and we jumped on and we pretty much pre-negotiated 3% seller finance deal out in Port St. Lucie.
Oh, great! That's a great area. I love Port St. Lucie.
Yeah, and then
are you guys keeping that deal, Eddie?
No, we're actually be selling it. We're doing a wraparound mortgage on that. So it's a great spot. It's 3%. I'll send you the info on it just so you can see.
You know who might be a buyer for that deal? Or do you already have a buyer?
No, we don't have a buyer yet. We're posting up on. We just listed on the MLS.
Okay, so I have a buyer, but they won't want to buy it on a wrap. If you end up not being able to buy on a wrap, assign it to Tony Counts, my bookkeeper. She lives in Port St. Lucie, and she's like, "You ever get a deal in Port St. Lucie? I'm the buyer."
Okay.
I'll put. Do you have Tony's information?
I might have her email. But yeah,
Okay. I'll text you. I'll text you her contact card. Send it to her. Where am I?
cool. And thank
Dude,
you. And
okay,
then
so Denise, was it Denise's first deal?
Denise's first deal, deal outside her actual wholesaling world. Yeah. And then
Denise. Shout out
yeah.
Denise, 3% seller finance deal, relying on the Bash brothers to come in and close the deal. I love it.
Yeah. And not just that one though. So we have Denise is phenomenal. I've known her before she even got into the real estate. She reached out to us. That's a different story for another day. I love Denise. We call her like the Bash sister for sure. And then we have our boy Nicholas. He actually brought us a deal in Knoxville. We helped negotiate. He basically went out and crushed it. We got on the phone, finally finalized everything, got his first deal, and then brought us a second deal. And now we just sold that. We helped him sell that one, close, actually renegotiate 23 assignment on a Subto down to a $15,000 assignment, or basically point. And now we assign that one as well. That one just closed this past week.
Bro.
So 2 deals. Yeah, first 2 deals from the guy. He's phenomenal.
His first, you didn't just help Denise get her first creative deal, but you helped a new student, Nicholas, get 2 deals. His first 2 deals.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, Eddie. If I have you and Tyler on my list, only one of you guys can go.
He's actually, we're staring at each other right now. I told him he's got to grow a stash.
Yeah, dude, you can't keep. What's up with where's your stash, Tyler? He kind of looks like a mongrel right now. Look at all his facial hair. His whole chin's covered in hair. By the way, guys, this deal that I'm signing right now, this is a deal from Carolyn and Myron Briley out in DFW. I bought this deal in San Angelo, so thank you for that, Carolyn. Appreciate it. Eddie, I love you. I hope that you win instead of Tyler.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I had a story about with Ted Miller and Justin because we just closed on a deal with them too. We just wrapped on the deal. Justin, he brought us a lead. We helped negotiate that one, and now we just closed on that one on a 2 deal thing as well, which is interesting because when you talked about Ted's story, literally Ted and us met on that mastermind. A couple months later, we do our first virtual flip. Ted runs the project on it. We funded it with our boy over here, Derek Barton, and now it was our first triple digit flip. First virtual, triple digit with Ted Miller.
Everything you got the deal, the construction, and the private money from all mastermind students.
All mastermind students, everything.
Wow, dude.
And then we did a second deal with Justin Timanowski and Ted as well. Ted helped sell it.
Ted and Justin are like the East Coast Bash Bros, dude.
Dude, literally.
In fact, we should rename them the Bash Bros, and you guys are the Stash Bros.
Stash Bros. Smash Bros.
Love you, brother.
Love you too, Face. Thank you so much, dude.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Chad Glover, my brother from another mother. I cannot wait to hang out with you next week in Charlotte, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why when I heard the date, I said, "Oh, definitely ain't on that one right there."
What? Tell me about a deal you've done to help another student. I know you've done it a whole bunch of times. You could probably tell me 50 stories.
Absolutely. I think the dopest ones be the ones that come up to me and be like, "That deal you hit me with, I just sold it," or "This wrap is at a meetup, is in anytime I'm out." And I'm the type that don't keep count or nothing like that. I look at it as like what you're supposed to do at the end of the day. So, but I do have guys like just today actually about to sign one for Johnny. He just got one that's gonna be a wholesale. Then Eric, he's looking to retire his dad. So I literally told him, I say, "Man, you don't need to give me 50 cents, just 50% just to dispo your deal, you know?" So I was basically trying to tell him what to do. And he still, of course, so I own like 2 wraps for him and it cash flows and stuff. So it's a lot of them, man. But
bro, that's so funny. What's great about that is like you're like, no, don't pay me. I'm just dispoing the deal, and then because of the spirit of this community, he's like, no, I'm keeping you involved in this deal. And so you're a part owner in the deal?
Yeah. It's like 2 of them. We actually had 3 of them that I end up locking down for him. But the third one, the seller kind of, I think, would not think she's ghosting, sound like. So, but it's all good. But
Kayla says Chad is awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kayla, that's my people right there.
I'm like, I was texting Chad. I was like, Chad, we need to do a Waffle House takeover with Kayla there. Like a flash mob of like 500 people show up to, hey, Lakita, thank you. I texted you with Laura. Hang out all day. Take a nap, whatever you got to do.
Yeah. So man,
Chad, if I put you on the list to win with Ed Milet, is that a date that works for you?
No, it's not. I'm definitely gonna be in Charlotte with you. To be honest, when
Chad, if you win, if you win the giveaway,
yeah,
okay, I'll let you choose who it goes to.
Okay, that'll work. That's gonna be a tough one, but I love everybody, so I think I have to. Yeah, that's different. But yeah, I can't. It's definite. I feel though, honestly though, you don't put me beside so many people yourself, and I already got envisioned that that's gonna be definitely where I'm gonna be at, around those individuals, around you, yourself, for a long time. So I ain't missing out. That's just, I don't look at nothing that passes me by. I feel everything has a place. So I'm cool either way it go. I know mine is coming because I done seen it and I believe in that stuff. I'm sitting here talking to you. I done became close with you. I'm perfect, So I already know.
You just got me so inspired to go like tear down a whole freaking wall right now.
Yeah, for real, bro. I'm for real. That's the honest truth though, man. Like what you done gave, I know I text you that stuff randomly. Just the gratefulness, man, and what you done.
It means a lot to me, dude. It does mean a lot to me. Even when I'm like on a plane or I can't reply or whatever, I look down at my boy Chad. I appreciate you, dude, so much. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. But yeah, I definitely can't miss the Charlotte one, man. But one thing I already know, I'm gonna be on plane flights. You're gonna have me around way more people. I'm around you, bro. That's nothing tops you, no matter what level they at. I don't care about none of that.
Thank you, brother.
Surpass me.
Chad Glover, everybody. Thank you, brother. I'll talk to you. I can't wait to see you in Charlotte, dude. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Chad Glover on the list. What a leader. How in a couple of years, how many deals do you think Chad Glover's helped people get? Medium mother freaking wave Dave, dude.
What up, dude?
I was hanging out with somebody the other day. I think I might have mentioned this to you. And it's like, there's people that are like they're like famous people that know you. And they say Dave Gulick. And I'm like, I think I know a Dave Gulick. And I'm like, are you talking about medium wave Dave? They're like, oh yeah. That's medium wave Dave.
That's funny, man. Pays I'm gonna try and make this quick. Among the countless gifts you've given all of us, I think the one that I'm starting to come to grips with the most now is the ability to recognize gifts in other people, and put them in a position to be the best version of themselves. And this is how we found someone. We're interviewing for a lead manager and hired a Subto student who was a week into Subto. And there was a magic about them. No experience in real estate whatsoever. And they just had something about them. I was like, that's our girl. And they were our lead manager for about 3 weeks. And we would listen to their calls and calibrate them. And we're like, man, again, this person's just, they really care about people. You could hear it in their voice. You could hear the way they talk. Like, we're like, I think there's unrealized talent here. And we promoted them to acquisitions. And less than 2 weeks in, they locked up their first contract. It's a Subto. It's 4.375%. It was an auction property. And seeing them come into their own, I know there's so much more ahead of them because they're like a full-time part of our family now. Like, we don't have a team. We have a family. Like we're
we're pretty tight and close knit. And right at the same time we hired them, we hired someone else for agent outreach for us. And we pivoted them 2 weeks in as well and put them right on acquisitions for us. He locked up a contract today, 3 contracts Friday, 1 contract Saturday. Dude, I get chills right now knowing that like we didn't change these people's lives for like a deal and prove that it was possible. Like these people are like, we're going to grow together. And I've allowed them to now come into like their own. And it gives me chills. It's the coolest thing, man.
Well, it gives me chills, dude. I remember that when you first joined Subto, you made an Instagram post and you're like, hey, I'm always joining new things and learning new things. And I'm going to jump into this new thing. I'm going to check it out. And bro, look at you, man. You have been, currently are, and will continue to change people's lives with you and your partner's energy, dude. And like creating that atmosphere for people, dude, that's amazing. 2 students come into your world. You pivot them, right? Understanding their gifts and going, oh, wait, I recognize something in you. Now that we've hired you, watching you work, let me pivot you over here and put you in a position to win. And then boom, 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 contracts start flying, dude. It's freaking amazing.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I do have a 2.75% interest in Port St. Lucie. So if Tony wants that, send that my way.
Yes, please.
I have 8 contracts right now on our board that 4.375 is the highest. Most of them,
send me a freaking email with all them deals.
Most of them are under 4%. I got another 275, a 375, a 3125, a 4. All sub 2s.
Medium wave Dave.
All direct to seller.
Proud of you, brother.
Thank you, dude.
Love you, man.
Love you, man.
You know, Medium Wave Dave is the only Subto community member I've actually gone to a concert with. It was just me and him went on we went on a mandate one night, like, I don't know, 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning. It was just me and him, dude. It was so great. We actually, what it was, we went, what was it? Cat's Diner we went to. Was that the name of the diner?
Cat's Deli. It's famous New York, like, delicatessen. We
went to Cat's Deli.
Giant corned beef and pastrami sandwiches, and freaking Bobby Two Hands got like a hot dog or something.
We hung out.
We almost had to leave.
You put together one of the most epic meetups I've ever seen in my life, and such a great meetup. Rooftop bar. You called in your friends. We had such a good energy. There was no room to even stand. So many people showed up to this New York meetup. And then we hung out, me, you, Bobby, Jamil. I don't know. Eric was not with me, but then Brad from A&E, we went down to Cat's Deli and hung out for a couple hours. And then you and I went out and we're like, hey, let's go to this concert. And we hung out, and bro,
both of our first stroke show.
That was great. That was a lot of fun. Dude, I just appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, Cat's Deli with the big old sandwiches. They were massive boys. Okay, Dave, I've got you on the list, brother. Kenley, get your ass closer to the camera so we can see that big old beard, dog.
What up? What up?
What up? Give me 1 minute. I got to go through 4 people in 5 minutes.
So we've gotten a good amount of people with deals, but this kid Jaden McKinney, we got him to join Subto, and we were gonna put him on our team, but it just felt right to. He's an integrator, and we wanted to put him with another visionary, and Anthony Serrata. They're out of New Jersey.
Yeah, I like Anthony.
Their first deal they got together was $97,000 fucking dollars, man. Yeah,
The first deal they did was 97 G's.
Yeah, baby.
Bro, you
Pretty
could
cool.
buy half. You could buy half your town with $97,000 bucks.
So,
where
yeah,
was the deal? Was it in New York, or where was the deal?
New Jersey, I believe.
Oh, but New Jersey. It's impossible to do deals in New Jersey, Kenley.
Possible. There's no cash flow, and everything's so expensive.
Oh my gosh, $97,000. You know what's cool about that, bro? This goes back to like what Medium Wave Dave was talking about. Is like a leader is a leader is a leader, and you've always been a leader ever since I knew you. And you noticed the talent that kid had, and you put him in the appropriate place.
and we wanted him, but I just felt like somebody else could have utilized him a hell of a lot better than we had at that moment. So he's crushing it now. We got Anthony and Raphael, their first deals. You introduced me at a meetup with them, and then that's right after they join. And yeah, I don't know. I'm super excited. I want to put Greg Tuck on the list if it's possible instead of myself. He's the one behind everything who's kind of reaching out, and like he's a super integrator, man. He's gotten a lot of people deals, and he helps the hell out of a lot of people. So
tell Greg to come hang out with me more, dude. I don't see him enough.
I know he's integrator. He's shy.
I appreciate you, Kenley. I love you, man.
Appreciate you too. I'm really going to try to come up to the mastermind. Me and Greg, we had a lot of transitions, so we would love some insight, some help. Just
I'd love to have you guys plug in.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thank you for everything you do, dude. Seriously.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank me. I mean, you just freaking help somebody reposition and go get a $97,000 deal. Holy shit. Tyler Townsley, what's up, brother?
Hello.
Are you like 51% of the Bash Brothers?
No, we're split down the middle.
Okay. You're being too nice after he was jabbing at you.
I would never jab at him.
Okay, give me. I got 1 minute with you and 1 minute with Justin Brigado. I told him I promised I'd get to him.
Yeah, so we helped a student named Heath. He wasn't a student at the time, but now he is. I think he took some of the money that we helped him make and actually invested in Subto. But we helped him get a deal in Sacramento. It was a creative deal. Took it over Subto, and then there was about, I think, 75,000 left seller finance. And I negotiated like 0% on the 75,000 and no payments for 3 years, and then payments of $300 from years 3 to 10, and then a balloon on the rest of it.
Bro, show me one of these. Boom. And also tell me the best deal that you ever closed in your life. What was it?
The best deal I ever closed in my life was
it just barely happened. It wasn't on
two
US
months
soil.
ago in Thailand. I asked the girl of my dreams to marry me. She said yes. So
best decision of your life. Elena says it too. Kaylin is the best. She is unbelievable. I told Tyler when I first met him and her, I was like, you won the lottery, dog. That woman is everything and more. She is a special one.
She's phenomenal.
Good for you, dude. So proud of you. Thank you for helping students. I love you. I got to go to Justin Brigado and then go to Wholesale Hotline. Guys, we're going to announce the winner on Wholesale Hotline, by the way.
Hey,
so
make sure you put Eddie's name on there.
It is. I got Eddie on here.
Oh, I didn't see that. I thought.
Oh shit, I don't. Thank you. I did not put Eddie Marin on here. Thank you. I got Eddie on here now. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Love you.
Love you too, brother. Mystique and Jasper, son, I adore you, but I got to get on Wholesale Hotline starting in 1 minute. Justin Brigado, what's up, my guy?
What's going on? I'm in San Diego. Well, I moved to San Diego recently. I'm at the MTR Summit. Jesse Vasquez at MTR Summit. There's like a mob of Sub2 students here as well. But yeah, I'm helping 2 Sub2 students. They recently joined. Quick story. I was able to start do a new method called the Bustin' method. So in San Diego, they had this project called Complete Communities. Basically, we bought a 4-plex for 1.6 million. In February, we're going to tear it down. We're going to develop 49 units. We're going to be able to build 5 stories high. So yeah, the 2 GPs, I was able to, wedge myself, bust my way into the rooms to, see how I could add value. I brought $100K of none of my money to the table. I got equity in the deal, and now I'm an asset manager, and I'm building a team. And these 2 girls approached me. They're Sub2 students as well. So I had them take a predictive index and all that. One's a maverick and one's a strategist. So they're helping me midterm rent 2 of the units. until we tear it down next February. So yeah, man, it's pretty awesome. I'm super blessed, and it's all thanks to you getting creative, man. I got zero money. I lost 150K in a deal, and yeah, it's just, you know, you always said, like, you always perform best when you have zero money, and that inspired me. Where it's like, hey, I got to make something happen, and
you made something happen.
I made something happen. I moved to San Diego with really no place to live. And I busted my way into living into one of the doors. So it's a 4-unit, right? And yeah, we inherited 2 tenants, and one of the tenants vacated. So I just recently project managed, you know, I did a light rehab. So I currently have 1 tenant where they're moving out in 2 months. So I got to rehab that, and then I'm getting it furnished with my 2 friends from Subto that are new students that they're gonna help me, you know, midterm rent, and they're gonna bring their mom on board because she wants to learn how to develop. And one of the partners, he's developed Hiltons.
Wow.
So yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Why did you choose? Jordan says this was fun hanging out today. Did anybody have fun today? Justin, I got you on the list, bro. Here's what I got. I got Sam Singh, Tanisha. Everybody come over to Wholesale Hotline and vote. Sam Singh, Tanisha, Jeff Smith, Josh Duke, Angie Milanazzo, Justin Tumanowski, David Marsh, Chad Glover, Medium Wave Dave, Ken Lee, Greg, Tyler Townsley, Eddie Marin, and Justin Bragado. Appreciate you, brother.
Baby.
When am I going to see you next, dude?
Thank you for it's been maybe in LA, maybe this week at the book signing.
Oh, bro, please drive up. I'd love to see you, dude.
Yeah. I saw you at Venice. It was real.
I know.
Brief, though.
That was freaking
thank you
lit.
For everything. You changed my life, man. That was epic. Yeah, it was. Venice was epic. But thank you for choosing me to, you know, for this opportunity to have this platform, and I'm honored.
Thank you, brother.
If you got any new students need help, hit me up. If you're in San Diego, I'm down to help. I'm a helper, connector. Let's go.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you, brother. All right, guys. This was a fun 11 hours. I got to bounce. I'm going to Wholesale Hotline. Please, guys, come over to Wholesale Hotline. I'm going to announce the winner of this. I will see you guys. Angie Milanazzo hung out with me for 11 straight hours. Who hung out with me 11 straight hours? Boom, 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 boom. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys. It's just unbelievably special to live my life this way with all of you guys. Thank you for all my friends. Thank you for my family. Thank you. I love you guys. I'll see you on Wholesale Hotline.